and he seems to be playing an insider's game, Nagarjun. Nagarjun,
that is
are you able to...
absolutely true.
Oh.
If I can read the message...
Go ahead.
If I can read the tweet polemic that is mentioned in the FIR, that Amit Malviya tweeted that Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and playing insider's game. More dangerous are people who are pulling the strings of Rahul Gandhi, like Sam Pitroda, staunchly against India. They leave no stone unturned to defame India overseas and just to embarrass the Prime Minister of India. This was the tweet put out by Amit Malviya. Likely Ramesh Babu of the Congress has filed complaint with the High Grounds police station, and now the FIR has been filed under IT Act, and this has happened just today is what we are told, and further action will be initiated soon by the investigation officer.
Okay, so further action will be initiated soon against Malviya by the investigating officer. Nagarjun Dwarkanath, thank you so much for joining us. All of those details. So the Congress, they're mounting pressure on the BJP after BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya there tweeted out a video and a post which basically said that Rahul Gandhi is defaming India on foreign soil. We're slipping into a very short break. Our continuous coverage of this big developing story from Karnataka will continue on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
The world's next superpower. Modi needs to be out in 2024. It's our last fighting chance to keep India from catapulting to a global economic power. We need to find a way to break India, divide.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Protests at Kadalore's Chidambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by Stalin government. Cops enter the sanctum of the Nataraj temple. Priests say cops manhandle them. Mystery over junior NTR fans' death. RRR star demands police probe. TDP claims YSRCP role in fans' death. Politics erupts over ODI World Cup. Congress Aam Aadmi Party fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides on venues for the World Cup. Another controversy over the film Bahattar Hure. Censor Board certifies film not trailer. Filmmakers cry foul. News coming in right now. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya has been booked in Bengaluru. An FIR against Amit Malviya has been registered after a complaint from Karnataka Congress. Malviya booked for animated video on Rahul. Malviya claimed Rahul does anti-India propaganda abroad. Let's listen in to Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge.
Who is the one who is spreading the video? Who is getting the video to have enough traction on social media? Who is spreading these lies? I had promised the people of Karnataka that fake news will be reined in. And we are just doing that within legal parameters. I would like to ask even the media houses and the people, tell us which of the sections that have been imposed on him is with malified intent. Have a look at the video, have a look at the thing. And it's just not that we have gone and filed a case and it's happened in within 1 hour. It's taken a week. We have taken the legal opinion, we have taken the AG's opinion, and whatever has to be done by law, we have done it. Why is BJP this thing? Let them go to court, no? Let them come here and speak. What's the point of crying foul in front of the media? There have been legal cases. Tackle it legally. What's the problem with them?
So yesterday the Home Minister and the Chief Minister said that the multiple investigations will be ordered into various scams under the BJP. Is this something that will be discussed today in the cabinet as to which body will look at it?
See, I don't think there is a discussion needed in the cabinet for it. But the government of Karnataka is going to stick to its stand that investigations will happen on all the scams that has happened during the BJP regime, whether it's the Bitcoin scam, whether it's the borewell scam, or whether it's the recruitment scam. As we have promised to the people of Karnataka, we will deliver.
Sir, overall, multiple overhauls have taken place in the recent cabinets about decisions that were taken by the BJP. In today's cabinet, can we expect anything of that sort, sir?
No, see, let me be very clear to you. We are not here for some vendetta politics. We have better things to do. We are here to govern the state. And any law that is regressive, as I had said before, will be reviewed and repealed if necessary. If it's a good law, we will keep it. If it's a good bill, we will keep it. If it's a good policy, we will keep it and strengthen it.
The Deputy Chief Minister has said that if it was him, he would not drop the steel bridge flyover. He said CM got scared back then. We should just go ahead with...
See, I wouldn't say that Mr. Siddaramaiah got scared or anything. See, the Honorable CM is a little sensitive.
That is, of course, what Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge has to say after an FIR has been registered against BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya in a Bengaluru police station after a complaint from an ex-Congress MLC who, in fact, has said that Amit Malviya tweeted something about Rahul Gandhi which could be extremely dangerous, and that complaint has now been turned into an FIR against Amit Malviya. It remains to be seen how the investigating officer in the case proceeds in this case, whether summons are issued, a notice is issued to Amit Malviya. Does he have to appear before the Bengaluru police? But as far as the FIR is concerned, this is what was tweeted by Amit Malviya, which is now, in fact, been turned into an FIR. So here's what Amit Malviya tweeted. Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and playing an insidious game. More dangerous are people who are pulling strings of Raga like Sampi, which is Sampi Troda, staunchly anti-India. They leave no stone unturned to defame India overseas just to embarrass the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. This is what Amit Malviya had tweeted. Now, the Congress has complained to the police about this tweet that Amit Malviya was trying to tarnish the image of Rahul Gandhi and casting aspersions on Rahul Gandhi's nationalism. Now that complaint has been turned into an FIR against Amit Malviya at Bengaluru's High Grounds police station. It remains to be seen, of course, how Amit Malviya now responds to this police complaint against him and how the police, of course, proceeds in this case as well. There was also that video that Amit Malviya tweeted out. Watch it.
विदेशी ताकतों का मंचूरियन कैंडिडेट है.
Malvika Avinash of the Bharatiya Janata Party is joining us over the phone line right now. Ms. Avinash, the Congress has now registered a complaint against your IT cell chief Amit Malviya in Bengaluru, saying that he was defaming Rahul Gandhi by alleging that Rahul Gandhi was anti-India.
The Congress party is looking for perhaps some kind of revenge following what happened to Mr. Rahul Gandhi, the manner in which he was convicted by the court in Gujarat, and subsequently he was unable to get released in any other higher court and was disqualified from his membership of the parliament. Perhaps this is some way of getting back at us. But let me tell you that the Congress party has always been the self-appointed guardian of freedom of expression. What happened to that? If Amit Malviya puts out a tweet that they think deserves a response, they should be responding on Twitter. If they think they're going to intimidate the Karyakartas of BJP with FIR, politically motivated ones, then they are mistaken. And this is not the first FIR. Believe me, there was an FIR against our former minister, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, who's now an MLA of Malleshwaram, and also an MLA from Dakshin Kannada, Mr. Harish Punja. So it's not as if this is the first FIR that the Congress is attempting at after gaining power in Karnataka. This is just plain misuse, trying to act like a police state.
Okay, so that is what you're saying, but they're also saying that, to cast those kind of aspersions on Rahul Gandhi, to say that he's dangerous, playing some sort of an insidious game, that is also character assassination, because on what basis are you making those charges against someone who, of course, is a political leader, has held positions within a political party and has been a member of parliament as well?
See, for the last 20 years, if I go into the number of names that the Congress party and other opposition parties have called the Prime Minister, then the list is endless. So, for Congress party to feel offended that Rahul Gandhi has been named by a Karyakarta of the BJP, I find it rather immature and desperate on their part to file an FIR. The ideal response would have been on Twitter.
Okay, so you're saying that this is an overreaction from the Congress party, that ideally they could have taken it up with the BJP on social media itself. It didn't exactly require a police complaint, but that just shows that the Congress is trying to stifle freedom of speech?
Absolutely, absolutely. Their hypocrisy comes out all over again. Isn't it the same party which imposed emergency in 1925, robbing the citizens of the country of their fundamental rights? So it's no surprise that it comes from the Congress party, but I'm rather surprised at their desperation so early. They've just won Karnataka. I think they should render administration here instead of going about filing FIRs and behaving like a police state.
But they're saying that, it's a very serious charge that you're leveling against both Rahul Gandhi and Sam Pitroda in the tweet that they've cited in their complaint copy. That you're saying that they're anti-India. To make a charge like that, where's the evidence, where's the proof? It's not something that you just say arbitrarily, tweet about it, and there won't be any consequences.
The video is in public domain for everyone to see. The manner in which Rahul Gandhi pulls down this country in front of a foreign audience is there for everyone to see. It's not some matter of, it's not some confidential matter or a matter of secret. It's there, available for everyone to see all over the internet.
Okay. Ms. Avinash, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. So that is, of course, the first reaction that's coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party. That, of course, from Karnataka itself on that complaint which has been filed against Amit Malviya, and now an FIR has been registered after the Congress went to the police and said that he was in fact tarnishing the image of Rahul Gandhi, saying that he's anti-India, that he's dangerous and he's playing an insidious game. Watch that video, in fact, that Amit Malviya also tweeted out making the same allegations against Rahul Gandhi.
Sangol and all that Sashtang Pranam is a funny and needless exercise. I wouldn't do that ever.
रागा एक उम्मीद, एक इकलौता विकल्प है, भारत के लिए नहीं बल्कि भारत विरोधी शक्तियों के लिए। रागा ने खुद को एक मोहरे के रूप में पेश किया है ताकि भारत को तोड़ने में उनका इस्तेमाल किया जा सके। रागा विदेशी ताकतों का मंचूरियन कैंडिडेट है।
With Modi at the helm, India is all set to become the world's next superpower. Modi needs to be out in 2024. It's our last fighting chance to keep India from catapulting to a global economic power. We need to find a way to break India, divide India internally, spread the minority hate narrative to discourage business investment in India. Stop Modi at any cost.
The video which was tweeted out by Amit Malviya as well, where he basically alleged that Rahul Gandhi is working with anti-India forces to defame India and to in fact put a spanner in the works as far as India's growth story is concerned. Now the Congress has taken umbrage to that statement, to that video that Amit Malviya made, the BJP's IT cell chief, and has lodged a police complaint against Amit Malviya, which has been turned into an FIR. An FIR has been registered in Bengaluru against Amit Malviya. It remains to be seen, of course, how Amit Malviya responds to this complaint that has been filed against him by the Congress party, and how, of course, the police investigate this matter further after registering this FIR. But clearly, the Congress now hitting out at the Bharatiya Janata Party for alleging that Rahul Gandhi was in fact working with secessionist forces in order to divide India, in order to break India. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us on this. Nagarjun, what is the Congress's explanation for going to the police with this complaint? Because we were just speaking to Malvika Avinash of the BJP from Karnataka, and she said that this is basically exactly what the Congress accuses the BJP of doing, which is stifling freedom of speech. Why are they so rattled?
रागा एक उम्मीद,
Well, that is absolutely true. This is not the first time that even the Congress government has spoken out. Like, just a second, Paulami, Minister Satish Jarkioli is joining us.
Sir, an FIR has been filed against Mr. Amit Malviya of the IT cell of BJP for targeting Rahul Gandhi and tweeting against him. How does Congress stand differently if you're also filing FIRs against people? Sir?
Now, once a FIR complaint is lodged in our side, our duty is war. Next step is investigation duty is part of the police. That's us all.
Sir, but how different is Congress and BJP if you're also filing FIRs and FIRs on your opposition?
No. Rest of the work will be do police only.
Sir, there were information shared by the Congress saying that the fake videos are being shared by Mr. Amit Malviya.
No. That is the duty of police. Fake or genuine, or it will be the duty of police. It will be take the police is on duty.
Completely by the FIR, you think it's right of filing an FIR? So you are okay with it?
Everybody got rights. Everybody got rights. So filing the complaints or any type. So rest of is remaining work is left to police only. That's all only.
Do you think this is another statement by the Congress saying this is just the start? Anything you do against us, we will go after you?
See, what is the allegation seriousness? It depends. Not every allegation going to police or courts. Depends upon his seriousness. Depend upon seriousness.
Satish sir, you had mentioned that maybe 1 month there would be a delay in Annabhagya scheme.
yes.
Today in the cabinet, is this something that you will discuss?
No.
Look right now, sir?
No subject today about rice or anything. That's not rice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course, Nagarjun Dwarkanath, my colleague, speaking with State Minister Satish Jarkiholi, who said that our job is over. We filed a police complaint. Now it is for the police to investigate the complaint that we've filed against Amit Malviya. Nagarjun Dwarkanath continues to be live with us. Nagarjun, again, the BJP will simply say that this is exactly what you accuse the BJP of doing, right? This is exactly what you say, that the BJP goes after anyone who dissents, anyone who basically criticizes the BJP. This is the exact same strategy. Okay. Nagarjun, if you're able to hear me, the BJP, of course, is saying that this is the Congress's desperation. They should have just allowed it to slide. Why are they so rattled by one video or one tweet?
Well, that's absolutely true, and that's exactly what I asked the minister too, that what is the difference between you and BJP? Till now, when you were in opposition, you were targeting the government of BJP here, saying that they are filing FIRs just on tweets and videos. Where is the freedom of expression? Where is the freedom of speech? Now the Congress is doing the same, and the defense is that the police are doing their job. It's the seriousness of the allegation that we are looking at. Not much is what they are saying. Let me also try to get another Minister, Mr.
We will, of course, speak with some of those leaders on the ground. Nagarjun Dwarkanath getting us those live reactions, but we're getting some news that's coming in at the moment. Now, the National Investigation Agency, that is the NIA, on Tuesday conducted extensive searches at the houses of 3 absconding suspects in the case related to the murder of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Netaru by cadres of the Popular Front of India or the PFI in Karnataka last year. 3 locations were searched in 2 districts of Karnataka as part of the NIA's efforts to hunt down the absconders. NIA seized several electronic gadgets and documents during the searches at the houses of Abdul Nasir and Abdul Rahman in Kodagu district and Naushad in Dakshin Kannada district. These are searches that the NIA conducted. They have recovered some electronic gadgets and documents. These individuals have been absconding and have been accused in the murder of BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru in Karnataka last year. The NIA raided the houses of these 3 accused absconding persons and recovered electronic gadgets and documents. Okay, we're cutting across to another story. This is coming in from Mumbai on the controversy surrounding the film Bahattar Hure. Let's listen into Ashok Pandit, who's speaking on this.
उसी फिल्म के अंश से ट्रेलर बनाया, एक भी शॉट, एक भी फ्रेम फिल्म के अलावा इस ट्रेलर में नहीं है। और आपने बाकायदा सेंसर सर्टिफिकेट के लिए कहा नहीं, आपने कट करी, ये आपने काटी है। तो या तो वो नेशनल अवार्ड गलत है या आपका ये सेंसर सर्टिफिकेट रिजेक्शन गलत है। आपने डिसाइड कर लीजिए। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, मुझे इंडस्ट्री के कितने लोगों के फोन आए, ये क्या प्रोसेस है, कौन है ये लोग सेंसर बोर्ड में, सीबीएफसी में बैठने वाले जो डिसाइड करते हैं कि ट्रेलर रिजेक्ट किया, आपने फिल्म को नेशनल अवार्ड दिया है और आपने ट्रेलर रिजेक्ट कर दिया। किस मायने में, किस रीजन से आपने हमारे ट्रेलर को रिजेक्ट किया है? मैं एज अ प्रोड्यूसर, एज अ प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इफ्तिडा, एज अ सीनियर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इम्पा, मैं सवाल पूछता हूं पूरी इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से, हमें समझाया जाए कि किस बिना पर आपने हमारे ट्रेलर को मना किया और कट्स आपने दिए। और मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूं, पूरी टीम के साथ में संजय बैठा है, प्रोड्यूसर बैठे हुए, कि एक भी फ्रेम, एक भी शॉट फिल्म के अलावा जिस फिल्म को आपने सेंसर सर्टिफिकेट दी है, जिस फिल्म को आपने नेशनल अवार्ड दिया है, जिस फिल्म को आपने सराहा है, उसका आप ट्रेलर कैसे फेल कर सकते हैं? इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन that today the media should ask Prasun Joshi Saab, and down the line, all those officers who have rejected, we are hurt today. We as makers, we as producers, we as directors are hurt. We are being humiliated today. आपने रिजेक्ट कर दिया, ये मतलब आप हमको समझते क्या है? आप अपने कुर्सी पे बैठे हैं, तो आप बोलेंगे यही चलेगा, यही चलेगा. You are answerable today. So I request my dear friend Prasun Joshi ji to find out who are these people who have issued this objection, this letters to us. I also appeal to our Honorable IMD Minister Anurag Thakur Sahab to initiate an inquiry against this. आज हम विक्टिम बने, कल दूसरे प्रोड्यूसर्स विक्टिम बनेंगे, परसों तीसरे बनेंगे. ये क्या डिक्टेटरशिप है? ये क्या दादागिरी है? ये किस बिना पर आप फिल्में रिजेक्ट करते हो, ट्रेलर रिजेक्ट करते हैं? We are very hurt, we are very angry, and we are shocked by this reaction.
So that is, of course, the co-producer of the film, Bahatar Hure, who's lashing out at the censor board for having rejected the trailer of the film. Now, another day, another film, another controversy. After the censor board rejected the trailer of the film, Bahatar Hure, the filmmakers have raised objections. The filmmakers, in fact, the co-producer of the film, Ashok Pandit, called the CBFC's decision funny and shocking, claiming that the film was given a national award. Ashok Pandit said that he will be taking the matter to the higher authorities, expressing his displeasure over the censor board's action. Pandit said that he will also be requesting the INB ministry to intervene in the matter. The film Bahatar Hure is slated to be released on July 7. The makers will now be releasing the trailer of the film digitally today. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, protests at Cuddalore's Chidambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by the Stalin government. Details on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The India Today group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from
from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Snail mucin, mugwort, rice, Centella asiatica are all K beauty favorites. Whether it works or not is always up for debate, but the world has really enjoyed relaxing in a Korean sheet mask to unwind, and they surely hydrate well for a Korean kind of a glass skin glow. The latest entrant, salmon sperm. K-beauty has made it a super hot commodity. In the music video for Vegas, Doja Cat is seen smearing a face with a cosmetic stick. If reports are to be believed, this product was made from salmon collagen and salmon PDRN to enhance skin elasticity.
It's really a polynucleotide, and what it does is it has an anti-inflammatory role, so it helps reduce inflammation in the skin. This is all because of the wound healing response, and so this is why it's become such a popular ingredient right now.
K-beauty, no doubt, is a cult favorite. Further enhanced by K-pop culture that is a big deal amongst Gen Z. BTS and Blackpink are all over the place, and if you notice, they emulate a certain aesthetic standard which just cannot be accidental. While the Koreans have skin that's definitely different from Indians, some basics of skincare remain standard across the board. Cleanse, tone, moisturize, and do not forget the sunblock. How simple is that?
Korean people, there are about 5 to 6 skincare routine that we follow, which start from skin, lotion, essence, cream, eye cream. So basically, little effort is required to have a flawless skin. Yeah.
To say that Koreans are too serious about their skincare would be a huge understatement. But through all their 10-step routine lies a simple philosophy: moisturize and hydrate well. In New Delhi, with Vaishnavi Harwar, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
So sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा
are watching India Today.
Big temple trust versus Tamil Nadu government controversy. Fresh row after some devotees were stopped from getting atop a holy place to pray. Now, the incident took place at the Thilai Nataraj temple when Dikshitars governing the temple placed a board forbidding devotees from praying in the area for 4 days. Now, devotees protested. Tamil Nadu cops marched into the temple's sanctum sanctorum. Priests cried, "Take over bid," as soon as the police entered the holy place. Now, Tamil Nadu minister, however, slammed the temple trust, saying it is doing everything they are not supposed to do and that the work is on to bring the Nataraj temple in Chidambaram under government board. My colleague Pramod Madhav is joining us live, but before that, let's listen into reactions that have been coming in.
சட்டப்படி பக்தர்கள் சுதந்திரமாக இறை வழிபாட்டிற்கு அனைத்து உதவிகளையும் இந்து சமய அறநிலைத்துறையும் அரசும் செய்யும். இதில் யார் பெரியவர்கள் என்பது பிரச்சனை அல்ல. இறை என்பவர்களுக்கு தேவையான தெய்வத்தை வழிபடுவதற்குண்டான அனைத்து ஏற்பாடுகளையும் செய்து தருவதுதான் எங்களுடைய நோக்கம்.
There are issues. Even the court already had ordered that the temple should be taken, can be taken by the HRNC. But let Modi consider this and bring in a uniform civil code within Hinduism.
It's a Supreme Court order. Whatever the Tamil Nadu government today is contemplating is against the Supreme Court order and against the Constitution. People should understand there is a very, very clear Supreme Court order that this temple should be under the Dikshitars' control. And whatever the government of Tamil Nadu doing is unconstitutional. That is what we have been saying. Even if Mr. Sekhar Babu tries, ultimately the Supreme Court will definitely hit back at the government of Tamil Nadu.
My colleague Pramod Madhav is joining me live at the moment. Pramod, what is exactly the controversy?
Controversy is about allowing devotees to climb atop a place called as Kanaka Sabai, which means a golden platform, a very sacred place, and the devotees believe that they should pray from there to see the deities from close by. But the priests earlier, before Corona, after Corona, they started placing restrictions, claiming that if a large crowd during festival seasons like the one that recently went from 24th to 27th called as Ani Thirumanjaram happens, a lot of devotees come over there and it is very difficult for them to conduct pujas, especially securing the jewels that belong to the deity, and that's the reason they claim that they ban devotees from climbing atop the Kanaka Sabai. But the minister says that the priests cannot take such a decision on their own, and they have to discuss with the HRNC before making such announcements. So it's clearly a power challenge between the devotees, being the HRNC and the Dikshitars, and that's what happened in the last 4 days. Yesterday, a large police presence was brought in, and the devotees were allowed to climb atop. But at one point, when the HRNC officials and police climbed atop the Kanaka Sabai, that turned out to be an issue.
All right. Pramod, stay on with us. Rahul Ishwar is also joining us over the phone line right now. Rahul, how do you see this development at the Chidambaram temple in Kadalur?
This is very unfortunate. The government of the state is trying to take over the temple in spite of a very clear Supreme Court verdict back in 2004 that temple administration should not be taken over by the government in the context of this temple. What is happening, as your reporter rightly said, is a power struggle. But that power struggle is a tug of war that is being led by Mr. Shekhar, the DMK minister, and the DMK government, who we all know are atheists or not very much for the temple systems. What they are trying to do is to intimidate the priests, harass the priests. They have been booked various times. There have been various allegations or smear campaigns against them. This is extremely unfortunate. They are using such kind of flimsy excuses to take over the temple, and Minister Shekhar had the audacity to openly say, I am trying to bring this temple under my department. Is it not any kind of invasion that is happening? Our only submission is, just like our Christian brothers and Muslim brothers have a right over their church and mosque, Hindus should also have a right to govern their temples according to Article 25 and 26, which guarantees us the right to faith and right to run the religious institutions according to our traditions. So they are trying to intervene with the Sampradaya, and the anti-Hindu mindset is definitely being there. This is extremely unfortunate, and I hope national media, Honorable Supreme Court, and people will, take note of this and protest the move of the government. It is with malified intentions. It is with wrong intentions that state government is trying to do. And as we all know, DMK government is having their own antipathy towards Brahmins and Hindus. So this is very unfortunate. Dikshitas has been harassed, intimidated, and trying to be cornered. And such a number of police, they are simply trying a scare tactic. This is very unfortunate and sad. That should not be happening in a temple, church, or a mosque.
Okay, but why do you think and you allege that the Tamil Nadu government is trying to take over this temple?
Because Mr. Shekhar openly said this. See, in the north of India, you may feel somebody will try to do something undercover. Here, Mr. Shekhar is openly telling the media that he is trying to take control over the temple in so many words itself. It is not as if he is hiding behind any cloak. He is openly saying that he is working and trying to bring this Chidambaram temple under the control of his department. This is outright violation of Article 26. This is outright violation of Article 25, which guarantees us freedom. So Tamil Nadu government, because they have a anti-Brahmin, anti-Hindu posturing, is trying to place their own constituencies and attacking this temple for no reason whatsoever. And they are using such flimsy excuses like access to some places denied and all. These are just bahanas. These are just excuses. They are trying to propel their narrative to. And the Podu Dikshidhar, who are the hereditary Brahmin priests, they are Sadhu Brahmins. They don't have much access to media. They don't have much access to reach out. So on one side, there is a powerful state government. On the other side, there is the Sadhu priests, and government is trying to milk the situation so that they can have a political narrative. My only submission to them is they can have their own politics, but why interfere in a temple?
Okay. Rahul, thank you so much for joining us with your views on what's happening in Chidambaram. Also, thank you to my colleague Pramod Madhav. We're shifting focus now. Junior NTR, a global star with a massive fan following all over the world, one of his die-hard fans, Shyam, reportedly died by suicide. But the 23-year-old's death has now sparked a massive outcry, with Junior NTR South superstars demand justice for Shyam. TDP has alleged that the YSRCP has a role to play in the fan's death. Here's a report.
A global star with massive popularity. And a fan base that treats him like God. One such junior NTR fan was Shyam. Spotted at every event, cheering his screen idol. On Monday, Shyam reportedly died by suicide, but the 23-year-old's death has now sparked a massive outcry. His family and friends are alleging foul play. The hashtag "We Want Justice for Shyam NTR" has been trending for days.
మళ్ళీ రీసెంట్గా ఎన్టీఆర్ గారితో ఫోటోలు దిగినవి అవన్నీ మేము కూడా పోస్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. మేము కూడా ఇన్స్టాలో స్టోరీస్ కూడా పెట్టుకుంటాం. అన్న కూడా తన ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్లో అయితే పోస్ట్ అయితే చేశాడు. మీరు మాత్రం అర్జెంటుగా యాక్షన్ అయితే మాత్రం తీసుకోకపోతే కనుక మా ఎన్టీఆర్ అన్న ఫ్యాన్స్ అందరూ కలిపి ఇంకొకసారి రియాక్షన్ అయితే మామూలుగా ఉండదు. మీరు 24 అవర్స్లో మాత్రం ఆ చేసిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని మీరు జైల్లో పడేస్తే మీ ఇష్టం, లేకపోతే కనుక మీరే కాసుకోండి. ఎన్టీఆర్ అన్న ఫ్యాన్స్ ఒక హంగామా కాదు, ఒక అగ్ని పర్వతం ఎలా అయితే పగిలి బయటకు వస్తుందో.
Junior NTR himself has now issued a statement demanding probe into his fans' death. And I quote, "Not knowing the circumstances under which he died must be nerve-wracking for all. I request the government officials to investigate the matter immediately." Shyam's death has now taken a political turn, with TDP chief and former Andhra Pradesh chief minister accusing YSRCP workers of murder. Naidu tweeted, "It has been alleged that YSRCP members are involved. The involvement must be probed impartially. Let's ensure transparency prevails and justice is served."
Shyam happens to be a die-hard fan of Junior NTR, and our party leader Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Shri Nara Lokesh had already demanded the government to conduct a thorough investigation into the suspicious death of Shyam. Every other day in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we find people being murdered, people found dead under suspicious circumstances.
Several top Telugu actors and filmmakers have joined the chorus, demanding an investigation and justice for Shyam. Will the Jagan government act? Bureau Report, India Today.
My colleague Pooja Shali spoke to TDP spokesperson who claims that it wasn't a death by suicide but murder by YSRCP members. Listen in.
Mr. Patabi, why are you blaming, or why is the TDP stating there is a YSRCP role in that? What is leading your party to claim that?
Pooja, good morning. It is very tragic and unfortunate that we have lost another young man, Shyam, under suspicious circumstances in East Godavari few days today. See, I mean, there are reports coming in very strongly that sympathizers of YSRCP are behind the suspicious death of Shyam. See, it is hardly few days ago, Pooja, that we have seen another gruesome incident where a young boy called Amarnath was burnt alive by pouring petrol over him in a village near Repalle. So these incidents are not stopping. And a few days ago, a young woman named Francica died because of an acid attack in Elur. And another 15 days ago, there is another young lady in Machilipatnam who was kidnapped and then forcibly given a dose of ganja and was brutally raped. So what is happening in Andhra Pradesh? Every other day you find one suspicious death or an attack on a woman or a rape incident or a murder. So there is absolutely no law and order prevailing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. The Chief Minister Jagan Reddy is completely silent. Have you heard one single statement from the Chief Minister when so many gruesome incidents are happening? Why is the Chief Minister silent? Why is he not acting? So
it's absolutely fair that you're raising a question to the government and to the Chief Minister about why there are these deaths of young people taking place. But for the TDP to blame the death on YSRCP, there has to be some evidence. There has to be
There are, Pooja. There are evidences. You take the ground report from the people living in those villages. You speak with people living in the village where Shyam had died suspiciously. People are strongly saying there are names coming out from YSRCP. It is the government which is not acting. Just because the government is silent, the YSRCP goons are committing these offences every other day. There is absolutely no law and order.
Now, ahead of the Krushit Panchayat polls, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is once again on the wheelchair. Now, Didi suffered a ligament injury on her left knee when the helicopter she was travelling in made an emergency landing at the Sevok Air Base near Siliguri in Bengal. Doctors at the SSKM hospital in Kolkata said an MRI scan revealed that Mamata Banerjee sustained ligament injuries to her left knee joint and her left hip joint. However, Bengal Chief Minister rejected the doctor's advice to stay back and left the hospital on a wheelchair. Meanwhile, the BJP questioned the timing of her injury ahead of the Panchayat elections in the state.
Helicopter carrying Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal had to make an emergency landing at Air Force Station, Shebak Road, Siliguri, due to bad weather. Honorable CM has suffered some injuries due to sudden emergency landing, with full fluid collection in left knee joint, with marks of ligament injury in left hip joint. Respective treatment of the injuries has already started. She was advised to get admitted, but she told that she will continue treatment at home.
हम चाहते हैं कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी स्वस्थ हो और बार बार इलेक्शन के सामने उनके पैर में चोट आ रहा है, ये बहुत चिंताजनक बात है क्योंकि हर बार पैर में ही चोट आ रहा है. अभी भी अगर पैर में चोट लगा है तो उनको व्हील चेयर में ही बैठ के प्रचार करना पड़ेगा.
News coming in right now. Convoy of Pakistan towns DC attacked. Massive attack in Pakistan's Hadnai city. Hadnai city DC's convoy charred. The convoy was targeted in Pakistan's Balochistan. In fact, BLA fighters attacked this convoy. Gaurav Sawant is joining us over the phone line. Gaurav, tell us what happened.
So this was a convoy. The information that we have is from the Baloch freedom fighters, and they say that their resources were being plundered. And with the plundered resources, there was a convoy which actually comprised more than 20 vehicles. And the deputy commissioner himself was leading that convoy, or was part of a convoy. And this was where the Baloch freedom fighters, they stopped this convoy, targeted the convoy, and did not let the Pakistanis take away their resources. That is their claim. Apparently, several vehicles have been destroyed. The information also is that there were some casualties. We do not know whether there were fatalities, but there were some casualties in the operation that lasted virtually through yesterday. More details are awaited. You know, as you well know, Polemy, there's a total clampdown on information from the but some information should filter out. But the convoy taken away. That's what the freedom fighters say.
If you could just fix that audio line, Gaurav, there, of course, telling us what happened in Harnai city. As far as this incident is concerned, you can see that entire convoy which has been charred. This convoy was targeted in Pakistan's Balochistan in Harnai city. A team of BLA fighters attacked this convoy. Is this, of course, a payback for Baloch atrocities? That remains to be seen, but clearly you can see the gravity of this attack on that convoy. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, politics erupts over ODI World Cup. Congress AAP fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla says that ICC decides on venues for the World Cup.
You are watching India Today.
A summer crop that is the choice of millions across the country is rapidly becoming a prized delicacy. It is enjoyed in all its forms, but now households are being forced to choose.
पहले जब मैं एक हफ्ते पहले लेने गई थी तो 60 रुपए किलो थे. अब कल लेने गई हूँ तो 120 रुपए किलो, और वो भी टमाटरों का आप हाल देख सकते हैं. कहीं से गले हैं, कहीं से ये वाइटिश में है.
It is an annual deja vu that is hitting India's most vulnerable and the middle class. As the monsoon arrives and supplies plummet, the price of vegetables like the tomato has skyrocketed. The price of tomatoes, an indispensable part of Indian dining tables, has crossed 100 rupees per kilogram in many parts of the country over the past few days.
इतनी महंगाई में क्या खाएं, क्या खरीदे, क्या बनाएं, ये समझ नहीं आई. टमाटर देख लो साथ में सामान पे, कभी 60, आज 120, कल 100. ऐसे टमाटरों के रेट ऐसे बढ़ते हैं कि कमाने वाला भी थक गया और खाने वाले भी थके जा रहे.
हर चीज इतना महंगा कि बजट से 3 गुना ज्यादा. इससे कोई समझ में नहीं आता कि क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है.
Farmers have cited production and supply shortages as major reasons behind the hike.
माल कम रहने के कारण ही बाजार टाइट हुए है. उसका प्रॉब्लम है कि बारिश भी कम था, उसके कारण फसल कम था. इसके पहले 6-8 महीना टमाटर में बहुत मंदी था. लगभग ऐसा पकड़ के चलो 5 रुपए के 10 रुपए के लगभग में बाजार थे. उसके कारण लोगों ने कम किया. उसको खर्चा भी ज्यादा है टमाटर को.
Experts, however, have a different view.
रिटेल मार्केट में तकरीबन 60 रुपए से ज़्यादा प्राइस हर जगह पे है, बताया गया है कि इतना प्राइस है. लेकिन जो हॉकर्स हमारे घर के बाहर आते हैं या जिनसे हम लेते हैं, वो तकरीबन 80 और 100 रुपए का चार्ज करते हैं. इसका मतलब साफ है कि एक रिटेल माफिया जो है वो ऑपरेट करता है. जो इन्फ्लेशन हम एनकाउंटर करते हैं, जिसके ऊपर हमारा हाहाकार मचता है, वो इसलिए है क्योंकि जो हॉकर्स की जो एक रेंज बनी हुई, एक नेटवर्क बना हुआ है, वो प्राइस अपने आप फिक्स कर लेता है.
Vegetable vendors claim that many consumers who would earlier buy 1 kg or more tomatoes have now switched to buying half a kilogram or fewer tomatoes. Whatever the reason, the fact remains that the increasing prices have drastically affected the kitchen budget of consumers. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Amid political tussle over selection of World Cup venues, the BCCI has defended the selection of the fixtures. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla said that the selection of venues was not purely in the hands of the BCCI and ICC consent was needed for the same. Shukla cited the example of Mohali and said that the stadium didn't meet the standard of the ICC, whose consent is needed for the venues. The opposition party leaders have expressed disappointment that Punjab's Mohali and Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram have been excluded from World Cup venues.
I think it's a well-drafted schedule and everybody has pondered over it and new venues have been added. Like Lucknow has been added. UP never got any chance to host World Cup, ever before. So they have been given chance. Guwahati has been given chance. Lot many venues from South has been added. So I think they have given a fair amount of consideration before finalizing the venue. Secondly, you should always keep in mind, ICC has to approve all those venues. It's not purely in BCCI's hands. ICC has to approve those venues. So all those who are raising objection, they should realize that we need a consent of ICC also while picking up these venues.
Now, the excitement over the announcement of the ODI World Cup fixtures on Tuesday was marred by the political showdown over the venues. From Congress to the Aam Aadmi Party, opposition parties in fact slammed the cricketing board in India for allegedly ignoring several states. Here's more in this report.
Absolutely magnificent.
It has been 12 years since India won the ODI World Cup.
India lift the World Cup. After 28 years, the parties start in the dressing room.
And with India set to hold the tournament this year, hopes of 1.3 billion people are rising again. But the excitement around World Cup has been marred by politics. Opposition parties are now crying bias over match venues. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor expresses displeasure over the exclusion of the Sports Hub Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram.
10-11 cities have been given matches and some have got 5 matches, some have got 4 matches. They could have easily spread the joy a little better. Places like Thiruvananthapuram, which has such a wonderful new stadium, Mohali, Ranchi, there are places that are substantial towns with good cricket following and with excellent stadiums that could have been given an opportunity also to host a World Cup match.
Mohali, which hosted the iconic India-Pakistan semi-final in 2011, is not hosting a single World Cup match. And so a similar objection has been raised by Punjab's sports minister too.
वर्ल्ड कप भारत ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਏ ਤਾਂ 96 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ 2011 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਐਤ ਕੀ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਮੈਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਰਿੰਦਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਅਹਿਮਦਾਬਾਦ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਮੈਚ ਵੀ ਕਰਵਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੈਚ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ
The Congress has accused the BJP of conspiring against the border state.
पंजाब को पहली बार इग्नोर नहीं किया गया ये मैं सीधा कह सकता हूं कि ये भी इसमें भी बीजेपी की साजिश है और इस प्रकार से मोहाली का स्टेडियम का नाम हटाना मैं समझता हूं कि 100% इसमें राजनीति हुई है
A top sporting tournament scarred by unsporting politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, Pakistan Cricket Board's request to change few of its fixtures to other locations has been rejected by the ICC. Indian cricketer Ravichandran Ashwin has slammed Pakistan's request, saying changing venues will play into an advantage for them and locations can be changed only for security reasons. Former Pakistan cricketer Wasim Akram also said that Pakistan shouldn't create unnecessary problems by demanding change of venues and should just play as per the schedule.
कोई इसमें इशू की बात क्या, जहाँ मैच होगा वहाँ खेलना है पाकिस्तान से, खत्म होगी बात, सिंपल। ये अननेसेसरी स्ट्रेस, अननेसेसरी चीज़ें कि अहमदाबाद में नहीं खेलेंगे तो वहाँ खेलें, पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर से पूछो, दे डोंट केयर, दे विल प्ले wherever the schedule will come.
You are watching India Today.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से, पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा। ये डीलों के दिन, कुछ हिसाबों के दिन, कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन। डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है। वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान, मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ, मिलेगा कहाँ। ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा, अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा।
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya booked for animated video on Rahul FIR on Malviya after complaint from Karnataka Congress. Protests at Cuddalor's Chidambaram temple as priests allege a takeover bid by the Stalin government. Cops enter sanctum of Nataraj temple. Priests say cops manhandle them. Modi's UCC page stokes political storm. Muslim bodies oppose uniform civil code, call it BJP's agenda. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee injured after chopper emergency landing, steps out on a wheelchair. BJP turn says leg injury before every poll. Politics erupts over ODI World Cup. Congress up fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides on venues for the World Cup. News coming in right now. Congress attacks Modi over drones deal with the US. Congress's Pawan Khera likens the drone deal with the Rafale deal, says buying drones at 4 times higher the price. Modi sending nations money abroad is what the Congress has alleged. My colleague Rahul Gautam is joining us live on this. But before that, let's listen in to what Pawan Khera said.
जो राफेल डील में हुआ वही अब प्रीडेटर ड्रोन्स की खरीद में भी दोहराया जा रहा है। जिस ड्रोन को बाकी मुल्क 4 गुना कम कीमत में खरीदते हैं, उसी ड्रोन को हम $110 मिलियन यानी कि 880 करोड़ प्रति ड्रोन, 880 करोड़ पर ड्रोन हम खर्च कर रहे हैं। कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन सिक्योरिटी की कोई बैठक नहीं हुई। इस बैठक के बगैर एक अकेला सब पर भारी ने जाकर अपना एक और महंगा शौक पूरा किया। आपके दोस्त हिंदुस्तान से पैसा लेकर भाग जाते हैं बाहर, ये तो पिछले 9 साल में हमने देखा। अब आप खुद हिंदुस्तान का पैसा बाहर जाकर देकर आ रहे हो, वो काम भी आपने खुद ले लिया।
My colleague Rahul Gautam is joining me live on this. Rahul, on what basis is the Congress saying that we've bought these drones at 4 times higher the price?
Well, just a short while back, Pawan Khera addressed a press conference wherein he came out with several figures and media reports suggesting that the Predator drones, which India has bought at $110 million, per drone, was actually bought by several countries at almost half price and almost 4 times lesser price than what we are paying. In fact, he also said that several nations have cancelled this deal because they thought that it's actually an expensive deal, and therefore they were losing money on that deal. So therefore they cancelled this particular deal. He also said that this clearly shows that how the drones which US itself is phasing out because they are technologically inferior, because there's a new technology that has come in, that why India is paying such high price for these drones, given the fact that there's new technology already available with many nations. In fact, he also suggested that isn't this happening because of a pressure from some influential people who are having some sort of links with General Atomics, the company that actually going to produce these drones. In fact, he also asked that whether this is a government-to-government deal or Indian government is actually dealing with corporation directly. He said that this deal completely lacks transparency, and therefore there are many questions that needs to be answered, and that's why he said that this defense deal, the procurement of Predator's drones, is certainly going to become another Rafale scam as it had happened earlier. He said that defense minister and government must come clean on these allegations and must tell nation that why we are buying these drones that are technologically inferior. There's a new technology which is available, that too at a price which is 4 times higher than what it was offered earlier, or on the price on which they were sold earlier. So this clearly tells you a lot that this is certainly going to be a part of strategy of Congress party, because we all know that back in 2019 Rafale was a big issue. When we asked Pawan Khera whether you're going to take this issue to the people or you're going to raise this issue in the upcoming monsoon session, he said that we are going to certainly raise this question and going to make government accountable for the public money. So you can expect that this is certainly going to become another weapon as far as Congress is concerned in terms of attacking government on defense deals.
Okay, so the Congress is expected to raise this in the monsoon session of Parliament and expected to corner the government on the same. Rahul, thank you for joining us. News coming in right now. BJP hits out at the Congress over FIR against Amit Malviya. BJP says FIR against Malviya politically motivated. BJP says will challenge the FIR against Malviya in court. Malviya has been booked for animated video and tweet on Rahul Gandhi. He had said that Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and insidious to the interests of the nation. My colleague Anakha is joining us on this. Anakha, the BJP is expected to challenge this FIR against Amit Malviya.
Pallavi, we're still waiting to hear from the BJP what their next course of action is going to be. But for now, the BJP is now calling this politically motivated. Remember, this is not the first time that Amit Malviya has tweeted something like this about Rahul Gandhi. Even in the past, he had made a video, a sort of animation sort of video, for which a complaint was registered against Amit Malviya. And now an FIR has also been registered against Amit Malviya for his tweet on Rahul Gandhi, calling him dangerous and saying that, it is the entire plot of Congress to defame Prime Minister Modi when they go overseas. It is for this statement that a complaint, that an FIR has been registered. It was registered in Bengaluru's High Grounds police station by Congress's ex-MLC Ramesh Babu. He went ahead and he filed his complaint. Priyank Kharge had also accompanied him while filing the complaint. And now we have an FIR that has been registered. We're still waiting to know what BJP's next course of action is going to be. But for now, there is a tutu-meme game that is going to be played out, with BJP calling this entirely politically motivated and Congress saying that attempts are being made by BJP to defame Rahul Gandhi left, right and centre.
All right, Anakha, thank you so much for joining us with that developing story and the updates that are coming in from Bengaluru. In fact, an FIR has been filed against BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. The Karnataka police have booked Malviya over a tweet he put out relating to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The video tweeted by Malviya mocks Rahul's overseas trips and claims that Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and indulges in maligning India's reputation abroad. Malviya has been booked under sections related to criminal conspiracy, common intention offence committed in a place of worship, among other charges. Now, according to initial reports, the police booked Malviya after Congress leader Ramesh Babu lodged a complaint against him, slamming the animated video tweeted by Amit Malviya. The Congress has called the police action as a crackdown on fake news. Now, this is not the first time that Amit Malviya has tweeted against the Gandhis. In fact, as Rahul Gandhi trekked across the globe, BJP leaders have been quick to slam his trip. For instance, BJP slammed the Congress and its leaders Rahul Gandhi and Digvijay Singh, accusing them of inviting foreign powers to interfere in India's internal affairs.
The last 20 years, if I go into the number of names that the Congress party and other opposition parties have called the Prime Minister, then the list is endless. So for Congress party to feel offended that Rahul Gandhi has been named by a Karyakarta of the BJP, I find it rather immature and desperate on their part to file an FIR. The ideal response would have been on Twitter.
So that is, of course, what the BJP has to say, that it is desperate and immature of the Congress to go ahead and file a police complaint against Amit Malviya. Anagha, like you were pointing out, not the first time that Amit Malviya has courted controversy, not the first time that he's tweeted against Rahul Gandhi. But this time, of course, the Congress is unwilling to let it slide.
Well, that's right, Paulamy. And now the BJP IT cell chief has to answer for this, of course. And now we have a political game that has erupted. An FIR is filed. We have to see what is going to happen next. What will Amit Malviya answer? Will he come out and apologize for his tweet calling Rahul Gandhi as dangerous, which has offended the clans of Congress, or is he just going to take it head on and just take in the next course of action and just abide by the law? What his next course of action is going to be is something that is to be watched out for, because this is a developing story. But for now, there sure is a political game that has erupted, with BJP on the hand fully defending Amit Malviya for his tweet saying that Rahul Gandhi deserves to be put in this sort of light, whereas the Congress on the other hand saying, how dare you talk about our leader in this manner? He's our leader. He is going to be the future PM candidate as well. So how dare you talk about him like this? Is the sort of political game that has erupted here, with regards to the FIR.
Anagha, stay on with us. We're getting more news that's coming in from Karnataka now. JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy targets Congress government. The Congress government, he says, has given a sixth guarantee. The private postings, not even been a month, transfer syndicate has started, he alleges. Now, this is started right from the Chief Minister's residence, is what H.D. Kumaraswamy has said. For the same posting, 4 letters of the Chief Minister were issued. What is happening in the Chief Minister's office? He asks, is it the Chief Minister of Karnataka or corruption of Karnataka? So this is what H.D. Kumaraswamy is alleging, that there seems to be some sort of a transfer syndicate which has started in Karnataka, and the root of it is the Chief Minister's office itself. This is, he mocks the 6th guarantee of the Karnataka government. So some sort of a transfer scam that he alleges. Anagha, my colleague, continues to be live with us from Bengaluru. What is he referring to, Anagha?
Paulamy, Kumaraswamy alleges that there was a single post, that is the post of an accountant in the highway department, but Siddaramaiah has now written letter of recommendation for 4 people to be transferred for the single post. Remember, 1 post for only 1 person, but now we have 4 people that have received a letter of recommendation from Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and here now a political war has also erupted, with Kumaraswamy alleging that, he says, under whose pressure, which unseen hand is Siddaramaiah signing, and even Kumaraswamy has also alleged and he has also mocked the Congress government, saying that there were 5 guarantees till now. Now there is a 6th guarantee saying that scams for private jobs. So indirectly he is alleging that there has been money involved, there have been monetary benefit that has been involved while signing the letter of recommendation. He is now demanding a probe. It's a very serious allegation indeed, saying that there is now a private job scam case going on. Not just that, even Basangowda Yatna Patil, who is a BJP MLA, has also tweeted saying that the Chief Minister has ordered the transfer of 4 officers to the same post. Indeed, a grave allegation by both JDS and BJP, and now a probe has to be looked into is the sort of demand that we are hearing from the opposition.
Okay, so that is what the opposition is alleging, Anagha. Any sort of statement, clarification which is coming in from the state government?
Polimi, as of now, we have not heard anything from the state government. But yes, we will be speaking to the Chief Minister's office to get more details into this matter. The state government has still not reacted to this. This is just an allegation that has come out. We will be getting in more reactions on this story to find out what exactly transpired in this job. Because remember, there was just 1 post and there were 4 letter of recommendations signed by the Chief Minister. So yes, this story will be looked into, and we will be getting more reactions from the state government.
Okay, so very surprisingly, 4 names that were recommended for the same post, and these recommendations, these orders came from the Chief Minister's office. So this, of course, is being used by the opposition in the state of Karnataka to attack the state government with yet to hear a clarification. But clearly, now that the opposition, Anagha, has come together on this, it's going to become a bigger issue. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is also joining us at the moment. Nagarjun, as I was asking Anagha, any clarification from the state government on this 4 names for 1 post?
While the government has not come exactly on the specific allegation, but the Forest Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Ishwar Khandre, went on to say that the opposition is just making noise with these letters, which is not true, and the corruption allegation that has put out by Mr. Kumaraswamy and the BJP have no base or any strength to it, is no credibility, is what the Forest Minister has hit back at the opposition, saying it's just been 40 days, you can check through every transfer order, and there's no sense of taking money, or there's no clue of hint of taking money anywhere. There need to be evidence produced, is what the Forest Minister has said. But the Chief Minister has not replied to this as to why there was a letterhead in his name. 2 people names mentioned on the same post, and how did this happen? Was it a mere oversight, or there was more to this, is what the government will have to explain. But one of the ministers did come out and say that the government has nothing to hide, but it is just the opposition making some noise.
Okay, Nagarjun Dwarkanath and Anagha, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. So we'll await a reaction from the state government as to how exactly this came about. Shifting focus now, Prime Minister Modi's speech for the Uniform Civil Code has stoked a massive political storm. After Modi sought UCC in the country, Muslim law body opposed the move, calling it a BJP agenda, stating that no religion is in line with the implementation of UCC. The opposition hit out at Prime Minister Modi, highlighting how the Law Commission too had pointed out that implementing UCC isn't feasible, asserting that one nation, one law cannot be reality, and that it is the core aspiration only of an agenda-driven majoritarian government. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board also held an emergency meeting and decided to oppose the proposed law, which seeks to formulate and implement a set of common personal laws for all citizens of India, regardless of their religion.
Our Prime Minister and our Constitution repeatedly talks about equal rights for all Indian citizens. No discrimination for any citizens for or against. And therefore, these basic fundamental principles of our Constitution go to the root of vote bank politics that these political parties have built their edifice on for the last 75 years. So it is important to have these discussions. It is important to have the truth be revealed to the people about what these political parties and their ideologies really mean and where they are vis-a-vis the Constitution of India.
हम उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रतिबद्ध हैं कानून का राज स्थापित करने के लिए और भाईचारा बना रहे। हम लोग सर्व सहमति से उत्तर प्रदेश में कहीं कोई दिक्कत न हो और कानून न टूटने पाए, इसके लिए हम लोग लगातार काम कर रहे हैं और किसी भी स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में इस प्रकार के जो गैर कानूनी कार्य हैं हम होने नहीं देंगे और इसमें कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जो मतलब विदेशी ताकतें हैं वो लगातार अपने समाज को अस्थिर करने में लगी रहती हैं, लेकिन वो उत्तर प्रदेश में सफल नहीं होने देंगे हम।
कांग्रेस ये कह दे कि वो यूसीसी के फेवर में नहीं है, इधर उधर की बात ना कर। इधर उधर की कांग्रेस बात करेगी, फिर उनका काफिला लुट जाएगा। देश के अंदर 2 लोगों के लिए भी एक ही कानून होगा, 10 लोगों के लिए भी एक ही कानून होगा, और सबके सहमति से हो तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात होगी। कांग्रेस इसलिए बौखलाई हुई है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये बात कह दी।
राष्ट्रीय चुनाव में, पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन में इन मुद्दों का जो भी प्रभाव पड़ेगा। लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शंस में इनका प्रभाव, लोकल बॉडी अर्थात स्टेट लेवल के इलेक्शंस में इनका प्रभाव नहीं के बराबर पड़ने वाला है। कर्नाटक में भी हमने देखा 5 साल या 3.5 साल जो भी उनको मिले थे, हिजाब का देखा, मुस्लिम रिजर्वेशन को हटाते हुए देखा, कम्युनल फीलिंग को भड़काते हुए हमने देखा, एक केरल लेटर्स या क्या नाम से एक फिल्म को प्रचारित करते हुए देखा। लेकिन वहां के मतदाताओं ने क्या किया? उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का खुद कई फैसले आ चुके हैं इसके ऊपर और लेजिस्लेचर ने उसके मुताबिक लॉ भी बना दिया है, तो उनको तो एड्रेस किया गया है। तीसरी बात मेरी है कि जो लॉ कमीशन ने अपनी 21st रिपोर्ट में जो सजेशंस दिए थे, जो प्रपोजल रखे थे, बल्कि एक तरह से गवर्नमेंट को डायरेक्शन दिया था, क्या उस पर अमल किया गवर्नमेंट ने? तो और फिर उसके बाद ये भी देखने की बात है कि लॉ कमीशन ने अपनी रिपोर्ट में क्या मुसलमानों के लॉज को इतनी अहमियत दी थी, या ये कि वो सारे कंट्री के इश्यूज थे। आज आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए मैं बताऊं कि कोई भी मजहब या कोई भी कम्युनिटी इस बात से एग्री नहीं करती है यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के ऊपर।
कुछ राजनीतिक दलों ने और कुछ मुस्लिम धार्मिक संस्थाओं ने इसका विरोध किया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी सरला, मुद्गल और बाकी मुकदमों में कहा है कि ये अलग अलग नागरिक संहिताएं ठीक नहीं है। जब क्रिमिनल लॉ एक सा है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लॉ एक सा है, कमर्शियल लॉज एक से है, बैंकिंग लॉज एक से हैं, तो केवल परिवार के बारे में यह अपवाद क्यों हो?
आज आम जनता के मुद्दे हैं महंगाई, भ्रष्टाचार, बेरोजगारी, किसान, ये आज जनता के मुद्दे हैं। कितने लोग समझते हैं यूसीसी? कितने आम जनता में से खड़े पूछो, कोई जानता है यूसीसी क्या होता है? ये जानते हैं? हाँ।
तो चुनाव के पहले यूसीसी की बात
करें, अपनी सब बात करें।
Now, Prime Minister Modi made the biggest UCC pitch yesterday. Listen in to what the Prime Minister said in Bhopal.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जब इन तथ्यों और तर्कों के साथ मुसलमान भाई बहनों के पास जाएंगे तो उन्हें ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से समझाएंगे और उनका भ्रम भी दूर होगा। और इसलिए आपने जो सवाल मुझे बहन जी पूछा है, बड़े विश्वास के साथ जाइए और उनके सुख दुख दूर करने में, उनकी कठिनाइयों को दूर करने में एक कार्यकर्ता के नाते समानता का भाव से आप प्रयास कीजिए। जरूर वो आपकी बात मानेंगे, समझेंगे भी।
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, injured after chopper emergency landing, steps out on a wheelchair. BJP turn says leg injury before every poll. Details on the other side.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
mega merger of HDFC and HDFC Bank will be effective from the 1st of July. According to Deepak Parekh, chairman of the Housing Finance Company, boards of both the companies will hold separate meetings on Friday after office hours to approve the effective date of the merger. He added that HDFC shares would be delisted from the exchanges on 13th of July. As per the share swap ratio, HDFC shareholders will get 42 shares of HDFC Bank for every 25 shares held.
And India is doing extremely well. It's the bright spot in the world. It's the brightest spot in the world. Our GDP growth rate is likely to be twice the global average. 7.2%, which will be twice the global average. So we are confident that our business, now that it goes to the bank, each and every branch of the bank will start selling mortgages, which were not doing prior to this, and so the reach to individuals across urban, semi-urban areas where the branches, HDFC Bank branches are, will start marketing and dispersing mortgage loans. So we expect the growth to increase as there is a huge demand.
That the bank has something like 70 million customers. And out of the 70 million customers, just about 2% of them have taken housing loans from HDFC. Just 2%. And about 5% have taken loans from other banks. So look at the ability in terms of being able to cross-sell housing loans to this massive customer base who have not taken housing loans. Also, the average age of a first-time home buyer in India is about 37-38 years. And if you look at the demographic trend, 65% of India's population is below 35 years.
Well, since you've called your book Reflections, let me start by asking you a very basic question. I mean, you've had such a long and storied career. Which part of it do you cherish the most on hindsight? I mean, is it the ICICI stint? Is it your stint as a public sector banker? Or is it the numerous philanthropic initiatives that you have immersed yourself in after your banking career?
It's obvious. I can identify myself only with ICICI Bank till my last breath. Of course, the philanthropic initiatives like Pratham and others are very important. But ICICI Bank caps everything. And that's about my life in banking.
But, you know, I rarely speak to a person who has been a chairman of a public sector bank and a chairman of a very large private sector bank. I mean, you're a rare exception in that case. So let me ask you to tell us a little bit about this perennial debate which is on between public sector and private sector banks. And a lot of people believe that a public sector bank can never run as efficiently as a private sector entity. The financial markets value the two very differently. Give us your perspective, if you will, on how you see through your unique lens as having run both these institutions.
My book speaks for itself. In fact, my book is full of anecdotes about what hazards are there in the public sector banking. Way back in 1969, when banks were nationalized, I felt very happy that banks could have closed open branches in the interior of India. But the way in which the state controlled the banks, the state managed the banks, I suppose made me feel depressed. In fact, my tenure in public sector banking was very small. Then within 6 years, I left the public sector banking. I'm not counting my State Bank of India days where I was not a chairman. State Bank of India, I was working very closely with the chairman at that time.
But if I count the chairmanship of the Bank of India, well, I was very happy to be in the bank and very happy to be with the people. But I just did not like the way in which the government tried to control the shaman and to control. Almost every day you will get a message from there to do this, to do that. That's not the way to manage the bank. And the market is right in valuing the private sector bank more than the public sector bank. It is not so much about the ownership of the public sector banks that matters. It's the way in which the state is managing the public sector banks that really gives a huge discount to the public sector banks.
Welcome back. News coming in right now. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose faced protests at the entrance of North Bengal University. Protesters chanted "Go Back" slogans around the governor. The Trinamool Students Parishad joined the North Bengal University protests, alleging that the governor's meeting at North Bengal University is illegal. Now, students protested outside the main administrative building of the university. "Go Back" slogans echoed throughout the campus. Now, TMCP, which is the students' wing of the Trinamool Congress, claimed that the governor had appointed 14 vice-chancellors illegally. Therefore, the meeting that the governor is having today, they said, is completely illegal. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose faced protests at the entrance of the North Bengal University. You can see those images coming in from Siliguri and how the campus completely was in commotion as protesting students there raised "Go Back" slogans as the governor arrived at the North Bengal University. Ritik Mondal is joining us live on this. Ritik, what exactly are these students accusing the governor of, and why the protest?
Follow me exactly that the Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose currently is on his 4 days visit to North Bengal, and this is the second time during his this time visit in North Bengal that he faced such protest at the entrance of North Bengal University. Remember, he reached the North Bengal Siliguri on Monday, and that day also we did see that the student wings of ruling Trinamool Congress party and supporters of that particular student wing, they came out protesting, showing black flags to governor, and this time again the similar incident went for a rerun at the university. Currently, governor is holding a meeting with the vice chancellor of the university. Now, as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, we are given to understand they are not quite happy with the activities of governor, because we know there is an ongoing rift between governor and the vice chancellors across this university. He wanted to meet the vice chancellors for several times, though it didn't happen, and it was a loggerhead situation between the education ministry and education department and the governor's office as well. We did several escalation of war of words about this that happened earlier also. But this is very significant what happened today in North Bengal, because we did see that at a time when Bengal is heading for a panchayat poll and situation is not that much good, and situation Bengal is boiling, and C.V. Ananda Bose, taking the cognizance, he decided to visit those tension-torn area. Remember, he will today visit Coach Bihar, where situation went out of hand couple of days back, and he might also visit the Murshidabad Domkol, where days after a person was killed in poll-related violence just ahead of Panchayat election. So amidst the situation when Trinamool Congress and the governor and its office logging ahead and attacking each other, this is a similar kind of incident happening, and that's coming from the education fraternity when the student wing of Trinamool Congress, they protested and shown black flag to governor during his visit to North Bengal. Situation remain unchanged. What we know, governor is currently is sharing a meeting at the university with the vice chancellor.
Okay, Ritik, stay on with us, because what you're seeing right now on your screens, viewers, are images from two states. One from West Bengal on the right-hand side of your screens and one from Tamil Nadu in Salem. There was a black flag protest in Tamil Nadu against a Governor R.N. Ravi who was on his way to the Periyar University in Salem. A black flag protest against the governor who was on his way to the university. Allied parties of the DMK, the ruling DMK, which included the CPM, the CPI, the VK, attempted to show black flag to the governor as well. Police stopped the crowd and have detained 300 persons. Pramod Madhav, my colleague, is joining me over the phone line for more details on this. Why this protest against the governor? Pramod, tell us what happened.
Well, I mean, like many locations where the governor goes, he goes to several universities for the convocation as he's the chancellor. But what happens is, MK, which is CPM, CPI, VCK and Tamil Nadu Katchi, they hold a protest against the governor and they show a black flag against the various issues why they believe that the government acted way. And in this particular Periyar University issue, what happened is that yesterday and day before yesterday, there were two circulars issued. The first one claiming that no student should wear a black dress while coming to the university, and that turned out to be an issue. In fact, it turned out to be a huge issue that the circular was withdrawn by the Periyar University itself, and the DMK claimed that such a kind of circular only issued as per the instructions of the governor. Now, as he was on his way Periyar University, flag was shown by the parties DMK, and 300 were detained. Follow me.
100 persons were detained. So this is, of course, a political protest clearly against the governor that we're seeing in Salem. Are these student activists or these are political activists of these parties of the ruling DMK, allies of the ruling DMK?
They are the parties who support DMK, especially the Communist Party of India, Marxist, Vidudalai Chiruthaikal Katchi, Tamil Nadu Katchi, who always show black flag to the governor to wherever he goes, especially to convocations, to participate in various convocations. But this time, it turned out to be very big because of the circular that was at the last moment withdrawn, claiming that no black flag should be worn, but a black shirt should be worn. So this is the reason a lot more people had cadres had come together protesting against the governor, and they were detained. Follow me.
Okay, so those images from two states, from Tamil Nadu and from West Bengal, where the governors of these respective states were shown black flags as they reached respective universities. One, of course, in Siliguri, the North Bengal University, where Governor Anand Bose was shown black flags, and then, of course, those images from Salem in Tamil Nadu when Governor Ravi reached the Periyar University. Now, staying with West Bengal, ahead of the crucial Panchayat polls, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is once again on the wheelchair. Now, Didi suffered a ligament injury on her left knee when the helicopter she was travelling in made an emergency landing at the Shebok Air Base near Siliguri in Bengal. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's chopper made an emergency landing in North Bengal around 2 p.m. on Tuesday due to bad weather. However, she rejected doctors' advice to stay at the hospital and left the hospital in Kolkata on a wheelchair, saying that she would continue her treatment at home. Meanwhile, BJP questioned the timing of her injury ahead of the Panchayat elections in the state. Remember, it was in 2021 when Mamata Banerjee campaigned on a wheelchair, comparing, in fact, what the BJP is doing is comparing the same now to what's happening now to what happened in 2021 ahead of the assembly elections.
Helicopter carrying Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal had to make an emergency landing at Air Force Station, Shebok Road, Siliguri, due to bad weather. Honorable CM has suffered some injuries due to sudden emergency landing with full fluid collection in left knee joint with marks of ligament injury in left hip joint. Respective treatment of the injuries has already started. She was advised to get admitted, but she told that she will continue treatment at home.
हम चाहते हैं कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी स्वस्थ हो और बार-बार इलेक्शन के सामने उनके पैर में चोट आ रहा है, ये बहुत चिंताजनक बात है क्योंकि हर बार पैर में ही चोट आ रहा है. अभी भी अगर पैर में चोट लगा है तो उनको व्हीलचेयर में ही बैठ के प्रचार करना पड़ेगा.
Ritik Mondal, my colleague, is joining me live from Kolkata. Ritik, the Chief Minister is, of course, recovering at home at the moment. She's on a wheelchair. But the BJP, of course, mocking her, seeing an opportunity in this because they're comparing this to what happened in 2021. She was in a wheelchair right before the assembly elections then. And again, right before a very closely fought Panchayat elections, they're saying the Chief Minister is back on a wheelchair.
Well, Paulami, how one could forget the 2021 when Mamata Banerjee carried out her political campaign just ahead of assembly election on a wheelchair. I could remember that he was that time also in Bengal, and perhaps you have witnessed that time also it gained a massive support, and that time also we did see that lot of controversy erupting between the ruling Trinamool Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party. What exactly happened yesterday? She was returning to Kolkata after her 2 days visit to North Bengal, and during emergency landing when she was deboarded from the aircraft, and she suffered some minor injuries, and immediately after she reached Kolkata, she was rushed to the SSKM hospital, and doctor advised her to take to stay in the hospital for yesterday, of course, but she preferred to stay at her home. But we know that politics erupting and unfolding, that BJP targeted once again. If you could remember that time during in 2021 election, when several top leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party lashed out at Mamata Banerjee for her campaign rally on a wheelchair, and that the party faced backlashes for such criticism. What we know that now Bengal is heading towards a very crucial Panchayat election. Amidst the situation in Bengal is boiling, several political war of words still is continuing, and Bengal remain on edge. And at a time, Mamata Banerjee once again she has been advised to stay at home. We know after her North Bengal visit, she likely to go on with her campaign rally to resume, which is scheduled to resume on 3rd of July. We know. But this is yet to learn from the party sources whether Mamata will continue her campaign rally or not. But we know she is a lady, she's a firebrand lady, a politician who she always remains with the people. So it will be interesting to see what happened is. But what we can see, unfortunately, political war of words against over Mamata Banerjee's illness or this injuries that continues in the land of Bengal. Back to you, Paulami.
Okay, so it remains to be seen when Mamata, of course, resumes her campaign for the Panchayat elections. But Ritik, like you pointed out, I was there, of course, in 2021 for the coverage of the assembly elections. And, of course, Mamata Banerjee campaigning throughout that very closely fought election in 2021 on a wheelchair was one of the defining images. A day before Bakri Eid, a shocking case has come to light from Mumbai's Mira Road, a society over there. A quarrel erupted at a residential society in Mumbai after a Muslim man bought 2 goats allegedly for sacrifice ahead of Bakri Eid. Now, the residents gathered on the society premises to protest against the goats being brought in by Mohsin Sheikh to his house and demanded that the goats be taken out of the society. Raising objection, the residents demanded that the goats be taken out of the society, and they raised Jai Shri Ram chants and also recited the Hanuman Chalisa. However, following the uproar, Mohsin has removed the goats from the society premises. According to Mohsin, who brought the goats, every year the builder of the society would provide him with a room where he could keep the goats. He claimed that it was only this year that the society denied him permission to keep the goats on the premises, and therefore he brought the goats to his house. Now, the police is assured of action in case the goats were sacrificed inside the society.
उन्होंने जो तकरारदारक है उनको और हमको दोनों को बुलाया था और दोनों का मीटिंग किया, दोनों को भाई प्रस्ताव किया कि भाई आप लोग म्यूचुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग कर लो। तो हमने जब उनको कहा कि भाई अगर बिल्डर हमको जगह देता है तो आप लोग ये बोलो कि आप लोग विरोध नहीं करोगे, वो लोग बोलते हम लोग विरोध नहीं करेंगे, बाकी लोग विरोध करके उसकी गारंटी हम नहीं लेते, तो मसला हल ही नहीं हुआ।
News coming in right now. China engineered COVID-19 bioweapon to purposely infect people, reveals Wuhan researcher. A researcher at the Wuhan Institute of Virology has made this astonishing claim about coronavirus, saying that the virus was engineered by China as a bioweapon and that his colleagues were given 4 strains of the virus to find out which could spread best. Chao Shao, a researcher from Wuhan, has made these shocking revelations in an exclusive interview with Jennifer Zheng, a member of the International Press Association who provides first-hand information and unique insights about China and the Chinese Communist Party. So, an absolutely shocking revelation being made by a Wuhan researcher that China, in fact, engineered the coronavirus in order to use it as a bioweapon. This Wuhan researcher said that 4 of his colleagues were given various strains of this virus as well. He's revealed this in an exclusive interview with an international journalist. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
How many such launches are you expecting for this fiscal, or could you give us a sense of the next 1 or 2 years?
We've already, talked about bringing in almost a launch every quarter. So this is the first. We're going to see some more.
Right, absolutely. So, with premiumization also comes the need for infrastructure upgrade at Hero MotoCorp dealership level, at the ground level as well. So, what are the plans there, sir?
Well, these beauties need a new house.
Of course.
Yeah, so we're going to open 100 premium stores, exclusive stores for our premium products over the next 4 quarters. So we're on that path. We're very, very excited. Our dealers are also very excited about that.
Also, if you're talking about premiumization, one cannot absolutely ignore the fact that Harley is coming up from the Heroes stable. So give us a sense when it's coming on road, and how much volumes will the Extreme and the Harley's X440 add?
So there's going to be a lot of excitement, I can tell you that.
Okay.
Today we're talking about the Extreme,
All right.
and very soon we'll be talking about other stuff as well.
Right. So also my last questions, what is the focus and the plan for the entry-level vehicles? Is Hero simultaneously focusing on the entry-level, the 125cc segment as well, along with the 160-plus cc segment?
Sure. When you think about Hero at the entry commuter side of the business, we're at about 70-80% market share, and therefore getting a couple of points market share is not, there's not much joy in that. What we are looking at is to grow the category, expand the category, invite more consumers as first-time buyers to come in. And we're doing a lot of work with our dealers to be able to get more customers and expand the two-wheeler category.
But as the Chief Growth Officer, are you not concerned, sir, that the sales for rural two-wheelers is almost on a decline constantly, with electric vehicles also coming up into this space? So does that worry you, or the bullish trend will continue for Hero MotoCorp?
We recently launched the Super Splendor X-Tech, which is 125cc, and we're seeing across the board success and uptake in rural as well as in urban. We are seeing Splendor as very strong. HF Deluxe continues to be strong. So we definitely see more and more consumers. Just remember, we've come out of 2 years of COVID. So this is the time when the economy is coming back. There are lots of positive green shoots that we are seeing. And definitely it augurs well for the two-wheeler industry.
Welcome back. Amid political tussle over selection of World Cup venues, the BCCI has defended the selection of fixtures. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla has said that the selection of venues was not purely in the hands of the BCCI and ICC consent was needed for the same. Shukla has cited the example of Mohali and said that the stadium didn't meet the standards of the ICC, whose consent is needed for venue selection. Now, the opposition party leaders have expressed disappointment that Punjab's Mohali and Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram were excluded from World Cup venues.
I think it's a well-drafted schedule, and everybody has pondered over it, and new venues have been added. Like Lucknow has been added. UP never got any chance to host World Cup I mean, ever before. So they have been given chance. Guwahati has been given chance. Lot many venues from south has been added. So I think they have given a fair amount of consideration before finalizing the venue. Secondly, you should always keep in mind, ICC has to approve all those venues. It's not purely in BCI's hands. ICC has to approve those venues. So all those who are raising objection, they should realize that we need a consent of ICC also while picking up these venues.
Now, the excitement over the announcement of the ODI World Cup fixtures on Tuesday was marred by the political showdown over the venues. From Congress to the Aam Aadmi Party, opposition parties slammed the cricketing board in India for allegedly ignoring several states. Here's more in this report.
Absolutely magnificent.
It has been 12 years since India won the ODI World Cup.
India lift the World Cup. After 28 years, the parties start in the dressing room.
And with India set to hold the tournament this year, hopes of 1.3 billion people are rising again. But the excitement around World Cup has been marred by politics. Opposition parties are now crying bias over match venues. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor expresses displeasure over the exclusion of the Sports Hub Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram.
10-11 cities have been given matches, and some have got 5 matches, some have got 4 matches. They could have easily spread the joy a little better. Places like Thiruvananthapuram, which has such a wonderful new stadium, Mohali, Ranchi, there are places that are substantial towns with good cricket following and with excellent stadiums that could have been given an opportunity also to host a World Cup match.
Mohali, which hosted the iconic India-Pakistan semi-final in 2011, is not hosting a single World Cup match. And so a similar objection has been raised by Punjab's sports minister too.
ਜਦੋਂ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਏ ਤਾਂ 96 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ, 2011 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਮੈਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਰਿੰਦਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਅਹਿਮਦਾਬਾਦ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਮੈਚ ਵੀ ਕਰਵਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੈਚ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ.
The Congress has accused the BJP of conspiring against the border state.
पंजाब को पहली बार इग्नोर नहीं किया गया. ये मैं सीधा सीधा कह सकता हूं कि ये भी इसमें भी बीजेपी की साजिश है और इस प्रकार से मोहाली का स्टेडियम का नाम हटाना मैं समझता हूं कि 100% इसमें राजनीति हुई है.
A top sporting tournament scarred by unsporting politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. Hijab war ignites in Kerala Medical College. 7 medical students want hijab in the operation theatre. Now, Muslim students want surgical hijab in operation theatres. Muslim students want long sleeve jackets in the OTs, and Muslim students have cited religion to want the surgical hijab in the operation theatre. So this is what we're learning from on the ground in Thiruvananthapuram.
Joined by BJP State President K. Surendran. Sir, now a new controversy has arisen after Trivandrum Medical College students have asked for a surgical hood inside operation theatre since hijabs are not allowed. How do you look at the situation?
I feel some extremist organizations are behind this demand. Till today, there is no such demands from the students. Now the 7 students demanded for this hijab inside the operation theatre. So this is the symbol of the growing extremism in Kerala. This is not a place for religious symbols. So all should have keep the international standards in operation theatres and medical colleges. So some extremist organizations, Muslim fundamentalist organizations are behind this demand.
So So now the college principal, from what we're understanding, has told that there'll be a meeting call with the surgeons and infection team to understand if this can be implemented. But do you think like this should be implemented, or is it, since it might divide people based on religions, even inside an operation theatre?
Some organizations are trying to divide the people in the name of food and dress code. Taliban movement. Slowly Kerala is moving towards Talibanism.
Okay, we're slipping into a very short break now. Coming up on the other side, BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya booked for animated video on Rahul Gandhi. An FIR has been registered against Malviya after a complaint was filed by Karnataka Congress. Those details on the other side with my colleague Pooja Shali.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
Sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा Co-powered by
The world comes together at Sharda University.
Good afternoon and welcome to Lunch Break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of one. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya booked for animated video on Rahul Gandhi. FIR on Amit Malviya after a complaint from the Karnataka Congress. Protests at the Kadalore's Chindambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by the Stalin government. Cops enter into the sanctum sanctorum of the Nataraj temple. Priests say the cops even manhandled them. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's uniform code pitch stoking a political storm. Muslim body opposing the UCC calls it BJP's agenda against Muslims. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee injured after the chopper emergency landing, stepping out in a wheelchair. BJP quick to taunt, says there's a leg injury that she faces before every election. Politics has erupted over the ODI World Cup. Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are asking why no venue chosen in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides eventually on the venues of the World Cup. The latest news coming in, the monsoon session of the Parliament will now be in the third week of July. Monsoon session is likely to begin from the 17th of July. That's the latest information coming in. The monsoon session that will start and will continue for the next 1 month, which means that if it starts by 17th of July, by 10th of August is when it will likely to continue. The decision will be taken eventually in the meeting of the Cabinet Committee on the Parliamentary Affairs. CCPA meeting chaired by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be held in the next few days. Remember, the issue of ordinance making authority for transfer appointment of officers in Delhi could also be under the shadow of it. Will it be a session full of fireworks, or will this be a session where we can see some important discussion, debates and bills passed? Paulami Saha is joining me for the latest on that. Paulami, so July 17th could be a session, but will it be a washout or not remains to be seen. What are you hearing this time of the government strategy and the opposition strategy?
Well, obviously, there will be a lot of fireworks in this session, as we've seen in past sessions as well, especially over the Delhi Services Ordinance, which the government will table in Parliament because it has a specific timeline as to when it needs to have it passed through Parliament. So when it comes up, of course, we have to see, is the opposition able to get together in order to defeat that ordinance passing through, specifically the Rajya Sabha, where they still stand a chance and they're not exactly in a minority over there. Whether the Aam Aadmi Party receives the support of the Congress or not, does the Congress choose to oppose the bill on the floor of the House? Does it choose to walk out? All of those little details will, of course, be revealed when, of course, that ordinance comes to Parliament. But that is going to be definitely one of the biggest flashpoints as far as this session is concerned. Already earlier today, when Pawan Khera of the Congress Party was addressing a press conference and alleging that the Predator drones that we bought from the United States are highly priced, 4 times the price that we should have actually paid for them. Clearly, that is something they say that they will be raising in Parliament as well. And now with, of course, the opposition trying to come together on one platform in the way that they did in Patna, will we see that kind of unity when bills are brought forth in Parliament in terms of opposing the government on various specific issues as well? Manipur is going to be a hugely significant and crucial an issue which will be brought up by the opposition, demanding answers from the centre on it. The centre has already held an all-party meeting. Will the Home Minister make a statement on the floor of the House? All of these issues will come up during this 1 month-long monsoon session, Pooja.
All right, Paulami, thank you very much for this information coming in. July 17 to August 10, but it's not as much about the dates as it is about the debates. Whether that will even happen or not, will it be full of fireworks and washout? We'll know from the 17th of July. Thank you very much, Paulami. Big news coming in from Mumbai. The Versova-Bandra Sea Link has now been renamed as the Veer Savarkar Setu. This is the Versova-Bandra Sea Link, which is renamed, and this will now be called as Veer Savarkar Setu. The Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link has also been renamed. The Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link has been renamed as the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Smriti Nav Sheva Atal Setu. So that's a longer name for the Trans-Harbour Link. Just reiterating, it's now going to be Savarkar Setu for the Versova-Bandra Sea Link. And for the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, it has been renamed as Atal Bihari Vajpayee Smriti Nav Sheva Atal Setu. So Atal Setu is likely how it will be known. But these are the two new names that have been come forth. Remember, amid all of the political controversy as well that had already come in about whether there needs to be the naming that is clearly political messaging that has done, and specifically for the Shinde-Fadnavis government as well, the issue of Savarkar is of importance. It's actually important for Shiv Sena. So it will be crucial what does Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena faction has to say about the government decision of naming the Veer Savarkar Setu, and what will, in the same Grand Alliance, the Congress party and the NCP say about the renaming of this bridge. So for now, two names that have been coming. One is Atal Vajpayee Setu and one is the Savarkar Setu, that is for Versova-Bandra Sea Link. Remember, ever since Shinde government has taken over, there have been a lot of name changes that have come, whether it was with regard to Aurangabad or different areas in Maharashtra. According to the government, this is basically going back to the historical names as well. But we are being told for now, Mumbai's Versova-Bandra Sea Link has been renamed as the Veer Savarkar Setu. All right, staying with Mumbai, there's been heavy downpour that has lashed parts of the financial city. There was a wall that collapsed in Navi Mumbai's posh NRI complex. Take a look at that. This is coming right after, a few days after the Ghatkopar area where a building had collapsed, in the Ville Parle area where a balcony had collapsed, leading to the death of 4 people in 2 different incidents. A wall has now collapsed on these vehicles that were parked nearby, and clearly I can see that these are, remember, luxury vehicles that we can see have been parked right in that vicinity on which a wall has collapsed. We'll try and find out, and we are hopeful that there was no individual in these vehicles at that point. But because in Mumbai there have already been incidents of casualties as well. Why is this significant? Remember, it is not as much about the rainfall. It is the monsoon season. The city is expected to have the rainfall lashing at this time. But there has been poor infrastructure, lack of precautionary measures, and this is clearly reflective of the construction material that is used, that in a posh NRI complex, can a wall simply collapse because it has been raining for the past few hours? These are the latest visuals, and we can see the cars. The roof of the vehicles have been demolished. In the car on the extreme right, look closely, the windows have been smashed and the door clearly looks it has been hit in a manner that it has compressed. The back door there because of the wall and the bricks that fell on the 3 vehicles. In one, the roof window as well has clearly smashed and got broken as well. This is these are the 3 vehicles that the latest visual has come in, and on other part of your screen, the heavy rainfall, the downpour that has been on in Mumbai for the past few hours. For Mumbai, even now, remember this is the same story every year. For a commercial hub, this is the financial capacity of the country. This is also in some ways the Hindi film industry is located. So it is one of the most prominent cosmopolitan cities. And yet, look at the mayhem that comes with one downpour in a day. Let's go across to Mustafa Sheikh for the latest on that. Mustafa, I remember having a conversation with you a few days ago when that building had fallen in Ghatkopar. What are you hearing about this Navi Mumbai area where a wall has collapsed? Have there been any injuries, casualties in this?
As of now, Pooja, there are no injuries. It's the area called an NRI colony, which is a posh colony. But yes, the wall has collapsed and it has led to damage on many cars. What we are showing you right now is the ground situation in Mumbai, just to give the viewers an idea of the rainfall. It's been continuously raining in Mumbai since morning, be it Andheri, Kurla, western suburbs and Navi Mumbai areas. There has been heavy rainfall. We are showing you visuals of Mithi River, which is one of the reasons why Mumbai gets flooded. And here the municipal commissioner is inspecting the desilting work which has taken place, the debris which has been removed, and also to tell our viewers that the BMC has already issued a warning to all officers saying that there is an expected heavy rainfall. All low-lying areas should be continuously monitored, and removing of water from the low-lying areas should be done at war footing. So there is what you can say, be it Mumbai or neighboring areas are going to witness heavy rainfalls in the next few hours. These incidents is something which one should prevent from. This morning in Mumbai, a person has died due to tree collapse. So such are accidents which happened. We have seen always during monsoon. There are huge traffic jams on the road which one is getting to see. There can be waterlogging during the high tide areas. So clearly there is heavy rainfall expected in Mumbai, in Navi Mumbai areas, and people should take care while travelling and should take care of the route map on which they are travelling, whether to see whether there is traffic jam or waterlogging in those areas or not. Back to you, Pooja.
Mustafa, show us around. What is the desilting work that you're telling us about that is happening? Because it usually is done before the monsoons. We see it now happening in some parts in Mumbai. Now more visuals coming in from that Navi Mumbai area where the wall literally fell on these vehicles. Now, it is anybody's guess if there was someone inside these vehicles at that point in a matter of seconds, what could have happened. You can see the heavy bricks that have fallen on these three vehicles, and there are parts of the vehicles that have got damaged as well. Who's going to pay? The drivers and the owners of these vehicles. What is wrong with the infrastructure in Mumbai that one downpour of 24 hours and buildings start to collapse? Mustafa, do show us the visuals that you were also telling us about.
Yes, Pooja, first I'll show you the visuals of Mithi River and the desilting work which has been done here. The BMC is inspecting currently whether this work which has been done is up to the mark or not, because these are most important things to avoid Mumbai from being flooded. At the same time, what you can see is that early rainfalls in last few days have seen many incidents, be it building collapse that you were referring. There have been deaths due to tree collapse, and now in Navi Mumbai of the incident of a wall collapse damaging private cars. So these incidents, it's unfortunate, but yes, in very early monsoon these incidents have come to light, and this raises concerns and issue for people, and people really at this point are scared of this season, because heavy rainfalls are bringing tragedies, accidents and incidents, which is something nobody wants. But the administration claims that they are prepared for all of these things. They are done the clearing of nalas well, and there will be no waterlogging. But yes, what Mumbaikars have seen for the last few years are that the promises are made, but it's not necessary that they are followed upon, and hence it comes on the citizens to take care of themselves while they are travelling, while they are out of their homes with this heavy rainfalls. What we can tell our viewers right now is that the BMC has alerted all its high officials, because there is a warning of heavy rainfalls. So it's also on the citizens to just be careful while they are venturing out of their homes and have a route map of where they want to go, and whether the public transports, whether there is waterlogging on those roads or not. These things, there can be a problem, because what we are witnessing here, even in Bandrakulla complex near Mithi Nadi, that it's continuously raining. This is heavy rainfall for Mumbai, and during in the evening when there is a high tide expected, there will be a waterlogging in many areas. Back to you.
Have there been some precautionary measures or advisories that have come out from either the BMC or the government? Because this is not an unexpected, unprecedented situation for Mumbai. This is clearly is what is annual occurrence. This is what Mumbai residents sadly have to brace for. But till now, it was about waterlogging. It was about ensuring that on the streets they have to be careful. Now, sitting at home, buildings are collapsing, walls are falling off. Any sort of measures that are being taken in this? Any statement that has come in from the government yet, Mustafa?
Well, there are three things in it. First, the warning has been issued by the BMC. The warning has been for all the officials to be prepared because there is warning of heavy rainfalls. Second is of infrastructure. Whenever, in the city like Mumbai, there is weak infrastructure. The walls, maybe the old buildings. Authorities do issue notices to empty and evacuate buildings which are dilapidated. But at the same time, we see a lot of time it doesn't happen. There are court orders, stay orders. So what you can say, a decaying infrastructure of a city comes to the fore when there are heavy rainfall, there is monsoon, and we see tree collapse incidences, wall collapse incidents and building collapse incidences. Especially there are a lot of slums area also in Mumbai which are nearby hill areas, and we see there are landslides happening with which people also lose their lives. So currently the administration is assuring that they have taken all preventive steps, but at the same time, year after year, what we have seen that there are such incidents which take place every monsoon in Mumbai and in and around the areas of Mumbai. So yes, what we can one can say that there are warnings have been issued, and it would be expected citizens to take all precautions and prevention and hope that no untoward incidents take place this season. Back to you.
Mustafa, so finally about Navi Mumbai, where this incident has taken place of the wall collapse. Can you tell us more about the area, the geography of it, the NRI complex? It, according to our information, is it's a high-profile residential locality. Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Well, that's true. This area in the sea woods of Navi Mumbai city, which is about 10 to 20 kilometers away from Mumbai, what we are hearing is that this wall collapse incident has taken place in a colony which is known to be upmarket colony, and it is called an NRI colony. And the wall collapse incident which has taken place, visuals which can be seen clearly that there are private cars which have been damaged, and the authorities are assessing whether any more damage or injuries has been done due to the what we can say this incident. But at this point, if you look at these visuals, it's clear that it's a serious incident. And as you were saying earlier, that if some people would have been there inside the cars or kids playing around when this incident had taken place, then there could have been a lot of fatalities or injuries in this incident.
The latest on that, it's shocking to see how this annual occurrence is taking place in Mumbai. Thank you very much for now, Mustafa. We'll be tracking the latest coming in from the financial city of the country. All right, we have a big news coming in. The big exclusive after the Congress drone attack. Navy chief has reacted, speaking to India today. The big defense on the US drone deal. Listen in now to the Predator drones will be India's asset.
इंडियन नेवी ऑलरेडी यूज़ कर रही है, लीज किया हुआ है. 2 ड्रोन्स नवंबर 2020 से यूज़ कर रहे हैं. करीब 12,000 आवर्स इसको एक्सप्लॉइट किया हुआ है. तो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि ये बहुत बड़ा कैपेबिलिटी है. इससे क्या है, हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं. काफ़ी कैपेबिलिटी है इसमें. और नॉट ओनली ये जो मैरिटाइम एरिया से हमारा लैंड बॉर्डर्स में भी हम यूज़ किया हुआ है पिछले 2 साल में, एयरफोर्स के साथ और आर्मी के साथ, और टू कीप बॉर्डर एरियाज, नॉर्दर्न बॉर्डर्स एंड वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर्स आल्सो अंडर सर्वेलेंस, इसके लिए भी इसका यूज़ किया हुआ है. तो अभी हम जो यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो एक्चुअली एक ओल्डर वर्जन है. तो उसमें कैपेबिलिटी उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है जितना हम अभी आगे खरीदने का प्लान किया हुआ है. तो जो रडार्स, तरह तरह के रडार्स, सिंथेटिक अपर्चर रडार और एलियन कमेंट, फिर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ वेपन कैपेबिलिटी, ये सब ये जो नया वाला प्रेडेटर 9B में होगा. तो जब वो आएगा तो हमारा कैपेबिलिटी डेफिनेटली बढ़ेगा. और मैं इसमें आपको चार्ट में दिखाता हूँ. सॉरी, तो आप ये देखेंगे तो ये करीब हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी काफ़ी बड़ा है. मतलब ये बे ऑफ बंगाल है, अरेबियन सी है और ये इंडियन ओशन. तो देखिए ये करीब 2,500 टू ऑलमोस्ट 3,000 माइल्स तक साउथ में है. तो इसको सर्वेलेंस पे, कंटिन्यूसली सर्वेलेंस पे रखना सो दैट हमको पता चलना चाहिए कि कौन कौन नेवीज ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं या किस तरह के मर्चेंट शिप्स या फिशिंग वेसल्स और जिस टाइप के वेसल्स यहाँ ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, किस लिए इधर हैं, तो ये सब कंटिन्यूसली हमको मॉनिटर करना है। तो इसके लिए ये जो प्रेडेटर जो ड्रोन्स हैं उनका रीच काफ़ी है, वो काफ़ी दूर पहुंच सकता है, मतलब 2500 माइल्स आराम से पहुंच के वहाँ उसको एंड्योरेंस भी होगा, मतलब उधर स्टे कर सकता है और कीप इट अंडर वॉच फॉर सम टाइम। सो दैट इज व्हाई इट इज़ अ बिग कैपेबिलिटी। जो हमने ऑलरेडी लीज किया हुआ है, दैट हैज़ हेल्प्ड अस इन मेनी वेज टू कीप दी जितने शिप्स इधर हमारे एडवर्सरी के शिप्स जो ऑपरेट करते हैं उनके ऊपर निगरानी रखते हैं। फिर ये जो एंटी ड्रग ऑपरेशंस जो है उसमें यूज़ किया, लाइक आई सेड नॉर्दर्न बॉर्डर्स में भी और वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर्स में भी सर्वेलेंस के लिए यूज़ किया है, और फिर इसको इंटीग्रेट किया हुआ है विथ और फ्लीट, ताकि वो रियल टाइम डाटा वो दे सकता है। सो इट इज़ गॉट ग्रेट कैपेबिलिटी। जो अभी आएगा दैट विल बी इवन मोर इन पोटेंट इन मेनी वेज। तो
हम ये कह सकते हैं कि तीनों फोर्सेस के सामने जो चैलेंजेस हैं, चाहे लैंड बॉर्डर की बात करें या सी की, ये काफ़ी फ्यूचर चैलेंजेस के काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण होगा ये ड्रोन।
हाँ, तो इट विल काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण होगा क्योंकि इसमें बहुत सारे कैपेबिलिटीज हैं, जैसे मैन अनमैन टीमिंग, मतलब ये नेवी के हिसाब से मैं बात करेगा तो ये ड्रोन जो है PATI के साथ और ये जो MH-60R हेलीकॉप्टर्स इन सब के साथ भी काम कर सकता है इन डिफरेंट ऑपरेशन। सो दैट इज वन कैपेबिलिटी इट गॉट, देन इट कैन स्टे फॉर अ लॉन्गर टाइम। ऐसे बहुत अच्छा सेंसर्स हैं, फिर वेपन्स हैं, ये सब कैपेबिलिटी है।
एक सवाल सर, अगर हम मेक इन इंडिया की बात करें, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी लगातार तीनों सेनाओं में स्वदेशी हथियारों की बात करते हैं, ये किस तरह से हमारी स्वदेशी मेक इन इंडिया इंडस्ट्री को भी बढ़ाने का काम करेगा?
तो अभी क्या है, हमारे पास ये हेल कैटेगरी ड्रोन बनाने का कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है। सो दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव गॉन फॉर दिस। तो वंस वी इंडक्ट दिस द ड्रोन, उसके साथ लॉट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इज ऑल्सो बीइंग इंडक्टेड। TOT का भी अरेंजमेंट है इसमें। So it will help the DRDO to develop many technologies. For example, technologies like collision avoidance, then sense and avoid type of technology, different type of payloads, then how to integrate indigenous weapons with this aircraft, and composites and different types of technology will get transferred. multi-sensor data fusion, ये सब हो सकता है। एंड सेकेंड थिंग इज देश में इसका MRO फैसिलिटी सेटअप होगा, मेंटेनेंस एंड रिपेयर एंड ओवरऑल वाला जो फैसिलिटी है। तो उससे क्या होगा, there will be employment will be generated, many MSMEs, startups, they will all get involved in it, इसके पुर्जे बनाएंगे इधर, and so some amount of technology will get developed towards it. So by this probably we will be able to leapfrog into the next generation of drones. And हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अनाउंस किया था कि that India should become a global hub for unmanned aerial system innovation. So that vision also will fructify over a period of time when this entire ecosystem builds up, कि इसके पार्ट्स बन रहे हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर बन रहा है, then airframe के components बन रहे हैं, composites, so it's a whole ecosystem that will get developed. तो बहुत फायदा ही होगा मेरे ख्याल से।
बहुत धन्यवाद। नौसेना प्रमुख एडमिरल आर हरिकुमार का कहना है कि समुद्री मोर्चे पर नौसेना की चुनौतियां लगातार बढ़ रही हैं, नौसेना उसके लिए लगातार तैयार भी हो रही है, और खासतौर से प्रीडेटर ड्रोन के आने के बाद से नौसेना की समुद्री मोर्चे पर ताकत कई गुना बढ़ेगी। कैमरामैन अशोक भनोट के साथ मंजीत नेगी।
All right, that's Manjeet Negi getting us an exclusive conversation with the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, and he's speaking specifically on the Predator drones that could be becoming India's key war asset, armed, airborne and lethal. Remember, there has been a lot of talk right now about the big defense drone deal as well. And that's the reaction that you're getting first on India Today television of the Chief of Naval Staff explaining basically about the drones. We'll listen to it in just a short while again. But this is significant because remember, this had led to a lot of political showdown as well about how was the country planning to go ahead with the Predator drone, what will be its role in India's, as and when, if required at all, in a warlike situation. You can watch that excerpt on India Today television through the day and also on indiatoday.in. I'm heading into a very short break. When I return, big political news. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya has been booked for an animated video on Rahul Gandhi. FIR has been filed on Amit Malviya after a complaint from Karnataka Congress unit. We get you the big news after a very short break.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. Snail mucin, mugwort, rice, Centella asiatica are all Cape Beauty favorites. Whether it works or not is always up for debate, but the world has really enjoyed relaxing in a Korean sheet mask to unwind, and they surely hydrate well for a Korean kind of a glass skin glow. The latest entrant, salmon sperm. K-beauty has made it a super hot commodity. In the music video for Vegas, Doja Cat is seen smearing a face with a cosmetic stick. If reports are to be believed, this product was made from salmon collagen and salmon PDRN to enhance skin elasticity.
It's really a polynucleotide, and what it does is it has an anti-inflammatory role, so it helps reduce inflammation in the skin. This is all because of the wound healing response, and so this is why it's become such a popular ingredient right now.
K-beauty, no doubt, is a cult favorite. Further enhanced by K-pop culture that is a big deal amongst Gen Z. BTS and Blackpink are all over the place, and if you notice, they emulate a certain aesthetic standard which just cannot be accidental. While the Koreans have skin that's definitely different from Indians, some basics of skincare remain standard across the board. Cleanse, tone, moisturize, and do not forget the sunblock. How simple is that?
Korean people, there are about 5 to 6 skincare routine that we follow, which start from skin, lotion, essence, cream, eye cream. So basically, little effort is required to have a flawless skin. Yeah.
To say that Koreans are too serious about their skincare would be a huge understatement. But through all their 10-step routine lies a simple philosophy: moisturize and hydrate well. In New Delhi, with Vaishnavi Harwar, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
We're getting some latest visuals coming in from the Vaishali district. A part of the temporary paper bridge built on the river Ganga was washed away by a strong storm. We are hearing information that some people have also got trapped right in the middle. The video of this incident expectedly has gone viral. This is Bihar, where after this incident, the people of Raghopur block have lost contact with the district headquarters. Now, the bridge was officially not opened. The deadline for opening of this Pipa bridge was fixed for June 20th, was not opened yet. It's been about a week since then, and now the bridge has been washed away. And just imagine if this bridge had opened, what would have happened if there were many members of the public, whether in vehicles or otherwise, just walking as passers-by, would have been using this bridge. So you're looking at how part of this bridge has got washed away. There are some still standing on the bridge, but there is a connection with the district headquarters as well. And on the other side is the Raghopur block. According to information coming in, some the people in that district, of that area of Raghopur block, have lost contact with the district headquarters. Remember, in Bihar, in Khagadia, a few weeks ago, there was another bridge that had fallen. This was again another under construction bridge, and this time this is in Vaishali district that the bridge has fallen. And now we are showing you both the visuals of one of the Khagadia Bhagalpur under construction bridge that was also on the Ganga river that had collapsed. This was a few weeks ago. And now we are looking at in Vaishali district. This is again also on the river Ganga. It was a temporary Pipa bridge that was built, and that has also got washed away. But here some people have got trapped in the middle as well. We'll try and get the latest of whether these people have been rescued just in time. Rohit Singh is joining me for the latest. Rohit, what exactly happened at this bridge? And thankfully it was not opened for the public.
Pooja, see, this video which has gone viral is from yesterday's. So yesterday afternoon, this incident had taken place in Vaishali district, and this is a temporary Pipa pool which is constructed by the state government and local administration every year when the water level is very, in fact, less in the Ganga. And as the water level rises, this Pipa pool has to be dismantled because it's very unsafe when the water level is rising in the Ganga. So this Pipa pool had to be dismantled by June 20th, but there is completely some sort of lapses that has taken place as far as the local administration is concerned, and this Pipa Pull was not dismantled and people were using it. And because of the weather and the rain happening and the wind blowing in Bihar right now, a portion of this Pipa Pull, in fact, got washed away yesterday, and several people who were using this Pipa Pull got stranded on this Pipa Pull, and the connectivity between Raghupur block and Hajipur, that's the district headquarters, has now been, in fact, disconnected. So this is the visuals which we are showing is of yesterday. Yesterday, this incident took place Tuesday
Rohit,
afternoon.
then that people have been rescued in time and that there were no casualties. But this does not look good on the Bihar government. First, that Bhagalpur-Khagadia bridge that collapsed on 4th June. Then now in Vaishali. This speaks volumes about, one, the construction. How are they looking at the bridges? Because this could lead to a large number of casualties too, like we have seen, for example, in Gujarat.
Absolutely, Pooja. See, there is lapses as far as the local administration is concerned, because as I told you, these are temporary arrangements that are made by the local administration when the water level is very less in the Ganga, to facilitate people to move from one place to another. But now, and there was a deadline also that was set, that after 20th June, since the water level is rising in the Ganga because of the rains that has started in Bihar, this Pipa Pull had to be dismantled by June 20th, but the local administration did not pay heed to that deadline, and therefore lapses took place, and people were still using it till yesterday. And when this portion of this Pipa Pull got washed away, it's only then that the local administration woke up from its slumber, and now this complete Pipa Pull has been dismantled today, and no more of use for the local people. But yes, the connectivity between Raghupur and the district headquarters has been broken, and now people have to rely only on boats and the local ferry to move from one place to another.
Casualties. Thankfully, the people who were stranded were rescued in time, because this bridge, as Rohit is telling us, was a temporary bridge. It had to be dismantled, but clearly they wanted to stretch it, and then it got washed away here, leaving some people right there on the bridge. Thank you so much, Rohit, for the latest on this. Disturbing news coming in from Karnataka. A father has killed his daughter over a relationship. A so-called honor killing. Now, a father objected to the girl's relationship with the partner. The daughter's partner was from a different caste that the father was objecting to. And the name of the girl, she was, in fact, a young woman, 20-year-old Kirti, strangled to death by the father because he did not approve of the relationship. And Kirti's partner, sadly, Gangadhar, later died by suicide. It's a tragic end to two people in love. We are getting details by my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath, joining me live from Bengaluru. It's absolutely horrific. Looks like both of them were adults, and the father killed one another, died by suicide. What are the details that you're picking up on this, Nagarjun?
A tragic story coming from Kolar, Pooja. This is the neighboring district of Bangalore city itself. 70 kilometers from the city, an alleged honor killing has taken place, is what we are told. The father is arrested. He apparently strangled the daughter for being in love in a relationship with a man of another caste. And the person, the man who was a 24-year-old who belonged to the other caste, died by suicide. In fact, he jumped in front of a moving train, is what we are told on the preliminary information. A tragic issue and tragic incident that has come to light. Now the father of the girl has been arrested and further investigation is on.
Nagarjun, please stay on with me. We have more news coming in. But this again raises the whole issue when we loosely use the word so-called honor killings. What is the honor in killing the daughter who had chosen a man out of willingness to marry, to be with? The father did not like it, did not appreciate, killed her. The man has also died by suicide. The Karnataka government of the Congress party has decided to probe into all the alleged scams of the previous Bombay government. This is going to be a full-on political showdown. The Congress government is reportedly looking at forming a special investigation team. They'll investigate all alleged scams during the BJP tenure, particularly the Bitcoin scam, the PCI scam, the alleged COVID bed scam, and the 40% contractor corruption scam. That had become a huge bone of contention ahead of elections, and other corruption allegations as well. We have sources telling us that 3 cabinet ministers have recommended to the Chief Minister there should be an SIT. All of this should be done before 2024 Lok Sabha general elections. The Siddaramaiah government, however, has not yet taken a final call. They'll be, of course, taking the decisions as and when, but it will be a sword on the former Bomai government on this. Listen in to the reaction coming in from the ministers, specifically Siddaramaiah, the CM.
4 ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರ ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅನೇಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಸಾಮಗ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾನು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಚುರುಕು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪಿತಸ್ಥಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
I didn't say that we are going to form an SIT. I said there is a proposal before the department to hand it over to CID. That discussion is going on, and we will take a decision as quickly as possible. But we will definitely, reinvestigate. What we have said previously or during the elections, that if there are corruption issues, if there are some money laundering issues, all these issues will be inquired into when we come to government. So we are examining, in each department, what are the issues we can relook, so based on that, we'll take a decision. Cabinet will take a decision.
Everybody knows that during BJP's tenure, all kinds of scams have happened. We also made so many allegations. We are told that after we come to power, we will inquire and will take legal action against them. The process is on.
They are welcome to investigate, to bring out anything is gone wrong, and the law of the land should be applicable and it should be enforced. They are most welcome. But at the same time, whatever the misdeeds done by the Congress government during their tenure also should be investigated. And they are free to investigate. See, ultimately the truth has to be brought out. Nothing should stop them. Nothing should stop them from bringing out the truth. Good. Let it be also court monitored. One step forward they can go.
जो बीजेपी में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुआ, स्कैम्स हुआ, उसको एसआईटी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहिए.
बीजेपी के ऊपर वो लोग आरोप किया था, ऐसा हम किया नहीं. एसआईटी कॉन्स्टिट्यूट करना, जांच करना ही चाहिए. उसके पहले एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं. अर्कावती केम्पन्ना आयोग में अर्कावती रिपोर्ट दिया है, पेश करना. 8,000 करोड़ रुपए स्टेट को नुकसान हुआ है ऐसा लिखा है, मुझे मालूम है. वो फेस करके जांच करना, FIR लिखवाना चाहिए. FIR करेगा तो कौन लुटेरा कौन है पता होगा. पहले वो करना. वो लोग ईमानदार लोग है तो पहले वो रिपोर्ट पेश करना, उसके बारे में कार्रवाई करना. कार्रवाई करेगा तो वो सच्चाई लोग ऐसा मालूम होता है. नहीं है तो उसको करप्शन छुपाने के लिए, भ्रष्टाचार छुपाने के लिए बीजेपी के ऊपर आरोप करते रहता है, ऐसा साबित होता है.
Let's go across now to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's getting us all the latest information on this. Nagarjun, this is in many ways also getting back at the BJP. And what do you think is going to be the focus of which scam will be the highlight here? Because it looks like the 40% commission Sarkar allegation could actually play a big role, Nagarjun.
Well, that is true, Pooja, but what we are picking up from our sources in the government is that this is still in a discussion stage. Not just the 40% contractor allegation, but also the Bitcoin scam, the controversial Bitcoin scam that was unearthed during the previous BJP government, the PSI scam that came up in the BJP government, and also the COVID deaths in Chamrajnagar due to lack of oxygen. Even that would be investigated is what we are told. So not just one specific issue, but overall there have been 5 to 6 issues that the government is looking at investigating through an SIT.
All right, Nagarjun, keep tracking the latest about which scam, if at all that decision is taken to go ahead with, will the Congress government in Karnataka begin with to investigate which scam in the previous BJP government. An FIR has been registered against BJP's IT cell chief Amit Malviya. The Karnataka police have booked Malviya over a social media site statement, a Twitter statement put out by him relating to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Now, this video was put forth and uploaded by Amit Malviya, and it appeared to be mocking Rahul Gandhi's overseas trips and also claiming that Rahul Gandhi is dangerous, allegedly, and indulges in maligning India's reputation on foreign soil. Malviya has been booked under sections related to criminal conspiracy, common intention offence, and that is committed in a place of worship, among other charges. Now, according to initial reports that are still coming in, it's a developing story. Police have booked Malviya after Congress leader Ramesh Babu lodged a complaint against him. Slamming this animated video that was shared by Amit Malviya, Congress has called the police action as a crackdown on fake news. Now, this is not the first time that Amit Malviya took to criticizing the Gandhis. Specifically, remember when Rahul Gandhi had trekked across the country, BJP leaders had been quick to still slam that trip as well. For instance, BJP slammed the Congress and its leaders Rahul Gandhi, Digvijay Singh, accusing them of inviting foreign powers to interfere in India's internal affairs.
I would like to ask BJP, tell me which part of the FIR that has been lodged against Mr. Malviya is with malified intent. Who is the creator of the video? Who is the one who is spreading the video? Who is getting the video to have enough traction on social media? Who is spreading these lies? I had promised the people of Karnataka that fake news will be reined in. And we are just doing that within legal parameters.
They are welcome to investigate, to bring out anything is gone wrong, and the law of the land should be applicable and it should be enforced. They are most welcome. But at the same time, whatever the misdeeds done by the Congress government during their tenure also should be investigated. And they are free to investigate. See, ultimately the truth has to be brought out. Nothing should stop them. Nothing should stop them from bringing out the truth. Good. Let it be also court monitored. One step forward they can go.
The last 20 years, if I go into the number of names that the Congress party and other opposition parties have called the Prime Minister, then the list is endless. So, for Congress party to feel offended that Rahul Gandhi has been named by a Karyakarta of the BJP, I find it rather immature and desperate on their part to file an FIR. The ideal response would have been on Twitter.
ये अच्छी खबर नहीं कि एक ही हुई, बहुत होनी चाहिए. जिस तरह से वो ना केवल सच के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, लोगों के चरित्र के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, लोगों की छवि के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, और देश की छवि सबसे ज़्यादा बिगाड़ने में अगर किसी का योगदान रहा है तो बीजेपी के आईटी सेल का रहा है. पूरी एक प्रधानमंत्री की यात्रा पर एक अकेले व्यक्ति ने पानी फेरा तो उसका नाम यही है जो आपने अभी नाम लिया. तो मैं तो हैरान हूं कि सरकार ने अभी तक उन पर कोई एफआईआर क्यों नहीं की. If there is anyone responsible to play with truth, to play with facts, to play with people's images, to play with the country's reputation, it's the IT cell of the BJP.
All right, time for a quick commercial break. But when I return, we take you to news coming in from Russia. Remember, the mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin has arrived in Belarus now after he went missing for about a day. And there was a brief mutiny that was ended by the Wagner fighters. We get you the details after a very short break. What has led him to Belarus and what's more coming in from Russia.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी इज 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. News coming in from Russia. Vladimir Putin spoke to his military personnel after the Wagner rebellion. He decided to thank the forces for stopping a civil war just in time. Now he's blaming the West already for a conspiracy, for allegedly wanting to kill Russians and kill each other. Meanwhile, the Wagner chief is about to land in Minsk. What's happening? Take a look at this report coming in.
Russian mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin landed safely in Belarus from Russia on Tuesday morning. Flight Radar 24 tracked his business jet taking off from the Rostov region in Russia and descending near Minsk in Belarus. The Wagner chief was the first to avail the escape route offered by Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I thank those soldiers and commanders of Wagner Group who made the only right decision. They did not go to fratricidal bloodshed. They stopped at the last line. Today, you have the opportunity to continue serving Russia by entering into a contract with the Ministry of Defense or other law enforcement agencies, or to return to your family and friends. Whoever wants can go to Belarus. The promise I made will be fulfilled.
Данное мною обещание будет исполнено.
The charge of mounting an armed mutiny carries a punishment of up to 20 years in prison in Russia. Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin escaped the dire future as the Russian authorities said that they have closed a criminal investigation into the rebellion and no charges will be imposed against him or any of the other participants, just as the president indicated in his speech. But then, Putin has a bigger enemy to fight. He has trained his gun at Kyiv leadership and the West.
Именно такого исхода братоубийства
It was precisely this outcome, fratricide, that Russia's enemies wanted. Both the neo-Nazis in Kyiv and their Western patrons and all sorts of national traitors. They wanted Russian soldiers to kill each other, to kill military personnel and civilians, so that in the end, Russia would lose and our society would split, choke in bloody civil strife.
захлебнулась в кровавой междоусобице.
West, keenly monitoring Russian development, denied any hand in the Wagner uprising.
I also convened our key allies on a Zoom call to make sure we're all on the same page. It's critical that we're coordinated in our response and coordinated in what we to anticipate. They agreed with me that we had to make sure we gave Putin no excuse. Let me emphasize, we gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system.
After a tumultuous weekend mutiny in which the Russian mercenary chief exposed Kremlin's vulnerability, Moscow is working hard to gloss things over to justify and blame the rest of the world for its predicament. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now for some sports news. There was a lot of excitement over the ODI World Cup announcement of the schedule, and there was a lot of politics immediately. Amid this tussle over the selection of the World Cup venues, the BCCI has reacted and defended the selection of the fixtures. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla has spoken and said that the selection of the venue is not just in the hands of BCCI. Eventually, the ICC consent is also needed for the same. He cited the example of Mohali and said the stadium did not meet the standard of ICC, where the consent is required eventually for the venue. But the opposition party leaders are expressing disappointment that Punjab's Mohali and Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram were deliberately excluded from the World Cup venues, alleging that because they are not from the ruling party, that is why their state was not chosen.
I think it's a well-drafted schedule, and everybody has pondered over it, and new venues have been added. Like Lucknow has been added. UP never got any chance to host World Cup. Ever before. So they have been given chance. Guwahati has been given chance. Lot many venues from South has been added. So I think they have given a fair amount of consideration before finalizing the venue. Secondly, you should always keep in mind, ICC has to approve all those venues. It's not purely in BCCI's hands. ICC has to approve those venues. So all those who are raising objection, they should realize that we need a consent of ICC also while picking up these venues.
Absolutely magnificent.
It has been 12 years since India won the ODI World Cup.
India lift the World Cup. After 28 years, the parties start in the dressing room.
And with India set to hold the tournament this year, hopes of 1.3 billion people are rising again. But the excitement around World Cup has been marred by politics. Opposition parties are now crying bias over match venues. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor expresses displeasure over the exclusion of the Sports Hub Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram.
10-11 cities have been given matches, and some have got 5 matches, some have got 4 matches. They could have easily spread the joy a little better. Places like Thiruvananthapuram, which has such a wonderful new stadium, Mohali, Ranchi, there are places that are substantial towns with good cricket following and with excellent stadiums that could have been given an opportunity also to host a World Cup match.
Mohali, which hosted the iconic India-Pakistan semi-final in 2011, is not hosting a single World Cup match. And so a similar objection has been raised by Punjab's Sports Minister too.
वर्ल्ड कप भारत ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਏ ਤਾਂ 96 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ 2011 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਮੈਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਰਿੰਦਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਅਹਿਮਦਾਬਾਦ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਮੈਚ ਵੀ ਕਰਵਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੈਚ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ
The Congress has accused the BJP of conspiring against the border state.
पंजाब को पहली बार इग्नोर नहीं किया गया। ये मैं सीधा सीधा कह सकता हूं कि ये भी इसमें भी बीजेपी की साजिश है और इस प्रकार से मोहाली का स्टेडियम का नाम हटाना मैं समझता हूं कि 100% इसमें राजनीति हुई है।
A top sporting tournament scarred by unsporting politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, interestingly, Pakistan Cricket Board has made a request to change some of those venues and fixtures to locations, but it has been rejected by the ICC. Indian cricketer Ravichandran Ashwin slammed Pakistan's request, saying changing these venues will play into an advantage for them and locations can be changed only for security reasons. Former Pakistan cricketer Wasim Akram has added on to this and said that Pakistan shouldn't create unnecessary problems by demanding these change of venues now, just play as per schedule.
कोई इशू इसमें इशू की बात क्या, जहाँ मैच होगा वहाँ खेलना है पाकिस्तान, खत्म होगी बात, सिंपल। ये अननेसेसरी स्ट्रेस, अननेसेसरी चीज़ें कि अहमदाबाद में नहीं खेलेंगे तो वहाँ खेलें, पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर से पूछो, they don't care, they'll play wherever the schedule will come.
Well, let's just hope that all controversies come to an end and it will be an electrifying World Cup season, and that India is the host adds on to that as well. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Stay tuned. After a very short break, I get you some top stories coming in from across the country. Thank you for watching.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए, और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Right, this viral video is from Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad district. Look closely. There was a buffalo that was meant to be used for sacrifice or kurbani ahead of the Bakrid festival that's tomorrow. And the moment it was brought down from the truck, it went on a rampage. And it clearly, of course, attempted to, as we can see, try to get away from that location to save its own life. But in turn, this rampage, there were several people who were injured. The animal was being brought down from the truck in a crowded area. And when it let loose and went helter-skelter wherever it could find at least some space, and therefore there were some people also injured. As you can see, people also running for their life, their own life, that they are in fear with a buffalo that clearly is on a mission to just leave that location. We're being told that it was brought in for sacrifice or kurbani for the festival. But this is what happened. This is Moradabad, where the video was recorded by those who were, of course, trying to save their own life as well. Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Politics over India-US drone deal. The Congress likens the Predator drone deal to Rafale. Navy chief speaking exclusively to India today on the drones and how it can become an asset for the country.
क्या है हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं। नया वाला प्रेडेटर 9B में होगा, तो जब वो आएगा तो हमारा कैपेबिलिटी डेफिनेटली बढ़ेगा।
BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya booked for animated video on Rahul Gandhi. FIR on Malviya after a complaint from the Karnataka Congress unit. BJP is calling it political vendetta. Protests have broken out at Cuddalore's Chidambaram temple as priests are alleging it was a takeover bid by the Stalin government. Cops entered forcefully into the sanctum sanctorum of the Nataraj temple. Priests say the cops even manhandled them. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee injured after the chopper emergency landing, stepping out in a wheelchair. BJP quick to taunt, says she gets a leg injury before every election in Bengal. In some sports news, politics has erupted over the ODI World Cup. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party fuming over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla has responded and said ICC eventually decides on venues depending on standard for the World Cup. Our top story is coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Junior NTR, a global star with a massive fan following all over the world. Now, one of his diehard fans, or one who was clearly caught on camera trying to hug him, and of course the star also obliging him despite the security trying to take him away. Now, this fan by the name of Shyam has reportedly died by suicide. But the 23-year-old young man's death has sparked a massive outcry, not just for justice, because Junior NTR and Southern superstars have demanded justice for Shyam. But it is turned political. The TDP is alleging YSRCP, which is a ruling party, that it has a role in the death of this man. Take a look at this report first about what happened and what is the controversy about.
A global star with massive popularity. And a fan base that treats him like God. One such junior NTR fan was Shyam. Spotted at every event, cheering his screen idol. On Monday, Shyam reportedly died by suicide, but the 23-year-old's death has now sparked a massive outcry. His family and friends are alleging foul play. The hashtag We Want Justice for Shyam NTR has been trending for days.
మళ్ళీ రీసెంట్గా ఎన్టీఆర్ గారితో ఫోటోలు దిగినవి అవన్నీ మేము కూడా పోస్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. మేము కూడా ఇన్స్టాలో స్టోరీస్ కూడా పెట్టుకుంటాం. అన్న కూడా తన ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్లో అయితే పోస్ట్ అయితే చేశాడు. మీరు మాత్రం అర్జెంటుగా యాక్షన్ అయితే మాత్రం తీసుకోకపోతే కనుక మా ఎన్టీఆర్ అన్న ఫ్యాన్స్ అందరూ కలిపి ఇంకొకసారి రియాక్షన్ అయితే మామూలుగా ఉండదు. మీరు 24 అవర్స్లో మాత్రం ఆ చేసిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని మీరు జైల్లో పడేస్తే మీ ఇష్టం, లేకపోతే కనుక మీరే కాసుకోండి. ఎన్టీఆర్ అన్న ఫ్యాన్స్ ఒక హంగామా కాదు, ఒక అగ్ని పర్వతం ఎలా అయితే పగిలి బయటకు వస్తుందో.
Junior NTR himself has now issued a statement demanding probe into his fans' death. And I quote, "Not knowing the circumstances under which he died must be nerve-wracking for all. I request the government officials to investigate the matter immediately." Shyam's death has now taken a political turn, with TDP chief and former Andhra Pradesh chief minister accusing YSRCP workers of murder. Naidu tweeted, "It has been alleged that YSRCP members are involved. The involvement must be probed impartially. Let's ensure transparency prevails and justice is served."
Shyam happens to be a die-hard fan of Junior NTR, and our party leaders Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Sri Nara Lokesh had already demanded the government to conduct a thorough investigation into the suspicious death of Shyam. Every other day in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we find people being murdered, people found dead under suspicious circumstances.
Several top Telugu actors and filmmakers have joined the chorus, demanding an investigation and justice for Shyam. Will the Jagan government act? Bureau Report, India Today.
My colleague Apurva Jayachandran is joining me live now from Hyderabad. Apurva, tell us more about this because, you know, it is on one side a tragic death and the family is also alleging there is some foul play, but it has turned political for some strange reason. What is happening on that front and what is the investigation like? Has Junior NTR given an elaborate statement in this case?
Well, Pooja, we do know that unfortunately Sham had died by suicide, and you know, ever since his death, there has been rumors that have been going on around the circumstances in which he had died. In fact, we have political leaders from the TDP as well as Janasena there who are stating that there's possibly alleging that there is hands of YSRCP people behind the the death of Sham as well. But we've given we've seen the police statement that has come out where the police have said that an investigation is ongoing and that the parents themselves do not have any suspects that they have in mind when they were interrogated by the police as well. All investigation that is ongoing there on one side, but this political war over the death of the Junior NTR's fan there definitely has caught into a midriff right now, because what we are seeing is there was this fan who had died by suicide, and ever since his death there has been a uproar here, not only in the political arena but also in the film as well, because several Junior NTR fans have also called out demanding that the Andhra Pradesh government take action and conduct a custodial probe into the death of Sham as well. Remember, we're seeing that this comes even as Sham was just a couple of months back when RRR film had released as well. We've seen videos that had gone viral of Sham there hugging Junior NTR, the actor, in RRR, and now we're seeing that ever since those videos have gone viral, all of them, not only from Junior NTR's Fan Club Association but also other political and film leaders as well, have called out asking and demanding that a probe be initiated into Sham's death. Definitely there we're seeing a lot of voices that are being called out. In fact, TDP has gone on and Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, has also gone on and stated that this kind of violence has been perpetuated time and again in the last 4 years, especially under the YSRCP rule. He's also gone on to state alleging that there might be the hands of YSRCP leaders behind the death of Sham. That's what he's also
Apurva, because eventually it will be a police investigation and an impartial one at that will able to reach some conclusion, because we cannot speculate on what happened. But what is there a police statement that has come in just yet on this tragic death?
Well, definitely, the Konaseema SP there, he has in fact gone ahead and issued a statement where he has said that all angles are being looked into, be it, they had received the call that, a young male, unidentified male had died by suicide in his apartment, and following that, they had also sent in teams to look into the area, and that is when they got to know that this youth had been named as Sham and he had died by suicide, and they're also, the Konaseema SP has also stated that they will be going ahead and launching a complete probe and investigation into this. He's also asked for any people who have any kind of suspicion over Sham's death to also come ahead and give clues. He continues to say that yes, a post-mortem report has already been asked for. Sham's body has been sent for post-mortem, and once the post-mortem report does come back, he will be able to state more. However, the Konaseema SP has guaranteed that yes, there is going to be an impartial investigation that will be conducted, especially now that things have heated up not only in the film arena but also in the political arena, calling for several hashtags going on saying we want justice for Sham. So we're seeing not only on social media this has come up as a storm brewing, but also in the political arena as well. We're seeing how the Junior NTR's fan there, his death has caused quite a turmoil, especially with political parties at loggerheads with each other, demanding justice for
Apurva, keep tracking the latest. This is a developing story and an important one at that. Remember, prima facie, it appears to be a suicide, but there are family members, there are some friends who are saying it is not. It appears to be a foul play. But more than that, this has turned political, and how? In the state of Andhra Pradesh. TDP spokesperson, who I spoke to a short while ago, Patabi, has said, and he's claiming this is not a death by suicide, it's a murder. And he's saying the ruling party, the YSRCP workers, are involved in it. I asked him, what is the evidence of it? This is what he's saying. Mr. Patabi, why are you blaming, or why is the TDP stating there is a YSRCP role in that? What is leading your party to claim that?
Pooja, good morning. It is very tragic and unfortunate that we have lost another young man, Sham, under suspicious circumstances in East Godavari few days today. See, I mean, there are reports coming in very strongly that sympathizers of YSRCP are behind the suspicious death of Sham. See, it is hardly few days ago, Pooja, that we have seen another gruesome incident where a young boy called Amarnath was burnt alive by pouring petrol over him in a village near Repalle. So these incidents are not stopping. And a few days ago, a young woman named Francica died because of an acid attack in Elur. And another 15 days ago, there is another young lady in Machilipatnam who was kidnapped and then forcibly given a dose of ganja and was brutally raped. So what is happening in Andhra Pradesh? Every other day you find one suspicious death or an attack or a woman or a rape incident or a murder. So there is absolutely no law and order prevailing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. The Chief Minister Jagan Reddy is completely silent. Have you heard one single statement from the Chief Minister when so many gruesome incidents are happening? Why is the Chief Minister silent? Why is he not acting? So
it's absolutely fair that you're raising a question to the government and to the Chief Minister about why there are these deaths of young people taking place. But for the TDP to blame the death on YSRCP, there has to be some evidence. There has to be
There are, Pooja. There are evidences. You take the ground report from the people living in those villages. You speak with people living in the village where Sham had died suspiciously. People are strongly saying there are names coming out from YSRCP. It is the government which is not acting. Just because the government is silent, the YSRCP goons are committing these offences every other day. There is absolutely no law and order.
From Andhra Pradesh, let's go across to Tamil Nadu because there's a massive protest that's broken out there, and here's what's happened. This is a big temple trust versus Tamil Nadu government controversy. The fresh controversy is over. Some devotees who were, after some devotees were allegedly stopped from getting on top of a holy place to pray, and this prompted a government's intervention. This is a very popular Chidambaram Nataraj temple in Kudalur. Now, the incident took place at the Thilai Nataraj temple where Dikshitars, or the very reputed priests governing the temple, placed a board. They were forbidding devotees from praying in that area for at least 4 days, citing some security reasons due to, we are being told, information covering because there is gold kept in the sanctum sanctorum. Following this, Tamil Nadu cops, along with HR and CA officials, marched into the sanctum sanctorum directly. Now, the priests are crying a takeover bid. As soon as the police entered into the holy site, they were stopped from going atop the sanctum sanctorum, and they went there as well. It has led to a massive protest. Now, the HR and CE Minister, Sekhar Babu, however, has slammed the temple trust, accusing them of doing what they're not supposed to do, confirming that the work is on to bring the temple under government board. Which means, are they overstepping any body is what the government is alleging, that they are taking decisions on their own. Remember, the temple is run by these Dikshitars priests as per a Supreme Court order. But there have been constant tussles between the priests, the government, over how the temple should run and the decisions to be taken, specifically often when it comes to finances.
சட்டப்படி பக்தர்கள் சுதந்திரமாக இறை வழிபாட்டிற்கு அனைத்து உதவிகளையும் இந்து சமய அறநிலைத்துறையும் அரசும் செய்யும். இதில் யார் பெரியவர்கள் என்பது பிரச்சனை அல்ல. இறை என்பவர்களுக்கு தேவையான தெய்வத்தை வழிபடுவதற்குண்டான அனைத்து ஏற்பாடுகளையும் செய்து தருவதுதான் எங்களுடைய நோக்கம்.
There are issues. Even the court already had ordered that the temple should be can be taken by the HRNC. But let Modi consider this and bring in a uniform civil code within Hinduism.
It's a Supreme Court order. Whatever the Tamil Nadu government today is contemplating is against the Supreme Court order and against the Constitution. People should understand there is a very, very clear Supreme Court order that this temple should be under the Dikshitars' control. And whatever the government of Tamil Nadu doing is unconstitutional. That is what we have been saying. Even if Mr. Sekhar Babu tries, ultimately the Supreme Court will definitely hit back at the government of Tamil Nadu.
Let's get an update then. My colleague Shilpa Nair is joining me live in this telecast from Chennai. Shilpa, this has communal sensitive overtones, and this is a tussle about how there should be either the religious priest who should take the decision or the government. Who has an upper hand here? What exactly happened? You know, because cops literally walking atop a holy place can actually become very problematic.
Well, Pooja, as far as the Chidambaram Nataraja temple is concerned, there have been various complaints that have surfaced against the temple management, especially the priests, the Dikshitas who are managing the temple currently. In fact, the Tamil Nadu government had formed an inquiry committee, and that inquiry committee received around 14,000 complaints against the management, against the temple authorities. So there has been, of course, a standoff between the government and the Chidambaram Nataraja priest for quite some time now. And in fact, the latest flashpoint is that of the Kanaga Sabai. Kanaga Sabai is a platform which is used by the devotees to offer prayers. This is a platform that is overlooking the Sanctum Sanctorum. Now, after COVID, due to the restrictions, at many temples there were restrictions during COVID time. The priest had shut this Kanaga Sabai, and they did not allow devotees to use the Kanaga Sabai to offer their prayers. And then, of course, there was a Dalit woman who tried to enter. She was stopped, and that is when the government sort of first intervened and then said all devotees must be allowed. And again, now citing a temple festival, citing a festival that is going on, the priests once again restricted entry to Kanaga Sabai, saying that devotees cannot be allowed to enter this platform until the festival is over. They had placed a board as well. Now, the HRNC department officials said that this is against the law. All devotees must be allowed to enter and offer prayers. That is their right. And that is the reason why HRNC officials went there and removed this board. And despite this, the priests restricted the movement of devotees, and they did not allow them to enter this platform.
So, of course, the big question is, if there was this was going on, whether this was a caste issue or this was about a festival that was on for some days or something suspicious, why couldn't there be some agreement, a sort of discussion that could have happened between the cops, the administration and the priest, rather than this confrontation inside a temple? This is a developing story. There are protests on, and my colleague Shilpa will be tracking all the latest coming in from Tamil Nadu. Shilpa, thank you very much for now. All right, big news coming in. Aam Aadmi Party supports the Uniform Civil Code. This is a big news coming in. AAP has sent out a support statement that UCC must be implemented. Aam Aadmi Party has said, talk to stakeholders, bring the UCC. They are clearly backing Prime Minister Modi's call to implement one nation, one law. But interestingly, Aam Aadmi Party is slamming Prime Minister Modi, saying BJP creates confusion. So the Aam Aadmi Party has given out a statement, says that our party supports one nation, one law, the Uniform Civil Code, which will basically mean whether it's about marriage, divorce, inheritance, succession. These are some of the civil laws where some religious personal laws are currently implemented. But if the UCC gets implemented in India, and it has been a BJP manifesto since 2019, and ahead of 2024 becoming an election issue, if it gets implemented, it will be one law for different communities as well. And now Aam Aadmi Party has decided to back this decision. Ashutosh Mishra, who closely tracks the Aam Aadmi Party, is joining me now. Ashutosh, I find it very interesting because is this in some way Aam Aadmi Party, of course, sending out support, but challenging the BJP to implement it, to not delay it ahead of 2024 elections?
If you have seen, Pooja, mostly even from the opposition come, not really. There have been major opposition to the Uniform Civil Code or its implementation. But there are concerns and apprehensions raised that there is no clarity on the draft. There is nothing official on the record. And henceforth, if you notice, mostly these political parties, none have literally opposed it, ideologically. So far, when it comes to the clear stand, it is the Aam Aadmi Party which has clearly said that they will support the Uniform Civil Code following the Article 44 of the Constitution. But at the same time, the question that is being asked on its implementation, and once you have to bring the bill in the Parliament, what exactly the draft point of the bill says. But most importantly, what AAP has said, which is common amongst the all political parties, are saying that there has to be discussion with the all stakeholders. There has to be discussion with all the political parties, so be it in the Parliament or outside the Parliament.
Okay.
But for now, yes, as far as this extending support is concerned, it is the clear stand of the Aam Aadmi Party in principle that they will support the Uniform Civil Code However, there has to be consensus generated with all the political parties, and dialogue must take before the bringing the bill or bringing any sort of a law in the parliament.
All right, Ashutosh, keep tracking the latest. So for now, one big support coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal saying BJP just creates confusion. If you want to implement the UCC. Moving on now to a big story that is coming in from across the border, and this is about ISI's terror plot, active recruitment bid in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Pakistan's intelligence agency ISI has started what looks like a new maneuver in POJK. We're talking about at least 150 young men and women from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir who've been abducted by the ISI, and they are being trained and radicalized into becoming terrorists or be recruited into terror groups that clearly have a safe haven and shelter in Pakistan. And we are not saying it. This is the Traders Association of Pakistan Jammu Kashmir, and they are alleging that in the last 2 months, more than 150 youths have been abducted. And not just that, they're also claiming, and this is the Traders Association alleging, that several children have gone missing from madrasas. Local authorities have appealed to Pakistan Army for help. Nothing has come from them yet, because remember, it's their own intelligence agency that is training these abducted children. Locals in POK have threatened to start protesting in view of the threats that the common people are facing in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. An example, remember, of how Pakistan is now what it did in Jammu and Kashmir since the 1990s, spreading terror. It's now spreading those tentacles even in POJK.
आज जिले से 18 बच्चे इससे पहले इसी दौरान आए। ये सुन के मुझे बहुत ही ताज्जुब हुआ कि एक खिते से एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट से 18 बच्चों की गुमशुदगी और मजीद हमारे 2 बच्चे 20 तालिब इल्मों की गुमशुदगी, ये एक संगीन तरीन मामला है। वो आला से पार जाते हैं तो बगैर शनाख्ती कार्ड के हमारे बच्चे कैसे पार जा सकते हैं? और ये सवाल है कि जिस बच्चे के पास शनाख्ती कार्ड भी नहीं है, उसको आप ग्राउंड पे भी नहीं भेज सकते हैं, तो कैसे किधर गया, कौन गया, कोई तो पता होना चाहिए। मेरा ख्याल है कि ये एक वो जो काउंसलिंग था मैं बताया, एक प्री प्लान है, लोगों को उठाया जा रहा है। अगर इसको रोकने की कोशिश न की गई तो फिर ये काम रुकेगा नहीं।
All right, joining me now is Jitendra Bahadur, who's tracking the latest coming in from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. ये तो काफी सीरियस मुद्दा है, क्योंकि ये जो ऑलरेडी क्लैरिटी तो थी, पता तो था, लेकिन अब ये जब खुद लोकल रेजिडेंट्स खुद खड़े होके बोल रहे हैं, दैट मींस द सिचुएशन इज टर्निंग नाउ अगेंस्ट पाकिस्तान, इजंट इट जितेंद्र?
बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर में वहां पर युवाओं को एब्डक्ट कर रहा है और उसके बाद उनको आतंकी प्रशिक्षण दे रहा है, कि ये बहुत बड़ी घटना है। और अब वही के लोग जो लोकल हैं पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर के, उन्होंने सवाल उठाया और ये कहा है कि पिछले 20-20 दिनों से 25-25 दिनों से उनके घर में जो है युवा पहुंच नहीं रहे हैं। यानी कि पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी ISI इस वक्त एक ऐसे कदम बढ़ा करके आगे चल रही है जिसको कि पूरा विश्व इस वक्त देख रहा होगा, क्योंकि वहां पर जिस तरीके से आतंक फैलाने के लिए कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि जो पाकिस्तान की आर्मी है, उस आर्मी के जो कैंप पुराने रहे हैं, जो खाली पड़े हुए हैं, वहां पर ट्रेनिंग देने की कोशिश की जा रही है। और इन युवाओं को जिनको कि वहां से अगवा किया जा रहा है, उनको उन खाली पड़े कैंपों में ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। तो इस तरीके के जानकारी मिल रही है और ये एक बड़ा सवाल उठाता है पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी ISI और पाक आर्मी के ऊपर।
Very sad, very tragic how they are abducting, kidnapping children to recruit them into terror groups and terror camps. Jitendra giving us the latest. Remember, these are the local residents who are showing a lot of courage by standing and speaking against the abduction of their children to be recruited and radicalized into terror groups. All right, I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. But stay tuned. Coming up next is our entertainment special In the Club. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
The best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
mega merger of HDFC and HDFC Bank will be effective from the 1st of July. According to Deepak Parekh, chairman of the Housing Finance Company, boards of both the companies will hold separate meetings on Friday after office hours to approve the effective date of the merger. He added that HDFC shares would be delisted from the exchanges on 13th of July. As per the share swap ratio, HDFC shareholders will get 42 shares of HDFC Bank for every 25 shares held.
And India is doing extremely well. It's the bright spot in the world. It's the brightest spot in the world. Our GDP growth rate is likely to be twice the global average. 7.2%, which will be twice the global average. So we are confident that our business, now that it goes to the bank, each and every branch of the bank will start selling mortgages, which we're not doing prior to this, and so the reach to individuals across urban, semi-urban areas where the branches, HDFC Bank branches are, will start marketing and dispersing mortgage loans. So we expect the growth to increase as there is a huge demand.
That the bank has something like 70 million customers. And out of the 70 million customers, just about 2% of them have taken housing loans from HDFC. Just 2%. And about 5% have taken loans from other banks. So look at the ability in terms of being able to cross-sell housing loans to this massive customer base who have not taken housing loans. Also, the average age of a first-time home buyer in India is about 37, 38 years. And if you look at the demographic trend, 65% of India's population is below 35 years.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Gonna be alright, you gonna be the hero. Never get too head, you know what I said. Savage, savage, damn good.
welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel, and in the next 30 minutes, we are going to talk about everything Dhanush. Yes, the actor who carved a niche for himself, not only in Tamil cinema, but also left a remarkable mark in Hindi cinema with Anand L. Rai's Ranjana, making Kundan an emotion rather than just a character. The hit director-actor duo is now all set to collaborate for the third time with Tere Ishq Mein. Here's everything you need to know.
तेरे हाथ की मेहंदी मुझ पे चोट बन के उभर आती है.
Tere Ishq Mein, a title that exudes all the romantic movie feels. But is it just a story of a happy ending? Well, only time will tell that.
पिछली बार तो कुंदन था, मान गया, पर इस बार शंकर को कैसे रोकोगे?
For now, the hit pair, Dhanush and Anand L. Rai, are reuniting for an interesting project. But could this film be considered a spiritual sequel to their blockbuster film Ranjana? How do you ask? Dhanush's character in Tere Ishq Mein, Shankar, gives a reference to his character from 2013's romance drama Kundan.
मेरे सीने की आज्ञा तो मुझे जिंदा कर सकती थी या फिर मुझे मार सकती थी, पर सलाह बूढ़े कौन फिर से मेहनत करे दिल लगाने को, दिल तोड़वाने को.
While Kundan was a lover who tried and fought with his fate, his only fault was that he fell in love unconditionally with a girl from a different faith played by Sonam Kapoor and eventually accepted defeat and death.
आंखें मूंद लेने में ही सुख है, सो जाने में ही भलाई है, पर उठेंगे किसी रोज उसी गंगा किनारे डमरू बजाने को, उन्हीं गलियों में दौड़ जाने को, किसी जोया की इश्क में फिर से पड़ जाने को.
But unlike Kundan, Shankar isn't going to give up, is all fans can tell by this interesting video clip. While the hit actor and filmmaker duo have worked on several interesting projects, including the aforementioned Ranjana and this upcoming collaboration, after 2013, they worked together yet again in 2021's Atrangi Re. This too was a romantic drama which also featured Akshay Kumar and Sara Ali Khan in key roles. Atrangi Re narrated the story of a runaway woman, Rinku, who gets forcefully married to a man who is already engaged, played by Dhanush. The situation, however, turns murkier when the girl's boyfriend, essayed by Akshay Kumar, enters their lives.
He wants me to go behind Hiran. And when the Maidan is up, he will come and uthao you and run away.
This time, Dhanush wins over his lover after he finds out the boyfriend is nothing but an illusion.
One in bush and one in hand. वो ना तुम्हें छोड़ना चाहती है, ना ही सजाद को खोना चाहती है.
एक बार एक लड़की को दोनों मिल जाएंगे तो क्या आफत आ जाएगी?
तो ये एक लड़की मेरी ही किस्मत में होनी थी. साला गर्दा उड़ा दिया.
Unlike Ranjana, Atrangi Re wasn't received that well, but the songs from this movie have a separate fan base and were chart busters. This dance number from the film, which featured Dhanush and Sara, made everyone shake a leg. While this melodious love song invoked the emotions that every lover must have felt in their life. And now, post the intriguing announcement video, fans cannot wait to see, with the 50-50 hit ratio, what Tere Ishq Mein holds in store. With Gyanesha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Now, Dhanush is not just a versatile actor, but also is one of those rare artists who dons multiple hats. He can direct, pen down lyrics, and even make fans groove with his singing skills. Take a look.
It's impossible.
முயற்சி பண்ணோம்னா வாழ்க்கையில் எதுவுமே சாத்தியம்.
இந்த ஏரியால வந்தா சார் பெரிய
With several box office hits and critical acclaim and 2 national awards to boot, Venkatesh Prabhu Kasturi Raja, more commonly known as Dhanush, is one of the finest actors to have come out of Tamil cinema. He enjoys a massive fan following across the country, but his journey hasn't been an easy one. Dhanush made his debut with the 2002 teen drama Tulluvado Ilamai, directed by his father Kasturi Raja. The film was a sleeper hit and told the story of 6 high school classmates who decide to escape from their home and live together on their own. He then featured in a couple of youth-oriented films such as Kadal Kondain and Thiruda Thirudi in 2003. Both the films were hits and managed to rake in decent money at the box office. However, his next slew of films failed at the box office and many dismissed him just as another young actor. Dhanush married Aishwarya Rajnikant in 2004, and post the marriage, many fans often refer to him as Rajnikant's son-in-law. The duo has 2 sons, Yatra and Linga, who were born in 2006 and 2010 respectively. The couple parted ways and announced their separation in January 2022. Dhanush went on to star in films such as Devatai Kandain, Pudupetai and Yaradi Ni Mohini, among others, establishing himself as a bankable actor. Wanting to break out as an actor on his merit and prove his talent to the world, Dhanush got a big break in 2011 with filmmaker Vetrimaran's Ardagalam. Dhanush shot over 3 years for the film and essayed the role of a rooster trainer who pits birds against each other in violent fights. He became the youngest actor to win the National Award for Best Actor, and it was then his stars aligned. Not just acting, Dhanush has dabbled with other aspects of filmmaking too. He has often penned lyrics for several tracks of his films and started his own production house, Wonderbar Films. In fact, the film produced under his banner was 2012 romantic psychological thriller 3, which was directed by his former partner Aishwarya. The film was a hit courtesy the viral song Why This Kolavaridi, which was sung and written by Dhanush.
இப்போ மதுரைக்கும் மலைக்கும் என்னடா சம்பந்தம்?
சரக்குகள் என்று வந்துவிட்டால் இப்படித்தான் சம்பந்தங்கள் இல்லாமல் பேச்சுகள் வரும்.
Dhanush's journey has been one of a kind. While he did not typically have the looks of a leading hero, he made up for it with his talent, passion and dedication.
கூட மலையில இருந்தாரே.
And after making waves in regional cinema, he finally made his much anticipated Hindi film debut with Anand L. Rai's romantic drama Ranjana in 2013. He played Kundan, a jilted one-sided lover, and won the hearts of every cinephile.
और लड़की को इतना थका दो कि वो थक के हाँ बोल दे। पर पंडित तुम शाहरुख खान तो हो नहीं जो ये सब करके पास हो जाओ। अब है दूसरा तरीका, विनोद मेहरा बन जाओ।
मेरे पीछे बैठना पड़ेगा, मैं ब्रेक मारूं तो मेरे ऊपर गिरना पड़ेगा। गर्लफ्रेंड ना सही, फील ही दे दे।
Dhanush then featured in Shamitabh alongside thespian Amitabh Bachchan for the very first time. While the film did average business, performances by both actors were lauded. He is one of the few actors who has managed to experiment with different films which have been commercially viable too. Dhanush then played a local gangster alongside Kajal Agarwal in the action comedy film Mari. In fact, in 2018, a sequel titled Mari 2 also hit the big screens. The film might have received mixed reviews, but the highlight of the film was the crackling chemistry between the lead pair of Dhanush and Sai Pallavi.
நம்ம மாறிவே டார்ச்சர் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே ஆள் இந்த அராத்த ஆனந்தியா. ஏன்டா என்ன ரவுடி பேபின்னு கூப்பிடுறா?
ஓ சொல்லக்கூடாதா? அவன் ரகசியமா லவ் பண்றோமா?
அப்படின்னா ஸ்பெஷல் ஆகுதுன்னு நானும் இது நம்ம பின்னாடி சுத்தினே இருக்குறா.
பாசம் காட்டுறது தப்பா?
ஏய் அனாமத்தா போற உசுரு.
ஏன் உசுராச்சே? அவளை சொல்லிட்டா போவிட்டுருவேனா?
He then donned the director's hat for the 2017 comedy drama Power Pandi, for which he had also written the screenplay.
கொஞ்சம் வயசும் ஆகுதுல மிஸ்டர் பவர் பாண்டி.
The actor then crossed over and featured in Canadian filmmaker Ken Scott's The Extraordinary Journey of the Fakir. The film might have tanked at the box office, but as always, Dhanush rose from the ashes like a phoenix and delivered a mega success, Asuran. The period action drama film was written and directed by frequent collaborator Vetrimaran and won Dhanush his second national award in the Best Actor category. Dhanush also played the lead in Pattas, Karnan, Jagame Tandiram. And in 2021, he partnered with Anand Del Rai for Atrangire. Alongside Akshay Kumar and Sara Ali Khan, the unconventional plot and performances of the lead actors were praised, but the incoherent screenplay and the overall execution of the storyline drew flack.
चाहे कुछ कर लो बेटा, पर होई वही जो राम रची राखा.
2022 was a big year for Dhanush as he featured in as many as 4 projects, including Maran, Tiruchitrambalam and Nane Varuvain. However, his most talked about film was the Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans starrer The Grey Man. He played a mercenary in this Netflix film. Dhanush then made his Telugu debut with a period action drama titled Sir. Interestingly, the film had been shot simultaneously in Telugu and Tamil, with the latter titled Vati. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to India Today.
Yeah, brother, be humble, gonna be alright. You gonna be the hero. Never get too late, you know what I said. Savage, damn good, damn good.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible deceased donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है. कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है. उस मरीज की उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है. ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए. और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है.
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके, उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Gonna be alright, you gonna be the hero. Never get too hot, you know what I said. Sabe, damn good, damn good.
Dhanush even rose to the status of a global superstar when he featured in The Grey Man. But as we continue to talk about him as an actor par excellence, here's a look at his iconic performances. Is he Sir? Or Ranjana?
मेरे पीछे बैठना पड़ेगा, मैं ब्रेक मारूं तो मेरे ऊपर गिरना पड़ेगा, गर्लफ्रेंड ना सही फील ही दे दे।
Is he a mass hero or the Indian Bruce Lee? Well, Dhanush is a master when it comes to his craft, and there aren't many actors who can match his level. Put him in any movie and he not only owns the character but also leaves an everlasting impact with an ease that puts him well above his contemporaries. While he has worked in several films since his acting debut in 2002, let's take a look at some of his finest performances. Kadhal Kondhe. Dhanush tasted his first ever commercial and critical success in 2003 with Kadhal Kondhe. The romantic psychological thriller was directed by his brother and filmmaker Selva Raghavan. In the film, Dhanush essayed the role of a mentally disturbed young man named Vinod who yearned for the love of his friend, eventually becoming possessive of her. Kadhal Kondhe is considered the actor's breakthrough performance. Podupattai. Released in 2006, was Dhanush's yet another collaboration with Selva Raghavan and was yet again a hit at the box office. The crime thriller revolved around the story of a young boy who, after running away from his home, joins a local gang and slowly rises through the ranks of the criminal underworld with ease and style. Adukalam.
Oh my God! Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the new reigning champion of the...
Directed by Vetri Maran, Adukalam came as a boon in his career. Not only critical acclaim, his layered performance backed him a national award. Released in 2011, the sports action drama was set against the backdrop of rooster fighting and also featured Taapsee Pannu. Asuran. Next in line is Asuran. The 2019 action drama was also a Vetri Maran directorial and another fine performance by Dhanush. The film was based on the Kilvan Mani massacre of 1968 and exposed the evils of the caste system. Asuran also won him his second national award for his outstanding acting skills.
पहले अभिनेता हैं श्री धनुष। इन्हें तमिल फिल्म असुरन में इनके अभिनय के लिए पुरस्कृत किया गया है। इन्हें भी रजत कमल प्रदान किया जा रहा है।
for the versatility in carrying out the role of a young rebel and later as a sobered father figure in the film.
Tiruchitrambalam.
என் லைஃப் ரொம்ப சிம்பிளான லைஃப் 9 to 6 வீக் டேஸ் ஃபுல்லாக வேலை வீக்கெண்ட்னா ஏதோ ஒரு சினிமா டிவி நெட்ஃப்ளிக்ஸ்னு ஒரு சாதாரண வாழ்க்கை.
Last but not least, 2002's Tiruchitrambalam, the film starring Dhanush and Nithya Menon, touched a million hearts. The romantic comedy was a massive hit and garnered much praise for the actor. Tiruchitrambalam narrated the story of two best friends who eventually fall in love with each other and went on to shatter several box office records. The film also starred Rashi Khanna in a key role.
I love you. எப்படி ஃபைட்
நம்ப முடியலடா.
நம்ம தான் நம்மள ரொம்ப கம்மியா நினைக்கிறோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஆக்சுவலா நம்ம ஒரு ஆளு தான் நினைக்கிறேன்.
While all these performances were delivered in Tamil, Dhanush has also established himself in Hindi cinema with films such as Ranjana and has even gained worldwide superstar status with his role in The Grey Man. Yet again proving that he's one actor who's here to not just stay but deliver back-to-back blockbusters across global cinema, shattering any language barrier. With Ganesha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Give it to me.
You wanna go first?
You go.
While he has entertained fans for over 2 decades, his future projects have also kept fans equally hooked, and with some highly anticipated films in his kitty. Dhanush sure is here to stay and rule the game like no other. Tamil superstar Dhanush is on a hot streak and is enjoying a purple patch. And after delivering one powerful performance after another, the actor has an interesting lineup of films in his kitty. He will next be seen in Arun Mehta's Captain Miller. This high-budget period action adventure film will also feature Priyanka Arun Mohan, Shiva Rajkumar, Sandeep Kishan and John Cockin in prominent roles. The makers of this much-anticipated film are reportedly in talks to turn the film into a franchise depending upon the success of the first film. Captain Miller is reportedly set during the 1940s and Dhanush will be seen fighting against the British. What's more, Dhanush will also be teaming up with Mari Selvaraj for yet another film which will be produced by his Wonderbar Films and Z Studios. The actor-filmmaker duo had earlier collaborated for Karnan, an action drama that told the story of a man hailing from a conservative background, fighting for the rights of his people. If you jog your memory, back in 2022, it was confirmed that Dhanush and director Sekhar Kamula will be teaming up for the first time. The movie will be shot simultaneously in Tamil, Telugu and Hindi. That's not all. Dhanush and Vetrimaran are reportedly planning to join hands for the 5th time for a film which will be set in the backdrop of Kolar gold fields. The film will be based on his research and findings about the area. Meanwhile, the latest reports also suggest that actor Trisha Krishnan has been approached to play the female lead in Dhanush's tentatively titled film D50. Aside from acting, Dhanush will be directing the project as well, and the film is started to be a gangster drama. Actors S.J. Surya and Vishnu Vishal are rumoured to be a part of the project as well. And after making waves with his character Aviksen in The Grey Man, Dhanush is expected to reprise his role in the upcoming sequel. He played a deadly assassin with morals and had received praises from all quarters. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Well, that's all we could pack in our special broadcast today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Yeah, brother, be humble, gonna be alright. You gonna be the hero. Never get too hot, you know what I said. Savage, damn good, damn good.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Rain slashed parts of Mumbai, vehicles submerged, police stations inundated, wall collapses in Navi Mumbai society. BJP ID cell head Amit Malviya booked for animated video on Rahul Gandhi, FIR on Malviya after complaint from Karnataka Congress. BJP calls it political vendetta. Protests at Kadalore's Chidambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by Stalin government. Cops enter sanctum of the temple. Priests say cops manhandle them. Politics erupts over ODI World Cup. Congress up fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI VP Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides on venues for the World Cup. Politics erupts over India-US drone deal. Congress likens Predator drone deal to Rafale. Navy chief exclusively speaks to India Today on drones and its features.
से क्या है हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं. नया वाला प्रेडेटर 9B में होगा तो जब वो आएगा तो हमारा कैपेबिलिटी डेफिनेटली बढ़ेगा.
speculations on origin of COVID. Researcher claims COVID was made in China as a bioweapon. It's raining misery in Mumbai once again. Non-stop rainfall has brought maximum city to a halt. Waterlogging has led to traffic jams in several areas. The Met Department says there's a possibility of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai in the next 4 to 5 days. But a few hours of rain can do just this to Mumbai. Just imagine what will happen in the next few days. The Andheri subway was flooded. Several cars were damaged in Navi Mumbai after the wall of a posh society collapsed. In Thane, there's up to 3 feet of water in several colonies. A police station is waterlogged in Dombivali.
जो सरकार के नियम है कि 65 मिलीमीटर बारिश पड़ जाती है अगर एक 24 घंटे में, तो उसको अतिवृष्टि बोलते हैं, हैवी रेनफॉल। और पर्व शनिवार को 5 घंटों में 140 मिलीमीटर बारिश पड़ी। परंतु हमारा अग्नि परीक्षा ये है कि एक बार पानी अगर जमा तो होना ही होना है जहाँ पर लो लाइंग एरिया हैं। कितनी जल्दी पानी वहाँ से डी वाटर होके वापस समुद्र में जाता है, वो अगर हुआ है तो मतलब डिसल्टिंग, इसका मतलब डिसल्टिंग हुई है, नाला सफाई हुई है।
बारिश की शुरुआत ठीक नहीं हुई। हमने तैयारी तो की है, लेकिन घाटकोपर का बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स हमने देखा, 2 लोगों की मौत। आज एक प्राइवेट लैंड पर झाड़ गिरने से एक शख्स की मौत हुई है। तो कहीं ना कहीं सिटीजन्स के मन में अभी भी डर है सर, मानसून रिलेटेड इंसिडेंट्स से बच नहीं पाए।
नहीं, ऐसे है कि बम्बई एक 400 साल पुराना शहर है। यहाँ पे 16,000 से बिल्डिंग्स हैं जो 1940 से पहले बनी हुई हैं, और वो उसमें से बहुत सी बिल्डिंग डिलेपिडेटेड हैं। हमने 227 बिल्डिंगें ऐसे हैं जिनको हमने खतरनाक बिल्डिंग डिक्लेयर किया है। उसमें से बहुत सी बिल्डिंगों का हमने बिजली पानी कनेक्शन काट दिया है ताकि लोग खाली कर दें उसको। अभी कुछ बिल्डिंग इतनी पुरानी हैं कि जब हैवी बारिश आती है उसमें एक अंदेशा रहता है कि कोई ना कोई बिल्डिंग गिर सकती है। तो वो जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हम कर पाते हैं, परंतु हमारे पास इतना अकोमोडेशन नहीं है कि हम ये 16,000 बिल्डिंग को खाली करवा के उनको कहीं शिफ्ट कर दें।
आज के लिए क्या वार्निंग दी गई है सर, क्या अलर्टनेस दिया आपने?
अभी ऐसे है कि हमें अंदेशा है कि अगले 4 से 5 दिन हैवी रेनफॉल होने वाली है। तो आज हमने सुबह मैंने जो हमारे जितने फील्ड ऑफिसर हैं, वार्ड ऑफिसर्स, जोनल डिप्टी कमिश्नर्स, हमारे जो स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेन के सैकड़ों इंजीनियर्स और ये 480 जो मेंटर्स हैं, इंजीनियर्स हैं डी वाटरिंग पम्प्स के, उनको मैंने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आदेश दिया है कि कोई भी ऑफिस नहीं बैठेगा, सब मुझे लोग फील्ड में चाहिए। और बीएमसी में 1 लाख कर्मचारी हैं, जितने सीनियर ऑफिसर हैं वो फील्ड में रहने चाहिए, आज नहीं जब भी हैवी बारिश होती है, ताकि हमारा रिस्पॉन्स जो है वो एक एक्सीलेंट होना चाहिए और नागरिकों को समाधान होना चाहिए कि हमने काम कर रहे हैं हम।
Mustafa Sheikh is joining us for the very latest details. Mustafa, the story that we're telling our viewers today is not a new story. Every year for I don't even know how long, we've been reporting the same monsoon mayhem. Why does the BMC not wake up and smell the coffee on the collapsing infrastructure in Mumbai, and what is leading to all of this?
Well, Chaiti, if you look at the situation in Mumbai, it looks like it needs an infrastructure overhaul because the monsoon have barely arrived in Mumbai, but we have already seen over the weekend there was a building collapse incident in which 2 people lost their lives. In a tree collapse, 1 person died this morning, and as of now there are many buses being diverted from roads as there is water logging. So in the evening there is high tide if these rainfalls continue, and this is happening in the neighboring parts of Mumbai also. So people will be inconvenienced, but it's not stopping there. There are old buildings, there are tree collapse incidents, and also electrocution fears. So these are things which really makes it difficult for Mumbaikars to survive monsoon. You have to be very careful while travelling. If you are using railways, there could be waterloggings near station areas. If you are travelling by buses, there could be diversions. So there is a lot which the Mumbaikars now have to deal with. The BMC is claiming that they have done their best, and they are also accepting the fact that they cannot stop from waterlogging happening, but they will try to drain out water as soon as possible. So on these promises, the Mumbai is going forward. But what remains is it's a word of caution for the viewers also that Mumbai and neighboring areas are going to witness heavy rainfalls. If you are travelling somewhere, you'll have to check your route maps, the transport which is available, and waterlogging in that area. Back to you.
Absolutely. Just to paint a picture of what is going on in different parts of the suburbs, and the reason I believe that there is a drainage issue in the suburban area of Mumbai, which is why the water gets locked, and that's an issue that South Bombay never faces, because that drainage system for the monsoon was made back in the day during the British era.
Well, that's correct, and as of now it's the Mumbai suburban area which is witnessing heavier rainfall, be it Andheri subway which has been closed down for traffic. There is a Dahisar suburban area where bus diversions have taken place because there are waterloggings at various places, and we are getting visuals of waterlogging from nearby areas of Mumbai like Thane. We are also getting to hear weather prediction of heavy rainfall in Kalyan Dombivli area. So clearly there is heavy rainfall predictions, and rains have also started. For the city of and town of Mumbai, things could get worse in the late evening, because that's when the high tide is about 7 p.m. If it continues to rain heavily, then there will be waterlogging in the parts of city in Mumbai also. At this point, it's the suburb which is witnessing the heaviest rainfall.
Year after year, the BMC ends up making promises. Year after year, the BMC ends up getting defensive. Why is it that during the non-monsoon months, they cannot work on building the right kind of infrastructure so that this issue does not crop up, precious lives do not get lost? What is the BMC saying? Have you spoken to the commissioner about this?
Well, while we were speaking to the commissioner, he happened to say that Mumbai is an old city and there are a lot of old drainage systems and buildings due to which there is a problem. He is also not shying away from accepting for the fact that Mumbai and its drainage system cannot take rains up to 65 mm. If it rains more than that, there will be waterloggings which will take place. What the BMC is trying to do at this point is to drain water from low-lying areas as soon as possible so that people are not inconvenienced. At the same time, take necessary precautions so that tree falling incidents and incidents of electrocution can be avoided. We'll have to wait and see how this thing goes, but because if the heavy rainfalls continues, but we fear that year after year what happens, and it will happen same year. The promises have been made by the BMC, but it will not take much time before the promises collapse and you get to see waterlogging at various parts of Mumbai.
And if they say that they are working on removing that water, which is not obviously passing through the drainage system, which is meant for heavy rainfall, then where is the infrastructure? Have they put that already in action? Have they started draining the water? Because if they did, then you would not see this kind of waterlogging.
Well, for example, in Mumbai's Hind Mata, BMC has put a huge water tank underground, and that water is drained towards the sea. So there are these projects which are taking place in Mumbai. It's a new way of trying to remove rainwater as soon as possible from low-lying areas. So that has been tried at Hind Mata, that has been tried near Santa Cruz, and attempts are going on to try it near Andheri subway also. So in the low-lying areas, the BMC is coming up with water tanks so that the water can be drained out. But what we know from our experience from the past few years is that all is well till the time there is no high tide in the sea. Once there is a high tide in the sea, there is nowhere that the water can pass through and people get inconvenience and there is waterlogging. Back to you.
Any advisory going out to people? Because I do know that on the promenades, a lot of people come there to just enjoy the rainfall, but they should not do that. It's extremely, extremely dangerous for them to be there on the promenade. What is the advisory that is going out there to the people of Mumbai who just go out there on beaches or go for walks on the promenade as well?
Well, be it the weather department or the BMC, they have been very clear in their warnings. There is an orange alert issued for Mumbai, which means there can be heavy to very heavy rainfall at isolated places. Not only promenades, but also many places in the suburban city and areas of Mumbai, Kalyan, Dombivli, Thane can witness heavy rainfall. So people have been advised to, not to venture out if it's not necessary. If they are venturing out, then they should know the route which they have to follow, because this rainfall is not about only today, but it is going to continue for 2 to 3 days. The BMC has very much clearly come out with an advisory for its officials that they should be on roads helping people and citizens of Mumbai. So clearly the advisory would be for citizens is to take care and be mindful of the rainfall which is happening in your area, and only then venture out.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Mustafa, for joining us with the very latest details on your screens right now. You can see how the suburban Mumbai, Kandivali, Kurla, Navi Mumbai, Dombivli, Andheri, Thane, all these suburban areas are waterlogged at the moment, causing huge amount of inconvenience for the common man. And the question will always be asked to the DMC in terms of what they're doing to up the infrastructure in suburban Mumbai. Southwest monsoons continue to wreak havoc in Mumbai. Here are a few key defining images. 3 vehicles damaged after wall collapse due to heavy rainfall in Navi Mumbai's posh NRI complex. BMC predicts high possibility of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai in the next 4 to 5 days. Torrential rainfall in Mumbai floods Andheri subway, which has now been closed for vehicular movement. Traffic has been diverted. Heavy rainfall inundates the Mandpada police station in Dombivali. Police officers were seen walking around the station with several feet of rainwater. Heavy rainfall inundates Borivali railway station in Mumbai. Commuters struggle due to waterlogged streets at the railway station. Several areas in Thane's Bhiwandi waterlogged due to heavy rainfall. The popular Bhaji market in Teenbati area of Bhiwandi is filled with 2 to 3 feet of water.
पे जाम रहते थे, पैसों का भुगतान नहीं होता था। लेकिन आप पिछले कुछ सालों का अगर देखेंगे, पूरा भुगतान किसानों को किया गया है। अगर मैं पिछले 5-6 सालों की बात करूं तो 99.8%, 99.7% इस तरह से भुगतान हुआ है और जो बैकलॉग था वो भी क्लियर किया गया। इसका सबसे बड़ा अगर आप उदाहरण देखें तो कहां फर्क पड़ा है। जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि एथेनॉल को हम अपने क्रूड ऑयल के साथ मिक्स करके पेट्रोल डीजल इसके लिए, तो वहां पर अब ये 10% से ज्यादा हो गया है। अब एथेनॉल के लिए जो रिक्वायरमेंट हमारे गन्ने की है उसके लिए पिछले साल 20,500 करोड़ रुपए का भुगतान डिस्टिलरीज के द्वारा किया गया है, डिस्टिलरीज को किया गया है, शुगर मिल्स को किया गया है। इससे पता चलता है कि अब उनके पास नकद ज्यादा है। पहले उनको स्टॉक रखना पड़ता था और किसानों को पैसा नहीं देते थे। आज ये फायदा हुआ है कि जहां एक और आत्मनिर्भरता को बल मिला है, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज कम खर्च हुआ, उतना क्रूड ऑयल हमें कम मंगवाना पड़ता है और एथेनॉल सेक्टर के ग्रोथ को भी इससे बल मिला है। शुगर केन अगर हम देखें तो इसको भी शुगर मिल के द्वारा लगभग 3,353 लाख टन गन्ने की खरीद 2022-23 में की गई और उस पर कुल लागत 1,11,366 करोड़ रुपए हुए। तो मैं ये बदलाव जो भारत सरकार के कारण आया है, समय पर मूल्य भी निर्धारित किए, एथेनॉल के क्षेत्र को बल भी दिया, शुगर मिल्स के पास पैसा ज़्यादा इन हैंड रहा और हमारी जो वर्किंग कैपिटल की रिक्वायरमेंट है, क्योंकि उतना स्टॉक अब गन्ने का नहीं रखना पड़ता, तो उसमें भी सुधार हुआ है। दूसरा निर्णय जो है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने एक नहीं अनेक क्षेत्रों में राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर नेतृत्व देने का काम किया है। लेकिन वहीं पर उम्मीदें भी भारत से बड़ी हैं। तो नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, इसकी स्थापना का निर्णय, अब इसके लिए नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन बिल 2023 इसको पार्लियामेंट में लाया जाएगा और जो हमारा साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग रिसर्च बोर्ड एक्ट 2008 है उसको रिपील किया जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने कहा, जय जवान, जय किसान, जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान। तो अनुसंधान की जब बात आती तो रिसर्च को बल देने के लिए आज मंत्रिमंडल ने नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की स्थापना के लिए नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन बिल 2023 को संसद में प्रस्तुत करने की अनुमति दी है। इसमें फाउंडेशन के गतिविधियों को हाई लेवल पर स्ट्रैटेजिक डायरेक्शन देने के लिए 15 से 25 एमिनेंट रिसर्चर्स और प्रोफेशनल इसके गवर्निंग बोर्ड के सदस्य होंगे और नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन के गवर्निंग बोर्ड की अध्यक्षता प्रधानमंत्री जी करेंगे। प्रिंसिपल साइंटिफिक एडवाइजर की अध्यक्षता में एक एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल का गठन किया जाएगा और रिसर्च प्रपोजल्स को एवेल्युएट करके उसकी फंडिंग के लिए अनुमति दी जाएगी, निर्णय किया जाएगा। एनआरएफ द्वारा इंस्टीट्यूशंस, यूनिवर्सिटीज, कॉलेजेस में रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट, फेलोशिप्स आदि की फंडिंग की जाएगी। इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च को बढ़ावा दिया जाएगा, जिससे राष्ट्रीय प्राथमिकताओं के अनुरूप साइंस बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन उपलब्ध कराए जा सके। यह सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि रिसर्च के लिए उपलब्ध संसाधनों का उपयोग देश की प्राथमिकताओं वाले फ्रंटियर, स्ट्रैटेजिक तथा हाई इंपैक्ट क्षेत्रों में शोध के लिए हो। तो नीड बेस्ड रिसर्च हो, उसको बल मिलेगा, जो हमारी प्राथमिकता है उसको बल दिया जाएगा। और एनआरएफ के पास हम इस पे कितना पैसा खर्च करने वाले, 2023-24 से लेके वित्तीय वर्ष 2027-28 तक कुल 5 वर्षों में 50,000 करोड़ रुपया उपलब्ध करवाएंगे, जिसमें से 14,000 करोड़ रुपया भारत सरकार के द्वारा उपलब्ध करवाया जाएगा। बाकी 36,000 करोड़ रुपए की राशि जो है वो हम नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन में इंडस्ट्री के द्वारा, पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइज के द्वारा, फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के द्वारा, फाउंडेशंस और इंटरनेशनल बॉडीज से मोबिलाइज की जाएगी। तो इसमें जहां एक जन भागीदारी की हम बात करते हैं और स्टेक होल्डर्स की भागीदारी की बात करते हैं, उसको भी बल मिलेगा। और एनआरएफ द्वारा जो बजट में दी गई राशि में 1,000 करोड़ रुपए से जो इनोवेशन फंड स्थापित किया जाएगा, इस फंड में प्राइवेट सेक्टर से मोबिलाइज की गई राशि गवर्नमेंट के शेयर से 3.5 गुना ज्यादा होगी। तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर से जुटाई गई ये जो राशि है, ये गवर्नमेंट के कंट्रीब्यूशन से अधिक होने पर इनोवेशन फंड अपने फाइनेंशियल रूल्स बना सकेगा। तो इससे इसको स्वायत्तता भी ज्यादा होगी, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी ज्यादा होगी, जो इससे अच्छे परिणाम भी आएंगे। नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की स्थापना से यूनिवर्सिटीज तथा हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में रिसर्च का व्यापक स्तर पर विस्तार हो सकेगा। रिसर्च को देश के सामाजिक और आर्थिक विकास के लिए महत्वपूर्ण टेक्नो इकोनॉमिक एवं प्रैक्टिकल सॉल्यूशन उपलब्ध कराने की दिशा में अलाइन किया जा सकेगा। तो मित्रों, ये आज वर्तमान और भविष्य के लिए एक ऐसा निर्णय किया गया है जिससे हमारी रिसर्च को भी बल मिलेगा और जो हमारी स्टार्टअप्स जिन्होंने भारत का नाम दुनिया भर में रोशन किया है, थर्ड लार्जेस्ट स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बना, 107 के लगभग यूनिकॉर्न्स बनी, 1 लाख के लगभग हमारे पास स्टार्टअप्स हैं। जब ये शोध इतना होगा तो इसका फायदा इंडस्ट्री को भी मिलने वाला है। और जब कंट्रीब्यूशन 14,000 करोड़ भारत सरकार की होगी और 36,000 करोड़ प्राइवेट सेक्टर से, इंडस्ट्री से, फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूट से या बाकी सबसे आएगा, तो अपने आप ही इसमें से बल हमारी इंडस्ट्री को, स्टार्टअप्स को, सबको मिलने वाला है और रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में भारत और ऊंचाइयों पर जाएगा। इसके अलावा कुछ और बड़े निर्णय किए गए हैं। मैं निवेदन करूंगा आदरणीय मनसुख भाई से कि उससे आप सबको अवगत करवाएं।
आज प्रधानमंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में हुई सीसीए की मीटिंग में किसानों के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया गया। उसमें से एक निर्णय यहाँ आपके सामने रखा, जिसमें गन्ना किसानों को प्राइस ज़्यादा मिलेगी। उसके अलावा मोदी जी ने आज किसानों के लिए 3,70,000 करोड़ का एक पैकेज घोषित किया है। ये पैकेज का 4 कंपोनेंट है। एक है हमारी यूरिया स्कीम, जो 2025 तक यानी कि 22-23, 23-24 और 24-25 3 साल के लिए 3,68,000 करोड़ रुपया।
Having a very short commercial break. When we return, politics over India-US drone deal. Congress likens Predator drone deal to Rafale. Navy chief exclusively speaks to India today on drones and its features.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Snail mucin, mugwort, rice, Centella asiatica are all cave beauty favorites. Whether it works or not is always up for debate, but the world has really enjoyed relaxing in a Korean sheet mask to unwind, and they surely hydrate well for a Korean kind of a glass skin glow. The latest entrant, salmon sperm. K-beauty has made it a super hot commodity. In the music video for Vegas, Doja Cat is seen smearing a face with a cosmetic stick. If reports are to be believed, this product was made from salmon collagen and salmon PDRN to enhance skin elasticity.
It's really a polynucleotide, and what it does is it has an anti-inflammatory role, so it helps reduce inflammation in the skin. This is all because of the wound healing response, and so this is why it's become such a popular ingredient right now.
K-beauty, no doubt, is a cult favorite, further enhanced by K-pop culture that is a big deal amongst Gen Z. BTS and Blackpink are all over the place, and if you notice, they emulate a certain aesthetic standard which just cannot be accidental. While the Koreans have skin that's definitely different from Indians, some basics of skincare remain standard across the board. Cleanse, tone, moisturize, and do not forget the sunblock. How simple is that?
Korean people, there are about 5 to 6 skincare routine that we follow, which start from skin, lotion, essence, cream, eye cream. So basically, little effort is required to have a flawless skin. Yeah.
To say that Koreans are too serious about their skincare would be a huge understatement. But through all their 10-step routine lies a simple philosophy: moisturize and hydrate well. In New Delhi, with Vaishnavi Harwar, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Big twist to Karnataka freebies fight. Karnataka government to give cash instead of rice after sale of rice was stalled. Government to transfer money to BPL, that is below poverty line card holders, after the FCI stalled sale of rice under OMSS. For state government, Karnataka Congress government has decided to transfer the money in the bank accounts of BPL card holders. So let's get Anaka to get us more details on this, because we do know that the Karnataka Congress has been blaming the centre for this entire freebie row, that this is the reason why they're not being able to live up to their pre-poll promises, their manifesto promises, is because of the central government. We've seen them blame the central government before, and hence perhaps to keep up to their promise, they have decided to transfer money to BPL card holders. It's a statement coming in from them so that their vote base does not feel like they're not living up to the promises, perhaps. But how does the BJP react to this? How does the central government react to this? We'll get you those reactions as well. It's a big twist coming in as far as Karnataka freebies fight. The Karnataka government has decided to give cash instead of rice, and after the sale of rice was stalled, the government to transfer money now to BPL card holders. After FCI stalled sale of rice under OMSS for state government, Karnataka Congress government has decided to transfer money in the bank account of the BPL card holders. Let's get you, Anaga, for more on this and some political reactions as well, because the Food Corporation of India is also involved, where the FCI, which is the Food Corporation of India, has stalled the sale of rice under OMSS for state government. Karnataka Congress has decided to transfer money now directly in the bank accounts of below poverty line card holders. It's a twist coming in for sure. We'd like a reaction coming in from the Congress and the BJP, both on this. Anaga Keshav is now joining us. Anaga, give us a bit of a background on the story. It's indeed a big twist coming in. The FCI had decided, we know, to stall the sale of rice. And we do remember that the Karnataka Congress government had blamed the centre for this as well. How does the centre respond to all of this? Because they seem to have found a way out to be able to fulfill their poll promises.
Chaiti, there is a lot of noise around me, so I did hear a part of your question, but here we have HK Patil and KH Muniappa, who gave that press conference saying that instead of rice, so initially they reached out to FCI, which later shut its doors, saying that they will not be able to sell rice to Karnataka. So now the Karnataka government, the Congress in Karnataka government, has now come up with a workaround, saying that out of the 10 kgs, the first 5 kgs will be supplied by the center. It is this other half, it is the other 5 kg which the Karnataka government was scrambling to fight for. And now since the FCI has completely shut its doors and they cannot afford the kind of prices that our own internal farmers have, so now the Congress government has come up with a workaround saying that they will transfer money directly to the bank accounts of BPL card holders. Remember, it's only for BPL card holders at the moment. For example, let me just get it clear. So in a family, if there are 3 BPL card holders, then then this particular family will be getting 170 plus 170 plus 170. Each member is entitled to 5 kg of rice and each kg is 34 rupees. So in all, one person who who holds a BPL card will be getting 170 rupees. If there are 2 BPL card holders, it is 170 plus 170. If there are 3, it is again 510 rupees. So this is the calculation that the Congress government in Karnataka has come up with. Remember, even when Siddaramaiah gave that first press conference saying that the FCI has shut all its doors, they have refused to sell rice. C.T. Ravi had put out a tweet saying that if there is shortage of rice, why not transfer money directly to the bank accounts of BPL card holders? And cut to about 3 weeks later, now the Karnataka Congress government has come up with this workaround, transferring money to the BPL card holders' bank account.
All right, let's get some political reactions on this as well. Anaga, are you able to get us some political reactions?
Chaiti, right now, the leaders are inside the press conference room. So yes, I will try to get in more reactions right after the press conference is over. But for now, this is the main, this is the main announcement that has come out. Of course, we will be getting more reactions from the BJP as well to know what the opposition is going to react about this, because the entire narrative is going to spin around as if the Congress has now listened to the words of C.P. Ravi, to the words of Bommai, and has come up with this kind of arrangement. So yes, we will be speaking to the BJP leaders as well about this in just a short while from now.
All right, thank you for joining us. Darul Uloom chief's big statement on UCC. Madani urges Muslims to speak to law panel. Madani says attempts being made to snatch religious freedom. Goes on to say don't hit the streets, write to the law panel. Milan will be joining us in moments from now, who's breaking the story first on India Today. This is on the Uniform Civil Code that we're talking about, UCC. Darul Uloom chief has made a big statement on UCC. Madani has urged Muslims to speak to law panel now. He says that attempts are being made to snatch religious freedom. Madani says, do not hit the streets, write to the law panel. So Madani is urging the Muslim community to write to the law panel instead of hitting the streets. Madani, the chief of Darul Uloom, sorry? You have Milan with us. Milan will be joining us in moments from now. Arshad Madani, the chief of Darul Uloom, has put out a statement on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Uniform Civil Code push. Darul Uloom chief has made a big statement on UCC. Madani has urged Muslims to speak to the law panel. Madani says attempt is being made to snatch religious freedom. He has further gone on to tell the Muslim community, do not hit the streets. Instead, write to the law panel. Milan will be joining us in moments from now, but Arshad Madani's statement, it's a big statement coming in as far as UCC push is concerned. So this story, the breaking story, was about the UCC. Now, Prime Minister Modi's pitch for the UCC has stoked a massive political storm. After Modi sought UCC in the country, Muslim law body opposed the move, calling it a BJP agenda, stating that no religion is in line with the implementation of UCC. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board also held an emergency meeting and decided to oppose the proposed law that seeks to formulate and implement a set of common personal laws for all the citizens of India, regardless of their religion.
The opposition has hit out at Prime Minister Modi, highlighting how Law Commission 2 pointed out that implementing UCC is not feasible, asserting that one nation, one law cannot be a reality, and then that it is a core aspiration of agenda-driven majoritarian government.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का खुद कई फैसले आ चुके हैं इसके ऊपर और लेजिस्लेचर ने उसके मुताबिक लॉ भी बना दिया है कि लॉ कमीशन ने अपनी रिपोर्ट में क्या मुसलमानों के लॉज को इतनी अहमियत दी थी या ये कि वो सारे कंट्री के इश्यूज थे। आज आपकी इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए मैं बताऊं कि कोई भी मजहब या कोई भी कम्युनिटी इस बात से एग्री नहीं करती है यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के ऊपर।
Our Prime Minister and our Constitution repeatedly talks about equal rights for all Indian citizens, no discrimination for any citizens for or against, and therefore these basic fundamental principles of our Constitution go to the root of vote bank politics that these political parties have built their edifice on for the last 75 years. So it is important to have these discussions. It is important to have the truth be revealed to the people about what these political parties and their ideologies really mean and where they are vis-a-vis the Constitution of India.
हम उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रतिबद्ध हैं कानून का राज स्थापित करने के लिए और भाईचारा बना रहे। हम लोग सर्व सहमति से उत्तर प्रदेश में कहीं कोई दिक्कत न हो और कानून न टूटने पाए, इसके लिए हम लोग लगातार काम कर रहे हैं और किसी भी स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में इस प्रकार के जो गैर कानूनी कार्य हैं हम होने नहीं देंगे और इसमें कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जो मतलब विदेशी ताकतें हैं वो लगातार अपने समाज को अस्थिर करने में लगी रहती हैं, लेकिन वो उत्तर प्रदेश में सफल नहीं होने देंगे हम।
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लेकर राजनीतिक बवाल मचा हुआ है, आम आदमी पार्टी का क्या स्टैंड है?
देखिए, सैद्धांतिक रूप से हम यूसीसी का समर्थन करते हैं। आर्टिकल 44, आर्टिकल 44 वो भी ये कहती है कि यूसीसी होनी चाहिए, तो सैद्धांतिक रूप से हम इसका समर्थन करते हैं। लेकिन हमारा ये मानना है कि चूंकि ये मुद्दा कई सारे धर्म और संप्रदायों से जुड़ा हुआ है और हमारा देश एक समूह है कई सारे धर्म और संप्रदायों का, तो सभी से सहमति बनाकर, सभी से चर्चा करके, सभी से डिस्कस करके, चाहे वो राजनीतिक हो, गैर राजनीतिक हो, जनता हो, सबसे डिस्कस करके सहमति बनाकर ही इसको लागू करनी चाहिए।
आज आम जनता के मुद्दे हैं महंगाई, भ्रष्टाचार, बेरोजगारी, किसान, ये आज जनता के मुद्दे हैं। कितने लोग समझते हैं यूसीसी? कितने आम जनता में से खड़े पूछो, कोई जानता है यूसीसी क्या होता है? ये जानते हैं?
हाँ। चुनाव के पहले यूसीसी की बात
करें, अपनी सब बात करें।
कुछ राजनीतिक दलों ने और कुछ मुस्लिम धार्मिक संस्थाओं ने इसका विरोध किया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी सरला, मुद्गल और बाकी मुकदमों में कहा है कि ये अलग अलग नागरिक संहिताएं ठीक नहीं है। जब क्रिमिनल लॉ एक सा है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लॉ एक सा है, कमर्शियल लॉज एक से है, बैंकिंग लॉज एक से हैं, तो केवल परिवार के बारे में यह अपवाद क्यों हो?
Prime Minister Modi made the biggest UCC bid yesterday. Listen into what he has said.
भारत के मुसलमान भाई बहनों को भी ये समझना होगा कि कौन से राजनीतिक दल उन्हें भड़का करके उनका फायदा लेने के लिए उनको बर्बाद कर रहे हैं। आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के नाम पर ऐसे लोगों को भड़काने का काम हो रहा है। आप मुझे बताइए, एक घर में परिवार के एक सदस्य के लिए एक कानून हो, परिवार के दूसरे सदस्य के लिए दूसरा कानून हो, तो क्या वो घर चल पाएगा? क्या कभी भी चल पाएगा क्या? फिर ऐसी दोहरी व्यवस्था से देश कैसे चल पाएगा? हमें याद रखना है कि भारत के संविधान में भी नागरिकों के समान अधिकार की बात कही गई है।
And politics continues to brew over the new Predator drone deal signed between India and the US. Days after India signed $3 billion deal with the US to procure 31 MQ-9B Predator UAV drones, Navy Chief Admiral R. Hari Kumar has come out in support of the deal, saying that the new drone will prove to be an asset for the forces. Hitting out at the center, Congress demanded complete transparency into the agreement and also questioned the center about the price, which it claims is 4 times higher compared to the other nations. Questioning the price of the Predator drones, Khera said, and I quote, "What other countries are buying at less than 4 times, India is buying 31 Predator drones at $3 billion, unquote. Stung by a series of messages circulating on social media regarding proposed purchase of what has been termed as overpriced, the MQ-9B drones from the US, the Defense Ministry hit back, stating that attempts were being made to derail the deal. The MOD also added that the price and the terms and conditions of the purchase are yet to be finalized and subject to negotiations.
जो राफेल डील में हुआ वही अब प्रीडेटर ड्रोन्स की खरीद में भी दोहराया जा रहा है। जिस ड्रोन को बाकी मुल्क 4 गुना कम कीमत में खरीदते हैं, उसी ड्रोन को हम $110 मिलियन यानी कि 880 करोड़ प्रति ड्रोन, 880 करोड़ पर ड्रोन हम खर्च कर रहे हैं।
सरकार ने एक बड़ा फैसला लिया प्रेडेटर ड्रोन अमेरिका से लेने का। नौसेना काफी समय से उसका इस्तेमाल भी कर रही है, पहली फोर्स है। कैसे आप देखते हैं इनके आने के बाद किस तरह की इंडियन ओशन रीजन में और नौसेना की जो ताकत है वो किस तरह से बढ़ेगी?
ये जो प्रेडेटर ड्रोन जो है इंडियन नेवी ऑलरेडी यूज कर रही है, लीज किया हुआ है। 2 ड्रोन्स नवंबर 2020 से यूज कर रहे हैं। करीब 12,000 आवर्स इसको एक्सप्लॉइट किया हुआ है। तो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि ये बहुत बड़ा कैपेबिलिटी है। इससे क्या है, हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं। काफ़ी कैपेबिलिटी है इसमें, और नॉट ओनली ये जो मैरिटाइम एरिया से हमारा लैंड बॉर्डर्स में भी हम यूज़ किया हुआ है पिछले 2 साल में एयरफोर्स के साथ और आर्मी के साथ, और टू कीप बॉर्डर एरियाज, नॉर्दर्न बॉर्डर्स एंड वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर्स ऑल्सो अंडर सर्वेलेंस, इसके लिए भी इसका यूज़ किया हुआ है। तो अभी हम जो यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो एक्चुअली एक ओल्डर वर्जन है, तो उसमें कैपेबिलिटी उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है जितना हम अभी आगे खरीदने का प्लान किया हुआ है। तो जो रडार्स, तरह तरह के रडार्स, सिंथेटिक अपर्चर रडार और एलियन कमेंट, फिर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ वेपन कैपेबिलिटी, ये सब ये जो नया वाला प्रेडेटर 9B में होगा, तो जब वो आएगा तो हमारा कैपेबिलिटी डेफिनेटली बढ़ेगा।
It's a big India Today exclusive on crackdown on ISI terror plots and active recruitment bid in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Pakistan's intelligence agency ISI has started a new maneuver in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. At least 150 youth from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have been abducted by the ISI, and they are being trained and radicalized into becoming terrorists. Traders Association of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir alleged that in the last 2 months, more than 150 youth have been abducted. And not just that, they also claim that several children are missing from the madrasas. Local authorities have appealed to Pakistan Army for help, but nothing has really come from them because it's their intelligence agency that is training the abducted kids. Locals in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir have threatened to protest in view of the threats faced by the common people in POK. This is yet another daring example of how Pakistan is spreading its terror tentacles.
आज जिले से 18 बच्चे इससे पहले इसी दौरान आए। ये सुन के मुझे बहुत ही ताज्जुब हुआ कि एक खित्ते से, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट से 18 बच्चों की गुमशुदगी, और मजीद हमारे 2 बच्चे 20 तालिब इल्मों की गुमशुदगी। ये एक संगीन तरीन मामला है। वो आला से पार जाते हैं तो बगैर शनाख्ती कार्ड के हमारे बच्चे कैसे पार जा सकते हैं? और ये सवाल है कि जिस बच्चे के पास शनाख्ती कार्ड भी नहीं है उसको आप राउंड पे नहीं भेज सकते, वो कैसे किधर गया कौन गया कोई तो पता होना चाहिए। मेरा ख्याल है कि ये एक वो जो काउंसलिंग साहब ने बताया एक प्री प्लान है, लोगों को उठाया जा रहा है। अगर इसको रोकने की कोशिश न की गई तो फिर ये काम रुकेगा नहीं।
Slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, politics erupts over One-Day International World Cup. Congress are fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI VP Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides on venues for the World Cup.
You are watching India Today.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी इज 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Amidst political tussle over selection of World Cup venues, the BCCI has defended the selections of fixtures. BCCI VP Rajiv Shukla said the selection of venues was not purely in the hands of BCCI and ICC consent was needed for the same. Shukla cited the example of Mohali and said that stadium did not meet the standards of ICC, whose consent is needed for the venues. Opposition party leaders have expressed disappointment in Punjab's Mohali and Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram was excluded from the World Cup venues.
I think it's a well-drafted schedule and everybody has pondered over it and new venues have been added. Like Lucknow has been added. UP never got any chance to host World Cup, ever before. So they have been given chance. Guwahati has been given chance. Lot many venues from South has been added. So I think they have given a fair amount of consideration before finalizing the venue. Secondly, you should always keep in mind, ICC has to approve all those venues. It's not purely in BCCI's hands. ICC has to approve those venues. So all those who are raising objection, they should realize that we need a consent of ICC also. While picking up these venues.
The excitement of announcement of ODI World Cup fixtures on Tuesday was marred by the political showdown over venues. From Congress to AAP, opposition parties slammed the cricket board in India for allegedly ignoring several different states. Here's more in this report.
Absolutely magnificent. Dhoni finishes.
It has been 12 years since India won the ODI World Cup.
India lift the World Cup. After 28 years, the parties start in the dressing room.
And with India set to hold the tournament this year, hopes of 1.3 billion people are rising again. But the excitement around World Cup has been marred by politics. Opposition parties are now crying bias over match venues. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor expresses displeasure over the exclusion of the Sports Hub Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram.
10-11 cities have been given matches, and some have got 5 matches, some have got 4 matches. They could have easily spread the joy a little better. Places like Thiruvananthapuram, which has such a wonderful new stadium, Mohali, Ranchi, there are places that are substantial towns with good cricket following and with excellent stadiums that could have been given an opportunity also to host a World Cup match.
Mohali, which hosted the iconic India-Pakistan semi-final in 2011, is not hosting a single World Cup match. And so a similar objection has been raised by Punjab's sports minister too.
ਜਦੋਂ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਏ ਤਾਂ 96 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ, 2011 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਮੈਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਰਿੰਦਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਅਹਿਮਦਾਬਾਦ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਮੈਚ ਵੀ ਕਰਵਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੈਚ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ।
The Congress has accused the BJP of conspiring against the border state.
पंजाब को पहली बार इग्नोर नहीं किया गया, ये मैं सीधा सीधा कह सकता हूं कि ये भी इसमें भी बीजेपी की साजिश है और इस प्रकार से मोहाली का स्टेडियम का नाम हटाना मैं समझता हूं कि 100% इसमें राजनीति हुई है।
A top sporting tournament scarred by unsporting politics. Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, Pakistan Cricket Board's request to change few of its fixtures to other locations has been rejected by the ICC. Indian cricketer Ravichandran Ashwin has slammed Pakistan's request, saying changing venues will play into an advantage for them and locations can be changed only for security reasons. Former Pakistan cricketer Wasim Akram also said that Pakistan should not create unnecessary problems by demanding change of venues and should play as per schedule.
कोई इशू इसमें इशू की बात क्या, जहाँ मैच होगा वहाँ खेलना है पाकिस्तान से, खत्म होगी बात, सिंपल। ये अननेसेसरी स्ट्रेस, अननेसेसरी चीज़ें कि अहमदाबाद में नहीं खेलेंगे तो वहाँ खेलें, पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर से पूछो, दे डोंट केयर, they'll play wherever the schedule will come.
Well, that's it from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For more news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our India Today app. See you in just moments from now with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
A summer crop that is the choice of millions across the country is rapidly becoming a prized delicacy. It is enjoyed in all its forms, but now households are being forced to choose.
पहले जब मैं एक हफ्ते पहले लेने गई थी तो 60 रुपए किलो थे, अब कल लेने गई हूँ तो 120 रुपए किलो, और वो भी टमाटरों का आप हाल देख सकते हैं, कहीं से गले हैं, कहीं से ये वाइटिश में है।
It is an annual deja vu that is hitting India's most vulnerable and the middle class. As the monsoon arrives and supplies plummet, the price of vegetables like the tomato has skyrocketed.
The price of tomatoes, an indispensable part of Indian dining tables, has crossed 100 rupees per kilogram in many parts of the country over the past few days.
इतनी महंगाई में क्या खाएं, क्या खरीदे, क्या बनाएं, ये समझ नहीं आई। टमाटर देख लो साथ में सामान पे, कभी 60, आज 120, कल 100। ऐसे टमाटरों के रेट ऐसे बढ़ते हैं कि कमाने वाला भी थक गया और खाने वाले भी थके जा रहे।
हर चीज इतना महंगा कि बजट से 3 गुना ज्यादा। इससे कोई समझ में नहीं आता कि क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है।
Farmers have cited production and supply shortages as major reasons behind the hike.
माल कम रहने के कारण ही बाजार टाइट हुए हैं। उसका प्रॉब्लम है कि बारिश भी कम था, उसके कारण फसल कम था। इसके पहले 6-8 महीना टमाटर में बहुत मंदी था, लगभग ऐसा पकड़ के चलो 5 रुपए के 10 रुपए के लगभग में बाजार थे। उसके कारण लोगों ने कम किया, उसको खर्चा भी ज्यादा है टमाटर को।
Experts, however, have a different view.
रिटेल मार्केट में तकरीबन 60 रुपए से ज़्यादा प्राइस हर जगह पे है, बताया गया है कि इतना प्राइस है। लेकिन जो हॉकर्स हमारे घर के बाहर आते हैं या जिनसे हम लेते हैं, वो तकरीबन 80 और 100 रुपए का चार्ज करते हैं। इसका मतलब साफ है कि एक रिटेल माफिया जो है वो ऑपरेट करता है। जो इन्फ्लेशन हम एनकाउंटर करते हैं, जिसके ऊपर हमारा हाहाकार मचता है, वो इसलिए है क्योंकि जो हॉकर्स की जो एक रेंज बनी हुई, एक नेटवर्क बना हुआ है, वो प्राइस अपने आप फिक्स कर लेता है।
Vegetable vendors claim that many consumers who would earlier buy 1 kg or more tomatoes have now switched to buying half a kilogram or fewer tomatoes. Whatever the reason, the fact remains that the increasing prices have drastically affected the kitchen budget of consumers. Bureau Report, India Today.
So sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा, अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा। ये डीलों के दिन, कुछ हिसाबों के दिन, कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन। डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है। वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान, मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ, मिलेगा कहाँ। ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा, अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा।
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening, viewers, and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, getting you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines. Rains lash parts of Mumbai, vehicles submerged, police stations inundated, wall collapses in Navi Mumbai society. BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya booked for animated video on Rahul. FIR on Malviya after complaint from Karnataka Congress. BJP calls it political vendetta. Big twist to Karnataka freebies fight after FCI stalls the rice sale. Karnataka government now to offer cash instead to the BPL card holders. Protests at Kadalor's Chidambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by Stalin government. Cops enter sanctum of the temple. Priests say cops manhandled them. Politics erupts over ODI World Cup. Congress up fume over matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI chief, VP, Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides on venues for the World Cup. Sensational revelations on origin of COVID. Researcher claims COVID was made in China as a bioweapon. Big breaking news coming in. Karnataka government is all set to table the anti-conversion bill in July. Karnataka law minister says anti-conversion bill is going to be placed in the House after 3rd of July. Latest coming in as far as anti-conversion bill is concerned in Karnataka. Karnataka law minister says that the anti-conversion bill is going to be placed in the House after 3rd of July. So latest coming in from Karnataka at the moment. Karnataka Law Ministry says we will be tabling the anti-conversion bill. They're all set to table the anti-conversion bill in July. Anaga Keshav is now joining us for the latest. Anaga, what's the latest that's coming in? What more can you add to this?
Chaiti, the Congress government has decided to table this bill on July 3rd in the Assembly session. Now remember, the anti-conversion bill was brought in by the BJP government back in 2022, which was, which faced stern criticism by Congress and several other members from the Christian community. Now this bill, which aims at prohibiting the conversion by means of manipulation or allurement, or by any sort of coercion, was brought in back during the BJP government's 2022 regime. That was completely opposed by all the opposition parties. But now this bill will again be introduced in the Assembly session, and this new bill is aimed at repealing everything that was brought in by the BJP government pertaining to the anti-conversion law. So everything pertaining to anti-conversion that the BJP has brought in during their regime will now be repealed by the Congress government is what we're hearing, and this will be tabled in the House on July 3rd.
When they were in the opposition, what was their stance as far as the anti-conversion bill is concerned, the law that it eventually became because it was passed? If you could tell us what their stance was at that point.
Chaiti, the BJP has completely opposed to this stance taken by the Congress government. The BJP says that we brought in anti-conversion bill to prevent converting from one religion to another by any means of manipulation or allurement or coercion. We wanted to stop that, stop that from happening.
But Congress and other minority groups, what has been their stance on this? I'm assuming that they would find it unconstitutional, and hence the Karnataka Congress is going ahead and deciding to do this.
Right to religion, but now the Congress, in order to appeal their particular vote bank, be it the minority community or even the Christian community, in order to please this particular community, they have now decided to repeal what we had brought in, is how the BJP is reacting to this. But we have to wait and watch how the events are going to unfold on July 3rd when this bill is going to be tabled in the House.
So Karnataka government is going to be scrapping the tweaks that were made in the BJP regime quite clearly in terms of the minority communities, the Congress party, which was in opposition at that point of time. What was their stance on the bill at that point? Because we do know that there were certain Christian groups also who had staged protests against the legislation.
That's right, Chaiti. When this bill was brought in during the BJP's regime, that happened in Suvarna Sauda in Belagavi. Here, it was in Suvarna Sauda that this particular bill was discussed by the BJP, and at that point of time, the Congress very vehemently opposed this particular bill, stating that this is anti-people. You cannot introduce this, this anti-conversion law. There has to be equality, is how the Congress had rebutted back in Belagavi when this was introduced in the BJP's regime. And even now, when now the governments have changed. Now we have the Congress. Now when they have decided to bring in their own amendments and to scrap this bill altogether, the BJP is now again reacting, saying that you are doing this only to please one particular community. You're not really looking at all communities, but only one particular community. How is this right is how the BJP is reacting. So when BJP was in power, the Congress sternly reacted, and now when Congress is in power, the BJP, which remained firm in its stance back in Belagavi session when they were ruling, have now stated that they are doing only to please one particular community.
All right, Anaga, leave it at that. We'll continue tracking the developments on the story and also get a reaction from both the Congress and the BJP going forward on the story. An FIR has been filed against BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya. The Karnataka police have booked Malviya over a tweet put out by him, which is relating to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The video tweeted by Malviya mocks Rahul's overseas trips and claims that Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and indulges in maligning India's reputation overseas. Malviya has been booked under sections related to criminal conspiracy, common intention, offence committed in place of worship, amongst many other charges. According to the initial reports that are trickling in, police has booked Amit Malviya after Congress leader Ramesh Babu lodged a complaint against him. Slamming the animated video tweeted by Amit Malviya, Congress called the police action as a crackdown on fake news. Now, this is not the first time that Malviya has tweeted against the Gandhis. As Rahul Gandhi trekked across the globe, BJP leaders have been quick to slam him. For instance, BJP slammed Congress and its leaders Rahul and Digvijay Singh, accusing them of inviting foreign powers to interfere in India's internal matters.
I would like to ask BJP, tell me which part of the FIR that has been lodged against Mr. Malviya is with malified intent. Who is the creator of the video? Who is the one who is spreading the video? Who is getting the video to have enough traction on social media? Who is spreading these lies? I had promised the people of Karnataka that fake news will be reined in. And we are just doing that within legal parameters.
They are welcome to investigate, to bring out anything is gone wrong, and the law of the land should be applicable and it should be enforced. They are most welcome. But at the same time, whatever the misdeeds done by the Congress government during their tenure also should be investigated. And they are free to investigate. See, ultimately the truth has to be brought out. Nothing should stop them. Nothing should stop them from bringing out the truth. Good. Let it be also court monitored. One step forward they can go.
The last 20 years, if I go into the number of names that the Congress party and other opposition parties have called the Prime Minister, then the list is endless. So for Congress party to feel offended that Rahul Gandhi has been named by a Karyakarta of the BJP, I find it rather immature and desperate on their part to file an FIR. The ideal response would have been on Twitter.
ये अच्छी खबर नहीं कि एक ही हुई, बहुत होनी चाहिए. जिस तरह से वो ना केवल सच के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, लोगों के चरित्र के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, लोगों की छवि के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, और देश की छवि सबसे ज़्यादा बिगाड़ने में अगर किसी का योगदान रहा है तो बीजेपी के आईटी सेल का रहा है. पूरी एक प्रधानमंत्री की यात्रा पर एक अकेले व्यक्ति ने पानी फेरा तो उसका नाम यही है जो आपने अभी नाम लिया. तो मैं तो हैरान हूं कि सरकार ने अभी तक उन पर कोई FIR क्यों नहीं की. If there is anyone responsible to play with truth, to play with facts, to play with people's images, to play with the country's reputation, it's the IT cell of the BJP.
Karnataka government to probe into all the alleged scams of the previous Bommai government now. The Congress government is reportedly looking at forming an SIT to probe alleged scams of BJP, particularly the Bitcoin scam, the PSI scam, COVID bed scam, 40% contractor corruption scam and some other corruption allegations. Sources have told India Today 3 cabinet ministers have recommended to the chief minister that the government should form an SIT and the Congress will reap political benefits from such a move in 2024. The Siddaramaiah government is, however, yet to take a final call on this development. But remember, in the last few weeks, the Congress has been moving to reverse several decisions that have been taken by the erstwhile Bommai government, including the anti-conversion reform and cow slaughter legislation.
4 ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರ ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅನೇಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಸಾಮಗ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾನು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಚುರುಕು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪಿತಸ್ಥಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
I didn't say that we are going to form an SIT. I said there is a proposal before the department to hand it over to CID. That discussion is going on, and we will take a decision as quickly as possible. But we will definitely, reinvestigate. What we have said previously or during the elections, that if there are corruption issues, if there are some money laundering issues, all these issues will be inquired into when we come to government. So we are examining, in each department, what are the issues we can relook, so based on that we'll take a decision. Cabinet will take a decision.
The government of Karnataka is going to stick to its stand that investigations will happen on all the scams that has happened during the BJP regime, whether it's the Bitcoin scam, whether it's the borewell scam, or whether it's the recruitment scam.
Everybody knows that during BJP's tenure, all kinds of scams have happened. We also made so many allegations. We are told that after we come to power, we will inquire and will take legal action against them. The process is on.
They are welcome to investigate, to bring out anything is gone wrong, and the law of the land should be applicable, and it should be enforced. They are most welcome. But at the same time, whatever the misdeeds done by the Congress government during their tenure also should be investigated. And they are free to investigate. See, ultimately the truth has to be brought out. Nothing should stop them. Nothing should stop them from bringing out the truth. Good. Let it be also court monitored. One step forward they can go.
जो बीजेपी में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुआ, स्कैम्स हुआ, उसको एसआईटी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहिए.
बीजेपी के ऊपर वो लोग आरोप किया था, ऐसा हम किया नहीं. एसआईटी कॉन्स्टिट्यूट करना, जांच करना ही चाहिए. उसके पहले एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं. अर्कावती केम्पण्णा आयोग में अर्कावती रिपोर्ट दिया है, पेश करना. 8,000 करोड़ रुपए स्टेट को नुकसान हुआ है ऐसा लिखा है, मुझे मालूम है. वो फेस करके जांच करना, एफआईआर लिखवाना चाहिए. एफआईआर करेगा तो कौन लुटेरा कौन है पता होगा. पहले वो करना. वो लोग ईमानदार लोग है तो पहले वो रिपोर्ट पेश करना, उसके बारे में कार्रवाई करना. कार्रवाई करेगा तो वो सच्चाई लोग ऐसा मालूम होता है. नहीं है तो उसको करप्शन छुपाने के लिए, भ्रष्टाचार छुपाने के लिए बीजेपी के ऊपर आरोप करते रहता है, ऐसा साबित होता है.
It is raining misery in Mumbai once again. Non-stop rainfall has brought Mumbai to a halt. Waterlogging has led to traffic jams in several areas. The Met Department says there's a possibility of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai in the next 4 to 5 days. But a few hours of rain can do this to Mumbai. Just imagine what's going to even happen in the next few days. The Andheri subway is flooded. Several cars were damaged in Navi Mumbai after the wall of a posh society collapsed. In Thane, there's up to 3 feet of water in several different colonies. A police station is waterlogged in Dombivali.
जो सरकार के नियम है कि 65 मिलीमीटर बारिश पड़ जाती है अगर 24 घंटे में, तो उसको अतिवृष्टि बोलते हैं, हैवी रेनफॉल. और पर्व शनिवार को 5 घंटों में 140 मिलीमीटर बारिश पड़ी. परंतु हमारा अग्नि परीक्षा ये है कि एक बार पानी अगर जमा तो होना ही होना है जहाँ पर लो लाइंग एरिया हैं. कितनी जल्दी पानी वहाँ से डी वाटर होके वापस समुद्र में जाता है, वो अगर हुआ है तो मतलब डिसल्टिंग, इसका मतलब डिसल्टिंग हुई है, नाला सफाई हुई है.
बारिश की शुरुआत ठीक नहीं हुई. हमने तैयारी तो की है, लेकिन घाटकोपर का बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स हमने देखा, 2 लोगों की मौत. आज एक प्राइवेट लैंड पर झाड़ गिरने से एक शख्स की मौत हुई है. तो कहीं ना कहीं सिटीजन्स के मन में अभी भी डर है सर, मानसून रिलेटेड इंसिडेंट्स से बच नहीं पाए.
नहीं, ऐसे है कि बम्बई एक 400 साल पुराना शहर है. यहाँ पे 16,000 से बिल्डिंग्स हैं
जो 1940 से पहले बनी हुई हैं, और वो उसमें से बहुत सी बिल्डिंग डिलैपिडेटेड हैं। हमने 227 बिल्डिंग ऐसे हैं जिनको हमने खतरनाक बिल्डिंग डिक्लेयर किया है। उसमें से बहुत सी बिल्डिंगों का हमने बिजली पानी कनेक्शन काट दिया है ताकि लोग खाली कर दें उसको। अभी कुछ बिल्डिंग इतनी पुरानी हैं कि जब हैवी बारिश आती है उसमें एक अंदेशा रहता है कि कोई ना कोई बिल्डिंग गिर सकती है, तो वो जो बेस्ट पॉसिबल हम कर पाते हैं, परंतु हमारे पास इतना अकोमोडेशन नहीं है कि हम ये 16,000 बिल्डिंग को खाली करवा के उनको कहीं शिफ्ट कर दें।
आज के लिए क्या वार्निंग दी गई है सर, क्या अलर्टनेस दिया आपने?
अभी ऐसे है कि हमें अंदेशा है कि अगले 4 से 5 दिन हैवी रेनफॉल होने वाली है। तो आज हमने सुबह मैंने जो हमारे जितने फील्ड ऑफिसर हैं, वार्ड ऑफिसर्स, जोनल डिप्टी कमिश्नर्स, हमारे जो स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेन के सैकड़ों इंजीनियर्स और ये 480 जो मेंटर्स हैं, इंजीनियर्स हैं डी वाटरिंग पंप्स के, उनको मैंने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आदेश दिया है कि कोई भी ऑफिस नहीं बैठेगा, सब मुझे लोग फील्ड में चाहिए। और बीएमसी में 1 लाख कर्मचारी हैं, जितने सीनियर ऑफिसर हैं वो फील्ड में रहने चाहिए, आज नहीं जब भी हैवी बारिश होती है, ताकि हमारा रिस्पॉन्स जो है वो एक एक्सीलेंट होना चाहिए और नागरिकों को समाधान होना चाहिए कि हमने काम कर रहे हैं हम।
Mustafa is now joining us live for the latest details. Mustafa, what seems to be the solution? The BMC is saying the same thing they've said over the past many years about the way they are helping people out, the way they are looking after how to, take care of that overflowing water as well. But it's the same situation every year. It's not like anything has changed at all. What is the solution? They are rich enough to be able to even get an external agency to help them out. Why are they not doing that?
Well, Chaiti, first of all, the weather department has predicted heavy rainfall, and the rainfall which are happening since Wednesday morning is not only happening in Mumbai city, it's happening in the nearby areas of Thane, Kalyan, Dombivli, and it's happening in the areas of Mira, Bhayandar. What we are getting to hear from the weather department is that in Dahisar and Bhayandar area, since 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., about more than 100 mm of rainfall has been received, which is heavy rainfall as per all measures. So there is likely to be an inconvenience to the citizens who are venturing out during high tide. As far as solutions are concerned, it clearly looks like there is need for an entire infrastructure overhaul, because it's a huge area. And while we were speaking to the municipal commissioner, he is saying that there are 221 buildings in Mumbai which are dilapidated. Electricity connection, water connection to this building has been cut off. But people are still residing in those buildings, and these are old buildings which lead to building collapse in monsoon season. There is also what we call the close proximity of the city of Mumbai with seas, and due to which there is waterlogging whenever there is heavy rainfall, and especially in the low-lying areas. The BMC is saying that they will try to drain water from these low-lying areas as soon as possible, but they are accepting the fact that if it rains heavily, there will be waterlogging. There will be waterlogging again. There was waterlogging at Andheri subway. It was closed for around 1 or 2 hours, but now the water has been drained and Andheri subway's movement has been started. We are on Western Express Highway currently showing you the visual as Mumbaikars start leaving from their offices towards their homes. There is huge traffic jams likely on the Western and the Eastern Express Highway due to heavy rainfalls, the conditions of the roads. It's slightly said that every year the BMC and other agencies say that they have taken all precautions, but rain-related incidents in Mumbai don't stop, be it building collapse death, be it tree collapse deaths. Mumbaikars fear for their lives when they move out in heavy rains for work or other things, and that continues to be the problem even this year. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, continue to be with us right there. The southwest monsoons are continuing to wreak havoc in Mumbai. Let's get you a few defining images now. 3 vehicles damaged after wall collapse due to heavy rainfall in Navi Mumbai's NRI complex. BMC predicts high possibility of heavy to very heavy rainfall in Mumbai in the next 4 to 5 days. Torrential rainfall in Mumbai floods Andheri subway, which has now been closed for vehicular movement. Traffic has been diverted. Heavy rainfall in Andheri's the Manpada police station in Dombivli. Police officers were seen walking around the station with several feet of rainwater. Heavy rainfall in Andheri's Borivali railway station in Mumbai. Commuters struggle amidst waterlogged streets at the railway station. Several areas cars in Thane's Bhiwandi waterlogged due to heavy rainfall. The popular Bhaji market in Peenbatti area of Bhiwandi is filled with 2 to 3 feet of water. Big breaking news coming in. Ashes Test match at Lord's Cricket Ground in London has now been disrupted by climate activists. The oil activists invaded the Ashes Test match at Lord's. England cricketer Johnny Bairstow carries "Stop Oil" invader off the Lord's pitch. These are the same Stop Oil activists, if I'm not mistaken, who have also been have vandalized many art museums in London. So Stop Oil activists is what we are picking out. Let's get Nikhil to join us for the very latest details. Nikhil is now joining us. Nikhil, are these the same Just Stop Oil activists who have in the past also vandalized many art museums? They've been on a rampage, but the problem is they've been vandalizing a lot, and this time around it's the first, I guess, that they are disrupting a cricket match.
Well, that's right, Chaiti. Now, if you remember, firstly, yes, you're talking about the Just Oil Stop protesters. They're the same ones that have vandalized the art museums that you talk about. In fact, if I was to quote a few sporting incidents, it happened during a rugby game as well some time ago. And most importantly, the biggest snooker tournament of them all, Crucible, was happening, and you had a situation where one of the protesters actually jumped on to the snooker table and threw the orange powder. How you can identify these protests on the basis of the orange powder that they tend to use. It was used in that snooker game, in the rugby game that I mentioned. There was also a threat, if you remember, a short while ago when the WTC final, the World Test Championship final, was taking place. I was there in London at the time, and that was the game between India and Australia. And remember, the ICC, well aware of the threat from the oil protesters, had actually prepared another alternate pitch for the match because there was threat that they might just tamper with the playing pitch, the pitch that would going to be used for the WTC final. So the ICC, keeping that in mind, had prepared another alternate pitch. Luckily for them, none of these protesters actually came on to the field or disrupted any sort of play when that WTC final was happening. The first test match in Ashes also, I believe, the ECB was very, very careful. But this time, there have been a few security lapses where those two protesters actually came in, and they came in very close to the player, and that's going to be a point of concern. You literally had one of the players lift a protester and put him outside the boundary line. So that did seem to happen, and you're right, it is the same set of protesters that have disrupted in the past.
But has the match resumed now? Because these are the same protesters. I remember they poured soup over a Vincent van Gogh painting. They've thrown that orange spray all over some very iconic artworks across several museums as well. One question is, how did they even enter? Number two, has the match resumed?
Firstly, the match hasn't resumed yet, but that's not got anything to do with the protesters at the moment, Jayati. There has been a rain delay in Lord's. The game is being played in London at the Lord's Cricket Ground. There's a rain delay. Of course, the game was briefly halted with these protests, but then that also coincided with the rain that has just come. Luckily for the organizers as well as the player, there's no major damage done, whether it is to the playing condition or to any player. So the game will resume once the rain goes away. So in that sense, the protest hasn't done much of a harm, but they wanted to make a statement. We've seen it in the past as well. There's no physical damage that has happened in the past instances as well. It's mostly sort of a statement that they want to make. They tried to make it earlier as well, and they've managed to do it right now because it's making headlines right now across the globe.
No, absolutely. That was basically what their aim has been throughout, if you see the pattern of every other protest of theirs as well. Thanks, Nikhil, for joining us with those details. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. There's lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
The mega merger of HDFC and HDFC Bank will be effective from the 1st of July. According to Deepak Parekh, chairman of the Housing Finance Company, boards of both the companies will hold separate meetings on Friday after office hours to approve the effective date of the merger. He added that HDFC shares would be delisted from the exchanges on 13th of July. As per the share swap ratio, HDFC shareholders will get 42 shares of HDFC Bank for every 25 shares held.
And India is doing extremely well. It's the bright spot in the world. It's the brightest spot in the world. Our GDP growth rate is likely to be twice the global average. 7.2%, which will be twice the global average. So we are confident that our business, now that it goes to the bank, each and every branch of the bank will start selling mortgages, which were not doing prior to this, and so the reach to individuals across urban, semi-urban areas where the branches, HDFC Bank branches are, will start marketing and dispersing mortgage loans. So we expect the growth to increase as there is a huge demand.
That the bank has something like 70 million customers. And out of the 70 million customers, just about 2% of them have taken housing loans from HDFC. Just 2%. And about 5% have taken loans from other banks. So look at the ability in terms of being able to cross-sell housing loans to this massive customer base who have not taken housing loans. Also, the average age of a first-time home buyer in India is about 37-38 years. And if you look at the demographic trend, 65% of India's population is below 35 years.
are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Shocking dog attack in Bengaluru. German Shepherd dog attacks child near Krishna Theatre in Bengaluru. In a horrifying incident near Krishna Theatre in KR-Puram, Bengaluru, a German Shepherd dog viciously attacked a child as she was walking on the road. The distressing scene was captured on CCTV. The incident occurred at approximately 7:30 a.m. when the child was walking. Without warning, the dog lunged at the unsuspecting child and inflicted several severe injuries before the people could intervene and rescued the girl. That's the latest. German Shepherd dog attacked child near Krishna Theatre in Bengaluru. Sagai Raj joins us for the very latest details. First up, Sagai, what really happened there? Was this dog a pet of somebody, or was this a stray dog? And thirdly, how's the child doing now?
It is not a stray dog, it is a pet dog, and it was a German Shepherd, and this baby girl was walking on the street. Suddenly this dog pounced on her and tried to attack her, and you can see one of the passerby tries to stop that. She also jumps on it, and she tries to stop and push the dog and try to rescue the baby, but you can see that the dog was quite ferocious, and it even drags the child on the street. And you can see that the rescuers the people on the road have rescued the girl and immediately shifted to the hospital for the treatment. And it's not the first incident which has been reported like this. We have reported several incidents across the state of Karnataka where street dogs as well as the pet dogs are attacking kids of late.
All right, it's a little strange in terms of why the incidents are rising as well. And it's a rather unfortunate incident that has taken place. Shocking visuals of dog attack in Bengaluru being reported. Thanks, Sagai, for joining us. Big Temple Trust versus Tamil Nadu government controversy. Fresh row after devotees were stopped from getting atop a holy place to pray, and that's prompted the government's intervention at the famous Chidambaram Nataraja temple in Cuddalore. The incident took place at Thilai Nataraja temple when Dikshitars or priests governing the temple placed a board forbidding devotees from praying in the area for 4 days, citing security reasons due to gold which was kept in the sanctum sanctorum. Following this, Tamil Nadu cops along with HRNCE officials marched into temple sanctum sanctorum. Priests cried a takeover bid as soon as police entered the holy site and staged a protest. The HRNCE minister Sekhar Babu, however, slammed the temple trust, accusing them of doing everything they're not supposed to do, and also confirmed that the work is on to bring Nataraja temple in Chidambaram under government board. Remember, the temple is run by Dikshitars as per a Supreme Court order, and there have been constant tussles between priests and government over how the temple is run.
சட்டப்படி பக்தர்கள் சுதந்திரமாக இறை வழிபாட்டிற்கு அனைத்து உதவிகளையும் இந்து சமய அறநிலைத்துறையும் அரசும் செய்யும். இதில் யார் பெரியவர்கள் என்பது பிரச்சனை அல்ல. இறை என்பவர்களுக்கு தேவையான தெய்வத்தை வழிபடுவதற்குண்டான அனைத்து ஏற்பாடுகளையும் செய்து தருவதுதான் எங்களுடைய நோக்கம்.
There are issues. Even the court already had ordered that the temple should be can be taken by the HRNC. But let Modi consider this and bring in a uniform civil code within Hinduism.
It's a Supreme Court order. Whatever the Tamil Nadu government today is contemplating is against the Supreme Court order and against the Constitution. People should understand there is a very, very clear Supreme Court order that this temple should be under the Dikshitars' control. And whatever the government of Tamil Nadu doing is unconstitutional. That is what we have been saying. Even if Mr. Sekhar Babu tries, ultimately the Supreme Court will definitely hit back at the government of Tamil Nadu.
Junior NTR, a global star with a massive fan following all over the world. One of his die-hard fans, Sham, reportedly died by suicide. But the 23-year-old's death has now sparked a massive outcry. With Junior NTR, South superstars demand justice for Sham. TDP alleges YSRCP role in fans' death. Take a look.
A global star with massive popularity. And a fan base that treats him like God. One such junior NTR fan was Sham. Spotted at every event, cheering his screen idol. On Monday, Sham reportedly died by suicide, but the 23-year-old's death has now sparked a massive outcry. His family and friends are alleging foul play. The hashtag We Want Justice for Sham NTR has been trending for days.
మళ్ళీ రీసెంట్గా ఎన్టీఆర్ గారితో ఫోటోలు దిగినవి అవన్నీ మేము కూడా పోస్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. మేము కూడా ఇన్స్టాలో స్టోరీస్ కూడా పెట్టుకుంటాం. అన్న కూడా తన ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్లో అయితే పోస్ట్ అయితే చేశాడు. మీరు మాత్రం అర్జెంటుగా యాక్షన్ అయితే మాత్రం తీసుకోకపోతే కనుక మా ఎన్టీఆర్ అన్న ఫ్యాన్స్ అందరూ కలిపి ఇంకొకసారి రియాక్షన్ అయితే మామూలుగా ఉండదు. మీరు 24 అవర్స్లో మాత్రం ఆ చేసిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని మీరు జైల్లో పడేస్తే మీ ఇష్టం, లేకపోతే కనుక మీరే కాసుకోండి. ఎన్టీఆర్ అన్న ఫ్యాన్స్ ఒక హంగామా కాదు, ఒక అగ్నిపర్వతం ఎలా అయితే పగిలి బయటకు వస్తుందో.
Junior NTR himself has now issued a statement demanding probe into his fans' death. And I quote, "Not knowing the circumstances under which he died must be nerve-wracking for all. I request the government officials to investigate the matter immediately." Sham's death has now taken a political turn, with TDP chief and former Andhra Pradesh chief minister accusing YSRCP workers of murder. Naidu tweeted, "It has been alleged that YSRCP members are involved. The involvement must be probed impartially. Let's ensure transparency prevails and justice is served."
Sham happens to be a die-hard fan of Junior NTR, and our party leaders Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Sri Nara Lokesh had already demanded the government to conduct a thorough investigation into the suspicious death of Sham. Every other day in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we find people being murdered, people found dead under suspicious circumstances.
Several top Telugu actors and filmmakers have joined the chorus, demanding an investigation and justice for Sham. Will the Jagan government act? Bureau Report, India Today.
Cutting live to a press conference by Smriti Irani. Listen in.
By the Congress party is this. Is it true that Sri Gandhi met Sunita Vishwanath during his trip to the United States of America? Ladies and gentlemen of the press, you are aware that I myself had done a press conference with regards to George Soros's intentions to destabilize a democratic elected government in India. Question is, when it is known to every Indian what George Soros intends to do, why is Mr. Gandhi hobnobbing with those who are funded by George Soros? It is also evident that this is not the only Soros connection. Even in Mr. Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka, the global vice president of the Open Society Foundation, funded by Mr. George Soros, was found accompanying Sri Gandhi. What is extremely distressing is the link with the Islamic Circle of North America. Those in the public domain who will research how the registration process for NRI interaction with Mr. Gandhi in New York ensued will find contact of a gentleman, Tazim Ansari. Mr. Ansari has an organizational link, it is believed, on the basis of publicly available records with the Jamaat-e-Islami. I attract your attention to a 116th Congress Resolution 160 in the House of Representatives on the 28th of February 2019. This resolution expressed concern about the threat posed to democracy by theocratic groups operating in South Asia. And a part of the resolution speaks about the affiliation between the Islamic Circle of North America and Jamaat-e-Islami. Irrespective of these documents available in public domain, the Congress has neither refuted a meeting between Mr. Gandhi and an individual funded, financially supported by George Soros, nor has the Congress party rejected the role of a certain Mr. Tazim Ansari, who has links with an organization that a US resolution in the House of Representatives openly declares is affiliated to Jamaat-e-Islami. It is expected that the Congress party, given its draconian past, will leverage any instrument available to it to stifle those who voice an opinion against the Gandhi family. I have with me another article in hand. I will deliberately not name the publication or the reporter so that their safety is not endangered by the Congress party. But I will quote from this article which is available in the public domain. And that article itself also indicates that how the Sorosian West looks at Mr. Gandhi as a pawn to checkmate not just Modi, but India. To file an FIR because the truth was spoken just indicates that as far as the emergency goes in the Gandhi family, the apple has not fallen far from the tree. मीडिया के मित्रों को आभार व्यक्त करती हूं कि आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी का राहुल गांधी के यूएस विजिट के संदर्भ में प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सब पधारकर हमारी बात देश को पहुंचाना चाह रहे हैं। मेरे हाथ में वो तस्वीर है जिसमें एक ऐसी महिला विद्यमान है श्री गांधी के साथ जिनका नाम सुनीता विश्वनाथ है। ये तस्वीर अमेरिका में राहुल गांधी की उनकी मुलाकात की है। जॉर्ज सोरोस द्वारा फंडेड, सपोर्टेड फाइनेंशियली इस महिला से क्या गुफ्तगू कर रहे थे श्री गांधी, इसका खुलासा केवल श्री गांधी कर सकते हैं। लेकिन प्रश्न ये उठता है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने स्वयं इस विषय को पहले भी उठाया था कि किस प्रकार से जॉर्ज सोरोस हिंदुस्तान में लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से चुनी हुई सरकार को हटाना चाहते हैं। जब जॉर्ज सोरोस के इरादे हर हिंदुस्तानी को पता थे, तब भी ऐसी क्या मजबूरी थी कि श्री गांधी ने जॉर्ज सोरोस की एक सहयोगी समर्थक के साथ अमेरिका में जाकर मीटिंग की। पब्लिक डोमेन में, इंटरनेट पर यह जानकारी भी उपलब्ध है कि श्री गांधी की 4 जून की न्यूयॉर्क की बैठक में रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक व्यक्ति का नाम और नंबर दिया गया। उस व्यक्ति के, श्री अंसारी, उनके संबंध पाए गए इस्लामिक सर्कल ऑफ नॉर्थ अमेरिका से। इस्लामिक सर्कल ऑफ नॉर्थ अमेरिका के बारे में 28 फरवरी 2019 में यूएस कांग्रेस में, हाउस ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स में एक रेजोल्यूशन के बारे में कहा गया कि इसका संपर्क और संबंध जमाते इस्लामी के साथ है। ऐसा क्यों है कि पब्लिक डोमेन में जिनका संबंध और संपर्क जमाते इस्लामी के साथ है, उनका सहारा लेने की कांग्रेस पार्टी को नौबत आ पड़ी। जॉर्ज सोरोस का और उनके द्वारा फंडेड संगठनों का राहुल गांधी से ताल्लुक नया नहीं, पुराना है। एक और प्रकाशन में यह स्पष्ट हुआ है, इंटरनेट पर भी ये फोटोग्राफ्स उपलब्ध हैं। सलील शेट्टी नाम के एक सज्जन ने, जो ग्लोबल उपाध्यक्ष हैं ओपन सोसाइटी के, जॉर्ज सोरोस के संस्थान हैं, उनके साथ राहुल गांधी ने भारत जोड़ो यात्रा की। तो जो जॉर्ज सोरोस डंके की चोट पे कह रहे हैं कि वो हिंदुस्तान की लोकतांत्रिक ढांचे का एक अभिन्न अंग, उसकी सरकार को गिराना चाहते हैं, ऐसे संगठन के साथ और उस संगठन से संबद्ध लोगों के साथ क्यों गांधी खानदान अपने रिश्तों को और भी मजबूत कर रहा है? आप सबके ध्यान में आया होगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता भी जानते हैं कि इस विषय को उठाने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक FIR दर्ज की। FIR का निश्चित रूप से पॉलिटिकल स्वरूप देश को समझ आता है। जून का महीना है, आपातकाल की याद निश्चित ताजा करते हुए गांधी खानदान ने पुनः देश को यह प्रमाण दिया है, चाहे राज्य में उनके पास सत्ता आ जाए, उस सच को दबाने के लिए किस हद तक जा सकते हैं। लेकिन सत्य यह है, पब्लिकली अवेलेबल डॉक्यूमेंट्स में, कि जिनका सहारा लेके उन्होंने मीटिंग की, उनका संबंध जमाते इस्लामी के साथ है, जिनके साथ उन्होंने मीटिंग की उनका संबंध जॉर्ज सोरोस से है। राजनीति नहीं, राष्ट्रनीति की दृष्टि से अगर सोचे तो सवाल वाजिब है। जो व्यक्ति कहता है कि आपके देश की सरकार को वो किसी भी कीमत पर कितने भी पैसे देकर उखाड़ फेंकेगा, जो विदेशी कहता है, उसके साथ ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है? मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, आज की ये मेरी विषय से जुड़ा कोई अगर सवाल है तो मुझे बताएं, क्योंकि मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ कि आपने आज तक किसी ऐसे गांधी खानदान के व्यक्ति को देखा जो जमाते इस्लामी द्वारा सपोर्टेड व्यक्तियों के माध्यम से अपनी मीटिंग करे? आपने आज तक अपनी पूरी पत्रकारिता के करियर में क्या कभी किसी राजनेता को देखा जो ये कहे कि हम उनके साथ जुड़ते हैं जो हिंदुस्तान की डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं? मैंने ये भी नहीं कहा प्रज्ञा, मेरे हाथ में एक और आर्टिकल है जिसमें एक पत्रकार ने ये कहा है। मैं जानबूझकर पत्रकार और पब्लिकेशन का नाम नहीं ले रही ताकि पत्रकार को कोई आंच ना आए, लेकिन ये सारा डिटेल पब्लिक डोमेन में उपलब्ध है। नीरज जी, चुनाव लड़ना, चुनाव हारना और जीतना लोकतांत्रिक प्रतिक्रिया का एक अभिन्न अंग है, लेकिन मेरे जीवन में कम से कम राजनीति के 20 साल में मैंने कभी नहीं देखा कि कोई सत्ता के लिए इतना मोहित हो कि वो उनसे हाथ मिलाए जिनका संबंध जमाते इस्लामी से है। सत्ता के लिए इतना मोहित हो, इतना आकर्षित हो कि उनसे मुलाकात करे जो आपकी देश की व्यवस्थाओं को उखाड़ फेंकने का ऐलान करते हैं धड़ल्ले से। कोई भी राष्ट्रभक्त, और ये मैं इसलिए नहीं कह रही हूं क्योंकि मैं भाजपाई हूं, किसी भी हिंदुस्तानी से पूछ लीजिए, हम घर में अपने झगड़े सुलझा सकते हैं। बाहरी ताकतों से मिलकर क्या देश को संदेश देना चाह रहे थे?
All right, that's a big attack on Rahul Gandhi by Smriti Irani over Sunita Vishwanathan, and she was holding that particular image there as well. We'll continue to get you more reactions and see how the Congress responds to the scathing attack that has been made by Union Minister Smriti Irani on Rahul Gandhi. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. There's lots more coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees. forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner.
First Rafale, now Predator. Congress claims dirty drone deal. Is India overpaying for US drones? The big drone deal fact check. Top focus on 5 Live.
It's a major political deja vu, viewer, because in 2018, just before the 2019 election, Rafale deal, the Rafale fighter aircraft deal, had become the big calling card of the Congress party before that Lok Sabha election. Today, the Congress has picked up an upcoming Indian deal for US Predator-type drones. Is that going to be the big weapon that the Congress wields on the road to 2024? Another defense deal, another aircraft deal, a lot of things similar, but many things to talk about. And I'm going to be doing that right here on 5 Live. Thanks as always for being with me. Here are the headlines. The BJP's IT cell chief Amit Malviya booked over animation depicting Rahul Gandhi as someone who wants to break up the country. FIR filed after Karnataka Congress complaint. BJP calls it political vendetta. Big twist to Karnataka freebie fight. After FCI stalls rice sale, Karnataka government to now offer cash instead of rice to BPL card holders. Union Minister Smriti Irani tears into Rahul Gandhi, questions why Rahul met George Soros' aide in the United States, alleges a Rahul link to Soros and the Jamiat Islami group. Politics erupts over one-day World Cup. Congress and Aam Aadmi Party fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides venue for the World Cup, not India. Sensational revelations, COVID-19 origins. Researcher claims COVID-19 virus made in China as a bioweapon. It's only the latest layer of proof nailing China for what it subjected the world to. After 7 years in negotiations and to and fro between India and the United States, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Joe Biden earlier this month announced that the two countries were headed towards a historic deal where the United States would supply up to 31 Predator-type drones to India. But Politics has now erupted and continues to brew over this intended Predator deal that will be signed at some point either later this year or next year between the two countries. Importantly, it has not been signed, it has not even been negotiated. Well, days after India and the United States announced that they intended to take forward this deal, the Navy Chief of India, Admiral R. Hari Kumar, has also come out in support of the deal and in the face of political claims, chiefly by the Congress party, that there is somehow corruption involved in this intended deal. Well, hitting out at the center, however, it is the Congress party that is pointing an angry finger, raising questions, making claims and suggesting that corruption is at the very heart of an intended Indian deal for American drones. The Congress has demanded, quite rightly, complete transparency into the agreement and also questioned the center about the price, which it claims is 4 times higher compared to this drone being sold to other countries. But is that really the truth, or has the Congress jumped the gun and got its facts mixed up? Questioning the price of the Predator drones, Chief spokesperson of the Congress party, Pawan Khera, says what other countries are buying at less than 4 times, India is buying 31 Predator-type drones at $3 billion. Well, stung by a series of messages circulating on social media regarding the proposed purchase of what has been termed an overpriced deal by the Congress party from the United States, the Defense Ministry has, however, hit back, stating that attempts were being made to derail the deal and this could affect the morale of the armed forces. The MOD also added that the price and other terms and conditions of the purchase are yet to be finalized and subject to negotiations. In fact, what the Ministry of Defense has done is clear the decks for talks between the two countries to proceed to the next level, which means no price has so far been fixed on this deal.
जो राफेल डील में हुआ वही अब प्रीडेटर ड्रोन्स की खरीद में भी दोहराया जा रहा है। जिस ड्रोन को बाकी मुल्क 4 गुना कम कीमत में खरीदते हैं, उसी ड्रोन को हम $110 मिलियन यानी कि 880 करोड़ प्रति ड्रोन, 880 करोड़ पर ड्रोन हम खर्च कर रहे हैं।
सरकार ने एक बड़ा फैसला लिया प्रेडेटर ड्रोन अमेरिका से लेने का। नौसेना काफी समय से उसका इस्तेमाल भी कर रही है, पहली फोर्स है। कैसे आप देखते हैं इनके आने के बाद किस तरह की इंडियन ओशन रीजन में और नौसेना की जो ताकत है वो किस तरह से बढ़ेगी?
ये जो प्रेडेटर ड्रोन जो है इंडियन नेवी ऑलरेडी यूज कर रही है, लीज किया हुआ है। 2 ड्रोन्स नवंबर 2020 से यूज कर रहे हैं। करीब 12,000 आवर्स इसको एक्सप्लॉइट किया हुआ है। तो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस है कि ये बहुत बड़ा कैपेबिलिटी है। इससे क्या है, हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं। काफ़ी कैपेबिलिटी है इसमें, और नॉट ओनली ये जो मैरिटाइम एरियाज है, हमारा लैंड बॉर्डर्स में भी हम यूज़ किया हुआ है पिछले 2 साल में एयरफोर्स के साथ और आर्मी के साथ, और टू कीप बॉर्डर एरियाज, नॉर्थन बॉर्डर्स एंड वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर्स ऑल्सो अंडर सर्वेलेंस, इसके लिए भी इसका यूज़ किया हुआ है। तो अभी हम जो यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो एक्चुअली एक ओल्डर वर्जन है, तो उसमें कैपेबिलिटी उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है जितना हम अभी आगे खरीदने का प्लान किया हुआ है। तो जो रडार्स, तरह तरह के रडार्स, सिंथेटिक अपर्चर रडार और एलियन कमेंट, फिर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ वेपन कैपेबिलिटी, ये सब ये जो नया वाला प्रेडेटर 9B में होगा। तो जब वो आएगा तो हमारा कैपेबिलिटी डेफिनेटली बढ़ेगा।
Well, after the Rafale deal politics ahead of the 2019 election, and everyone remembers that, India's proposed purchase of American MQ-9B Predator-type Sea Guardian and Sky Guardian drones are now in the spotlight for a very familiar political fight, as you just saw in those comments we played out for you. Well, once again, it's the Congress party that has latched on to India's intended purchase of these advanced armed drones to insinuate that corruption and malafide is the bedrock of this upcoming deal. It's a dirty drone deal, says the Congress party, raising many questions. Now, right at the outset, let me say that questions regarding government decisions, especially on defense, are important and must be asked. As a democracy, discussions and transparency on defense deals is critical, especially given India's torrid history with defense scams and corruption. At the same time, it is important for the questions being asked and claims being made to be based on easily available facts and not merely driven by the onset of an election season. Now let's look at each claim or allegation being made and what the reality of factual position as we know it actually is. Now, the chief claim by the Congress party is that India is paying 4 times more per drone than any other customer of this variant of the Predator called the MQ-9B Sea Guardian or Sky Guardian. Now, the figure of $3 billion has been taken from press reports which have been running since at least 2017. And reflect a proposed value put forward by successive US governments, including the Obama, Trump, and now Biden administrations. To be clear, India has not yet, I repeat, not yet signed a deal with the United States. The Ministry of Defense here has accorded something technically called acceptance of necessity, or AON, earlier this month, which basically clears the decks for onward negotiations on this proposed $3 billion value put forward by Washington. In a statement on June the 25th, even before the Congress made this attack, the MOD had said that this acceptance of necessity noted the estimated cost of over $3 billion provided by the US government. However, the price will be negotiated once policy approval of the US government is received. Now, the Ministry of Defense will compare the acquisition cost with the best price offered by General Atomics, that's the company that makes these drones, to other countries. Now, the procurement is in progress and would be completed as per the laid down procedure, says the MOD, which means negotiations have not started, they will continue, and the MOD says they will match the prices to which they've been sold to other countries before arriving at a deal, if at all. Now, the Indian effort will be to drive down this price that's been quoted by the US, not because of the politics, not because of the Congress's claims, mind you, but because the cost of these drones is precisely why no deal has been signed by the Indian government since way back in 2016, when India first expressed interest in purchasing Predator-type drones from the United States. Now, whether or not India proceeds to sign a drone deal at this value will depend on the negotiations, but it needs to be remembered that price has been a singular roadblock for this Predator drone deal for 7 years now and across 3 US administrations. Now let's come to the second claim being made by the Congress party, that the MQ-9B Predator-type drone has outdated technology. Now, no matter which way you look at it or compare these drones with, that's simply not true. Now, MQ-9 variant drones remain the cutting edge of the American drone fleet. Some of them are being replaced with higher technology drones. But did you know that since 2020, 2 of these drone types have been leased and operated from here in India by the Indian Navy? Apart from the huge leap in capability that they've given our defense forces in terms of prolonged surveillance over a day and excess of a day, just last month, they were used over the Coco Island in the Bay of Bengal when a Myanmar official visited that island, which is seen to be controlled by China. They've also been used extensively to keep tabs on Chinese positions during the ongoing standoff in Ladakh. You can balk at how costly these drones are, and they are very costly. You can debate over whether India really needs them. But to call them outdated technology only harms the credibility of anyone making those claims. Now, the third claim by the Congress party is that the Indian government is pouring far less money into homegrown drone projects like the Rustam and Ghatak projects while preparing to pump billions into a foreign economy for comparable technologies. First off, India has the dubious distinction of being the single largest importer of weapons in the world. It's a terrible reputation, but it's one that it has had for decades together. It is not something new, and there are many different reasons for that. I will go into that in a separate show. But viewer, a part of this argument speaks to me very strongly, because as a strong proponent of indigenous weapon development myself, personally, I believe that India's homegrown military programs need exponentially more attention than they've been getting for years. I agree that India's local drone projects require a much more committed push, including a corporatization of our defense research and development programs that bring in the private sector and our private sector giants in a huge way. But the reality is, India's drone programs, our own, are nowhere near ready for the kind of capability that India needs in the near term for the many challenges it faces. It is precisely the kind of bad planning and short-sightedness across administrations that has resulted in India's massive surveillance and air defense gaps, permitting our adversaries to conduct increasingly more daring ventures into our areas of responsibility over land and sea. The fourth claim by the Congress is that there is no transfer of technology in this intended drone deal. For one thing, viewer, the US doesn't manufacture the Predator drone family anywhere other than on American soil. It does not license manufacture this drone anywhere else. It does not give this technology to anyone else because it hasn't ever shared this technology with a customer or partner. That is a fact. It exports the product either under the aegis of NATO or to countries after an enormous number of geopolitical considerations, but it doesn't share technology on advanced systems born from classified research. That has been a long-standing policy of the United States. Now, this isn't uncommon and has been the case with several military systems acquired by India from abroad. We simply buy them, we don't get the technology, and then we are saddled with even more imports. It's the cycle we've spoken about many times before. However, what must be said is that while the US has offered to locally produce components of these drones valued at about 8 to 9% of the deal, reports now suggest that India is pushing for a higher degree of localized manufacture of these Predator drones, up to 15 to 20% of the value of the entire drone. So that's about double of what the US is proposing. Like I said, negotiations are currently on to drive down the price and drive up the localized manufacture component. And as I said at the start, India may well sign a deal at the value that's been quoted, $3 billion or in excess, or it may succeed in driving down that price. That, viewer, depends wholly on negotiations and the bargain that India is hoping to drive with the US on a technology that remains very, very sensitive. Remember, India has been trying to drive down this price. It has been a roadblock for 7 years and counting. The government may argue that politics harms morale of the armed forces, but that doesn't mean questions must not be asked. The opposition has every right to ask many of these questions, and it is our job to put available facts out there to create a better and clearer picture of what is being suggested. Will this current heat force the Modi government to go slow on a drone deal ahead of an upcoming election? Or can the needs of India's defense forces be de-linked, not from politics, but from electoral compulsions? The next 10 months will tell the full story. And now let's go on to our big story number 2 on 5 Live. The Karnataka police have booked BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya, the man in charge of the BJP's online messaging, all its major attacks on opponents, after Amit Malviya put out a tweet video where he depicted Rahul Gandhi in animated form as someone colluding with foreign powers to break up India. The video tweeted by Malviya mocks Rahul Gandhi's overseas trips and claims that Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and is looking to break the country into little pieces. Here's the report, and then we debate.
Big
defamation dangle between BJP and Congress. The Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka has booked the BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya for his video attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's foreign trip. The Karnataka police filed an FIR against Malviya after complaints from top state Congress leaders against a video tweeted by Amit Malviya. The video Malviya posted on June 17 with the caption, "Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and playing an insidious game," was a parody of Rahul and claimed that Rahul goes abroad to meet anti-India elements to defame India and stop Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The video also claimed that Rahul was being used by elements who want to break India. Malviya has been booked for criminal conspiracy, promoting communal hatred and intention to commit a crime. Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge and Congress leader Ramesh Babu had filed complaints against the BJP IT cell chief. Slamming the animated video tweeted by Amit Malviya, Congress called the police action as a crackdown on fake news.
BJP bears the brunt of the law. They cry foul. They have a problem with following the law of the land. They have a problem with the constitution. And if we enforce the law or the constitution, they seem to have a problem with it.
The BJP appeared unfazed despite the FIR against Malviya and vowed to expose Rahul Gandhi. It also promised a legal fight back against what it called a politically motivated case.
अमित मालवीय अपना IT सेल का हेड है, उनका खिलाफ FIR दाखिल किया है, प्रेजुडिस के वजह से FIR किया है, यहाँ कांग्रेस सरकार है.
The BJP has been vocal in its attack on Rahul Gandhi's foreign trips. It has slammed Rahul over his meets with activists from Hindus for Human Rights, former Labour chief and India baiter Jeremy Corbyn in the past. It has also slammed Rahul for allegedly seeking help from Western powers to oust Modi government. Bureau Report, India Today.
And now after that FIR has been filed against Amit Malviya of the BJP is hit back via a union minister. Smriti Irani has launched a missile at Rahul Gandhi, alleging a Rahul Gandhi George Soros link. George Soros, of course, is the controversial businessman and philanthropist who's been taking multiple recent pot shots at India over the issue of democracy. The BJP has released images of a Soros aide, Sunita Vishwanath, sitting next to Rahul Gandhi at a conference. Sunita Vishwanath was seen leading protests against the Prime Minister during his US visit. India Today had revealed a full dossier that was released by Group Hindus for Human Rights, asking people to protest, document and post on social media against the Prime Minister's US visit.
Leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party and Karyakartas are in receipt of information with regards to an FIR filed against a position taken by the Bharatiya Janata Party with regards to Rahul Gandhi's US visit. The question that has been left unanswered by the Congress Party is this: is it true that Sri Gandhi met Sunita Vishwanath during his trip to the United States of America? Ladies and gentlemen of the press, you are aware that I myself had done a press conference with regards to George Soros's intentions to destabilize a democratic elected government in India. Question is, when it is known to every Indian what George Soros intends to do, why is Mr. Gandhi hobnobbing with those who are funded by George Soros. It is also evident that this is not the only Soros connection. Even in Mr. Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka, the global vice president of the Open Society Foundation, funded by Mr. George Soros, was found accompanying Sri Gandhi. What is extremely distressing is the link with the Islamic Circle of North America. Those in the public domain who will research how the registration process for NRI interaction with Mr. Gandhi in New York ensued will find contact of a gentleman, Tazim Ansari. Mr. Ansari has an organizational link, it is believed, on the basis of publicly available records with the Jamaat-e-Islami.
So the beginning and the genesis of this big political spat that has sparked a first information report, a police case against the BJP's Amit Malviya, is a video that was put out by the BJP earlier today via Amit Malviya, and we'll put that video on our screens, where it was depicted that Rahul Gandhi was in cahoots with foreign powers, taking a supari from foreign powers in order to break the country into little pieces. It's very controversial. We're not going to be playing out that video, but that is what has triggered this fight. Joining me live now, Madhu Rao, spokesperson of the BJP, Bhavya Narasimhamurthy, spokesperson of the Congress party. Welcome to you both. Thank you for your time. Ms. Narasimhamurthy, to you first. An FIR has been filed against Amit Malviya. Explain to our viewers why the Congress felt it necessary, the Congress government in Karnataka felt it necessary to take this to the police, ma'am.
This is not new because every time Mr. Narendra Modi feels threatened by Mr. Rahul Gandhi's popularity, whether it is within India or outside, he unleashes these leaders to defame Mr. Gandhi. But there was a limit to everything. The video that Mr. Malviya has posted, it is in a very bad taste. You know, it is just a conspiracy he has cooked up and tries to spread hate among communities. And even after disqualifying Mr. Gandhi, now that he is gaining so much popularity across the world and in India through his Bharat Jodo, you know, the BJP is somewhere threatened and they're very frustrated.
Okay.
They're trying every way possible to defame Mr. Gandhi, starting from disqualifying him to, first they ignored him, they laughed at him, now they're fighting. I'm sure next he will win.
Okay, Madhu, the Congress says this is too much. You know, you can criticize Rahul Gandhi, you can attack him, but this amounts to defamation. You have painted Rahul Gandhi as a figure who is, taking phone calls from foreign powers in order to break the country up. This is serious stuff, and this cannot be wished away by a simple cartoon. Respond to that, Madhu Rao.
My dear friend, I am really confused by the Congress's attitude. I mean, they at times say it is defamation, and they go and file an FIR for under 153A for promoting enmity between different groups, and 120B of criminal conspiracy, 5052 of state, creating enmity between classes, and 34 acting in concert. I mean, for a moment, let the Congress party decide as to what the offense is. Point one. Point two, it only reminds me of, the foot soldiers prostrating before the dynast. This is an act. One. Second, I mean, let us for a moment understand what Mr. Rahul Gandhi has done. Hasn't he gone out of India and belittled India? Hasn't he gone out of India and told democracy is in danger? Hasn't he gone outside India and told, hasn't he trumpeted against India saying that so many things are wrong in India? I mean, what has, at the end of the day, Mr. Malviya has told? Malviya stated the facts, whatever Mr. Rahul Gandhi has told.
Okay, so the BJP is standing.
What's wrong in that?
The BJP is standing by the facts and asking, what is with promoting?
How can an FIR be registered? Shiv, how can an FIR be registered?
No, okay, Bhavya, defamation and libel can be understood. The BJP insinuates that. But what about these other sections, including create enmity between classes, etc.? They say these sections are laughable in the FIR.
It will not stand water in the court of law.
They're just insecure. If that is the case, the law will take its course. If that is nothing, if the crime doesn't come under 153A section that he's mentioning, then law will take its course. But my question is, when he is saying Rahul Gandhi is belittling India abroad, I would like to ask my friend, what is happening with those wrestlers who earned Olympic medals for us?
Come on,
separate debate. Bhavya, limited time is a separate debate.
Where are we heading? Where are we heading? I mean, see, this is typical Congress party.
Isn't that democracy
I am seriously asking the Congress party a question.
One at a time.
Example, what about
Madhu, I'll come to you. Let Bhavya finish.
Burning. A whole state is burning for the past many months. Why isn't it under control so far?
Bhavya, the wrestlers issue and Manipur issue are two very big stories for us here on India Today. But I urge you to just stick to the topic here. We do cover those two stories, as you know, more than any other media. But I am not saying those are not important stories.
The truth. He spoke about Manipur, and that's the truth. He spoke about the democracy being in danger. That's the truth.
No, but the rest.
A true patriot will accept the flaws within his country. There's nothing wrong.
Bhavya, the question that will also be asked, though.
In the country.
Bhavya, the question, with respect, the question that will also be asked now is that the Congress is doing precisely what you used to accuse the BJP of doing when they were in power in Karnataka, filing defamation cases, vindictive application of punitive laws, etc. This will be the Congress doing exactly what you used to blame the BJP of doing. You used to at that time also say what happened to freedom of speech, oppression against opposition. Now it's the same thing that we will be accused of.
Freedom of speech, every freedom of speech has a
limits.
Boundary when you instigate communal hate. Nothing can be acceptable. But just speaking against Narendra Modi's administration, when people are arrested for that, when poets are arrested for that, when activists are arrested for that, that is when democracy is in danger.
That's what I'm saying. Now you will be blamed of doing the same thing, man.
But not when they cook up a conspiracy.
May I come in?
I'm just coming to you. Let her finish, I'll come to you.
Against the opposition leader. They're cooking up a conspiracy against him.
Okay.
That's not acceptable. If this is not true, then he'll be let go.
No,
right?
but it is.
The law will take its course.
But no, let me be very clear about my position. I don't believe Rahul Gandhi is an anti-national. I don't think he's trying to break up the country. But in the course of political speech, in the course of political speech, many things may be said. But it is a fact. It is a fact that Rahul Gandhi went abroad and said, "What are all these countries doing while democracy is dying in India?" That comment has led to a great deal of anger among many classes who are not even political, Bhavya. Let's be very clear about that. Madhu, come in. Yes.
When we speak against, as a country,
let Madhu come in. I'll come to you,
when
Bhavya.
democracy is in danger in other countries, there's nothing wrong in urging other countries to speak against what is happening in India.
No, I'm sorry. No. We will have to disagree about that. No, that is a very dangerous precedent to set. That's a very dangerous precedent you're setting, Bhavya, by saying there's nothing wrong in asking other countries to interfere. Yes, Madhu.
What I heard is totally obnoxious. I couldn't have heard worse than this. How can you tell that a foreign person should come and interfere in the affairs of India? I mean, for a moment, let me tell you this. This is nothing but mockery. Look at what Rahul Gandhi is doing. He is just following the footsteps of Miss Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi did the same thing in 1978, 45 years back. Same thing she did against the Morarji Desai government. And what are we to see now? Look at the intentions of the Congress party. I want to ask the Congress party, who funded the travel? Why did he go and meet that lady? Who are all invited? That means to say, these are all orchestrated against India. Is it not a fact? I mean, let me tell you for a moment, this is nothing but...
No, but this is what Bhavya is also alleging, that the BJP is trying to paint a conspiracy, Madhu. Bhavya, you want to respond to that?
For a moment. What's the conspiracy all about? Isn't it a fact that Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who told it is India's union of states, did he not go outside India and told democracy is in danger?
Okay.
What did you tell about this?
So this is a fact according to you? This is
Bhavya,
the fact.
Minister-
Whatever the
I don't know. You
I think
asked
we should
Rahul
file a
Gandhi.
against you as well.
He was the
If
person
you are
who
supporting
told me
Mr.
Pappu
Malviya,
in the
who cooked up a
parliament.
conspiracy
You ask your
against
Pappu.
the leader of
I
One
don't
second,
know.
one second.
in
Let me
the
just come.
party.
And you have all the Rahul Gandhi does not have the gumption to talk in the parliament. And
Let's
so
just
he's
okay. Let's not make this personal. Bhavya, the specific allegation. Bhavya, the specific. Take my question, Bhavya. Bhavya, take my question. Smriti Irani, you heard her holding a press conference a short while ago. Obviously, this is part of the crossfire between both your parties. They put out a video earlier today. FIR has filed. Union Minister holds a press conference, puts out pictures of Rahul Gandhi sitting, with an individual who is known to be part of the Soros organization who had protested against Narendra Modi. That is also being used as evidence of this collusion, as it were, this alleged collusion between Rahul Gandhi and powers who want to destabilize India, is what Smriti Irani and the BJP are saying. How do you respond to that? Because the pictures have been put out as well, Bhavya.
Yeah. Narendra Modi is not India. Narendra Modi is a Prime Minister of India. Country is than its Prime Minister. You can always hate the one ruling your country, but you can never hate your country. Here, Ms. Smriti Irani even spoke about the Open Society representative who worked with Rahul Gandhi. They are so paranoid that Bharat Jodo was open to everyone. The whole country, anybody could come, give us support, and they worked with us. But they're so paranoid that they want to pick up, these things and cook up a conspiracy. If someone is against Narendra Modi, that doesn't mean they're against country.
Okay.
Why would you equate Mr. Modi with... That's not how it works.
Okay, fair point.
This is the notion we have to cut down.
Okay. Madhu, you want to respond to that? The Congress says, so what if Rahul Gandhi is sitting with this individual? If she protested against the Prime Minister, what's wrong with that? The Prime Minister is not India, says the Congress.
What can you expect from a party wherein Manmohan Singh used to shake hand with a dreaded terrorist in the Prime Minister's office? Could you expect any better thing from these people? No, absolutely not. I mean, I don't even want to respond to the Congress spokesperson who insists that a foreign power should come and interfere in the India's affairs. How nonsensical is this? I mean, ironically, I tell you something. Perhaps what Mr. Malviya has told is correct. That is what Rahul Gandhi has told.
I'm completely out of time.
When Obama spoke about India,
Come on.
Obama spoke
If
about
Rahul Gandhi doesn't have the gumption to stand in the parliament and talk, and he has all the other
Okay.
to go to
Okay.
every other place in the world to talk against India.
Bhavya and Madhu, I'm out of time. Bhavya and Madhu, I'm completely out of time. I'll have to end it here, but thank you very much for your time. Clearly, tempers are going to fly much more, considering things are getting personal and we're still 10 months away from this election. Expect much more of this. We will continue to put the spotlight on claims, bust some of the myths, and bring you a factual position on even the most personal political stories. Bhavya and Madhu, thanks for being here on 5 Live. Coming up after this very short break, I'm taking you from local Indian politics to a big world exclusive happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India Today, the only channel daring to put the spotlight on what's happening in POK. Big exclusive coming up.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
In just 15 days, 2 incidents of mob lynching has happened in Nashik district of Maharashtra. In the very recent incident, 2 people from Kurla were bringing meat. Now remember, it is a meat or beef, that is the investigation by the police which will be done, but the cow vigilante actually assaulted both of them. One of them has died and one of them is seriously injured.
Afan Abdul Majid Ansari was 32 years old. He was killed. On 24 June, he, along with 24-year-old Nasir Sheikh, were transporting meat from Ahmednagar district of Maharashtra to Mumbai. The duo were apprehended by a group of cow vigilantes in Gambhirwadi on Gothi Sinnar Road in the Igatpuri area.
नासिर से थोड़ी बात किया, वो बात करने की कंडीशन में नहीं था, फिर भी कुछ बातें उसने बताया कि मामू टोल नाके पे था, टोल नाके से निकला, ऐसा बताया उसने। पुलिस की एक गाड़ी थी, तो बोला कैसी थी, बोले वो पुलिस की नहीं थी, वो जो आरपीओ वाले लोग लेके चलते वो गाड़ी। तो बताने लगा कि मामा मेरे पास पैसा नहीं था उस टाइम, वो लोग 50,000 का डिमांड कर रहे थे, सिर्फ मेरे पास 20,000 रुपये था। मैंने उनको बोला ऑनलाइन करता हूँ, तो बोले नहीं पैसा यहाँ मांगा। ये बात होने लगी, उतने में वो गाड़ी तोड़ने लगे, और जो आरपीओ वाले लोग ने पकड़ के दिया था वो सिर्फ पकड़ के दिया और निकल गए, वो लोग रुके नहीं।
Afan and Nasir were brutally beaten up by the group of cow vigilantes. Afan died while Nasir was admitted to hospital with critical injuries.
बजरंग दल के ये और स्वामी की छोकरी लोग है, स्वामी पूना का स्वामी है, श्री शंकर स्वामी, वो उसके ये सब काम ही है सर। पकड़ा है हमारे 1 साल पहले, 1 साल हो गया, वो आज तक ड्राइवर मिला नहीं है।
This isn't the first such case. On 8th June, 3 men transporting cattle on a tempo were attacked. 2 days later, the body of one of them was recovered from a gorge in Ghatan Devi of Maharashtra's Igatpuri area.
सब कुछ होने के बावजूद जो हमारे साथ अत्याचार हो रहा रोडों पे, जो हमारे को रुका के ड्राइवर को, खलासी को, कि हम बजरंग दल वाले हैं, पैसे की मांगनी की जा रही है। ये हमारे साथ रात को 2 बजे 3 बजे, दिन में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती, रात में जगह जगह टोल नाके लगे हुए, टोल नाके पे बजरंग दल वाले खड़े रहते, कोई भी खड़े रहता है कि आम नागरिक भी अपने आपको बजरंग दल बोलता है सर, हमारे ट्रैवल लोग एकदम डर जाते हैं, बजरंग दल का नाम सुनते ही वहाँ उनके हाथ पाँव ठंडे होते हैं। अरे सेठ बजरंग दल वाले खड़े, क्या करे, 5,000 मांग रहे, दो, क्या मांग रहे, 20,000 मांग रहे, दे दो।
With Saurabh Bakhtania, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So nearly 20 years it has taken after TCS, which we had seen back in the year 2004. And, this major tech behemoth has actually turned out to be a great wealth creator for investors over these last 20 years. We've seen the company as one of the best wealth creators with a market cap of nearing 12 lakh crore rupees. Help us now understand, what do you really expect from this big Tata Tech IPO that's soon expected to hit straight?
This is a very special issue, I would say, a long-awaited issue for the investing community as such, because after 2 decades, there is an IPO from a reputed firm like Tata's, and everybody is so excited because, as we all know, that almost all the companies, if not all, almost all of them have given good returns. They have been consistent wealth creators, I would say, in the last so many years. If you look at TCS or Tata Motors or Tata Consumer, every stock has given good returns to investors. And I think this issue will be taken in a very good way by the investors at large, provided the price band, which has not been announced as yet, would be in a reasonable manner.
Yes. So, Mr. Agarwal, how soon do you expect Tata Tech IPO to now hit street, and what could exactly be the size of it? If you could also give us a ballpark figure of what is your own expectation?
See, as far as time horizon is concerned, I think it won't take more than 2 months to hit the market, because I think the management would also be like to be in the market in as soon as possible, I would say. And as far as the quantum of size of the IPO is concerned, see, basically they are offering 95.71 million shares, right? So today's price in the unlisted market, I have checked, is around 950 odd rupees. So that's roughly 9,000 odd crores. But this is just a ballpark figure. Based on what the price is trading at an unlisted market, I can't be very sure about on this.
Sure, absolutely. Taken that point, fair point right there. But just like how I was pointing out, you know, the last IPO that had hit street from the Tata Group was back in the year 2004, TCS. And we've seen the kind of wealth generation that it has done over the last 20 years. It has emerged as the tech behemoth for sure. Can Tata Technologies be also an IPO which could create massive wealth for investors over the next long term? And is this something that investors should definitely consider for including in their portfolios?
Of course, yes. The performance of the company has improved in the last 2-3 years, I would say. Margins have improved from 16% in FY20 to 19.2% in the 9 months gone by. 9-month revenue was around 3,000 odd crore. 9-month bottom line was around 330 odd crores. Full year EPS, it was 10.45 paisa for FY22, while the 9-month EPS was 10.04. So we see that consistent improvement in the performance. Previously, when 70% of the revenue was
This is a big India Today world exclusive that we're bringing to you today on the crackdown on ISI terror plots and the active recruitment bid by Pakistan in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But it isn't just the usual kind of terror recruitment that has been reported for many years. Take a look at these details. Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, has started a new maneuver in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. At least 150 youth from POK have been forcibly abducted from their homes, kidnapped by the ISI, and are being trained and radicalized against their will into becoming terrorists to be infiltrated into India. The Traders Association of POK has alleged that in the last 2 months, more than 150 youth have been abducted in this manner. And this is just one organization making this claim. Who knows how many more people have been abducted in this scary manner. Not just that, they've also claimed that several children, minors, are missing from madrasas in POK. Local authorities have appealed to the Pakistan Army for help and threatened to protest in view of the threats faced by common citizens in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is yet another terrifying example of how the Pakistani state is spreading its terror tentacles. They've abducted youth, they've kidnapped children from madrasas, all to feed the terror machinery.
जिले से 18 बच्चे इससे पहले इसी दौरान आए। ये सुन के मुझे बहुत ही ताज्जुब हुआ कि एक खिते से एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट से 18 बच्चों की गुमशुदगी और मजीद हमारे 2 बच्चे 20 तालिब इल्मों की गुमशुदगी, ये एक संगीन तरीन मामला है। वो आला से पार जाते हैं तो बगैर शनाख्ती कार्ड के हमारे बच्चे कैसे पार जा सकते हैं? और ये सवाल है कि जिस बच्चे के पास शनाख्ती कार्ड भी नहीं है, उसको आप क्राउड पे भी नहीं भेज सकते हैं। वो कैसे किधर गया, कौन गया, कोई तो पता होना चाहिए। मेरा ख्याल है कि ये एक वो जो काउंसलिंग था, मैं बताया एक प्री प्लान है, लोगों को उठाया जा रहा है। अगर इसको रोकने की कोशिश न की गई तो फिर ये काम रुकेगा नहीं।
And India Today's Jitendra Bahadur Singh, the only journalist to bring these facts in front of the people of India and the world. Jitendra, पहले ये बहुत बेहतरीन स्टोरी है, ये एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन है जो सामने लाता है कुछ फैक्ट्स जो POK में हो रहा है, जो the world has been ignorant of what is happening. लेकिन एक बार जितेंद्र, एक्सप्लेन कीजिए डिटेल में कि ये मोडस ऑपरेंडी क्या है, ये यूथ जो है, ये लोग, ये युवा लोग जो हैं, ये बच्चे जो हैं, कहां से अबडक्ट हो रहे हैं और उनके साथ क्या होता है उसके बाद?
देखिए, जो पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी ISI पहले जिहाद के नाम पर लगातार पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर में आतंकवादियों को वहां पर ट्रेन करती थी, लेकिन अब उसके पास कोई तरीका नहीं बचा है। ये जिहाद को मानने वाले लोग वहां पर दिखाई नहीं पड़ रहे हैं। यही वजह है, सूत्रों ने बताया है कि पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी ISI, पाकिस्तान की आर्मी और कुछ आतंकी कमांडर जो कि अफ़गानिस्तान से वहां से वापस लौटे हैं, उन सभी आतंकी कमांडरों को लेकर के ये तमाम लोग जो हैं अलग अलग जगहों पर, चाहे वो मुजफ्फराबाद का इलाका हो, क्वेटा का इलाका हो या फिर बालाकोट का इलाका हो, इन तमाम जगहों से लोगों को लेकर के आते हैं और उसके बाद ज़बरदस्ती उनको एबडक्ट किया जाता है और फिर उनको ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। भारतीय सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के सूत्रों ने हमें बताया है कि पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी ISI पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर में एक जगह तेजिन पड़ती है जहां पर पाकिस्तान आर्मी का पुराना आर्मी कैंप था। उस कैंप में इन युवाओं को लेकर के आया जाता है और उसके बाद वहां पर ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। तो इस तरीके का एक बड़ा खुलासा हुआ है, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान अब जिस तरीके से जिहाद के नाम पर आतंक की फैक्ट्री पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर में चला रहा था, वहां के लोग अब इस बात को मानने से इनकार कर रहे हैं और ये कह रहे हैं कि जिहाद के नाम पर नहीं भेजेंगे। इस वजह से ज़्यादा संख्या में लोगों को वहां से एबडक्ट किया गया और उसके बाद उनको एक गुप्त स्थान में ले जाकर के उनको ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अब वहां के लोकल्स जो हैं वो इस बात को लेकर के सवाल उठाने लगे हैं और ये कह रहे हैं कि उनके बच्चों को अगर वापस नहीं दिया गया ISI और पाकिस्तान आर्मी के द्वारा तो वो लोग हंगामा करेंगे, और हंगामा सिर्फ पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर में नहीं, वो लोग इस्लामाबाद में जाकर के धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। तो अब इस तरीके पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर से उठने लगी है।
जितेंद्र, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। धन्यवाद हमसे जुड़ने के लिए ऑन दीज एक्सीलेंट डिटेल्स ऑफ अ स्टोरी दैट नोबडी एल्स हैज हैड द गट्स टू ब्रिंग फॉरवर्ड। एंड रिमेंबर, एंड गौरव सावंत इज विद अस. Gaurav, this is POK. In other words, the people of POK are considered part of the Indian state, and this has to be looked at very differently from the usual terror machinery that Pakistan uses in the AFPAC region, on Pakistani soil. Abducting people from POK and radicalize them and converting them into terrorists, is going to have to elicit a completely different kind of response from India.
Shiv, you're right. India needs to highlight this, and in a big way. Pakistan used this template in Jammu and Kashmir for decades. Remember in the early 1990s when mosques in Kashmir Valley were used to chant slogans against the Kashmiri Pandits and oust them from the valley. That genocide that was carried out with mosques being used to chant, Raliv, Galiv, ya Chaliv, something like that is happening right now. Of course, not against Pandits in POK, but the locals in POJK being used by the same elements, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed, all backed by Pakistan's ISI. The youngsters are being kidnapped. They're being abducted, they're being brainwashed. And who are these people? Majority of them who've either lost a single parent or the parents are too poor. This template, Shiv, you'd recall, and Jitendra knows well, was even used in the case of Ajmal Amir Kasab, who incidentally was from Pakistan's mainland Punjab province. So a poor boy is picked up, radicalized, trained by Hafiz Saeed and Pakistan's ISI and launched into Mumbai for 2611. Similarly, these boys in POJK are being organized, but sadly, unlike the Kashmir of 1990s, in POJK today, parents are saying, no, we will not permit this. We will raise international hue and cry about it if Pakistan continues with this attempt.
This is only a sampling of our investigation. Gaurav Sawant, Jitendra Bahadur Singh and our team will be looking very closely at getting an Indian response to what is going to be India's next step as far as this is concerned, because these are the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They are our people. We'll have to see what needs to be done, and we will continue to report on that big story. Let's see if other channels, other media have the guts to put the spotlight on what's happening in POJK. Thanks very much for joining me on 5 Live. That's a wrap on today's show. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow, 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. There are big protests that have broken out in Kadalore's Chidambaram temple in Tamil Nadu as priests allege a takeover by the Stalin government. What's the story? What's happening? Why all this commotion inside a temple? Akshita brings you the full story next.
A summer crop that is the choice of millions across the country is rapidly becoming a prized delicacy. It is enjoyed in all its forms, but now households are being forced to choose.
पहले जब मैं एक हफ्ते पहले लेने गई थी तो 60 रुपए किलो थे, अब कल लेने गई हूँ तो 120 रुपए किलो, और वो भी टमाटरों का आप हाल देख सकते हैं, कहीं से गले हैं, कहीं से ये वाइटिश में है.
It is an annual deja vu that is hitting India's most vulnerable and the middle class. As the monsoon arrives and supplies plummet, the price of vegetables like the tomato has skyrocketed. The price of tomatoes, an indispensable part of Indian dining tables, has crossed 100 rupees per kilogram in many parts of the country over the past few days.
इतनी महंगाई में क्या खाएं, क्या खरीदे, क्या बनाएं, ये समझ नहीं आई. टमाटर देख लो साथ में सामान पे, कभी 60, आज 120, कल 100. ऐसे टमाटरों के रेट ऐसे बढ़ते हैं कि कमाने वाला भी थक गया और खाने वाले भी थके जा रहे.
हर चीज इतना महंगा कि बजट से 3 गुना ज्यादा. इससे कोई समझ में नहीं आता कि क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है.
Farmers have cited production and supply shortages as major reasons behind the hike.
माल कम रहने के कारण ही बाजार टाइट हुए हैं. उसका प्रॉब्लम है कि बारिश भी कम था, उसके कारण फसल कम था. इसके पहले 6-8 महीना टमाटर में बहुत मंदी था. लगभग ऐसा पकड़ के चलो 5 रुपए के 10 रुपए के लगभग में बाजार थे. उसके कारण लोगों ने कम किया. उसको खर्चा भी ज्यादा है टमाटर को.
Experts, however, have a different view.
रिटेल मार्केट में तकरीबन 60 रुपए से ज़्यादा प्राइस हर जगह पे है, बताया गया है कि इतना प्राइस है. लेकिन जो हॉकर्स हमारे घर के बाहर आते हैं या जिनसे हम लेते हैं, वो तकरीबन 80 और 100 रुपए का चार्ज करते हैं. इसका मतलब साफ है कि एक रिटेल माफिया जो है वो ऑपरेट करता है. जो इन्फ्लेशन हम एनकाउंटर करते हैं, जिसके ऊपर हमारा हाहाकार मचता है, वो इसलिए है क्योंकि जो हॉकर्स की जो एक रेंज बनी हुई, एक नेटवर्क बना हुआ है, वो प्राइस अपने आप फिक्स कर लेता है.
Vegetable vendors claim that many consumers who would earlier buy 1 kg or more tomatoes have now switched to buying half a kilogram or fewer tomatoes. Whatever the reason, the fact remains that the increasing prices have drastically affected the kitchen budget of consumers. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field, is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से, पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है।
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है ये। और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट।
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today. People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin.
Powered by Voltas Pure Air 6-stage adjustable AC. Ajio Big Bold Sale.
Showdown over historic Tamil Nadu temple. Cops enter holy platform, offer prayers. Priest up in arms over forced entry. Alleged takeover bid by Stalin government. Tamil Nadu temple row, top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal, and this evening we're focusing on the big controversy, the big story coming in from Tamil Nadu. It's been long brewing, the showdown between the Dikshitars, or the priests of the iconic Chidambaram Nataraj temple, and the DMK government. What's it all about? What's playing out in Tamil Nadu? We'll tell you in just a bit. Let's take a look at the headlines first. BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya booked over animated Rahul Gandhi video. FIR filed after Karnataka Congress complained. BJP calls it political vendetta. Union Minister Smriti Irani tears into Rahul Gandhi, questions why Rahul met George Soros' aide in the United States, alleges Rahul's link to Soros and Jamiat Islami. Big twist to Karnataka free beef fight after FCI stalled rice sale. Karnataka government to now offer cash instead of rice. Politics over India-US drone deal. Congress likens predator drone deal to the Rafale. Navy chief exclusively speaks to India Today.
इससे क्या है, हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं। नया वाला प्रेडेटर 9B में होगा, तो जब वो आएगा तो हमारा कैपेबिलिटी डेफिनेटली बढ़ेगा।
Politics erupts over ODI World Cup. Congress up, fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. The BCCI VP Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides these venues. And sensational revelations on COVID origin. Researcher claims virus was made in China as a bioweapon. A fresh row has broken out in Tamil Nadu, once again stoking the entire temples under the Tamil Nadu government control controversy. This is the Chidambaram Nataraja temple in Cuddalore, which is not under government control. And there was a controversy that broke out as devotees were reportedly not being allowed to one particular part of the temple, a golden platform in the temple. What led to, in fact, what prompted that was cops and HRC officials going aboard that particular area, leading to a showdown. Let's get you all the details.
This is how cops and officials from the Tamil Nadu government stormed into the sacred Chidambaram Natarajan temple in Cuddalore. What you see on your screens is the moment officials entered the Kannagasabha or the holy platform of the temple, which was closed off for devotees by the priests of the temple for 4 days. Officials entered the platform, offered prayers, and then ensured other devotees could enter amid protest by angry Dikshitars, the priests who managed the temple. The priests of the Chidambaram temple accused the officials of manhandling young boys and entering the platform. And when asked why they had blocked devotees, they cited security reasons, saying with the expensive jewellery kept in the area, they did not want to take a chance. Devotees now are entering the temple's holy golden platform as Dikshitars then allowed entry.
The Dikshitars claim that they are already armed with the court order that says that the governing authority of this particular temple comes under them. But the HRNC went ahead and said that such decisions cannot be taken only by the Dikshitars, and they have to discuss about it with the HRNC board, and that turned out to be a huge issue.
The DMK has defended their action, assuring that the temple will very soon be brought under government control. A step they have been trying hard to accomplish but have faced legal hurdles.
சட்டப்படி பக்தர்கள் சுதந்திரமாக இறை வழிபாட்டிற்கு அனைத்து உதவிகளையும் இந்து சமய அறநிலையத்துறையும் அரசும் செய்யும். இதில் யார் பெரியவர்கள் என்பது பிரச்சனை அல்ல. இறை என்பர்களுக்கு தேவையான தெய்வத்தை வழிபடுவதற்குண்டான அனைத்து ஏற்பாடுகளையும் செய்து தருவதுதான் எங்களுடைய நோக்கம்.
The fight quickly turned political as the BJP lashed out at the Stalin government, accusing the government of hurting Hindu sentiments.
There are issues. Even the court already had ordered that the temple should be taken, can be taken by the HRNC. But let Modi consider this and bring in a uniform civil code within Hinduism.
There is a very, very clear Supreme Court order that this temple should be under the Dikshitars' control. And whatever the government of Tamil Nadu doing is unconstitutional. That is what we have been saying.
The DMK versus Dikshitars fight for control of the historic Chidambaram temple is turning uglier by the day. While the DMK has accused priests of mismanagement and being casteist, the Dikshitars have repeatedly fought off what they call attempts of a temple takeover by the government. With Pramod Madhav in Cuddalore, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let me take this across to Pramod Madhav. He's joining us live from outside the Natarajar temple in Cuddalore, the very iconic temple in Tamil Nadu. Pramod, good evening. What's the situation currently? Have things calmed down? Because there were protests that broke out subsequently after this video came to light.
Good evening, Akshita. In fact, we are inside the temple currently, and let me show you the ambience at this temple right now. This is called the temple of Thillai Nadarajar, and this temple is nearly 1,000 years old. This carries a history of the Choras, the Pandyas, and various kings. There are like different sabais here. One sabai called Kanaka Sabai is the one that is causing the issue. There is Sid Sabai. There are lingams that is made up of spardigam and ruby, and so many things are there. In fact, in Tamil it is called as Chidambaram Ragasyam, which means the secret that Chidambaram holds. Everything is inside this temple, and here we are showing you this complex currently with these thousands of pillars at this spot. And yes, there is a big issue, but the Dikshitars very clearly mentioned that they have the Supreme Court order in their hand, and for the day, devotees are allowed to climb atop the Kanaka Sabai, which is one of the 5 sabais called as the golden platform. It's nothing but a kind of like a platform like this, where people will climb atop and they will pray to Lord Nataraja, who will be on that side. And this is where the issue came up. Here, what happened is that the Dikshitars on one end said that they decided to go ahead and do so because after 1,000 years of taking care of the temple, they knew what exactly would happen, and they cannot control the crowd. They said that a minimum of 50,000 people would visit on those particular 4 days, and that's the reason devotees were not allowed. But HRNC officials have taken offense of it, and they claim that such decisions cannot be taken by them alone, and they have to discuss it with the HRNC, and that's the reason the minister gave such a kind of interview. But he went a little far ahead and also said that HRNC is going out doing all things to take control of the temple. But how will they do that is the question, because both the Dikshitars fall under a community called as denomination community, because they are only 1,300 in number, and it has been recognized by the Supreme Court as per the Dikshitars, and they have said that no matter what HRNC will do, they will keep fighting their legal battle, Akshita.
And legally, the problem is, that the Supreme Court order is in favor of the Dikshitars, which is why there's a big showdown right now over this temple. Thanks, Pramod, for getting us that detailed ground report. Pramod reporting there from the spot where all of the controversy has broken out. Let me introduce our guests joining us on this broadcast. We've got Mr. A. Saravanan, DMK spokesperson. Mr. Narayanan Tirupati of the BJP will be joining us in just a bit. Mr. Saravanan, vanakkam. The Dikshitars have claimed that the officials who are there, the HRNC officials, the cops, manhandled some of them. They're saying that the DMK government is attempting to take over the temple. Your response first to that?
See, the DMK government cannot remain a mute spectator when the Dikshitars take the law into their own hands. Yes, the Supreme Court has passed an order stating that the control of the temple may remain with the Dikshitars. They are free to follow their own religious practices. There is no doubt about that. But when the government is asking about the transparency in the way they manage the funds, the Dikshitars ought to give it to them, ought to give it to the government.
They cite the Supreme Court order, Saravanan. They cite the Supreme Court order repeatedly to say that we are not answerable to the government, like several other temples that fall under the HRNC department.
See, Supreme Court did not give them the right to marry off children. The Supreme Court did not give them the right to discriminate between different castes in the Hindu religion.
No, so
this is why we are saying, Mr. Modi, please stop talking about uniform civil code. Please talk about uniformity within the Hindu religion. DMK is a party which is fighting for the oppressed Hindus. And what these Pudu Dikshitars are doing, they say this is off the limits for some people. People belonging to certain castes. See,
one second.
Actually, just a moment. Just a moment. Let me complete this. This is a phenomenon seen across the country. We are seeing Madam Draupadi Murmu, the first citizen of this country, standing outside the temple, and we are seeing Dharmendra Pradhan and Ashwini Vaishnav getting into the touching the idols and giving their worships. This is how people are discriminated in this country in the name of religion. This is what we are opposing, and we will not allow anybody to flout the law. Article 26, yes, gives them a right. That does not mean that they can violate Article 14, Article 15 and Article 16.
So let's talk about what's happened. Let's talk about what's happened in the temple itself, Saravanan. The Dikshitars have said very clearly that it was closed for 4 days. And this is because of the fact that in the Kanaka Sabha itself, there are a lot of jewels kept there. Yes. They feared that the crowds would come in large numbers, then security would be an issue. It's not a year-long thing. It's not permanent. There isn't a section of people that weren't allowed or a section of people that were allowed in the Kanaka Sabha for you to say that, there's casteism, that, Hindus are being oppressed.
Yes. See, when you speak about security, when there is a huge congregation, it is not the responsibility of the Podu Dikshitars. It is the responsibility of the state government. They ought to have listened. They ought to have got the advice of the state government and how to go about it. They do not hang in.
But is this the way to do it? Is this the way to do it? You know how sacred a temple is. Is this the way to do it? To have cops and everyone entering?
Yeah, that is how, when you want to maintain law and order, when you want to maintain the safety, safety and the life of the priests, the life of the devotees are very important. They are more sacrosanct than anything else. Life of a Hindu, life of a citizen of this country is more sacrosanct than anybody else.
Okay, you're saying
or
what
anything
action was
else.
taken was warranted. Narayanan Tirupati of the BJP is joining me on this broadcast. Mr. Narayanan Tirupati, Saravanan is saying this action was warranted. To speak up and stand for Hindus, we had to take this step.
No, this is an unwarranted, unwanted, unnecessary, unconstitutional approach of the Tamil Nadu government and the police. The HRNC department, the government doesn't have any right to enter inside the temple, that too with a huge police force. Hundreds of policemen unnecessarily barging into the temple, creating a huge confusion, conflict, and they were trying to intimidate the Dikshidars who have the right to do puja and who have the right to manage the temple. The Supreme Court's judgment is very, very clear about this temple, and in spite of that, in order to take control of the temple, the minister as well as the other officials of the Tamil Nadu government has very clearly violated, the rights of the temple and also of
No, the defense, the DMK is saying, Mr. Narayanan Tirupati, that first, there are only some Hindus that are allowed up, others aren't, that these kind of practices by these Pudu Dikshitas cannot be allowed, that the government has a certain responsibility to Hindus, to the people who want to go there and pray.
See, absolutely not. They are at fault. Mr. Saravanan is definitely not telling the facts. The fact of the matter is that the festival, it is there for at least 1 week's time. What do you call this? This place is just a 10 by 2 small room. So in this place, definitely hundreds or thousands of men cannot go inside. And if they are allowed, they have to stand a very big queue. The entire Chidambaram town would have been in a very big traffic jam. So that is the reason. Then normally in all the temples, you have the main deity will stay there and only the other deity will be carried up. But in this issue, the main deity will be going throughout the town of Chidambaram, and the entire main deity has got several lakhs worth of jewels wearing in it. So for security reasons, they don't allow anyone.
So it wasn't discrimination. You're saying it wasn't discrimination. Saravanan, I want your response to the question that the BJP is posing. They're alleging that, there's an attempt by the government to take over this temple. Mr. Shekhar Babu today also said that we'll do everything we need to ensure we take over this temple. Is that fair, considering that the Supreme Court has very clearly said it belongs to these and will be run by these Dikshitars?
Yeah, see, the Supreme Court may have stated that this temple belongs, it does not say it belongs. They'll be maintained by this Pudu Dikshita. It was built by Chola kings. And these Dikshitars came there, and the Chola kings have said, okay, please take care of the temple. They are there to maintain the temple, pure and simple.
But that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And don't you think, Saravanan, for all the Hindus who are right now objecting, saying that it's not okay, we feel offended, our sentiments are hurt when cops have entered, these sacred parts of the temple in this manner. What's your message to them? They say, why couldn't there have been dialogue? Why couldn't this have been resolved with talk, with conversation, rather than doing it in this manner?
See, the Dikshitars are not reasonable. There were cases earlier, not at this instance. Earlier, there were cases filed against the Dikshitars under the SC/ST Act because they discriminated. So it is not the first time this has happened. And when it comes to law and order, it is the duty of the state government. The simple question is this: when they anticipate so many people, so much of people there, why they have not intimated, why they have not sought the assistance of the local police authorities? So who has started this controversy? It is not the DMK. See, that's what I'm saying. The life of any Hindu, the safety of any Hindu who is visiting the temple is as sacrosanct, is as valuable as anything else.
Okay, all right. So you're saying that you will continue very clearly to take these steps to ensure that every Hindu has a right to pray. That's the message from the DMK right now. But thanks very much, Saravanan and Narayanan Tirupati, for joining us on this broadcast. This is clearly a controversy that will continue to snowball. It's not ending anytime now because the government has made it amply clear in Tamil Nadu that they want to take control of this particular temple as well. So it means that the Dikshitars will continue their fight against the government. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're putting the focus on Mumbai. An orange alert has been issued for heavy to very heavy rains all through the day. Rains have poured down in Mumbai. In the next 3 to 4 days, it's going to continue to rain.
The best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
The mega merger of HDFC and HDFC Bank will be effective from the 1st of July. According to Deepak Parekh, chairman of the Housing Finance Company, boards of both the companies will hold separate meetings on Friday after office hours to approve the effective date of the merger. He added that HDFC shares would be delisted from the exchanges on 13th of July. As per the share swap ratio, HDFC shareholders will get 42 shares of HDFC Bank for every 25 shares held.
And India is doing extremely well. It's the bright spot in the world. It's the brightest spot in the world. Our GDP growth rate is likely to be twice the global average. 7.2%, which will be twice the global average. So we are confident that our business, now that it goes to the bank, each and every branch of the bank will start selling mortgages, which were not doing prior to this, and so the reach to individuals across urban, semi-urban areas where the branches, HDFC Bank branches are, will start marketing and dispersing mortgage loans. So we expect the growth to increase as there is a huge demand.
That the bank has something like 70 million customers. And out of the 70 million customers, just about 2% of them have taken housing loans from HDFC. Just 2%. And about 5% have taken loans from other banks. So look at the ability in terms of being able to cross-sell housing loans to this massive customer base who have not taken housing loans. Also, the average age of a first-time home buyer in India is about 37, 38 years. And if you look at the demographic trend, 65% of India's population is below 35 years.
Welcome back. It's been a day of non-stop rain in Mumbai. It's brought the maximum city to a halt as waterlogging has been reported in several areas, as you see on your screens. The Met Department now has warned that the rains will continue for the next 4 to 5 days, which is extremely concerning. An orange alert has also been issued. Let me quickly take this across to our reporters, Mustafa Sheikh and Saurabh Vakhtania, joining us live from Mumbai. Mustafa, to you first. Good evening. Tell me, what's the situation currently in the city?
Good evening, Akshita. As of now, the rains have stopped at several parts. But since morning, if you take out about 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., there was about 100 mm rainfall in Daisar and Bayandar areas, which is Mumbai and nearby Mumbai area. Now the rains have stopped, but the BMC and other agencies are preparing that there can be heavy rains in the coming few days, and they are taking measures likely. It's been also advised to people to venture out only if necessary and do go through the routes to say what changes can happen. Yes.
There's going to be more rain in the next few days. Saurabh, is the city prepared for another 4 to 5 days of similar level of rainfall, of 4 to 5 days of rain?
Well, actually, let me tell you that no pre-monsoon work is done clearly. The city is still in this state of apathy because even today, 2 people have lost their life in Goregaon and Malad. 38-year-old, 32-year-old people, men have lost their life after a tree fell on them. And not just in Mumbai, but in Thane, Nai Mumbai and other parts of the city, we clearly saw that how waterlogging have taken place, and over the past, no lessons learned. And therefore, again, this year now, the Shiv Sena in the opposition are targeting the government of BJP and Shinde that how only 100 mm of rain and waterlogging is taking place. Earlier, during 200 and 300 mm of rain, waterlogging used to take place. But now, just with 100 mm of rain, Mumbai city and other outskirts are getting flooded.
Okay, we'll keep tracking the situation closely and alert all of you Mumbaikars watching this broadcast on what's the situation. Thanks, Saurabh and Mustafa, for getting us those updates. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks for tuning in. Coming up on the other side is a sports special with Nikhil Nas.
इसके बारे में मैं सिर्फ यही कहना चाहता हूं कि इंटरेस्ट रेट जो है वो इन्फ्लेशन के साथ साथ चलता है। आपका जब इन्फ्लेशन रेट काबू में आ जाएगा, ड्यूरेबली जिसको हम कह रहे हैं कि ड्यूरेबल मॉडरेशन इन इन्फ्लेशन, मतलब ड्यूरेबल, हम जब ये सोच मान लेंगे कि अभी इंटरेस्ट रेट जो है वो 4% के आसपास रहेगा कंटिन्यूइंग बेसिस पे, तो अब इंटरेस्ट रेट कम होना कम हो सकता है। तो इसीलिए इन्फ्लेशन और इंटरेस्ट रेट दोनों को इकट्ठे एनालाइज करना चाहिए। आज का जो इन्फ्लेशन है वो 4.25% है और हमारा एस्टिमेट ये है कि इस साल जो एवरेज इन्फ्लेशन है, इस साल मतलब 23-24 में जो एवरेज इन्फ्लेशन है, हमारा ये एस्टिमेट है कि वो 5.1 रहेगा। तो इसीलिए इन्फ्लेशन तो कम हुआ है। इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन जिसको कहते हैं कंज्यूमर्स का और बिजनेसेस का, वो इन्फ्लेशन एक्सपेक्टेशन भी कम हो रहा है। इस साल का एवरेज 5.1, आगे जाके वो 5.1 को 4% तक लाने के लिए हम कोशिश करते रहेंगे। पिछले मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी के टाइम में तो मैंने कहा था 1,80,000, लेकिन वो स्टेडीली वापस आ रहे हैं नोट और 2/3 से ऊपर अभी हो गया है। हमने ये कहा था कि 3,62,000, 3.62 लाख करोड़, 3,62,000 करोड़, 3,62,000 करोड़ रुपया, 3,62 करोड़ रुपया 2,000 रुपया नोट सर्कुलेशन में था पिछले साल मार्च में। मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी में मैंने कहा कि 1,80,000 करोड़ के आसपास मैंने कहा था, वो वापस आ गया है। अभी जो है 2/3 मतलब अब आंकड़े लगा सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर उसको क्रॉस कर गया है। 2/3 अभी आ गए वापस। एक चीज मैं आपको बहुत साफ कह सकता हूं कि जो 2,000 रुपया का जो नोट अभी वापस ले रहे हैं, उसका इकोनॉमी के ऊपर कोई नेगेटिव इफेक्ट नहीं आएगा। चैलेंज ये रहेगा 2 या 3 चैलेंज। एक तो है इंटरनेशनल अनसर्टेनिटी, जो वॉर के कारण जो अनसर्टेनिटी, मतलब इंटरनेशनली जो अभी अनसर्टेनिटी है, जियोपॉलिटिकल टेंशन जो कह रहे हैं जिसको, वो तो अभी कंटिन्यू कर रहा है, वो खत्म नहीं हुआ। उसका क्या फॉल आउट होगा, क्या स्पिल ओवर होगा बाकी देशों को, वो तो सिर्फ समय पे पता चलेगा कैसा वो इवॉल्व हो रहा है। बाकी जो अनसर्टेनिटी है वो एक तो है नॉर्मल मॉनसून है, लेकिन एक एल नीनो सिंड्रोम का जो है फोरकास्ट भी है। वो कितने हद तक एल नीनो सीवियर होता है उसको देखना पड़ेगा। और मेनली वेदर रिलेटेड इवेंट्स जिसका कि असर हमेशा वेजिटेबल प्राइसेस के ऊपर बहुत रहता है। तो ये सारे अनसर्टेनिटीज है और उसके साथ हमको डील करना पड़ेगा।
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more information,
hello and welcome to our special broadcast where we're building up for the biggest prize in cricket, the Cricket World Cup, which is still about 3.5 months away. But ever since the World Cup schedule was announced a little more than 24 hours ago, the biggest talking point has been 15th of October, because that is going to be the day where India and Pakistan play. That game is scheduled to be played in Ahmedabad, and if you were to try to look for hotels in Ahmedabad, there's a good chance you won't find any. Even if you do, you're going to find it at 5x the cost. That's how much the demand is there for that India-Pakistan game. But, and there's a big but, that match is in danger. There is a possibility that match might not take place because Pakistan had expressed reservation about playing in Ahmedabad. That request has been turned down by the International Cricket Council. In fact, there were 3 different demands that Pakistan had made, and let's run you through all 3 of them. One of the requests that PCB made to ICC was that change the venue of the Pakistan game, as I just mentioned. They wanted that particular change because they wanted, that is request number 1, that they wanted change of venue for the Pakistan game. First request, that game was to be played in Ahmedabad. That particular request has been rejected. So that's the first request that they made. They made another request, that is request number 2, and that was pertaining to the Afghanistan game, which was to be played in Chennai, and Pakistan said that because those conditions are very spin friendly, so they would want to play Afghanistan in a different venue. That is another request that was rejected. So 2 requests there that I've just listed out, both of them rejected. However, there was one other request that the Pakistan Cricket Board had made, that they did not want to play any match in Mumbai. As you see, that is request number 3, and the reason that they had given behind that was because of security concerns. Remember, Pakistan has had trouble in the past playing in Mumbai. There was that infamous incident where the Shiv Sainiks had dug up the pitch at the Wankhede Stadium. Keeping that in mind and keeping the history in mind and the security threat in mind, the ICC has accepted that request, which is why Pakistan will not play their semi-final in Mumbai. If Pakistan were to qualify, they will get the other semi-final that is to be played in Kolkata. So the 3 different conditions that Pakistan had put in front of the International Cricket Council 2 were rejected, 1 has been accepted. One of those requests is our focus in this particular broadcast, because we are talking about Pakistan not wanting to play India in Ahmedabad. There has been a lot of to and fro in this regard. We've heard from a few Pakistan legends as well. In Wasim Akram, Shahid Afridi also came out and spoke about it. Let's take a closer look at this entire story. Also, let's take a look at what the history says. Has there been past precedent where teams have been allowed to pull out? And if they did pull out, what were the repercussions? Here's a detailed package on that.
It's time for the biggest prize in world cricket. India is all set to host the 2023 edition of the Cricket World Cup. A total of 48 matches over 46 days in a country that utterly loves the sport.
Finishes off in style. India lift the World Cup. Oh, that's another 6. That is huge.
The schedule for the tournament is out, and there is one match dominating the headlines. India versus Pakistan in Ahmedabad at the Narendra Modi Stadium on October the 15th.
Now that is even closer.
The PCB had expressed reservations about travelling to India because of political tensions between the two nations, but unlike the Asia Cup, there is no hybrid model, and Pakistan will be coming to India.
I'm all for egos. अगर आपकी ego है, अगर आप समझते हैं कि ये गलत हो रहा है तो बोलें. But again, move on then. ये नहीं करेंगे तो ये नहीं होगा, फिर वहीं खड़े ना जहाँ शुरू हुए थे फिर. So always plan it, always think कि क्या हम ये कर सकते हैं, कि हम जो बात कर रहे हैं कि इसको ख़त्म करेंगे. अगर नहीं कर सकते तो don't do it. इससे मजाक उड़ता है.
But a PCB official has suggested that the final decision will be taken by the Pakistan government. The board says that it will wait for a clearance from the government before a decision is made. As per reports, Ahmedabad was one of the venues Pakistan didn't want to play at, but their match nonetheless will be taking place there.
इशू की बात क्या, जहाँ मैच होगा वहाँ खेलना है पाकिस्तान में, खत्म होगी बात. सिंपल. ये unnecessary stress, unnecessary चीजें कि अहमदाबाद में नहीं खेलेंगे तो वहाँ खेलें. पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर्स से पूछो, they don't care. They'll play wherever the schedule will come.
Pakistan could skip the match, but that will mean that they will have to forfeit 2 points. Back in 1996, at the Cricket World Cup, both Australia and West Indies had to forfeit 2 points as they boycotted their games against Sri Lanka, citing security reasons. While the ICC did not agree to Pakistan's earlier demand to change the venue, if PCB choose to play hardball, well, the ICC could be forced to rethink, as the broadcasters cannot afford to not have an India-Pakistan game. For now, the players wait a clearance from the government, and as things stand, the match will very much be held in Ahmedabad. Sports Bureau, India Today.
For more on this, I'm joined by 2 very special guests in Shahid Hashmi, a senior cricket journalist joining us live from Pakistan, and Amit Malviya, former manager of the Indian cricket team, a former cricket administrator as well. He's lucky enough to be at the Lord's Cricket ground right now, enjoying the test match between England and Australia, and I've had to really pull him out and talk about India versus Pakistan. But Mr. Hashmi, I'm going to start with you. What do you think could be the reservations that Pakistan would have with Ahmedabad? I understand that there is some sort of history, of not playing in Mumbai. There has been security concerns there. But what could be the issues with Ahmedabad in your understanding?
It's all politics. They may be feeling some truculence, some hostility in Ahmedabad, but closer to the event, I think they will decide play in Ahmedabad because our foreign office, our government will be giving advice to the Pakistan Cricket Board whether to play or not play in Ahmedabad. If there are any security concerns, because ICC and BCCI will not entertain Pakistan's request of shifting the match from Ahmedabad to somewhere else unless and until there are some security concerns. If there are no security concerns, go out, play there, stick it out, and stand up and be counted. Why not play in Ahmedabad? 132K people chanting for India, double pressure on double pressure on India, and a birthday of Babar Azam. How can India beat Pakistan in Ahmedabad?
Okay, that's a very positive spin to that. I hope the decision makers in PCB can also look at it this way. But Mr. Mathur, to you, what do you think? Firstly, whose prerogative is it? Can BCCI put its foot down, saying no, we want it in Ahmedabad? Can the ICC is the final say with the ICC, because BCCI is of course the home board? And then the other thing that the anomaly that really you can see at the moment, that they've given into that request of ensuring that Pakistan don't play their semi-final in Mumbai, so their semi-final will be played in Kolkata. But if there are similar security concerns that Pakistan has of Ahmedabad, why is that particular request then being turned down in your understanding?
I think, Nikhil, you must be clear that the World Cup is an ICC property, is their event. They decide. What India has got is only the staging rights to organizing the matches. So it's an ICC decision where to hold matches, when to schedule a match, whether it's Ahmedabad or somewhere else. Obviously, the suggestions of the BCCI do make a difference, but the decision ultimately lies with the ICC, which own the property. They own the commercial rights, they operate the games. Technically, they're responsible for the conduct. The only thing the BCCI does is to provide venues. They get a share of ticket revenue. They get some money for staging each game. So basically, it's the ICC which takes a call. And I'm sure when they decide on venues and schedules, they do take into consideration issues like security going by the past. But from a cricket perspective, from a BCCI perspective, it makes sense to play in Ahmedabad. It's the biggest game of the tournament. It's the best venue India has. So why not put it up on the biggest stage that we have in the country? So it will be a great occasion. And as Wasim Akram and others have said, it doesn't really matter where you play. The players couldn't be bothered. It's a big game and they would love to play on the biggest stage possible.
Well, you absolutely put it very well. Look at it from BCCI's point of view. And in fact, Mr. Hashmi also, mentioned that it is the biggest game. We already know the demand for hotels has gone up. There'll be a huge demand for tickets. It's best to have it in a stadium, the politics aside, best to have it in a stadium that can hold about 1.3 crore people. It's not just the biggest cricket stadium in the world, as the BCCI secretary pointed out a few days ago. It's the biggest sporting venue in the world at the moment. So the biggest game needs to be played at the biggest venue. But Mr. Hashmi, to you, at the moment, you sounded very positive. You think Pakistan should take this opportunity up. How do you see PCB, and will the PCB stand now change? Because, just to give our viewers a bit of a background, the earlier PCB boss in Najam Sedi was all right. He said, okay, let's have a, I'm just talking about the Asia Cup. He said, let's have a hybrid model. We'll be fine with that. Zaka Ashraf is expected to take over now. He's had a more hardline stand. He said that I wouldn't have even been happy with a hybrid model. Do you see, if Zaka Ashraf was to take over PCB as expected, would the PCB then under him be okay to play in Ahmedabad? Would they then give in to the demands, or do you think they'll take a more hard stand on it?
I don't think he'll take a hard stance on it, because he was the one who sent Pakistan cricket team across the border in 2012 without getting any revenues to play 2 T20 international and 3 ODIs. But the decision will finally rest on government of Pakistan and the Foreign Office. If you remember, Bilawal Bhutto, who's properly groomed, who's a pedigree in politics, Benazir Bhutto's son, he went to Goa and he said that we'll not come to a stage where we could stop Pakistan going to India and play in Ahmedabad. So he's very positive, and we are also very positive. Why not play at the biggest ground in the country? Why not beat India there, and then the pressure on Indian team will be double. 132K people chanting for India's win, and then beat India there. So I think the decision will rest on government. PCB will be guided by the decision from Foreign Office and the government of the time.
Okay, Mr. Mathur, let's take a look at from the other point of view, because we're talking about now ICC versus the PCB. Now, there has been precedent in the past where we've had teams pull out. West Indies and Australia infamously refused to tour Sri Lanka in the 1996 World Cup. Then you had a situation in the 2003 World Cup where, again, because of diplomatic issues, England refused to travel to Zimbabwe. There is a case in point there without risking any sort of sanctions against you. A team, if it feels it's not right for them because of diplomatic reasons, security reasons, can pull out. Looking at the tournament's format, because you're playing 9 games, you can afford to forfeit 1 game. What does then stop PCB from taking that route? And if PCB does take that route, how is it going to harm the ICC? Can ICC allow that to happen?
Listen, if it's decided to boycott a game and pull out, it's going to be unfortunate. They can allow it, and it will also attract some punitive action. You lose points, that's obvious. It's like forfeiting a game. Secondly, there's also massive commercial issues involved now because the way the game has evolved, how each match there's so much money riding on it. So who knows, the ICC may want to impose some financial sanctions on a team which decides to boycott a game. So I think PCB will take a very considered decision about playing, not playing. And I'm sure ultimately it's the cricket matters which will decide and not other extremist factors.
Mr. Hashmi, let me take that question to you because we heard from Wasim Akram. He said, you know what, having ego is all right if you want to, but stick to a stand. Don't keep, doing flip-flop. That's what he said. I'm saying from Pakistan's point of view, let's say if there is a genuine threat, if they decide to forfeit, wouldn't ICC then be forced to change the venue? Because the one party that has most to lose would be the ICC, because in terms of broadcast rights, everything is riding on an India-Pakistan game. If Pakistan decides to forfeit 2 points and try and make up in the rest of the points, but that money loss is going to be ICC's, not PCB. Why can Pakistan then look at that angle as well in case they feel, yes, there is a security threat and ICC is not ready to change the venue?
There are multiple factors. The biggest one is revenue generation. If you don't play India, then a lot of money will be lost. And it's a cutthroat event. You can't afford to forfeit 2 points
but PCB
for
does
one
not
match.
lose that money.
There is no
ICC
guarantee
loses that money.
Yeah, ICC will lose that money, but Pakistan will lose 2 crucial points. And as I'm saying that it's a cutthroat event, you cannot guarantee beating Scotland, you cannot guarantee beating Sri Lanka or West Indies who will be qualifying for the event. So it's a cutthroat event. Last event in 2019, Pakistan lost to West Indies and could never recover. They could not qualify for the semi-finals. So don't do this, don't forfeit, just genuine threat, put shift the venue from Ahmedabad to somewhere else. We have a precedence in 2016. Dharamshala was supposed to host Pakistan-India game, and then it was switched to Kolkata on genuine threats only. So my advice, my take will be to go and play in Ahmedabad until and unless there are genuine security threats.
Okay, Mr. Hashmi, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Mathur, stay on. I have a little bit more to, come from you because there is another game that is happening right now. That's the Ashes series, and that's where we're going to turn our attention. But just to sum up what Mr. Hashmi was saying, and I think that's a very positive outlook to this entire India versus Pakistan scenario. He said, why forfeit those 2 points? In fact, it's a great opportunity for Pakistan to come to India and then win that match in front of a huge audience of 1.3 crore. That's probably the way the PCB or Pakistan cricket at the moment needs to look at. I was talking about the other very crucial match. There's a controversy happening there. The second Ashes Test match between England and Australia at Lord's saw an interruption early on in the first day, thanks to just stop oil protesters entering the field of play and causing play to be stopped for about 6 minutes. Now, the protesters came into the ground carrying orange powder, but they did not make it to the pitch. Their intention was, of course, to go onto the playing area and ensure that the play does not carry on. But one of the 2 protesters was stopped at the perimeter of the ground by Ben Stokes and David Warner before security intervened. The other protester was literally carried off the field by England wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow before being whisked away by the police officers. The ground staff cleaned up the powder paint that fell on the outfield, whereas Bairstow had to go and change the whites that had been stained. The police later released a statement which confirmed that 3 protesters, including one who did not make it into the ground, were arrested. Mr. Amit Mathur is there. You had a bird's eye view sitting from that press box, seeing this entire fiasco that happened. 2 things that really stand out. It is a security breach. How were these protesters really allowed to come into the field of play? And do you foresee anything that could happen going on in the test match? Or do you reckon now, the worst is behind the organizers and they'll ensure that nothing more happens going forward in these 4 days of the test match?
Well, I think it was unprecedented and very surprising that this happened, because there are very strict rules about any person getting onto the field of play. Charges can be, sort of levied against those people offending and violating this rule. So, and they are very sort of prepared and understanding about the issues of play being stopped or play being, suspended for this. But I think the action was prompt. The people who came into the field were taken away. And I think it's a stray incident. We should not look too much into it.
Right. Mr. Mathur, thank you so much for joining us live from the Lord's Cricket Ground, giving us that perspective of what really happened. A big security breach there. Unprecedented is the word that he used, because at Lord's, it's the home of cricket. You usually have great security around. Yet, you had 3 protesters break that security barrier and come into the field of play. But as I said, the worst probably is behind the organizers. From here on, you can expect 4 days of full action of Test cricket. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have on this broadcast. Thanks so much for watching.
With MSME Day around the corner, I wanted to ask, what initiatives has Amazon India taken to support this segment of sellers?
Okay. I think, firstly, congratulations to all our MSME partners. This has been an area of focus for us, not just for this year, but for many years in the past. We've been working on helping MSMEs grow right onwards from 2013, when we started the business in India. We have taken various steps during this journey, some of which I think you would have heard. We helped sellers through something called Seller Flex, where they could put their inventory in their own warehouse to be available to customers across India for sale. We help the sellers in pricing their items more accurately by giving them nudges which tell them what prices, what deals will sell more. We also help them in improving the quality of their items such that they are able to help customers choice to buy their items online, because in the offline world you can touch and feel. You need to get that done through catalogs. So we provide them catalog services to help them sell more. All through, our focus has been, we take feedback from the sellers, understand what gaps we have, and then diligently work in resolving those through a focused effort. So these are some of the things we have done in the past. Most recently, we heard from our selling partners that sometimes it's challenging to start their selling journey on Amazon. So they are doing a big business offline, but they want to get online. So we have launched what is called Self-Service Registration 2.0. This is a unique set of unique new innovation which allows selling partners to start their selling journey on Amazon in just a couple of clicks. What used to take, say, 8 to 10 clicks earlier, a lot of data filling. Now they just need to fill in a couple of things, which is their GST number and the OTP on that. And Amazon helps in filling in all the rest of the details by pinging the data to the government websites and helping them start their journey. We also take from them details of their bank account to just make sure this provides them confidence that the bank account is listed to their current GST itself. So it cannot be that somebody else used their GST and got the list, started the business, and they got a wrong sort of tax claim out of it. So this is one of the latest things that we have done. We are also launching or in the process of launching a new seller support center. Some of the initial stuff on that we launched a couple of months back. And this is to basically get a new seller on Amazon to start getting more successful. It's a very complex world. Like if you look at offline trade, we have seen it for hundreds of years. Everyone has developed expertise. You know how to sell a particular item. You know, if you want to sell a ketchup, what do you need to tell the customer? You know, if you have to sell a fruit, what do you need to tell the customer? But online selling is relatively new. So when a seller comes on board, they don't know what hit them. How do you make a customer make a choice through a screen, either on their phone or on the laptop, to buy an item of, say, 500 or 1,000 or maybe even 50,000, like a smartphone? So our new Seller Success Center basically helps sellers in this journey by telling them step by step what should they do to be a successful online seller.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Despite the recent rally, but returns have been sort of lukewarm for Indian equity investors, 10-11% kind of return over a 2-year period, which is a bit subpar. So are you confident that the next couple of years will make up for what has been a fairly pedestrian run for the last 24 months?
And actually, the returns that you've seen in Indian equity markets and in Indian small cap and mid caps have been about one of the best in the world at this point of time in the last 24 months. So while it may appear that the returns have been modest, I would say it is one of the best returns that you've got anywhere in the world. If you look at the future, I would say that, we are in a very, very structurally in a very, very good shape. And that geopolitically we are in a very, very good shape. And from a macroeconomic point of view also, we are in a very, very good shape. And but having said that, the challenge is that from a valuation perspective, we are one of the costliest markets in the world. And outside US, I would say we are one of the costliest markets at this point of time. So even going forward, it's tough to believe that you can get very big returns in the long run, in the medium run, I mean. But it is still India's one.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. What is
the Congress's game plan as it goes towards its own mission 2024? Does the Congress finally have a poll plan in place, especially where state elections in the winters are coming up? Well, we're going to get you the inside scoop on that. Let me first take you through the headlines. BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya booked over animated Rahul Gandhi video. FIR filed after Karnataka Congress complaint. BJP calls it vendetta. Union Minister Smriti Irani tears into Rahul Gandhi, questions why Rahul met George Soros' aide in the United States. Alleges Rahul linked to Soros and Jamaat Islami. Big twist to Karnataka freebies fight after FCI stalls rice sale. Karnataka government to now offer cash instead of rice to BPL cardholders. Protests at Kadalore's Chidambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by Stalin government. Cops enter sanctum of Natara temple. Priests say cops manhandled them. A big political war over India's US drone deal. Congress Lincoln's Predator drone deal to Rafale. Navy chief speaks to India today on drones and its features.
से क्या है हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं. नया वाला प्रेडेटर 9B में होगा तो जब वो आएगा तो हमारा कैपेबिलिटी डेफिनेटली बढ़ेगा.
Politics erupts over ODI World Cup. Congress Aam Aadmi Party fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI VP Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides venues for World Cup. Sensational revelations, COVID-19 origin. Researcher claims COVID-19 virus was made in China as a bioweapon. All right, top story. Battle lines are drawn for Mission 2024, especially where state elections are in order. The Congress party is also gearing up for the big 2024 Lok Sabha battle, as well as state elections that are coming up in the winters of 2023. And it's on the verge of revamping AICC, where the team CWC is concerned. The Congress Working Committee, while also keeping its focus on the upcoming state elections, including a crucial strategy meet on Chhattisgarh state polls. After that, of course, was Madhya Pradesh and then Rajasthan. In a big India Today scoop with the new CWC team, the Grand Old Party will overhaul organizational leadership with maybe possible, and it's speculative as of now, and we're going to get you more details. Will Priyanka Gandhi be all set and cut out for maybe a bigger political role, where she moves from a campaigner, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, to a contender, Priyanka, or a candidate, Priyanka Gandhi. The young Gandhi scion has already spearheaded election campaigns in poll-bound states like Madhya Pradesh and now might be offered the position of party general secretary. All of that speculative in nature. The upcoming reshuffle is expected to be carried out meticulously under the Congress chief Kharge's leadership, and the list might be out in the next week from now. But what is the Congress's game plan going ahead, where their mission 2024 is concerned? It does seem, and we're going to play those graphics out for our viewers, that the Congress is going to start with using Karnataka elections as their playbook. We're going to cut across and get you those graphics there that we are playing. I want to cut across right now to our panelists this evening who are going to give us the inside details. Does the Congress finally have a poll plan, a consistent poll plan? And also, what would be the possible roles of the two Gandhis going ahead? A lot of that speculative in nature, we do understand. But the Congress seemingly is going by a playbook, especially where Karnataka is concerned, on how it wants to go ahead, where the elections in the winters of 2023 are concerned. Cutting across to Rashid Kidwai, author, political commentator in the studio with us, consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. We are also joined by R.K. Upadhyay, political analyst and columnist. Rajdeep, let's begin with you. The Congress, fresh out of a big win in Karnataka, has a number of elections lined up, especially where the Hindi heartland is concerned. What do you think is going to be the Congress poll strategy?
I think what is very clear, Preeti, after Karnataka is that the Congress believes that they have a far better chance in state elections possibly than the Lok Sabha. The Congress recognizes that the more you localize the election, the more you empower local units, the more you have a clear strategy that is state-specific, constituency-specific, you have a better chance than making the election Modi versus Rahul. That is very clear. And you're going to see that in state after state, which is going to the polls in the winter. The sense one gets is that the Congress has recognized the benefits of hyper-localizing the elections, offering state-specific promises, capitalizing where possible, as in Karnataka, on anti-incumbency by targeting the state government, not necessarily targeting the Modi government, not necessarily pitching the Gandhis as the focus, but giving those local state leaders greater empowerment than whether it's a Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh, a Kamal Nath in Madhya Pradesh, or indeed an Ashok Gehlot. And nothing to my mind represents what's transformed in the last couple of months than Mr. Gehlot. If you see the manner in which Ashok Gehlot appears to have almost reinvented himself, Preeti, in an election where most analysts are saying the Congress is on the back foot. Most analysts believe that in Rajasthan, the Congress is facing...
But Rajdeep, the new internal surveys of the Congress has suddenly pitched Ashok Gehlot, what was flagging at one point of time, as a popular leader now.
You know what Ashok Gehlot has done? What was Ashok Gehlot's weakness? He was just not an effective communicator. So when you have schemes like the Chiranjeevi scheme that provides, health insurance on a scale which is much larger than most states, how do you project it to people? How do you take up issues related to price rise? I am told in the next few days, he's going to slash duties on petrol prices by a large amount. So you'll suddenly find Ashok Gehlot trying to create new talking points, small videos. He's even got a social media team aggressively putting out videos.
Rozgar Mela.
So I think suddenly you have the Congress recognizing the importance of running campaigns that are far more localized, empowering state leaders. I see that as their template across the states. It may not be uniformly successful, but at least they seem to have a playbook in mind. Even candidate selection, announcing them much earlier, preparing for them much earlier, doing it on the basis, you say, of internal surveys, not necessarily the usual faction fighting. So, as a final point, it's almost a surprise in all these three states which are going to the polls, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, the Congress's internal faction fighting this time seems less than the BJP's. The BJP still doesn't know what to do with Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan. Shivraj Singh Chauhan suffers to some element from a fatigue factor, and there are people sniping against him both below and above. And in Chhattisgarh, the BJP hasn't been able to work out a post-Raman Singh leadership. So I think in a strange way, while the Congress will still find it tough to take on the BJP's battle-hardened machine, at the center, in states, the Congress is getting its act together.
Rashid Kidwai, is there now a cohesive plan, and which possibly is borrowed from what went down in Karnataka? Because we've been on multiple debates, Rashid, with you, with Rajdeep, where during the Karnataka poll, we are like, okay, is this the moment that the Congress is going to implode? Is this going to happen now? They ran a stunning campaign in Karnataka where they kept their lot together, made the campaign hyper-local, where guarantees were the focus, deliverables were the focus. Candidate selection, very interesting. No favoritism, no factionalism, but ultimately on internal surveys, all of that. What are you picking up from your sources within the Congress, Rashid?
Yes, so I think, Preeti, you are right about the, a kind of confidence and gung-ho in the Congress camp relating to this coming elections. But I am not so sure. I was hearing very attentively to my friend Rajdeep Sardesai, but I'm not too sure about, the political arithmetic getting it right in Rajasthan, where there is a huge factional fight. If you go to Jaipur, you go to Udaipur, you go to, Jaisalmer, any town of Rajasthan, you hear the story of Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot.
Right.
And the past track record of Mr. Gehlot has not been very impressive, in the sense that twice he became Chief Minister in 1998 and 2013. Both times the Congress ended up losing, badly. So he has not led Congress to victory. So this is something that I think the Congress has to get its act together in Rajasthan. But yes, in Madhya Pradesh, where there is a kind of Congress is working as a great, in a cohesive manner, they have got a lot of plans, and even the surveys are showing that the Congress Congress had a head start, and some of the polls are also saying that.
But Rashid Kidwai, if one is to go by internal surveys, where I would reckon the point that even Rajdeep was making, which you disagree with, is drawn from the fact that in terms of popularity of the incumbent chief of Rajasthan, Gehlot, it's drawn at the back of internal surveys. It's the Rozgar Mela. It is, a cylinder which is still at 500 rupees in Rajasthan, while it's over 1,000 rupees across the country, where it's electricity, where he's gone 2 steps ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party, and all of that now publicized in a manner where it's reflecting in internal surveys.
I'm glad, Preeti, you raised this point. See, for any incumbent government, whether it's Ashok Gehlot government or Shivraj Singh Chauhan government, if you give a lot of doles in the last year of your tenure, see, then it's not been very effective. This thing about that Labharti thing, I think is exaggerated. If you look at Rahat camps and all, people, it's a media management or some terms of optics. The fact of the matter, people ask that Ashok Gehlot has been chief minister for 5 years. If people could not get 2 square wheels, if they had to walk, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers in a state like Rajasthan and go to Rahat camp to get, food and other this thing, it raises a big question mark. The same thing is about Shivraj Singh Chauhan saying about Ladli Behna scheme and all, because in the routine, mechanism, if the state is not been able to deliver, then it raises a big question mark. I may be wrong, but that's how I look at it.
All right. Mr. Kidwai, stay with us. Let's also bring in Mr. Upadhyay, R.K. Upadhyay, political analyst. Mr. Upadhyay, how do you look at, possibly what Congress feels is a resurgent Congress riding at the back of what now many political analysts view as the Karnataka model? Do you see it's too simplistic?
Well, after promising 5 guarantees, the Congress government in Karnataka is struggling to give any shape to any one of them. In fact, only one has been rolled out so far. That is a Shakti program, that is for women to travel free. So even that is in a complete mess because, there's so much of rush that, women are finding it very difficult to even get into the bus. The regular employees, the people who have to reach their offices are finding it difficult. So there is a lot of chaos about that particular scheme. And then the second one, which they plan to roll out from July 1, that is the Anna Bhagya, where Siddaramaiah, wants to give, 10 kilos of rice. And there is a big controversy about that because he is now trying to include the 5 kilos, which the central government is already giving. And the BJP stand is, you promise 10 kilos to everyone, and you have to give those 10 kilos. Don't include the 5 kilos that the central government is giving. So today at the cabinet meeting, the Siddaramaiah government decided that they're not able to source the additional 5 kilos. So they have decided to give 34 rupees per head, to a family. So, and the whole thing is in a mess at the moment. So 34 per head. So how many people are you going to give in a family? Is there an age limit for people? How are you going to include the persons who are in the family? If there are 6 people with teenagers of let's say 14 years, 16 years, are you going to include them? Do they not consume as much rice as the elders? So will they also be included? If they are included, will they get this kind of a subsidy that you're talking about, 34 rupees per head? So where are you going to source this money? I mean, all this has become a big problem. And they're not even talking about rolling out the other 2, that is, 2,000 rupees to woman of the head of the family.
Right.
And then for the unemployed youth. So all this, is caught up, in this jam. I don't know how the Congress party can bring about these kind of schemes in other states because it's become a complete mess.
Well, Rajdeep, do you want to weigh in on that? You're trying to look for chinks in the BJP armor where the BJP-run states are concerned. You have very well in your own, where you're looking at the Karnataka model.
Look, the Karnataka model will be, the fate of Siddaramaiah will be decided on how effectively he rolls out these guarantees. If he's not able to roll out the guarantees effectively, he will pay a price, the Congress will pay a price in Karnataka. But you see, the template therefore varies from state to state depending on how effective you are. If you're in power, how effectively have you rolled out government schemes? If you're in the opposition, what are the new schemes you will offer? Look at the very interesting thing in Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chauhan says, I am going to give now 1,000 rupees Ladli Behna. He earlier had Ladli Lakshmi, which were for daughters up to the age of 21 for their education. Now Ladli Behna, which is for all women, 1,000 rupees per month. What does Kamal Nath do? I will give 1,500. You're giving 1,000 in your last year, I will give 1,500. So the battle for freebies, revdi, whatever you call it, guarantees will go on. But a very interesting point made by someone who's part of this Congress's election strategy is that in these states, the OBC factor, the backward caste, scheduled tribe coalition that the Congress wants to construct, which to some extent was successful in Karnataka, where the Congress did very well in SC/ST seats. We're going to try that experiment here by testing the caste census and lifting, if necessary, the reservation gap leading into 2024. I.e., we will say we will demand a caste census. If we come to power, we will have a caste census, and reservation will be on the basis of the numerical strength of each caste. Because one of the things that the Congress has lost out in North India and Central India in recent times has been this OBC SC/ST vote, which is critical in a state like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh in particular.
Which was traditionally the Congress's vote.
And to some extent in Rajasthan as well. So you pitch the caste census as one of your weapons. I'm not saying it will be successful. All I'm saying is that the Congress, at least for the first time, seems to have understood the importance of reaching out to the OBCs. They've understood the importance of a more localized campaign, of taking control of ticket distribution, doing it in a professional manner. The BJP, on the other hand, has already started campaigning for 2024, very aggressive over the last 1 month. They are going across. Every minister of this government every weekend is in some part of the country saying 9 years of the Modi government, what have we done? Mera booth, sabse mazboot. They've started all those campaigns. The BJP has the resources. They have the Modi factor. The question is, will that be as successful in a state election as it is in the Lok Sabha? Karnataka, to that extent, offers some kind of hope to the Congress and is a bit of an alarm bell warning signal to the BJP.
Rashid Kidwai, this is something speculative because, of course, the shake-up or the expected revamping of the AICC hasn't quite really happened in terms of the CWC. There's a lot, the spotlight on Priyanka Gandhi itself. Is there a possibility this time that Priyanka Gandhi moves from a campaigner Priyanka Gandhi to a candidate Priyanka Gandhi, where at least that's what we've seen? Karnataka, she's the one who gave the guarantee. She's the one who got into a temple of Hanuman to pray. Same in Madhya Pradesh. She's the one who handed out and said that we're going to give you the guarantees. She's the one who prayed at the ghats where Lord Hanuman was concerned. Where clearly it seems the Mohabbat ki dukaan in charge, the ideological, head of it all is Rahul Gandhi, while Priyanka Gandhi is the one who's going to actually run the dukaan.
Yes, I think, Priti, you have summed it very well. The Congress is going to use Priyanka Gandhi as an effective campaigner in state elections. We have seen her doing that in Himachal. We saw that in Karnataka, and now she's doing it in a big way in Madhya Pradesh. Remember, the Congress actually calculates, so they don't want to repeat that Uttar Pradesh experience or experiment where Priyanka Gandhi held, 206 public meetings, and they were well attended, but Congress ended up, getting just 2 seats. And that explains my theory why you see more Priyanka imprints in Madhya Pradesh and not so in Rajasthan, because the Congress is quite reasonably assured of its doing well in Madhya Pradesh, while it's not too sure about repeating it in Rajasthan, and that's why Priyanka Gandhi is doing it. Rahul Gandhi is there as a more like a ideologue, leader at large, talking about big ideological issues, taking on Narendra Modi and all. Congress has done all this calculation, so they're going to fight elections on local issues. They're not going to get into this Hindu-Muslim kind of trap. You look at the Congress in Madhya Pradesh is exhibiting a lot of this, so to say, pro-Hindutva, pro-Hinduism programs, etc. So they are making a distinction in what was in
and she's quite unabashed, playing the soft Hindutva card, which clearly Rahul Gandhi always seems wary of doing. But Upadhyay, I want to bring you in on this. The more pluralistic face Rahul Gandhi, the more ideological, going and meeting mechanics, sitting with truck drivers. Do you see him possibly, he might not even fight the election? Do you see that shift happening where Priyanka Gandhi is concerned? And if so, is it too late already? Because Priyanka Gandhi hasn't been quite consistent herself.
No, I think one thing he learned during the Karnataka elections was he should leave it to others for campaigning. I think he realized that he's not such a big vote catcher. And it was Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar who were all over the place. The campaigning was done mainly by them. Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi made a few appearances here and there, but then they left the most of the campaigning to them. So probably if they adopt that kind of a method in other states also, I mean, you use the strength of the local leaders, it could give them a better results than it has been possible for them. So I think to that extent, the Rahul Gandhi has learned his lessons, I think, but will they be able to replicate it in other states? One has to wait and see. But in Karnataka, BJP, on the other hand, having lost the elections, their house is not in order. 1.5 months now, and they have not been able to even name a leader of the opposition or the new party president. And there is a lot of infighting going on as to who should be the leader of the opposition, who should be the state president. So, to that so when you lose an election, you see the wrong side of the whole thing and how they find it difficult to keep the house.
Rajdeep, I want to bring you in for a final comment. Where the issue of the role of the Gandhis is concerned, too speculative, too early, there's still some time there, or do you at least, we're just going by with what we are seeing. There seems to be a definitive role that both of them are taking over. Do we see Priyanka Gandhi move from campaigner to candidate? Do you see her fight an election in the next 1 year?
Whether it's deliberate or otherwise, you're quite right that there is seemingly a division of labor. Rahul Gandhi does these sort of feel-good events where he sort of reaches out to the Aam Aadmi in a way, projects himself as a leader, not of the not a VVIP, but someone who will go and meet truck drivers, dhaba walas, will sort of give himself a more touchy-feely, pro-people image. While Priyanka Gandhi does the sort of campaigning at election time, does a bit of what some would call soft Hindu campaigning, those images that you saw by the banks of the Narmada, is the fiercer campaigner. Rahul Gandhi is much more positioning himself as some kind of an ideological opponent to Narendra Modi. Whether this division of labor will work or not, I'm not sure. I still believe eventually the Congress's success or failure in these state elections, Preeti, depends on local arithmetic. How well are you going to be able to localize the election, take it away from a Gandhis versus Prime Minister Modi battle into a battle at state level leaders? At least the Congress for once seems to be recognizing that, the importance of empowering regional leaders, state leaders. And that's perhaps the first step. Have what I've been calling in some columns the Pepsi-Cola model. You can have whoever is CEO or chairman emeritus sitting in Delhi, but eventually you need strong regional managers. And that's exact. Kamal Nath, Bhupesh Baghel and Ashok Gehlot, all three empowered, and to some extent even Revant Reddy in the state of Telangana is far more empowered than many other leaders.
All right, gentlemen, I'm sorry to cut you short. That's all the time that we have for. Appreciate all three of you for joining us. We are going to, of course, have many of these shows going ahead. Thank you. Up next, To The Point.
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Snail mucin, mugwort, rice, Centella asiatica are all cave beauty favorites. Whether it works or not is always up for debate, but the world has really enjoyed relaxing in a Korean sheet mask to unwind, and they surely hydrate well for a Korean kind of a glass skin glow. The latest entrant, salmon sperm. K-beauty has made it a super hot commodity. In the music video for Vegas, Doja Cat is seen smearing a face with a cosmetic stick. If reports are to be believed, this product was made from salmon collagen and salmon PDRN to enhance skin elasticity.
It's really a polynucleotide, and what it does is it has an anti-inflammatory role, so it helps reduce inflammation in the skin. This is all because of the wound healing response, and so this is why it's become such a popular ingredient right now.
K-beauty, no doubt, is a cult favorite, further enhanced by K-pop culture that is a big deal amongst Gen Z. BTS and Blackpink are all over the place, and if you notice, they emulate a certain aesthetic standard which just cannot be accidental. While the Koreans have skin that's definitely different from Indians, some basics of skincare remain standard across the board. Cleanse, tone, moisturize, and do not forget the sunblock. How simple is that?
Korean people, there are about 5 to 6 skincare routine that we follow, which start from skin, lotion, essence, cream, eye cream. So basically, little effort is required to have a flawless skin. Yeah.
To say that Koreans are too serious about their skincare would be a huge understatement. But through all their 10-step routine lies a simple philosophy: moisturize and hydrate well. In New Delhi, with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
For all the investors, this IPO has opened for subscription today. Would you be bullish on this space? Would you recommend investors to take a plunge here?
Sakshi, definitely, this is a very good company. They are into the aerospace. They are the leader in the aerospace technology. So I believe investors should invest this company. And the most important thing is the management is very keen to clear the debts. So they are coming in the IPO with at least they are planning to reduce their debt, and they are coming with a new product, and they are going for the more government contracts. So yes, this is a very good company. Investors should invest into this.
Okay, so investors can definitely look at subscribing. Would you advise investors to stay here for the long term, or should one really look at just listing gains and book the profits out?
I'm expecting the listing gain should be almost 20 to 30%. If you are a long-term investor, definitely you should hold this stock for the long term.
Okay, 20-30% kind of listing gains in case you're a short-term investor, but long-term investors can also continue to hold this space, this stock in their portfolios if they get the allotment of this stock too. Apart from this, let's also jump on to the next IPO, and that's Cyient DLM IPO that will open for subscription tomorrow. Now here again, the public issue is worth 592 crore rupees. And the bidding will be allowed till 30th of June. The company management has fixed the IPO price between 250 to 265 rupees per equity share. And over here also we've seen that the grey market premium is around 100 rupees odd or 110 rupees odd as well. But here again, remember that the key point here is that it's a complete, fresh issue of shares. So the entire money or the fund will be used by the company, for cutting its debt, for its working capital and expansion plans too. Cyient DLM, the subsidiary of Cyient, the tech major, getting listed, launching its IPO here. One lot comprises of 56 shares, and requirement for the IPO is 14,840 rupees, and that's one lot, and the maximum would be closer to 2 lakh rupees, and that is 13 lots will be allowed for per retail investor. Here, what would you say, Raghavendra? Does this IPO excite you?
Definitely, this is a very good company, and you name the industry, they are into this. They are into oil and gas, they are into defense, they are into railway, they are into semiconductor. They are everywhere in this industry, So this is a very good company. I'm expecting a good listing gain also. And the major part, I'm expecting, investor to hold this stock for the long term also.
Long term also. So what kind of listing gains do you expect here? And for the long term investors, what should be the kind of outlook one has?
I'm expecting around listing around 380, 400 level. And that is a very good level. If you are a short-term trader, definitely you should book your profit. But for the long term, you should this stock should be in your portfolio.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. Bajaj Allianz Life Diabetic Term Plan. SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
UCC once again in the spotlight. Prime Minister makes a strong pitch for it. Stating the country cannot run on two laws and UCC part of constitution.
आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के नाम पर ऐसे लोगों को भड़काने का काम हो रहा है. आप मुझे बताइए, एक घर में परिवार के एक सदस्य के लिए एक कानून हो, परिवार के दूसरे सदस्य के लिए दूसरा कानून हो, तो क्या वो घर चल पाएगा क्या?
Consensus over Uniform Civil Code exposes opposition fault lines. Days after opposition meet, opposition disunity over UCC support. Most opposition parties have united in slamming the government over UCC, calling it divisive vote bank politics. AAP becomes an outlier, extending support to government on UCC.
सैद्धांतिक रूप से हम यूसीसी का समर्थन करते हैं. आर्टिकल 44, आर्टिकल 44 वो भी ये कहती है कि यूसीसी होनी चाहिए.
AAP seeks Congress support on ordinance but opposes united opposition on UCC. Uniform Civil Code fractures fragile opposition unity. Top focus 7:30 p.m. To the point this evening.
All right, let's quickly cut across. Joining me is Salman Khurshid from the Congress Party. The latest that has happened, of course, viewers, is today that the Aam Aadmi Party has decided that they will support the government in principle when it comes down to the UCC. Salman Khurshid ji, आम आदमी पार्टी अब कह रही है कि सैद्धांतिक तौर पर आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार के सपोर्ट में है यूसीसी के मुद्दे को लेकर.
क्या सिद्धांत है जिस पे उन्होंने समर्थन किया, उन्होंने भी नहीं बताया किस. लेकिन हर पार्टी का अपना विषय, अपना ओपिनियन हो सकता है और हर पार्टी उसको व्यक्त करे, जिसके पास कितनी जानकारी है उसको सामने स्पष्ट करें और उसके बाद क्या सिद्धांत है जिसको उन्होंने स्वीकार करते हुए ऐसा कहा है, इसको बात को स्पष्ट करें, पारदर्शिता इस बात रखें, तब बात.
खुर्शीद सर, आप कह रहे हैं कि हर पार्टी का अपना है, जो उनका अपना आइडियोलॉजी है, तो इसमें कांग्रेस की खुर्शीद जी क्या आइडियोलॉजी है? क्या कांग्रेस यूसीसी कांग्रेस के लिए मुद्दा है, और अगर मुद्दा है तो क्या आप उसे अपोज करते हैं या सपोर्ट करते हैं?
देखिए, ये ऐसा है, कांग्रेस करा है और करने के बाद हमने एक आज से 2 महीने पहले, 3 महीने पहले हमने एक किया था, प्रेस रिलीज किया था. उसमें हमने स्पष्ट कहा, उसमें हमने स्पष्ट कहा था हमको ये बताएं कि क्या करना चाहते हैं। बिना इनके कुछ कहे हुए और बिना बताए हुए हम हवा में अपनी प्रतिक्रिया नहीं करेंगे। हम किसी चीज का रिस्पॉन्स तब देंगे हम जानेंगे कि वो क्या है। सिर्फ ये कह देना कि हम यूसीसी ला रहे हैं, यूसीसी का क्या मतलब है, इसको अगर स्पष्ट करेंगे बताएंगे तब हम
यूसीसी का क्या मतलब है इसको अगर स्पष्ट करेंगे। जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं खुर्शीद जी, उन्होंने तो स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि एक लॉ होना चाहिए पूरे नेशन के लिए। ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि नेशन में 2 लॉज हों सबके लिए, और ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का हिस्सा है। तो क्या कांग्रेस बिलीव करती है कि एक लॉ होना चाहिए सब जो रिलीजन्स हैं उनके लिए?
हमें क्यों काउंटर करने की जरूरत है? पहले ये बताएं ना वो क्या कहेंगे। उन्होंने कर्नाटक में क्या भगवान का नाम नहीं लिया? भगवान कभी चुनाव में नहीं उतरते हैं। भगवान का कोई संबंध चुनाव से नहीं होता है। सब लोग जो चुनाव लड़ रहे होते हैं उनका कहीं ना कहीं संबंध भगवान से होता है। भगवान को एक अकेली पार्टी भगवान को अपनी प्रॉपर्टी बनाकर चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते हैं। इसलिए कोई भी बात ये उठाना चाहते हैं, जब तक ये स्पष्ट ना करें कि उस बात का क्या कारण है, उसके क्या लक्ष्य है, उसका क्या परिप्रेक्ष्य है, तब तक कोई बात उठाने से और ना उठाने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
खुर्शीद साहब बहुत शुक्रिया आप हमसे जुड़े। देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम, आपके ऑडियो लिंक में एक प्रॉब्लम है। देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम विद योर ऑडियो लिंक। वी आर गोइंग टू ट्राई एंड करेक्ट दैट, बट लेट्स कट अक्रॉस राइट नाउ टू आवर अदर गेस्ट। रीना गुप्ता, स्पोक्सपर्सन आम आदमी पार्टी, शाजिया इल्मी, स्पोक्सपर्सन बीजेपी, वारिस पठान, स्पोक्सपर्सन AIMIM. Reena Gupta, you're saying that you're supporting the government when it comes down to principal grounds where the UCC is concerned. However, are you not supporting the opposition on principal grounds? Because the entire opposition that has got together in Patna, 15 political parties have come together to oppose the government stand on UCC, have called it politics of vote bank. The Aam Aadmi Party doesn't think so?
Preeti, so what we have said is that the idea of uniform civil code is what we support. But right now, we don't even know what this UCC will look like. Has anybody seen a draft of UCC? Does anybody have a timeline? What is happening is that the Bharatiya Janata Party is again trying to divert the attention of the country from important issues like unemployment, inflation, and it has brought in yet another jumla that we know they are fond of doing. And the Law Commission has said that it is giving 30 days for a country of 140 crore people and an important issue like UCC. How can you allow only 130 days? That's my first point. Secondly, when you're talking about UCC, what will happen to the Sikhs? What will happen to the Buddhists? What will happen to the Jains? There is no clarity. So they basically want the country to again get polarized. And this is, if you remember, Preeti, this is the same toolkit that they used during CA-NRC discussions. What is that time they said all the Hindu refugees will come to India and will get citizenship. Can I ask Bharatiya Janata Party how many Hindus from Pakistan have come to India and have been given citizenship? So this is yet another method of Bharatiya Janata Party to take the attention away from the real issues facing the country in the last 1 year before the elections. And as far as the constitution is concerned, I'm very happy that the BJP is finally talking about the constitution, and they're saying Article 45 and the directive principles tell us that the country should be moving towards the uniform civil code. There are several directive principles, Preeti, as you very well know. The directive principles also talk about good quality education, good quality healthcare. Why is it that the Bharatiya Janata Party doesn't care about
once again, Reena Gupta, the fact is the jumla that you're talking about where the BJP is concerned, many would say that you are the one who's actually throwing the jumla. At one end, you're asking for the Congress's support on ordinance. On the other hand, you're going ahead and publicly saying on principle you support the government on UCC. Now, where does it lie where the principal support for the opposition is concerned?
So Preeti, the support is for the idea, how it should be implemented, how everybody needs to be consulted, what will the draft form look like, what will happen to the Hindu undivided family, what will happen to the other communities, like I said, Sikhs and Parsis and Jains. All of that needs to be discussed, and that cannot be done in 30 days. So the government needs to first put out a draft of when it says UCC, what does it actually mean? And then there needs to be widespread
Veena Gupta, can it be said this is pressure tactics by the Aam Aadmi Party, where you are trying to coerce the Congress to side with you on issues like ordinance? Because otherwise it's, nobody can understand. You want the Congress's support, yet you are supporting the government on key issues that the Congress is opposing the government.
Absolutely not, Preeti. This is UCC, Article 370. These are issues where we've differed with Congress. And that is our principal stand, that these are issues that we believe the country needs. But how, again, coming back to UCC, there needs to be a proper draft put in place. You can't do this jimlabaji say ki UCC hone wala hai desh mein. What does it actually mean? And everybody, the communities need to be consulted. After that, only a proper
Veena Gupta, appreciate you joining us, but by the, in the end, it's very clear, because where does the Aam Aadmi Party stand in all of this? Many would say it's opportunistic, because on one end, you're seeking the Congress's support on the issue of ordinance. The Congress can turn around and say, in principle, we oppose the Aam Aadmi Party on a state level. Therefore, we will support the government. But having said that, thank you for joining us. Shazia Ilmi, when it comes down to Jumlebazi, is what you're being accused of. Is there a draft? How are you going to take it ahead? What's the fine print? Is it just right now thrown into the mix, especially elections are in order in states like Madhya Pradesh, which are largely 91% Hindu governed in terms of population?
Yeah, can I come in, please?
Please,
so
please, go ahead.
Heard the AAP spokesperson flounder and not give any answer and be wishy-washy. Clearly, she doesn't even know the difference between Article 44 and Article 45. UCC has been at the heart of public discourse since 1948. You have to pick up the Constituent Assembly debates to know where it comes from. And of course, on the face of it, Arvind Kejriwal has pledged support to it. So all that posturing we heard from the spokesperson was all a lot of, a way to prevaricate. Maybe it comes from the fact that she knows little about the subject. So UCC has been discussed many times, and UCC has been part of the BJP manifesto. It is the only party which has been for it for the longest period. It is one of the important parts of the BJP's internal belief that people like us support and find very attractive. Now, let me tell you, if there is a law being made which benefits, let's say, though it does not, it's a gender just law. And this is a promise of the Constitution to all its citizens, particularly women. But let's for a minute presume that it only helps Muslim sisters. How is that anti-Muslim? I don't get it. Are Muslim women any less Muslim than the male counterparts? Secondly, if this is a constitution mandate and a promise to the citizen, isn't the freedom for the women of this country incomplete if there's going to be discrepancy when it comes to marriage, divorce, alimony, succession or inheritance or adoption? These are very real areas of family life. And tell me why I want as much time as you gave to my predecessor, so please indulge me. It's important. Secondly, tell me the diversity of the country never got affected with the Indian Penal Code, or did it? There is the same law, criminal law, that is at work for all the citizens. Why shouldn't there be the same law when it comes to Indian women? Our Sikh sisters, our Muslim sisters, our Parsi sisters and our Christian sisters? Why should there be any less beneficiaries of a great constitution than the brothers, than the men? Isn't it time finally to have a death knell of feudalism and for New India to allow as much to these daughters as it does for the sons? Shouldn't the law be the last rescue and savior of all women who fight against this injustice day after day? The widows, the wives, the daughters-in-law. Why shouldn't the Indian Constitution be there
when
for
it comes
them?
down to gender
We heard
equality,
wishy-washy answers from Salman Khurshid.
Right.
He knows very well that what the Law Commission is asking for.
Right.
Everybody knows is
But
out
Shazia
there.
Ilmi,
There has been a paper,
you're bang
many
on where
documents
gender
on it.
equality is concerned, and bang on that. But is
Yes.
it as simplistic? Because when you look at the Northeast, there will be tribes which will come in and which will say that we will not follow it. It doesn't work for us because they have their own way of functioning, and it's not about Hindu Muslims. It has a fine print which goes way deeper.
I want to answer that.
I'll come back to you. Let me just bring in Waris Pathan. Let me bring in Waris Pathan, spokesperson AIMIM, into this conversation. Waris Pathan, your party, you have always been very vociferous when it comes down to upholding the Constitution. Now, the UCC has been part of the Constitution. What's so wrong in implementing it?
Well, in 2018 itself, the Law Commission has recommended that UCC is not required. We say the UCC is against the Constitution, is violation of Article 29 of the Constitution, which gives us unfettered fundamental right, which talks about the diversity and pluralism, which is the basic structure of the Constitution. Bringing the UCC will definitely try to hinder with this. In our country, since last more than 70 years, we have been following the Constitution given to us by Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Now, why does Modi government want to implement this? This is the after effect of the Modi's visit to United States, wherein the journalist asked him a question on the democracy, where Barack Obama gave an interview saying that in India the minorities are facing trouble, and if the situation is not brought into control, India will collapse. So these are the two things, the aftershock of which Prime Minister went to the United States. He come here and started about the UCC. Now, point number 2, what will the Prime Minister do about the HUF, the Hindu undivided family, which the Muslims are not getting? For that, 3,000 plus crore rupees have been spent by the government every day. We are having a loss. Now, in Himachal Pradesh, there is a law. If Waris Pathan wants to go there and buy a apple orchard, I am not allowed. What will they do with that? In Gujarat, there is a law that if Waris Pathan wants to buy a home in a Hindu-dominated area, I am not allowed to purchase that. What will the Prime Minister do about that? Now, third thing, as the BJP spokesperson spoke about the Muslim women's rights, yes, good, she's showing concern about that, but I would ask her, why she is not speaking about our Hindu sisters? More than 20 lakh of our Hindu sisters who are abandoned, left by their husband, are there in Vrindavan. Why don't they take care about them? Why Modi does not speak about them?
Exactly.
Modi is worried about the Muslim daughters. Our Muslim daughters wanted to study by wearing hijab. Why Modi is again? See, Shazia, when you are making... See, this is not the way, Preeti. No, this is not decency.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Okay, Miss Ilmi, let him finish. I'm coming right back to you.
Take it from me.
Let him, I'm coming back to you. Can I just have... Okay, Shazia Ilmi, coming right back. 30 seconds, Mr. Pathan, make your point, and then we come across to Shazia Ilmi. Go ahead, sir, make your point.
Well, now again coming back to the Muslim daughters, they spoke about Vrindavan. There are 20 lakh of our Hindu sisters who are abandoned. Nobody wants to take care about them. Modi speaks about Muslim women. Bilkis Banu is also a Muslim. Her rapists are now outside. They have been given ticket to contest election. Why Modi does not speak about them? Zakia Jafri, why does Modi does not go and meet him? Modi has time to go to Egypt and visit mosques, hug the people with dadi and topi. In India, there are Muslims having dadi and topi. Modi does not have time for that. So you talk about Pasmanda Muslim, you talk about triple talaq, you talk about the UCC, because your main agenda is to divert the mind of the nation from the basic questions.
Shazia Ilmi, diversionary tactics.
Development.
Figure out what's wrong at the core.
So that is why they have come out.
Okay, Shazia Ilmi wants to come in. May I please cut across to her?
To implement that.
Okay, Shazia Ilmi.
Preeti, for all the reasons that my brother Waris Pathan mentioned, that, and every time he mentions this, every time there is talk of dignity for our Muslim sisters, even as per Quran, of course the Constitution and humanity, he talks about what is happening with other religions and what is happening to sisters, our Hindu sisters and our Parsi sisters and our tribal sisters. For these reasons and more, we need the UCC. In fact, if you feel so strongly about it, you should be standing with me and asking for a UCC. If all the time when you have a problem giving dignity to your Muslim sister or a daughter, and you want to invoke the rights of a Hindu woman or a Sikh woman or a sister, all the more reason UCC should be there. Do you realize how hollow your rhetoric is? Do you realize that you don't have an answer, that you go all over the countryside, from Barack Obama to Egypt to what have you, because you don't have the answer to the basic
Waris
question.
Pathan, the core question is when we talk about the Constitution. Okay, when we talk about the Constitution, Waris Pathan, where part 4th of the Constitution, which says the state shall endeavour to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code. It's your party where with every issue, you are the ones who shake and stand and say, look at the Constitution. This is the part of the Constitution, Waris Pathan.
Well, that is what I am talking about. Well, that is what I am saying, that the Constitution has also given me unfettered right in the form of Article 14, 25, 26, 29, wherein you cannot, the minority have got right for that. But the Modi wants to bring in the Uniform Civil Code with an intention, with a malified intention, only target the Muslim community.
Right.
We know that
Shazia Ilmi, 10 seconds, it's malified intention to target the Muslim community.
In a Muslim marriage is the contract, in Hindu it is Janam Janam.
Okay, can I just get Shazia Ilmi? I'm going to close.
Go ahead. Do you really expect me to answer? Some attribution of clairvoyance. If he's being a clairvoyant and second guessing Modi ji's motives, can I not say that their party believes in regressive practices and believes in vote bank politics and wants to keep the Muslim community in a state of despair, and that's why you're working against the interest of Muslim community, and that is why you're preventing this.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close the show, but I appreciate all of you for joining us. But this is a very small window on the kind of disagreement and the politics that goes around where the UCC is concerned. Is it a distant dream? Well, it's a part of the BJP's manifesto since the 90s. What's going to come off it? Will it just be a political narrative for 2024? We'll know. Time to tell. A quick break to stay with us. Up next, Rahul Kanwar.
A summer crop that is the choice of millions across the country is rapidly becoming a prized delicacy. It is enjoyed in all its forms, but now households are being forced to choose.
पहले जब मैं एक हफ्ते पहले लेने गई थी तो 60 रुपए किलो थे, अब कल लेने गई हूँ तो 120 रुपए किलो, और वो भी टमाटरों का आप हाल देख सकते हैं, कहीं से गले हैं, कहीं से ये वाइटिश में है.
It is an annual deja vu that is hitting India's most vulnerable and the middle class. As the monsoon arrives and supplies plummet, the price of vegetables like the tomato has skyrocketed. The price of tomatoes, an indispensable part of Indian dining tables, has crossed 100 rupees per kilogram in many parts of the country over the past few days.
इतनी महंगाई में क्या खाएं, क्या खरीदें, क्या बनाएं, ये समझ नहीं आई. टमाटर देख लो साथ में सामान पे, कभी 60, आज 120, कल 100. ऐसे टमाटरों के रेट ऐसे बढ़ते हैं कि कमाने वाला भी थक गया और खाने वाले भी थके जा रहे.
हर चीज इतना महंगा कि बजट से 3 गुना ज्यादा. इससे कोई समझ में नहीं आता कि क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है.
Farmers have cited production and supply shortages as major reasons behind the hike.
माल कम रहने के कारण ही बाजार टाइट हुए है. उसका प्रॉब्लम है कि बारिश भी कम था, उसके कारण फसल कम था. इसके पहले 6-8 महीना टमाटर में बहुत मंदी था, लगभग ऐसा पकड़ के चलो 5 रुपए के 10 रुपए के लगभग में बाजार थे. उसके कारण लोगों ने कम किया, उसको खर्चा भी ज्यादा है टमाटर को.
Experts, however, have a different view.
रिटेल मार्केट में तकरीबन 60 रुपए से ज़्यादा प्राइस हर जगह पे है, बताया गया है कि इतना प्राइस है. लेकिन जो हॉकर्स हमारे घर के बाहर आते हैं या जिनसे हम लेते हैं, वो तकरीबन 80 और 100 रुपए का चार्ज करते हैं. इसका मतलब साफ है कि एक रिटेल माफिया जो है वो ऑपरेट करता है. जो इन्फ्लेशन हम एनकाउंटर करते हैं, जिसके ऊपर हमारा हाहाकार मचता है, वो इसलिए है क्योंकि जो हॉकर्स की जो एक रेंज बनी हुई, एक नेटवर्क बना हुआ है, वो प्राइस अपने आप फिक्स कर लेता है.
Vegetable vendors claim that many consumers who would earlier buy 1 kg or more tomatoes have now switched to buying half a kilogram or fewer tomatoes. Whatever the reason, the fact remains that the increasing prices have drastically affected the kitchen budget of consumers. Bureau Report, India Today.
Artificial intelligence (AI)
An ever-evolving field is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome to this Markets Today special. I have with me today Anand Shah, who heads PMS and AIF at Prudential ICICI or ICICI Prudential Asset Management Company. Anand, very good to see you today. But let me start by asking a very simple question. How difficult has it been for a fund manager like you to beat the market over the last 1 year? I mean, the benchmarks that you follow or adhere to.
Arjun, pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I think last 2 years, 2-3 years have been actually easier than what it was before. Prior to around January 2020, we had a very narrow rally in a very specific end of the market only. And a very broader market was underperforming the index. Having said that, last 2.5-3 years have been actually where the profitability across broader market has been much better than the blue chips, and to that extent, stock picking is actually working wonderfully over last 2.5-3 years. So last 2.5-3 years have been pretty much easier, and also it's actually a stock pickers market. So a lot of alpha also is something we could generate in last 2.5-3 years.
So what are the sectors and stocks that have resulted in the alpha that you've been able to generate? I mean, relative to the market, what are the bets which have worked out for you?
Yeah, so I think if I go back a little bit into the history, what was happening was you had, as I was saying, a very narrow segments of the market doing well. And partly that was also to do with that if you were a manufacturing something, if you're a manufacturer of something, you had a very stiff competition from China. China was practically the factory for the rest of the world, and they would produce from safety pin to boilers, from tire to tiles. Whatever you need, they would manufacture it for the rest of the world. So globally, ex-China manufacturing was struggling. But in the same time, if you're a consumer of those manufactured goods, would be a typical consumer or a or consumer-facing businesses which were doing very well. What has changed in the last few years, and precisely, more, forcefully in the last 3 years, is China, which was an exporter of deflation, has become an exporter of inflation. And to that extent, a lot of manufacturing and manufacturing-allied businesses, which includes corporate banks. So even within banks, if you see, a lot of corporate banks, which were also at the receiving end of stress in manufacturing, stress in infra, leading to a very large NPAs and so much so provisionings for the same, have also seen reversal of fortunes. So I think our focus on manufacturing-allied corporate banks, these are the areas where the earnings growth has been strong, valuations were very reasonable to start with, have helped us generate a lot of alpha.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Bade Aaram Se. Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Roz Khao Ande.
Good evening and welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The deadly political face-off over the killer drones is my top focus on the news track. The opposition accusing the government of overpaying for the killer drones. Except that India hasn't fixed a price yet because the deal hasn't even been signed. So what is the opposition cribbing about? Does India really need these drones and why? All that and more coming up on the news track tonight.
Rafale, now Predator. Congress claims dirty drone deal. Is India overpaying for US drones? The big drone deal fact check. Top focus on news track.
Lots of misinformation, lies doing the rounds. We'll try and bring them all in perspective for you. Also remember, these are the drones that were used in the taking down of Ayman al-Zawahiri and also General Suleiman. So there are lots of very significant killings that these drones have accomplished. We'd look at all that and more. Let's get started. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Congress government in Karnataka files an FIR against BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya, booked over a cartoon video he shared accusing Rahul Gandhi of anti-India actions abroad. Big twist to Karnataka freebies fight. Karnataka government set to transfer cash into accounts of BPL card holders instead of the 5 kgs of free rice. Monsoon mayhem in Mumbai once again. Roads and subways flooded, several low-lying areas waterlogged. Met Department predicts heavy rainfall for the next 4-5 days. Massive protests at Cuddalore's Chidambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by the Stalin government. Cops enter sanctorum of the Nataraj temple. Priests say cops manhandle them. Politics erupts over one-day International World Cup. Congress up fume over no matches in Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides the venues for the World Cup, not the BCCI. The Predator drone deal was one of the big highlights of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States. The 31 drone deal will be a massive boost to India's intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities. But the Congress is smelling a scam. The party today claimed that India is overpaying for the US drones. Here's how this political fight is playing out.
देखिए, पूरा देश जानता है कि राफेल मामले में चोरी हुई है। डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री के लोगों ने साफ लिखा था, प्रधानमंत्री राफेल मामले में इंटरफेयर कर रहा है।
First, it was the Rafale jet deal.
जो राफेल डील में हुआ, वही अब प्रीडेटर ड्रोन्स की खरीद में भी दोहराया जा रहा है।
Now it's India's upcoming Predator drone deal. The Congress party sure has a thing for defense deals. The latest Congress target is the proposed $3 billion Predator-type drone deal. That was mentioned by Prime Minister Modi and President Biden during their meet earlier this month. While the Predator drone deal is expected to reshape India's defense muscle, the Congress claims a scam in the deal and overpricing even before its signing.
जिस ड्रोन को बाकी मुल्क 4 गुना कम कीमत में खरीदते हैं, उसी ड्रोन को हम $110 मिलियन यानी कि 880 करोड़ प्रति ड्रोन, 880 करोड़ पर ड्रोन हम खर्च कर रहे हैं।
The Ministry of Defence has rubbished the charges of any irregularities and clarified that the price negotiations are yet to happen in the government-to-government deal. It described the allegations as deliberate fake news to derail the armed drone deal.
भारत अमेरिका दोस्ती को बढ़ाने के लिए MQ-9B ड्रोन खरीदने का भी एक समझौता हुआ है, जो भारत में ही असेंबल होंगे। इनका मेंटेनेंस, रिपेयर, ओवरहॉल भी कहीं पर होगा तो हमारे और आपके देश भारत में ही होगा। कुछ लोगों ने लेकर इसको कुछ विवाद भी खड़ा करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन मैं साफ कर देना चाहता हूं, उन्हें कहीं कुछ मिलेगा नहीं।
The Indian Navy came out strongly in favor of the armed drone deal and called it a much-needed addition to India's maritime security preparedness. Navy Chief Admiral Hari Kumar told India Today that the Predator drones will be an asset for the forces.
ये बहुत बड़ा कैपेबिलिटी है। इससे क्या है, हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकॉग्निशंस कर सकते हैं। इट्स अ होल इकोसिस्टम दैट विल गेट डेवलप्ड, तो बहुत फायदा ही होगा।
As with the Rafale deal in 2019, is India's Predator drone deal going to be the Congress's weapon of choice on the flight path to 2024? Keep watching India Today as we decode this unfolding story, separate fact from fiction, and throw light on every detail. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Predator drone is among the deadliest killing machines in the world. It is using the Predator drone that General Soleimani was taken down. He's the Iranian general. It's using these drones that Ayman al-Zawahiri was taken down in the heart of Kabul in Afghanistan. So the efficacy of these drones is not in question. I just want to take you through some of the features of the Predator drones. Equipped with air-to-ground missiles, you're not risking your pilots because these are unmanned aerial vehicles. They carry smart bombs with precision strike capabilities, also very heavy ammunition, which allows you to target high-value targets, whoever it is that you want to target from a far distance. They can carry laser and GPS-guided bombs and ammunition. This can be used in high-altitude areas. They can fly over the sea lanes, they can fly in the skies, they can be used against China, they can be used against Pakistan with an endurance capability of over 40 hours. Remember, some of the high-end drones that China has supplied to Pakistan, for example, are drones that can stay in the air for about 20 hours. This is double that endurance in terms of capabilities. And they have thermal imaging cameras. You get a very good sense of the area that you're looking at, which is how you can take very precise aims. So those are just some of the capabilities of the Predator drones. Now the point here is that the Congress is sensing a scam. They're saying India is overpaying for these drones, except the fact is that The price at which these drones will be purchased isn't known yet because the deal hasn't been signed. What was announced when I was in the United States covering the Prime Minister's state visit was an in-principle announcement that we will be purchasing these drones. Unlike the GEF 414, which was finalized, this is an in-principle decision and it will be or is supposed to be finalized, and price negotiations have been going on for the last several years. So what is this scam that the Congress is sensing? Will this turn out to be another Rafale for the Congress? And does the BJP government need to be more transparent in the manner in which these drones are being purchased? To talk about this and more, I'm joined on this broadcast representing the opposition Congress, its spokesperson Adil Singh Boparai. Squaring off against him from military perspective, Lieutenant General PJS Pannu, former Deputy Chief of the Indian Integrated Defence Staff. I want to tell our viewers that the BJP is not joining because they think this is a matter of national security and that the Congress is unnecessarily trying to find a scam when the deal itself hasn't been struck. For a military perspective, I'm joined by Colonel Ajay Shukla, leading Defence and Strategic Affairs expert. We also have Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, and Vice Admiral Anup Singh, former Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Naval Command. So let me go across to Adil Singh Boparai first, because the Congress put out a long charge sheet against the government, except that your principal charge is that we are paying 4 times the going rate of these Predator drones. Now, you know something which nobody else does, because we don't know yet the price at which these drones are being sold to India. Weapon purchases are complex. What component is for the weapon, what component is for maintenance, for servicing, etc. isn't known. None of this is known. You've seen some media reports. There's no official declaration of what price we are buying the Predator drones for. So how do you know there's a scam? Adil Singh Boparai, let's start from there.
Well, Mr. Kanwal, first and foremost, the entire drone deal is shrouded in opacity. Number one. Number two, paragraph 16 of the Indo-US joint statement categorically records an in-principle intent on behalf of the government.
But there's no mention of price. So you're saying we are paying 4 times. Yes, go on.
Hear me out. You'll have to give me uninterrupted 60 seconds. There is an in-principle intent on behalf of the government of India to purchase drones from General Atomics. Now, there are 2 things which have come out in public domain, and more particularly from your colleague, Mr. Manjeet Negi. I have a copy, and I'm sure the India Today must have done its due diligence before putting this out. Though he says that the deal worth $4 billion has been cleared, but for the purposes of our discussion, let's keep the threshold at $3 billion. Now, please compare this with what other countries have purchased. It's a very, very simple issue which the government of India cannot brush under the carpet.
But it's not that simple. No, one second. Adil Singh Boparai, that's not how weapons are purchased, sir. It's not as if you can divide 3 billion by 31 drones and calculate the cost of each drone. It depends on what's the kind of weapon systems, and I'm sure Abhijit Iyer Mitra and the others will talk about this. It depends on what you buy. You can buy a plain car, you can buy a car with bells and whistles, you can have high-end bells and whistles. All that determines the price. Is not 3 billion divided by 31.
Mr. Kanwal, that is why my opening statement was, this is the caveat which I put out, and this is exactly what Mr. Pawan Khaira has said. The entire deal is shrouded in opacity. Mr. Modi is not spending $3 billion or 25,000 crore rupees from his personal pocket, Mr. Kanwal. It is your, mine, and 1.4 billion Indians taxpayers' money. We demand accountability.
But when the deal is announced and clarified, we will know what all came with it. I am, because you're sensing a scam, and I'm trying to understand what that scam is, because you don't know what we are buying for that $3 billion.
If this pen is purchased by UK, Taiwan, Italy and Netherlands for 1 rupee, and India is purchasing it for 4 rupees, then most certainly I think there is a case which is made for clarification, for transparency on behalf of the government of India. Now, please bear with me for 30 seconds. Number one, the Defence Acquisition Council clears a purported deal for $3 billion. The Prime Minister records an in-principle intent. It is happening at the level of the President of the United States and the Indian Premier. Certainly, it is not in thin air. Number 3, now please have the data. US government purchases it for $56 million. UK for $12.5 million. Spain for 46. Germany buys it for 17 million. Have we committed a crime if we ask for transparency of taxpayers' money? In my opinion, most certainly not. Number 4, Any defense deal or any defense purchase under the rules of business has to be approved by the CCS. This is the nodal body. There has been no mention of the CCS. Number 5.
No, but the CCS approval comes at a later stage, sir. The CCS approval will happen. Before this deal is announced, there will be a CCS approval. It just happens at a later stage in the whole weapon purchase process. That's the way weapons are purchased.
Let the government of India come out and say that we had recorded this in the statement without going through the CCS process. And why do you circumvent the tender? I again repeat, this is not money coming out of BJP's Deen Dayal office. This is public money. Why don't you have a tender system? When the transfer of technology is a meager 7%, when you've infused 1,700 crore rupees into DRDO for Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, which has been reduced to a cipher, why not have a tender system? Is it a crime if the opposition asks for transparency, Mr. Kanwal? This, I again repeat, this is taxpayers' money. The government, as usual, is pushing it under the carpet. These are public reports. If either it's Mr. Manjeet Negi who is misleading the country, or the government of India should come out. Whether it's 3 billion, whether it's 4 billion, whether it's 31 drones, whether there is a CCS approval, why has government shelved off a tender process? These are facts which
Okay,
must...
let Abhijit Iyer Mitra respond to some of what you're saying. Point number 1, that other countries seem to have bought the same drones at lesser price than India is paying. He's quoting what's happened in Australia, what's happened in Belgium, what's happened in Spain, what's happened in France, Italy. These are countries that have bought these drones. A simple calculation suggests that they seem to have bought the drones at a much cheaper price, $3072 million, which is about, which is $3 billion, has been mentioned, leading the Congress to wonder, Abhijit Iyer, whether dal mein kuch kala hai.
Right. Thanks, Rahul. So, the first thing I want to, which you already pointed out, is that all the figures being quoted are only quoted by the press. The government statement has said nothing, neither has the American government or the Indian government stated a price. Now, let's talk about the quoted price, say about $3.5 to $4 billion. Now, if you notice in the breakup that my co-panelist just gave, notice how wildly those prices vary. The lowest he quoted was some $12 to $15 million, and the highest was something like $56 million. Why is this? Because the platform, the additional systems development, and the payload all cost different things. So, sometimes the payloads can be twice the price of the platform. Sometimes the price of the special, the country-specific developments can be 2-3 times the price of the platform. Right? Now, let's look at specifically what we know from the public record about the India-specific modifications, and I'm just talking about what I've managed to collect with open source. The first is that the drone uses the same Garrett TPE-331. It's now a Honeywell TPE-331 that the Dornier aircraft uses, the engine. Okay, there are a few more blocks that have been added to it by Honeywell. So it is already using a domestically manufactured engine with some more inputs from Honeywell that will be integrated onto this drone. Okay, next, what has happened is, you saw that a lady entrepreneur who was sitting, Brinda Kapoor, I think, was sitting next to Satya Nadella, who was sitting next to Biden at that state lunch or dinner or whatever it was. That was for a whole bunch of highly sensitive payload systems, including a gigapixel camera, which will take several years to integrate, and those are very, very expensive processes to integrate in there. Okay, now I want you to refer to Chapter 1, Para 29G of the Defense Procurement Manual for 2020, okay, which is the buyer-nominated equipment. And I will read this out if you give me a minute. Aero engines and fabrication plants, paragraph G. Aero engines and fab, in brackets, facilities manufacturing silicon wafers, need to be taken up as projects of national importance. Aero engines and fab manufactured in India will mandatorily be procured for applicable defense equipment as buyer-nominated equipment / sub-assemblies. These procurements will not be considered as single vendor cases, which means it has to be part of a much larger complex procurement. You're not going to buy the engine offhand like that. So one thing is that we know that the current TPE-331 will have to be upgraded to the level of the Predator drone. The next thing is the India-specific payloads will have to be integrated into it. The third thing which we know, which has been put out in the joint statement, and I will read the relative part of the joint, sort of applicable part of the joint statement, will enhance the ISR capabilities, this is paragraph 16, will enhance the ISR capabilities of India's armed forces across domains. As part of this plan, General Atomics will also establish a comprehensive global maintenance, repair and overhaul facility in India to support India's long-term goals. Global MRO. Please note, that means all of Asia, all the General Atomic MQ-9s operating in the Asia Pacific will come here for MRO facilities. Okay, all of this adds to the cost. Integration sometimes adds 2-3 times to the cost. So again, you know, it's very curious that my colleague brought up the incredible variations in price of each country.
He's also questioning why the deal didn't go before the CCS. Why is it that just on the back of what the Defence Acquisition Council said, where it accorded the acceptance of necessity, that this deal has been announced in principle in a joint statement to the US without going to the CCS? They're questioning that.
Absolutely. So, you know, very important question. The point is it goes to the CCS after the entire process is complete and price negotiations are complete. Again, if you read the DPP, that's what comes out. If you read, again, paragraph 16, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi welcomed India's plans, no contract, to procure the General Atomics MQ-9. Now, let me tell you what has happened so far. The Defence Acquisition Committee has recognized the AON, that is the acceptance of necessity. As of now, it is just India needs this. Now an RFP will be floated.
No, he says, why can't it be through a tender? Why does it need to be a government-to-government contract?
Because the tender comes after this. This is where the requirement for the RFP gets floated after this.
No, but he says you already decided that you're buying the Predator. Then what's the point of the tender?
This is the main, this thing. So this is the preferred acquirer. In the RFP, if somebody gives you a better specs and things like that,
but you've already put in the joint statement that we are buying it from the US.
No, we have not. Again, let me read out the statement to you. President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, I'm quoting, welcomed India's plans to procure the General Atomic MQ-9B. There is no contract. The RFP will still be floated. This is how it goes. The DAC determines the acceptance of necessity. Then the RFP is floated. Quotes will be provided. Down selection will happen. Price negotiations will begin. They will then go to the CCS for the final approval.
Colonel Ajay Shukla, between having the Predator drones and not having the Predator drones, there is no question about the fact that having these drones is useful for the Indian Army, Navy, and if possible, the Air Force. We don't know the price at which these drones are being bought. You're a military man yourself, and you know well that what comes along with the platform is as important as the platform itself. Do you think the Congress has jumped a bit in advance in declaring this a scam, because they'll now try and keep finding a scam between now and 2024 without allowing for the deal itself to be announced so that we know what is coming for this price?
Yeah, Rahul, you know, I guess what goes round comes around. And the BJP, at the time that the Congress was making the purchases and facing all these exactly the same problems, the BJP lost no chance in accusing it of sort of corruption and so on. And now it's the chickens coming home to roost. Both the Congress and the BJP know very well what the purchase procedure and the acquisition procedure is. They are playing a game, and the game is a political, it's a political blame game. Now, a couple of things that Abhijit spoke about, but I would add on to those. The first thing to remember is that the decision about whether to go in for a military to government purchase or whether to do a commercial purchase, which they call FMS, foreign military sales, this is a strategic decision, an economic decision, and a decision that sort of the government of the day is best.
Does anybody else have a comparable drone which might be made available to India? Obviously, we can't buy from China. Russia is no longer reliable.
I would just say that the Chinese have a comparable drone.
No, but they're not selling it to us, of course. Neither do we want their drones. They'll never.
But the Chinese are not going to give it to us. Similarly, the Israelis have drones that are slightly smaller, but they don't serve the purpose. Now, just remember, I have to add on to what I was saying earlier. The decision to go in for a government-to-government purchase almost guarantees you that you will get it cheaper than if you go in for a foreign military sales.
Why is that? Why is that? I think Adil needs to hear that.
I'll explain this to you. I wish Mr. Modi had devoted one of his Mann Ki Baats to explaining this to the public, because it would have saved a lot of trouble. Now, the reason why buying from the government in a sort of government-to-government contract is cheaper is because there is nobody who is better at keeping control of prices than the US government. And when they buy, for example, they buy a drone from General Atomics, the current drone that we're talking about, the Predator, the Sea Guardian, they say, we bought 25 drones from you last month or last year. That was the price at which you sold it to us. Now we are buying 25 more drones, so that price has to come down. It is economy of scales kicking in, and this is something that is an integral part of US procurement, domestic procurement. And when you go in for a government-to-government policy, the US government treats the Indian government the same way as the US government would treat the Pentagon if they were buying the machine. Because the whole sort of game in the US is to keep driving down prices.
Now, Adil Singh Bopar, I respond to what Colonel Shukla is saying, because here's a man who's been quite critical of the government on various military issues. He's a military man himself, talking about how the price is lesser when you buy government to government, and more importantly, with China flexing its muscles in the way that it is across the line of actual control, Pakistan up to no good, China's Navy's presence in the Indian Ocean region, India, to my mind, desperately needs these drones. The sooner we can get them, the better. We're already several years late on buying them.
Kaval Saab, let me clarify this, and let me put this out. So did Mr. Pawan Khera in the press conference. The Congress party is all for defense modernization and preparedness. I think that's beyond any cavil of doubt. There is no dispute on that. The problem arises is that whether the government of India is getting the best bang for the buck. I think that
you don't know that yet. You don't know what the bang is. You don't know what the buck is.
Hear me out.
You don't either.
Hear me out. There is an international comparison which is being done. And I tend to differ. I beg to differ with what Mr. Shukla has said. The manufacturer of these drones is General Atomics. What appears is that the government of the United States is playing the role of an intermediary and selling these drones by a G2G contract. Now, there are two issues here. Number one, it could be that the government of the United States, which had purchased this for the US Air Force, is selling its own inventory. This has to be clarified. Or is it that the US government is purchasing fresh drones from General Atomics and selling it to the government of India? That is why the nub of the matter, Mr. Kaval, is transparency on behalf of the government. We are all for modernization. However, since it is taxpayers' money, it should not be that the government is paying 4 times or 3 times or 7 times the price.
You don't know whether it's 4 times or 3 times or 7 times. That's the whole point. You're leveling this charge without knowing.
No, there are two aspects here. Number one, an in-principle commitment. An in-principle commitment bypassing the RFP, bypassing the tender process in a joint statement of 2 premiers. Let's not undermine this declaration of interest. Number one. Number two, and the more important part, the DSC cleared a purported proposal of $3 billion. Now, what is the arms package? Of course, this is going to be dependent on certain contingent factors. There could be that there is a particular drone which is more defense or arms package vis-a-vis the other. The fact of the matter is that if you draw an international comparison, it is evident that the government of India is paying much more in comparison to other countries.
No, it's not, because you don't know what's coming for that package. I just explained as simply as I could. In the purchase of any car, you can buy the base version of a car, you can buy a high-end version of the car. The price could go from 20 lakhs to 60 lakhs depending on what car you buy.
Please answer this question. There is a reason why when it comes to distribution of public resources, we follow a tender process. There is a reason.
Let me put that question. Let me put that question to General Pannu and to Admiral Anup Singh. I'll start with General Pannu first. Could this, you've been in the integrated defense staff, sir. Should this have gone through a tender process rather than being a government-to-government deal, sir?
Rahul, I think we have to move this debate on our necessity. I think the military requires autonomous aerial system like the Predator. And I think this is a modern version, advanced version, MQ-9 Reaper. This is the best in the world. And considering our situation on the borders and our adversary pushing the autonomous systems, very soon we are going to see more and more autonomous systems in the battlefield. And I think we need to pitch for the best, and these are the best systems which are going to be available.
Sure. I think the Congress is asking, could this have been done through a tender rather than being done shrouded in secrecy as a government-to-government deal?
Military does not bother whether it is tender or FMS or government-to-government. I think the faster it gets deployed, better it is. Because after all, the delay is not in the interest of the country. And many times we find that the procurement process gets much delayed and also, gets a bad name to the equipment when it is not so. Question is like Bofors. It's a very good equipment. It actually ran into trouble because of the name, that there is a scam attached to it. I think we have to go ahead with the drones. I think future is of the drones. The future warfare is going to be won if we have invested in drones.
I think you make a very important point, General Pannu, that through the government-to-government route, you're able to expedite the purchase of these weapon systems rather than taking several years as you go round by round testing out the equipment. Admiral Anup Singh, explain to Adil Boparai, the Congress and everyone watching at this time, why the Indian Navy would benefit from the presence of these drones. And are you suspicious that maybe we are paying more than is warranted for this transaction?
No, the simple answer is that we need a dramatic shift to the situational awareness at sea and so in the air and so over our land borders. And this entire debate about, RFPs being floated, etc. Where else have you got an equivalent drone?
Is there at all any equivalent, sir?
There is no equivalent. This is the only UCAV and UAV which is battle hardened over Afghanistan, over al-Zawahiri, over General Soleimani and Syria. Where else have you got an equivalent?
There's nobody else who has anything similar.
No. And if somebody says the Chinese, God alone knows, first of all, do you want to buy anything that is Chinese?
No, most certainly not.
Would it be reliable?
No, the Chinese have two subsystems, the Kai Hong 4, the Wing Lung 2. These have been supplied to Pakistan. These can apparently stay in the air for about 20 hours and fly at speeds of 370 kilometers per hour, which is much less than the capabilities of the Predator drones. We're actually quite lucky that we are getting them, and if we can get them fast, the better. Isn't that the point you're making, Admiral Pannu?
First of all, Rahul, insofar as China is concerned, sorry, it's a no-no, not only for me, but for the three defense forces. B, reliability. C, this drone is 40 plus hours of endurance and it is hail and a lot of noises are being made. What about DRDO? What about this? What about that? DRDO has been able to make an equivalent of a MALE, medium altitude, long endurance UAV. We need a hail and 40 plus hours. Can you imagine going to the Malacca?
Explain that to viewers in simpler terms. What's the difference between what the DRDO has made domestically and the capabilities of the Predator, Admiral Anup Singh?
High altitude, long endurance. We haven't reached there insofar as indigenous development is concerned.
How long could it take the DRDO to get there?
I think they need a lot of transfer of technology insofar as hails are concerned. And please remember, this fellow, apart from 40 plus hours of endurance with limited payload, will still have about 24 to 30 hours with full payload of almost 2 tons of ammunition, including air-to-surface or air-to-ground missiles, etc. There is just no comparison.
Adil Singh Boparai, you are hearing from the Admiral and from the General from the Army. There simply is no weapon system that compares. And if we are getting it through a government-to-government deal, we get it sooner. And if the Americans are willing to make some of what they already have available in stock with their forces or with the company that's manufacturing them and make them available to us quickly, we should be thankful that we are getting these weapon systems as quickly as we are.
Kamal Saab, nobody is answering the elephant in the room.
Which is?
And the elephant in the room is the price comparison. I think that is the nub of the matter, and I'm saying this at the cost of repetition.
But what are you comparing what with? You can't compare apples and oranges. If a whole MRO system for maintenance, repair, overall is being set up in India, if all the drones sold across Asia come there...
By the same analogy, Mr. Kaval, the government of India is not purchasing vegetables from a market. This is 25,000 crore rupees of taxpayers' money. We cannot take the logic to a point of an over-the-counter purchase. There are RFPs, there are processes, and those processes have been designed and envisaged to ensure the best bang for the buck. And one time-tested method is a tender process. On one hand, you circumvent the tender process when you make an in-principle intention in a joint statement. Number two, DSC says $3 billion. The government of India shrouds the entire deal in secrecy. There is no transparency. There is no indication as to the value of per drone. What is the opposition and what is the country supposed to think?
Let me put that question to General Pannu.
To this government.
That the argument the Congress is making is that the US bought these same drones at $56 million per drone. The UK Air Force bought them at $12.5 million per drone. The Australian government at $137.58 million per drone, but later cancelled because they found the price too costly. Spain at 46, Taiwan at 54 million, Italy and Netherlands at 82 million, Germany at 17 million, and India, if the price that's been announced is the price at which the drone is bought, each drone would effectively cost $110 million. Is that too much, or is that totally the wrong way of looking at how this weapon system is being acquired? General Pannu.
Rahul, you look at the system per se, it carries modular payloads. It has got the EO, IR and Linux multi-mode radars, which are very rare to have as a combination. It has got the ESM and laser designators and illumination. It has got a C-band line of sight data links. It has got KU band beyond line of sight SATCOM data link. It is transportable and self-deployable. So, as a result, the kind of payload that it carries, the kind of loitering and the range that it gives you, you cannot say that what others have, because they are very different variants of the same predator. MQ-1 was different, MQ-1C Grey Eagle was different, MQ-9 was different, and also when you're talking about the kind of deal it is, most of it is going to be assembled in India. And about 15 to 20% just might come to the Indian companies for building components, which will give a good business to India, 10% of the total sales. But
and Adil Singh Boparai, some of the arguments in the Congress's press release are rank juvenile, and I explain to you why. The Congress press release says, whereas each Predator Reaper drone from General Atomics will cost 812 crores, India can make these drones at 10-20% of the cost. What are you saying? We don't have the technology to make these drones. It's not maybe 15-20 years later we will, but God alone knows what China has done by then. We need these drones now. How do you think India can make these drones at 10-20% cost?
Well, you're missing the woods for the trees, Mr. Kaval.
What are the woods and what are the trees?
I find nothing juvenile. Number one, we are...
Sir, do you think DRDO, one second, Adil Singh Boparai, do you think the DRDO can tomorrow provide the Indian Army a system comparable to the Predator drone?
Number one, we are not dealing with two individuals going to the market and purchasing something.
So you're making this argument, sir, in your press release, page 3, para 1, you say India can make this, DRDO can develop the same in just 10-20% of the cost. The whole reason we have to buy the GE F414 deal is because for 30 years we couldn't make the Kaveri engine.
Mr. Kaval, the length of your question is more than my answer. So please give me some adequate time. This government has infused 1,700 crore rupees this financial year for modernization of the drone program to the DRDO. Does that mean that that money has gone down the drain?
No, it's not. Let me explain. They are building the MALE, which is the medium altitude long endurance Rustum. They're building the Ghatak, which is a stealthy autonomous unmanned combat aircraft vehicle. You just heard, we don't have a long range unmanned aerial vehicle of this kind.
So if I take cue from what you're saying, let's throw the processes out of the window. Let's throw the IRFP out of the window. Let's throw the tender process out of the window, and let's go purchase it from the highest, somebody who's selling it to us at the highest rate. Is that your
Abhijit
argument?
Iyer, the Congress press release says the DRDO can make this drone for 10-20% of the cost. What do you want to say to Abhijit? What do you want to say to others? Sir, your press release says it. Whether you say it or not, sir. So whether you say it or not, your press release is saying the DRDO can make this for 10-20% of the cost. That's ridiculous.
Every country which has purchased this drone has purchased it at 4 times the rate. I wonder what weapons.
Abhijit Iyer, the Congress thinks the DRDO can make this for 10-20% of the cost. Abhijit Iyer.
Right. Rahul, do you know when the first flight of the Rustam drone was? The Rustam was meant to be our equivalent. It has been in development since 2009. Since 2009.
What's the status right now?
It has been in development. It is still in development.
It's not ready? Do we?
It's
no.
Still not ready.
Can we buy it? Can the Air Force, Navy, Army buy it or not?
Obviously not. Obviously not. I mean, you can't buy a prototype. Right. Has your first operational squadron of LCA come online, of the Tejas come online? How long have we been developing it? Since 1986 or something like that? What happened to the Kaveri engine? You know, I find it really scary that, you know, the gentleman said that it's the elephant in the room, that nobody's addressing prices and things. Did I not explain the prices? I'm sorry. Was I talking about butterflies and bees before? Did I not explain what are the equipment that's going into it and the pricing of the payload and what we know from public sources about what is going into this particular system? You tell me, when has the DRDO actually delivered on their promises so far? The missile program is an absolute success, yes, because it comes directly, it comes under nuclear specific programs and it comes directly under the PMO. But you tell me all things that don't come under the PMO, what is the delivery rate been? I really want our panel to Google the Rustam drone right now.
Colonel Shukla, the Congress press release says DRDO can develop these same drones for 10-20% of the cost. What do you want to tell Adil Singh Bopara and those who think that this is possible?
There are two aspects, remember. The cost is just one aspect. The time frame is the second aspect. So the drone would have to be developed by the DRDO, both in a sort of specified time frame and at a specified cost. Now, I would just draw to the attention of your viewers the fact that the government, the same government that we're sort of elected, BJP, has given a list of 309 systems, which the import of which will not be allowed on subsequent years dating from now till 2025. And therefore, if the drone is not to be imported beyond after 31st December 2024, then it is the government itself which has put the weight of its authority behind this, and the government itself that is saying the DRDO is perfectly capable of making a drone, and therefore we are relying on it. Now, we can engage in DRDO bashing in every television program in this country. It's a national sport in some ways after cricket. But the fact is that the government itself has thrown its weight behind it with the Atmanirbhar campaign, with the IDX initiative. And the government itself is saying that we will withdraw, we will buy drones only up to 31st December 2024. I'm giving an example. And after that, we will import it. After that, we will make it ourselves. Now, remember, when the government pushes through a contract like this, what the government is really saying is that there's this cutoff line of 2025 or 2026, whatever it is. We will not be able to buy it from abroad after that. So let's buy it quickly now, because we will be stuck with what we have and with the DRDO's capabilities, such as they are, to build new drones. So it is extremely important to read between the lines. The Congress is saying, instead of taking advantage to accuse the BJP, but the BJP has not been above board either.
Now, here's what I want to leave our viewers with. Imagine a scenario that there is a terror strike, God forbid, in India, and now India wants retaliation. Let's assume for a moment that the strike emerged from Pakistan. You want to take down, say, Syed Salahuddin, Masood Azhar, Hafiz Saeed. The Predator drone is the best way of doing this. You're not sending your pilots in the sky. So what happened with the MiG-21 is not required to happen here. You send a drone in, you take down your high-value target. Hopefully you know where that terrorist is. You're able to get a precise lock and you take him down. This weapon system is priceless in terms of its capabilities and what it brings to the table. And the very dangerous part of playing politics with national security is that you could imperil Indian national security. To say that the DRDO can make it at 10-20% of the cost is a plain fallacy. God knows how many years in the future, if at all ever, will they be able to make it. Those are harsh realities. China flexing its muscles, terror camps continuing to flourish inside Pakistan. Those are harsh realities. Don't play fast and lose with national security, even if you're in opposition at that moment, because that is a very deadly game to play. I'm slipping into a break. I want to thank my guest, Admiral Anup Singh. I remember our time together on that rescue mission where you were leading it. So fantastic to have you in a different capacity with us on the show, as also to Lieutenant General Pannu, Adil Singh Boparai, Ajay Shukla, Abhijit Iyer Mitra. I know there's an election coming, but I hope that the opposition finds other issues that they can take up. There are serious issues that you should leave this matter alone. At least wait till you see what all is included in the purchase, and then you will actually know whether you've overpaid or not, once you know what you're buying. And don't compare apples and oranges. Slipping into a break, coming up on the other side. Is the Musk versus Zuckerberg cage fight really going to happen? Tesla CEO is training in jiu-jitsu. He says there's soon going to be a cage fight with the Tesla boss.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
In just 15 days, 2 incidents of mob lynching has happened in Nashik district of Maharashtra. In the very recent incident, 2 people from Kurla were bringing meat. Now remember, it is a meat or beef. That is the investigation by the police which will be done. But the cow vigilante actually assaulted both of them. One of them has died and one of them is seriously injured.
Afan Abdul Majid Ansari was 32 years old. He was killed. On 24 June, he, along with 24-year-old Nasir Sheikh, were transporting meat from Ahmednagar district of Maharashtra to Mumbai. The duo were apprehended by a group of cow vigilantes in Gambhirwadi on Godhi Sinnar Road in the Igatpuri area.
नासिर से थोड़ी बात किया, वो बात करने की कंडीशन में नहीं था. फिर भी कुछ बातें उसने बताया कि मामू टोल नाके पे था, टोल नाके से निकला, ऐसा बताया उसने. पुलिस की एक गाड़ी थी, तो बोला कैसी थी, बोले वो पुलिस की नहीं थी, वो जो आरपीएफ वाले लोग लेके चलते वो गाड़ी. तो बताने लगा कि मामा मेरे पास पैसा नहीं था उस टाइम. वो लोग 50,000 का डिमांड कर रहे थे, सिर्फ मेरे पास 20,000 रुपया था. मैंने उनको बोला ऑनलाइन करता हूँ, तो बोले नहीं पैसा यहाँ मांगा. ये बात होने लगी, उतने में वो गाड़ी तोड़ने लगे. और जो आरपीएफ वाले लोग ने पकड़ के दिया था, वो सिर्फ पकड़ के दिया और निकल गए, वो लोग रुके नहीं.
Afan and Nasir were brutally beaten up by the group of cow vigilantes. Afan died while Nasir was admitted to hospital with critical injuries.
बजरंग दल के ये और स्वामी की छोकरी लोग है. स्वामी पूना का स्वामी है, श्री शंकर स्वामी. वो उसके ये सब काम ही है सर. पकड़ा है हमारे 1 साल पहले, 1 साल हो गया, वो आज तक ड्राइवर मिला नहीं है.
This isn't the first such case. On 8th June, 3 men transporting cattle on a tempo were attacked. 2 days later, the body of one of them was recovered from a gorge in Ghatan Devi of Maharashtra's Igatpuri area.
सब कुछ होने के बावजूद जो हमारे साथ अत्याचार हो रहा रोडों पे, जो हमारे को रुका के ड्राइवर को, खलासी को, कि हम बजरंग दल वाले हैं, पैसे की मांगनी की जा रही है. ये हमारे साथ रात को 2 बजे 3 बजे, दिन में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती, रात में जगह जगह टोल नाके लगे हुए, टोल नाके पे बजरंग दल वाले खड़े रहते, कोई भी खड़े रहता है कि आम नागरिक भी अपने आपको बजरंग दल बोलता है, सर हमारे ट्रैवल लोग एकदम डर जाते हैं, बजरंग दल का नाम सुनते ही वहाँ उनके हाथ पाँव ठंडे होते हैं। अरे सेठ बजरंग दल वाले खड़े, क्या करे, 5,000 मांग रहे, दो, क्या मांग रहे, 20,000 मांग रहे, दे दो।
With Saurabh Bakhtania, Bureau Report, India Today.
The first images have emerged of Elon Musk preparing for a cage fight with arch social media rival Mark Zuckerberg. The tech billionaires have reportedly agreed for a much publicized fight. While the Meta founder is already a practitioner of jiu-jitsu, Musk is said to have roped in UFC legend Georges St. Pierre to train him for the encounter.
Mark Zuckerberg honing his mixed martial arts skills, sharpening his jiu-jitsu moves, getting ready to take on Elon Musk. It's not just the rumored Threads, a microblogging platform Meta is developing as a rival to Twitter. The two tech billionaires are, if reports are to be believed, getting ready for a caged fight. It all started last week with Elon Musk responding to a tweet about Meta working on a Project 92 to challenge Twitter. Elon's response? He was up to a caged match if Zuckerberg was. The dare was immediately accepted by Zuckerberg, who took to his own platform, Instagram, to respond, putting the ball back in Musk's court. The next few days were filled by taunts from the Tesla CEO, even asking the Meta founder to go full MMA, leaving netizens salivating over a tech billionaire showdown. Musk also hinted the caged match could be at celebrated Las Vegas fighting venue, the Octagon. He then tweeted, "I have this great move that I call the walrus, where I just lie on top of my opponent and do nothing." Head to head, the two opponents could not be more different. Musk towers over Zuckerberg's 5 feet 8-inch frame by more than 5 inches. Musk is also much heavier than Zuckerberg. But the Twitter owner is also 13 years older than the Facebook prodigy. Musk is twice as rich as Zuckerberg, but is a novice in MMA, while Zuckerberg is a trained jiu-jitsu fighter. Musk, it seems, is not taking the challenge lying down. He already started training with Lex Friedman, who posted images of the sessions on Twitter and commented that he was extremely impressed with Musk's strength, power and skill on the feet and on the ground. Musk also seemed to be in talks with the legendary UFC coach Georges St. Pierre for some training sessions ahead of the purported caged fight. Though the jury is still out on whether the challenge is real or just limited to online sparring, the highly competitive nature of the two entrepreneur geniuses will ensure the entertainment lasts for some time. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Both these billionaires should be using their money and their brains for social good, not to have this fight over ego. Leave the cockiness aside. You're no longer in college. Grow up. Musk and Elon both. Practice, train if you must, get fit if you will. I just met Elon Musk in New York. Wasn't looking very fit at that time. He's training hard there. But for heaven's sakes, don't really get into a cage and start having a go at each other. It would make for great TV though, and it'll be a fantastic story, but still, use your money and your brains for other purposes. This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
With MSME Day around the corner, I wanted to ask what initiatives has Amazon India taken to support this segment of sellers?
Okay. I think, firstly, congratulations to all our MSME partners. This has been an area of focus for us, not just for this year, but for many years in the past. We've been working on helping MSMEs grow right onwards from 2013 when we started the business in India. We have taken various steps during this journey, some of which I think you would have heard. We helped sellers through something called Seller Flex, where they could put their inventory in their own warehouse to be available to customers across India for sale. We help the sellers in pricing their items more accurately by giving them nudges which tell them what prices, what deals will sell more. We also help them in improving the quality of their items such that they are able to help customers make a choice to buy their items online, because in the offline world you can touch and feel. You need to get that done through catalogs. So we provide them catalog services to help them sell more. All through, our focus has been we take feedback from the sellers, understand what gaps we have, and then diligently work in resolving those through a focused effort. So these are some of the things we have done in the past. Most recently, we heard from our selling partners that sometimes it's challenging to start their selling journey on Amazon. So they are doing a big business offline, but they want to get online. So we have launched what is called Self-Service Registration 2.0. This is a unique set of unique new innovation which allows selling partners to start their selling journey on Amazon in just a couple of clicks. What used to take, say, 8 to 10 clicks earlier, a lot of data filling. Now they just need to fill in a couple of things, which is their GST number and the OTP on that. And Amazon helps in filling in all the rest of the details by pinging the data to the government websites and helping them start their journey. We also take from them details of their bank account to just make sure this provides them confidence that the bank account is listed to their current GST itself. So it cannot be that somebody else used their GST and got the list, started the business, and they got a wrong sort of tax claim out of it. So this is one of the latest things that we have done. We are also launching or in the process of launching a new seller support center. Some of the initial stuff on that we launched a couple of months back. And this is to basically get a new seller on Amazon to start getting more successful. It's a very complex world. Like if you look at offline trade, we have seen it for hundreds of years. Everyone has developed expertise. You know how to sell a particular item. You know, if you want to sell a ketchup, what do you need to tell the customer? You know, if you have to sell a fruit, what do you need to tell the customer? But online selling is relatively new. So when a seller comes on board, they don't know what hit them. How do you make a customer make a choice through a screen, either on their phone or on the laptop, to buy an item of, say, 500 or 1,000 or maybe even 50,000, like a smartphone? So our new Seller Success Center basically helps sellers in this journey by telling them step by step what should they do to be a successful online seller.
despite the recent rally, but returns have been sort of lukewarm for Indian equity investors, 10-11% kind of return over a 2-year period, which is a bit subpar. So are you confident that the next couple of years will make up for what has been a fairly pedestrian run for the last 24 months?
And actually, the returns that you've seen in Indian equity markets and in Indian small cap and mid caps have been about one of the best in the world at this point of time in the last 24 months. So while it may appear that the returns have been modest, I would say it is one of the best returns that you've got anywhere in the world. If you look at the future, I would say that, we are in a very structurally in a very good shape. And that geopolitically we are in a very good shape. And from a macroeconomic point of view also, we are in a very good shape. And but having said that, the challenge is that from a valuation perspective, we are one of the costliest markets in the world, and outside US, I would say we are one of the costliest markets at this point of time. So even going forward, it's tough to believe that you can get very big returns in the long run, in the medium run, I mean. But it is still India is one of the best markets to invest in for the long run. And because it's a very good structural story. But if the valuations were to become more reasonable, I think India would be a great market where you can get both good long-term returns and big long-term returns. Whereas today, because of valuation, it's difficult to predict very high returns at this point.
If you had to guess, and I know it's an impossible question to answer, but over the next 2 to 3 years, which we can classify as medium term, do you think the chances of Indian investors getting 10-11% kind of returns from equity are higher, or 50% plus kind of returns, which is essentially the desirable return for most Indian equity investors?
In late 90s, you could get 16 to 18% in many debt products. So at that point of time, I would say it was necessary for you to get 20% per annum to invest in equity. Today, you're not getting that kind of return. So as long as you get better returns than an alternate asset class, I think it is fairly attractive. And having said that, there are so many geopolitical imponderables which none of us know. And what can hurt markets in the near term? Do we know? The answer is certainly not. Did anyone expect the Ukraine war? The answer is no. Did any of us know that this could be a problem in 2022? The answer is no. So I think we all think that we know what will happen to markets, but periodically certain things happen in markets which we can't predict, and that is the reason why systematic investment plans and asset allocation are the two best ways to invest for most people in the long run.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-presented by Hayfler, let's reimagine. Powered by NECC, Sunday hoya Monday, Rose Khao Monday. Co-powered by Watcho OTT, Super App. One hai to done hai.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point tonight: will the drone deal go the Rafale way? The Congress is alleging the possibility of excessive pricing and a hint of corruption. Also,
World Cup 2023, a major controversy. Has Ahmedabad got all the favoured matches and is it the most favoured city? Shashi Tharoor tells us why he's angry. He'll join us later in the show, but as always first, the 9 headlines at 9 to 9. Politics breaks out over the India-US drone deal. Congress likens Predator drone deal to Rafale, says India is set to overpay for US drones. Congress government in Karnataka files an FIR against BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya, booked over a video accusing Rahul Gandhi of anti-India actions abroad. BJP claims this is a misuse of the state machinery. Big twist to Karnataka freebies row. Now the Karnataka government says it will transfer cash instead of rice into accounts of BPL card holders. 5 kg rice and cash will be given instead of 10 kgs. Monsoon mayhem in Mumbai once again. Roads and subways inundated, several low-lying areas waterlogged. Met Department predicts heavy rainfall over the next 4 to 5 days. Bhim Army Chief Chandrasekhar Azad shot at by unknown assailants in Uttar Pradesh's Deoband. Azad injured after being shot in the waist. Massive protests at Cuddalore's Chidambaram temple as priests allege takeover bid by the Stalin government. Police enter sanctum of the temple. Priests say police manhandle them. Aam Aadmi Party backs Uniform Civil Code implementation, says a consensus needed. All India Muslim Personal Law Board now to submit a draft proposal to the Law Commission. Politics over the ODI World Cup intensifies. Congress AAP fume over no matches to Kerala and Mohali. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla says ICC decides venues for the World Cup. Indian stock markets rally 1% to new record high. Sensex breaches 64,000 level. Nifty crosses 19,000. 12 of 13 major sectoral indices in the green. But the story that's breaking at the moment, according to top sources in the government, a key huddle has begun within the BJP's top leadership at the Prime Minister's residence. Home Minister Amit Shah, Party President JP Nadda and BL Santosh have met the Prime Minister at his residence amid speculation that this could be a prelude to a cabinet reshuffle. That's right, that's what is being speculated at the moment. Paulomi Saha joins me. Paulomi, there's been much talk that before the parliament session begins in the middle of July, we could have a cabinet reshuffle. The government hasn't done one for 2 years. Is there an expectation that we could have one in the possible next 10 days? Paulomi, the possibility of a cabinet reshuffle in the next 10 days?
Well, at the moment, Rajdeep, we do know that this has been an ongoing series of meetings that had been happening for many hours together between BJP Chief JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah, and of course, the organizational General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, BL Santosh. And these were a series of meetings. At least 4 such meetings were, they had these meetings at the BJP office, the headquarters. And in the last meeting, the RSS's Arun Kumar also joined in. It was specifically to do with organizational changes as far as the BJP is concerned, something that the BJP is doing, an exercise the BJP has been engaged in after the Karnataka results came in. But now that it has been taken, that all of that homework has been taken to the Prime Minister, there's a lot of speculation also that there could also mean a possible rejig within the cabinet. At the time that, of course, Kiran Rijiju was replaced as the law minister by Arjun Ram Meghwal, there was only one rejig that was announced. So it then was, any possibility of any larger rejig was dismissed, saying then it could have possibly all been clubbed together and there would have been one rejig that would have been announced. But now that the Prime Minister is involved, this looks a little beyond, of course, the possibility that only organizational changes are being mulled upon with the entry and the possible induction of new general secretaries and secretaries within the party, this could be larger than anticipated earlier.
So you could have some ministers going to do party work ahead of the 2024 election. That's what's been spoken about, that you could have some ministers being sent for party work to focus on specific states. Is that a possibility?
Well, yes, that sort of work has already been charted out. They're already part of the Sampark Abhiyan, which has started after the government, of course, started its 9 years program, taking the achievements of the last 9 years to the people. And that program is ongoing. It has already been reviewed at the 15-day stage by JP Nadda, who in fact virtually connected with all the members of parliament of the BJP, which of course included ministers as well from both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. But yes, ministers will be, of course, given larger roles going into the 2024 elections. And remember that the Prime Minister has been constantly, of course, seeking notes and briefs from secretaries of various departments in terms of what they have, what they can showcase for what the ministries have achieved. So in terms of the minister's performance, the Prime Minister has been getting his reports from the secretaries of these various ministries and departments. And that will be used to assess their performance as well. And on the basis of that, maybe there could be a rejig, Rajdeep.
Okay, Paulomi Saha joining me with that update. Are we heading in for a final cabinet reshuffle of Modi 2.0 with several ministers being taken into party work? We'll keep a track on that story. Let's turn to our other top story tonight. The Predator drone deal, a multi-billion-dollar deal, was one of the big highlights of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit last week to the United States. The deal to buy 31 drones is expected to be a big boost to India's surveillance capabilities. But now comes the controversy. The Congress on Wednesday today claimed that the drones are being bought at inflated prices, and this could be, according to the Congress, another example of a defense deal where the government is overpricing its bid for these drones. The Modi government has rejected the charge. Could this therefore go the Rafale way again? Are we heading for another controversy over a mega defense deal? It's our top story tonight.
India is set to buy 31 of these war machines, popularly known as the Predator drones, that will add muscle to the country's air and naval capabilities. The proposed deal found mention in the joint statement issued by India and the US after Prime Minister Modi's talks with President Joe Biden last week. While the statement itself was silent on the pricing, the Defense Acquisition Council's go-ahead to the proposal to purchase the drones mentions the figure of $3 billion. The opposition is now gunning for the Modi government, claiming the drones are overpriced.
जिस ड्रोन को बाकी मुल्क 4 गुना कम कीमत में खरीदते हैं, उसी ड्रोन को हम $110 मिलियन यानी कि 880 करोड़ प्रति ड्रोन, 880 करोड़ पर ड्रोन हम खर्च कर रहे हैं.
The Congress claimed the questions over the proposed drone deal had forced the Defense Ministry to issue a clarification. The statement by the Defense Ministry on Sunday had rejected charges of overpricing, saying a deal is yet to be finalized. It claimed the Defense Acquisition Council on June 15 accorded the acceptance of necessity or AON of acquisition of 31 MQ-9B drone from the US. The ministry said the estimated cost of $3,072 million was provided by the US government. However, the price will be negotiated once policy approval of the US government is received. The Defense Ministry said it will compare the cost with the best price offered by the drone manufacturer General Atomics to other countries.
भारत अमेरिका दोस्ती को बढ़ाने के लिए MQ-9B ड्रोन खरीदने का भी एक समझौता हुआ है, जो भारत में ही असेंबल होंगे. इनका मेंटेनेंस, रिपेयर, ओवरहॉल भी कहीं पर होगा तो हमारे और आपके देश भारत में ही होगा. कुछ लोगों ने लेकर इसको कुछ विवाद भी खड़ा करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन मैं साफ कर देना चाहता हूं, उन्हें कहीं कुछ मिलेगा नहीं.
While the opposition has also questioned the capability of the MQ-9B drones, the forces are backing the acquisition.
ये बहुत बड़ा कैपेबिलिटी है। इससे क्या है, हमारा एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अच्छी तरह सर्वेलेंस और रिकग्निशंस कर सकते हैं। इट्स अ होल इकोसिस्टम दैट विल गेट डेवलप्ड, तो बहुत फायदा ही होगा।
The drone deal, like the purchase of Rafale fighter jets from the French arms maker Dassault, is likely to be a government-to-government deal. The Congress had earlier alleged a scam in the acquisition of Rafale jets, but its crusade did not pay any electoral dividends in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. The deal had got a stamp of approval from the Supreme Court as well. Bureau Report, India Today.
So will the drone deal also go the Rafale way? Will the Congress's charges of overpricing stick? Is there a need for more transparency in such mega defense deals? Some of the questions we'll raise. Supriya Srinath is Congress's chief spokesperson of its social media cell as well. Major General Sanjay Meston, defense expert, joins me. Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod joins me, defense expert. And Shiv Arun, who tracks this issue very closely for us, our senior editor, is with us here in the studio. Appreciate all of you joining us. Supriya Srinath, to you first. Is the Congress crying foul too soon? Is the question being asked? The government says that India is yet to finalize the cost and specific terms of purchase of these drones. Already, though, the Congress is alleging that India will pay nearly 4 times what other countries are paying. According to the government, we've made no price negotiations. So where is the question of paying 4 times extra?
So just before Mr. Modi left for the United States, various news organizations, including the one where we are chatting this debate on, the India Today group, put out stories that Mr. Modi is close to inking and in fact has approved the buying of 31 MQNBs at the cost of nearly $3 billion, which roughly translates to about 25,200 crore rupees. It was in print media, it was in electronic media, it was online, it was everywhere. Not a single denial came from the government. In fact, the government was basking in the laundry list that Mr. Modi was going to achieve. It's another story altogether. He practically achieved not much in the United States. But after Mr. Modi was about to come back and details started emerging of how expensive the proposition was, $110 million for each drone, whereas US itself was buying it at roughly half the cost, $56.5 million, Germany buying it for far less, UK that had bought it 7 years back at only $12.5 million, Australia found it expensive and actually scrapped the deal. Did the PIB clarification and the defense minister's clarification come? Is this how deals in the country are going to be done? I think that's point number one.
No, are you saying you went by a newspaper report? Supriya Srinath, are you saying that the Congress party is going by a newspaper report, not by any official document?
No, no.
Where is the official document?
No, I'm not. And
which
which is
says
exactly the point
25,000
I'm coming to. So please listen to me. I understand your angst. Let me speak. So my point is that the government can't plant misleading information and then backtrack when they are caught. Because debate started on pricing of these drones, they were caught. But there are some relevant questions. The questions are, why are we not talking about co-developing? This is again assembly. What kind of technology transfer are we talking about? Only 8 to 9%. What about the DRDO's own plan? I mean, the DRDO has spent roughly 1,768 crore rupees. What about its own plan? Has that been shelved? What about the CCS? Go ahead. Did that not come about just like in the case of Rafale? I think some very relevant questions continue to be asked. And I think questions will be raised on how this government functions. You cannot plant information because the Prime Minister is going to make him look good and then be caught red-handed and then backtrack. This is not how governments can function, but I have raised some very valid questions. And I think those questions deserve to be answered because there seems to also be some concerns from the Indian Air Force, who till April 2023 have written we need only 18, not 31, who have raised concerns on the cost of these, who have raised concerns on the utility of these, especially in the areas where we need them. So I think these questions need to be debated because the government was all out to say they are buying $3 billion. Why are they backtracking now?
Okay.
Why are they doing a U-turn? And it's not just with this. Even with the Micron plant, there's a U-turn.
let me, 1 minute. Let's go step by step. Shiv Arun, there were reports, PTI among them, putting out that the Prime Minister is likely to ink a drone deal in the United States. And a number was thrown up. A number which now, according to the government of India, there has been no price negotiation, only an in-principle agreement was made that we would go ahead with the drone deal. Where did these numbers come from? Is it, as is being suggested by the Congress spokesperson, something that was planted possibly on the media ahead of the visit by top government sources to give the impression that India was about to sign a mega deal? Is there any official document of any kind on price negotiations?
Actually, there's actually nothing suspicious at all about this 3 billion figure because, defense reporters have been reporting on this proposed deal and acquisition since at least 2016, 2017, and figures going up to as high as $4.5 billion have also been reported. I don't know why we're talking about PTI and press copies, because the acceptance of necessity MOD document itself reflects the $3,072 million, which was a figure that was provided by the US government, and which is what the MOD has also said in its statement. I want to add another point here. This $3 billion, which is a figure that everyone is balking over, is actually not surprising at all. And if this deal finally does go through, it may very well actually cost this, because these are extremely expensive drones. Now we can get
Is it more expensive than other countries?
The point is, nothing has been... 2 points, Rajdeep. One, since 2016, Manohar Parrikar was the defense minister when he went to the United States when the initial talks began on the requirement. The numbers have changed, but let me tell you that over 7 years, the single reason why a deal has not been signed is on the issue of price, Rajdeep. It is because these drones are so eye-wateringly expensive that no deal has actually been arrived at. The numbers have changed. It went from 22 to 40, back down to 18, then it went to 30, now it's come down to 31. These are extremely expensive drones. Another point that Supriya makes, and let me clarify that I think questions being raised are very good, but the issue of technology transfer, drones, of the Predator variety are not. The technology of these drones is not provided to anyone, not even to NATO allies. These drones are only manufactured in the United States. Now, whether there is any benefit to Indian industry in terms of localization, that again will be part of negotiations. We understand that the US has proposed that 9% of the drones in terms of value will be sourced from India. India wants that value to go up to about 20%. But in terms of both the price, this $3 billion, which can be seen as a kind of MRP, Rajdeep, in terms of what technology is made here, all of that will have to be part of negotiation. But let me just say that it is because of price, the price which the issue that the Congress is raising, it is because of that no deal has been signed so far.
We've got UK 2021, $246 million for 13 drones. So obviously there is a price point that has been achieved with other countries. Will India pay excessively is a question once the price negotiations are complete. You're saying at this stage to talk about price would be premature. Am I correct?
Also comparing drone sales between the US and India, a certain number, we don't know what that number is going to be. The US and NATO allies, what kind of package they're providing to them are vastly different. Trying to compare deals simply in terms of a bean count is always going to be a pretty, ill-advised affair, because we don't know what those deals contain, Rajdeep. Do they contain weapons? Do they contain lifetime support? Do they contain maintenance? Are there other, other attendant issues? Also remember that as far as India is concerned, it'll have to be from scratch. These aren't just remote controlled aircraft that we're buying. There has to be a huge amount of support infrastructure. I think questions about price definitely need to be asked. Pressure needs to be applied on the government in terms of getting the best possible price. But comparing it with what the UK has, or Belgium has, or Netherlands has, or NATO countries have, I think it's difficult to do that unless we have the details of what those deals contain.
Okay, much of this, of course, shrouded in secrecy and mystery. Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod, one of those, we'll come to you, ma'am. One of those question marks is over the number of drones. The initial report suggested, or this was apparently in 2017, it was suggested India needed about 17 to 18. Now the figure, we are told, has gone up to 31. Is there need for some clarity? Why do we need more drones? Is there enough of transparency, which is why these deals then get caught up like Rafale was in political tangles? Do you believe the government needs to come clean on all these issues?
No, absolutely. And for two issues I wanted to clarify, Rajdeep. Yes, I put up a drone, an aeroplane right behind me. And this is not a drone, this is C-130 aeroplane, right, which is right behind me. C-130 first flew, Rajdeep, in 1954. And even today, it is being produced. And we bought the latest C-130J, which you're aware. So an airframe, if you look at a drone, it's like a shopping bag. What you put in that shopping bag costs. Suppose you and I go for shopping, you carry the shopping bag, don't put anything in the bag. The shopping bag is going to cost you only 7 rupees or whatever at the time of checkout. And I put a whole lot of stuff in it. It is going to cost me more. And let's break that down even more. In Reaper 9 Bravo, the 9B that we are buying, in that shopping bag, what all things are there? We have brimstone missiles, Paveway 4 laser guided kits, multispectral targeting system like Shivaru covered. We are the only non-NATO nation to get such technology like links to radar. 360-degree maritime surface radar, which is like an upside-down radar. It can even pick up submarines, a periscope, automatic identification system. SIGINT, I'm sure you've heard the Navy Chief talk about it. Link 16, airborne early warning system. It can even be used for non-military systems like SDRF, NDRF can use it. You can search, marooned ships, boats. We are such a nation, Rajdeep. We are like a dagger into the Indian Ocean, and we have responsibility right down to South Pole.
But do we still need clarity as to why the number, if the government is going ahead with 31 drones as earlier proposed 17 or 18, do we need clarity on why have we increased the numbers? Do we need do we need transparency on what are we getting out of it?
It's a great question, Sir Rajdeep, and let me just break it down. These numbers are worked out on a document, I'm sure you know, called an LTIPP. So the three services sit down and they work out a certain amount of equipment that they need looking at the threat scenario. Home Ministry also plugs in saying that I need, for my capability, these things, and if we can share resources. So that number is say X number, and we are taking this 31 out of that X number, and that number does not say this particular drone, it says drone with so-and-so capabilities. So say it is 100. So 31 out of 100 we bought and we are going to use Predator. Then the rest of them, probably the Tapas we may have wanting to make 100, we will now make Tapas 70. So that is how it works.
But either way,
thank you for that question.
Either way, Major General Meston, there will be a question whether it is transparent enough. There have been questions. Every defense deal, therefore, and many of them get delayed year on year. We saw it in the UPA years, many deals getting delayed because someone or the other would raise a red flag, and many government officials don't even want to sign on. Even ministers in the past haven't wanted to sign on because there will always be an allegation of kickbacks and corruption. Do you believe that a better way is to be as transparent as possible?
Rajdeep, good evening. Having served in the Indian Army for such a long time, I am very clear whether it is any government of the day, all the deals are done in a transparent manner and the entire process starts from the three services. And as on date, we have something known as a CDS. So everything is well coordinated. It is decided among the three services what is the total requirement of drones, how many would go to the Air Force, Navy, and the Army. It is well conceived and well thought of and well planned. And therefore, then we give our recommendations to the Defense Ministry, and therefore they also sit down. There are a large number of sittings, and it is evolved.
Are you saying there is absolutely no possibility of any kickbacks or overpricing?
No, I don't feel there is possibility. And number two, I'll also come on to another thing, the efficacy. I think this is the best drone in the world. Having served in Afghanistan for almost 3 years, I have seen the efficacy of those drones. Last year only, Al-Zawahiri was shot down, precision-oriented by Hellfire missile. He was killed without any collateral damage. As regards ISR is concerned, this is the best drone. And today, the kind of hostile neighbors we have, The threat spectrum is so varied. It is no war, no peace scenario. And therefore, we require large number of drones for our land borders to have a war. Similarly, in the naval domain, we have such a vast area, not only Indian Ocean, which includes Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal, it is also extending up to Indo-Pacific, and the way Chinese submarines and everything is moving into Indian Ocean. We have to have, and when you transplant it...
So you're saying part of our preparedness will include, we need these drones. I don't think there's any argument, much like with the Rafale, about whether there is a need. The question is the manner in which the deal is stitched. Supriya Shined, you're hearing defense experts. You've heard them all say we need the drones. They all seem to suggest that you can't decide pricing purely on the basis of the fact that there are 31 drones. We don't know what comes with those drones, what benefits we are getting. It's all at the moment shrouded in secrecy. As many would say, such defense deals have to be for national security reasons. Is the Congress jumping into this debate in the hope that there will be some smoke out there?
No, absolutely not. I think the reason why the Congress is raising the points that it is raising is because Mr. Modi has had a track record to compromise national interests very often to ensure that his own PR machinery keeps working.
Give me an example.
The only concern.
No, give me an example.
I don't think the Congress party
give me an example. When you say, ma'am, give me an example. When you say Mr. Modi is compromising national security for optics.
I will give you an example. First, I will finish my point.
Yes.
I will first finish my point and then I will give you an example. You cannot heckle me into breaking my answer. I don't think the Congress party disputes the need for these. I don't think the Congress party questions the efficacy. All that the Congress party is questioning is the pricing, because this pricing was told to us by the government of India before Mr. Modi left. After he came back, the situation has changed. It has suddenly gone into proposal stage. That's point number one. And point number two, I want to make very clearly here is the government also needs to come out and talk about Make in India and Atmanirbharta. What about the DRDO's plans? Wasn't the DRDO developing Tapas BH201, which was supposed to be domestically manufactured? What about that? So you can't talk about Atmanirbharta, Make in India, and then completely shelve that project. I think these are very valid questions.
No, but these are top-end, high-end drones that are only made in the United States.
And while
these are top-end, high-quality drones only made in the United States.
While we are not disputing the need for these drones. We are disputing the price that we are willing to pay for this. We are almost paying double the price that the US and other NATO allies pay. I understand it may be at a premium to us, that NATO allies may get cheaper, but double the cost? Is that what we are going to be told? And I also want to point out the question that you raised. While you may have forgotten, and media is free to misreport, the Supreme Court only gave a green chit on the procurement process of Rafale. As far as the deal is concerned, there is a fresh inquiry happening in France that the government of India wants to play oblivious to, and that's the reality. Questions about Rafale continue to be unanswered no matter what any government here says.
Okay, let me leave it there. Let me leave it there. We've heard the politician, we've heard defense experts. Clearly, as I said, most defense deals eventually find themselves into the rough and tumble of politics, which is why they sometimes get inordinately delayed. Could there be more transparency is the question every government really needs to answer when they sign on to such mega deals or make it out to be that these will be game-changing deals. I appreciate all my guests joining me here on the news today. Let's turn from there to Karnataka, where social media wars have taken a new twist, where today the Karnataka police went ahead and booked the BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya over a tweet he had put out on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The video tweeted by Malviya mocked Rahul Gandhi's overseas trips and claims that Rahul Gandhi is playing a dangerous and insidious game. Take a look at tonight's special report.
Big defamation dangle between BJP and Congress. The Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka has booked the BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya for his video attack on Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's foreign trip. The Karnataka police filed an FIR against Malviya after complaints from top state Congress leaders against a video tweeted by Amit Malviya. The video Malviya posted on June 17 with the caption, "Rahul Gandhi is dangerous and playing an insidious game," was a parody of Rahul and claimed that Rahul goes abroad to meet anti-India elements to defame India and stop Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The video also claimed that Rahul was being used by elements who want to break India. Malviya has been booked for criminal conspiracy, promoting communal hatred and intention to commit a crime. Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge and Congress leader Ramesh Babu had filed complaints against the BJP IT cell chief. Slamming the animated video tweeted by Amit Malviya, Congress called the police action as a crackdown on fake news.
BJP bears the brunt of the law. They cry foul. They have a problem with following the law of the land. They have a problem with the constitution. And if we enforce the law or the constitution, they seem to have a problem with it.
The BJP appeared unfazed despite the FIR against Malviya and vowed to expose Rahul Gandhi. It also promised a legal fight back against what it called a politically motivated case.
अमित मालवीय अपना IT सेल का हेड है, उनका खिलाफ FIR दाखिल किया है, प्रेजुडिस के वजह से FIR किया है, यहाँ कांग्रेस सरकार है.
The BJP has been vocal in its attack on Rahul Gandhi's foreign trips. It has slammed Rahul over his meets with activists from Hindus for Human Rights, former Labour chief and India baiter Jeremy Corbyn in the past. It has also slammed Rahul for allegedly seeking help from Western powers to oust Modi government. Bureau Report, India Today.
From social media wars, let's turn to cricket wars, because the excitement over the announcement of the World Cup, ODI World Cup that will be held in India in October, November yesterday have now been marred by a political showdown of sorts over the venues that have been selected. From the Congress to the Aam Aadmi Party, opposition parties are accusing the cricket board of a bias to BJP-ruled states, particularly towards the city of Ahmedabad. Take a look.
Absolutely magnificent. Dhoni finishes.
It's been 12 years since India won the ODI World Cup.
Lift the World Cup. After 28 years, the parties start in the dressing room.
And with India set to hold the tournament this year, hopes of 1.3 billion people are rising again. The World Cup 2023 starts with an England versus New Zealand opener in a clash between the previous edition finalists at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad will host 5 matches, including the India versus Pakistan mega face-off and the final. But the excitement around World Cup has been marred by politics. Opposition parties are now crying bias over match venues. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor expressed his displeasure over the exclusion of the Thiruvananthapuram.
10, 11 cities have been given matches. And some have got 5 matches, some have got 4 matches. They could have easily spread the joy a little better. Places like Thiruvananthapuram, which has such a wonderful new stadium, Mohali, Ranchi. There are places that are substantial towns with good cricket following and with excellent stadiums that could have been given an opportunity also to host a World Cup match.
Mohali, which hosted the iconic India-Pakistan semi-final in 2011, is not hosting a single World Cup match.
ਜਦੋਂ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਏ ਤਾਂ 96 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ, 2011 ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਦਾ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਮੈਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੋਹਾਲੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਰਿੰਦਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਅਹਿਮਦਾਬਾਦ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਮੈਚ ਵੀ ਕਰਵਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਓਪਨਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੈਚ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਸਟੇਡੀਅਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ.
The Congress has accused the BJP of conspiring against the border state.
पंजाब को पहली बार इग्नोर नहीं किया गया. ये मैं सीधा सीधा कह सकता हूं कि ये भी इसमें भी बीजेपी की साजिश है और इस प्रकार से मोहाली का स्टेडियम का नाम हटाना मैं समझता हूं कि 100% इसमें राजनीति हुई है.
The BCCI has denied the charges.
ICC has to approve all those venues. It's not purely in BCCI's hands. ICC has to approve those venues. So all those who are raising objection, they should realize that we need a consent of ICC also while picking up these venues.
Apart from the row over venues, there is another controversy brewing. A Pakistan Cricket Board official has said the country's government will decide on the team's participation in the match against India at Ahmedabad. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's go across to Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Unko gussa kyun aata hai? Shashi Tharoor, you seem very angry over the cricket match schedule. Now, we can't give every city in the country a match. Thiruvananthapuram, your constituency, let's be honest, is not a leading cricket center in the country. So why are you so upset?
First of all, it is a new stadium which has been very highly praised. The national games were hosted there a few years ago, and Sachin Tendulkar, sitting next to me, said to me, this has to be one of the best stadiums in India. In fact, he called it the best then, but some more have been built since, including Ahmedabad and Ranchi, so I can't complain. The fact still is, it is one of the best stadiums in the country. It's got excellent drainage. There was one day match that was allocated to Trivandrum on a day when it rained cats and dogs, but they were still able to have a rain-shortened match because the drainage was so good. So the fact is that lots of good things going for it, and equally important, Kerala has become cricket mad only in the last generation or so, with the advent of stars like Srishant and Sanju Samson and others coming up. And it's a great thing for BCCI to encourage sport in parts of the country where it wasn't so deeply entrenched, which is why places like Thiruvananthapuram or Cuttack or Guwahati, or for that matter Ranchi and Raipur, have been given matches in recent years of international against international teams. The question is, why was it that we allowed ourselves to be confined to just 10 venues? There are 45 matches going on in the tournament. There are only 10 venues, and some have got 5 matches per venue, which seems to me an absolute extravagance. They could easily have spread this around, and instead of 5 matches per venue, if 3 more venues had been added, and they'd all had 3 matches each, everyone would have been happy. I don't see why it would have been so difficult for us to do that.
You know what the BCCI claims, Dr. Tharoor, is that they are trying to ensure that the teams don't have to travel from one end of the country to another, from Thiruvananthapuram to Dharamsala, for example. Do you feel, though, that BJP, is your real objection that BJP-ruled states, Gujarat and Ahmedabad in particular, have got all the creamy matches? Is that the real issue, that you feel that the matches should have been more evenly distributed across all states?
Look, first of all, on the travel business, remember, at any one match, it's only 2 teams traveling. So all the logistics arguments I find very weak. 2 teams can travel. It's not as if you're carting the entire tournament off from one venue to the next. Secondly, and that goes for hotel rooms and everything else as well. As far as security is concerned, every state has its own security arrangement, so that too is not a good argument. I think ultimately, what has happened is that those who wield outsized influence on the board undoubtedly have been able to secure results for themselves. That's the way our country works. I'm not entirely surprised. But if you look at the fact that Ahmedabad, since you mention it, has both the first match of the tournament and the last match, the opening and the final, and has the 2 marquee games, both Australia, England, and India, Pakistan, the 2 biggest games of the tournament, that suggests to me that this can't have been a mere coincidence. It didn't happen with a drawing of lots. It's happened because, obviously, some places wield greater influence than others. So it's a lament on my part. I recognize that that's the way our country functions. I'm not going to sit around here trying to change the impossible. But I am saying that I think it would have been good, even politically good for all concerned, to spread the joy a little more widely around every single corner of the country. And certainly Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Chennai have games, but none of those is anywhere close to the deep south, which has been left out. And Thiruvananthapuram would have been a worthy recipient of BCCI largesse.
But let's be honest, Dr. Tharoor, Jai Shah is the BCCI secretary. Gujarat has the largest stadium. Ahmedabad has the largest stadium in the country at the moment. When Sharad Pawar was ICC chief, Mumbai got the 2011 final during Jagmohan Dalmia's time. Kolkata was the cricket capital. Now it's Jai Shah who's made Ahmedabad the cricket capital. That's the reality.
I recognize that's the way it goes. That's the way our country is. I'm not quarreling with that. And also, Ahmedabad is not just the biggest stadium in India. It's the biggest stadium in the world. Fitting place for a final. But they didn't have to hog all the goodies. That's the point.
You know, Dr. Tharoor, I just wonder whether you've ever thought of getting into cricket administration. You're a politician who loves cricket. So have you ever thought of getting into cricket administration?
Oh, it's much more political. In fact, at some point, some people from within Kerala cricket had invited me to get involved, whereupon the then reigning lord of Kerala cricket amended the constitution of the Kerala Cricket Association to ensure that nobody who had not been involved in the district administrations for at least 10 years was eligible for any position in the KCA. That put paid to any cricketing administration on my part. I think I might have enjoyed it and done a good job, but alas, that was not to be, because that's the way vested interests work always in our situation.
One final question, Dr. Tharoor. You've been a great advocate of India-Pakistan cricket. You even wrote a book on it. Would you like, therefore, to see Pakistan play India and India tour Pakistan, not just during World Cups? Because this is now going to be the next big controversy. Will Pakistan actually eventually come to India? Do you believe the two countries should simply play in each other's countries more often?
Absolutely. I mean, it seems to be bizarre that we have bilateral tours and tournaments taking place in both football and hockey. And I think Indians and Pakistanis have played each other in some other sports. It's squash, I think, not too long ago. But we don't play each other in cricket alone. Why is cricket meant to bear the burden that nobody else has to? We haven't broken off diplomatic relations with Pakistan. We still have relations with them. We still cooperate with them in other domains. Yes, I mean, things are not totally normal. But cricket is something which actually unites people. It might actually discourage the worst. So I'd like to think that we should be able to restore normal relations. But I will say one thing, Rajdeep. This is an area in sport where the decision is going to be political. That it is only when the political authorities have decided to permit such a gesture as a political signal to the other side that it will actually happen. Cricket never precedes politics. It's not that because we're playing such great cricket together, the politicians will thaw. It has to be the other way around. And therefore, I'm urging the politicians, when I answer your question, to try and handle this somewhat differently.
Dr. Tharoor, as always, a pleasure talking to you. I hope that Thiruvananthapuram still gets a match. Maybe it's still too late. Somebody out there, Jai Shah, are you listening to Shashi Tharoor? How about giving matches across the country? You don't need 5 matches in one city during a World Cup. Think about it. Let's take a break. When we return, we are turning to our Good News Today story. It comes from Dehradun. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
The India Today Group is pleased to announce the launch of a brand new online portal for our Best Colleges survey, featuring 6 years of ranking data as well as a wealth of granular information on thousands of institutes of higher learning. Our interactive portal offers easy access, analysis and guidance to our Best Colleges of India survey results for over 2,000 colleges across 14 streams. We invite everyone to visit our site, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in, and we wish aspiring students all the very best.
Quality today. In Delhi, 360. In Mumbai, 19. In Kolkata, 58. In Bangalore, 47. In Chennai, 51. In Hyderabad, 32.
Welcome back. Last week, my Mumbai friends were complaining, where is the monsoon? 2 days later, they are complaining about flooding on the streets. Typical Mumbai, because the first round of heavy rains this week have brought the maximum city to a halt. Waterlogging today led to traffic jams in several areas, especially in the suburbs. Now, the Met Department has issued a yellow alert in Mumbai and surrounding areas for the next 4 to 5 days. Take a look.
Andheri subway submerged. Colonies waterlogged. Roads submerged. India's financial capital, Mumbai, is on high alert as monsoon sweeps across the country. Waterlogging led to traffic jams in several areas on Wednesday. Water entered the police station in Manpada, where police personnel were seen working in water. The Met Department has predicted very heavy rain for Mumbai and central Maharashtra over the next 48 hours.
आने वाले 4-5 दिनों में महाराष्ट्र के कोंकण तट और अंदरी इलाकों मतलब जो घाट परिसर है मध्य महाराष्ट्र का वहां हमने भारी से अति भारी वर्षा बहुत बार हेवी रेन का चेतावनी दिया है.
The rains have kept the BMC on its toes.
कि हमें अंदेशा है कि अगले 4 से 5 दिन हैवी रेनफॉल होने वाली है. तो आज हमने सुबह मैंने जो हमारे जितने फील्ड ऑफिसर हैं, वार्ड ऑफिसर्स, जोनल डिप्टी कमिश्नर्स, हमारे जो स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेन के सैकड़ों इंजीनियर्स और ये 480 जो मेंटर्स हैं, इंजीनियर्स हैं डी वाटरिंग पंप्स के, उनको मैंने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आदेश दिया है कि कोई भी ऑफिस नहीं बैठेगा, सब मुझे लोग फील्ड में चाहिए.
The rains have claimed one life in Mumbai. A 38-year-old man died in Malad after a tree fell on him. Every year, the authorities have failed the average Mumbaikar, making the monsoons a nightmare and at times even a death trap for the citizens. Bureau Report, India Today.
Mumbai Barish, kabhi khushi, kabhi gum. And let's leave you with a khushi story. Our good news today's story is that of a 106-year-old, that's right, 106-year-old woman who participated in a national athletics championship in Dehradun and surprised everyone. Rambai was the toast of the tournament. She won 3 gold medals in the 85+ category. You're never too young to run. I leave you with that story. You stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Age is just a number, and Rambai has proved it once again. The 106-year-old sprinter won 3 golds in 100 meters, 200 meters and shot put in the above 85 category at the National Open Athletics Championship held in Dehradun.
कौन से नंबर पे? नंबर मको जानने की शायद.
Rambai, who took up athletics just 2 years ago, had won gold in the 100 meters race last year as well. At that event in Bengaluru, she was the only contender. Bureau Report, India Today.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
A summer crop that is the choice of millions across the country is rapidly becoming a prized delicacy. It is enjoyed in all its forms, but now households are being forced to choose.
पहले जब मैं 1 हफ्ते पहले लेने गई थी तो 60 रुपए किलो थे. अब कल लेने गई हूँ तो 120 रुपए किलो, और वो भी टमाटरों का आप हाल देख सकते हैं, कहीं से गले हैं, कहीं से ये वाइटिश में है.
It is an annual deja vu that is hitting India's most vulnerable and the middle class. As the monsoon arrives and supplies plummet, the price of vegetables like the tomato has skyrocketed. The price of tomatoes, an indispensable part of Indian dining tables, has crossed 100 rupees per kilogram in many parts of the country over the past few days.
इतनी महंगाई में क्या खाएं, क्या खरीदें, क्या बनाएं, ये समझ नहीं आई। टमाटर देख लो साथ में सामान पे, कभी 60, आज 120, कल 100, ऐसे टमाटरों के रेट ऐसे बढ़ते हैं कि कमाने वाला भी थक गया और खाने वाले भी थके जा रहे। हर चीज इतना महंगा कि बजट से 3 गुना ज्यादा। इससे कोई समझ में नहीं आता कि क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है।
Farmers have cited production and supply shortages as major reasons behind the hike.
माल कम रहने के कारण ही बाजार टाइट हुए है। उसका प्रॉब्लम है कि बारिश भी कम था, उसके कारण फसल कम था। इसके पहले 6-8 महीना टमाटर में बहुत मंदी था, लगभग ऐसा पकड़ के चलो 5 रुपए के 10 रुपए के लगभग में बाजार थे। उसके कारण लोगों ने कम किया, उसको खर्चा भी ज्यादा है टमाटर को।
Experts, however, have a different view.
रिटेल मार्केट में तकरीबन 60 रुपए से ज़्यादा प्राइस हर जगह पे है, बताया गया है कि इतना प्राइस है। लेकिन जो हॉकर्स हमारे घर के बाहर आते हैं या जिनसे हम लेते हैं, वो तकरीबन 80 और 100 रुपए का चार्ज करते हैं। इसका मतलब साफ है कि एक रिटेल माफिया जो है वो ऑपरेट करता है। जो इन्फ्लेशन हम एनकाउंटर करते हैं, जिसके ऊपर हमारा हाहाकार मचता है, वो इसलिए है क्योंकि जो हॉकर्स की जो एक रेंज बनी हुई, एक नेटवर्क बना हुआ है, वो प्राइस अपने आप फिक्स कर लेता है।
Vegetable vendors claim that many consumers who would earlier buy 1 kg or more tomatoes have now switched to buying half a kilogram or fewer tomatoes. Whatever the reason, the fact remains that the increasing prices have drastically affected the kitchen budget of consumers. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 24 degrees.
Artificial intelligence, AI, an ever-evolving field, is transforming the world we live in, unleashing wonders that were once unimaginable. Now, artificial intelligence is transforming lives in Lucknow in the field of medical science. This is an ortho-robo performing a knee replacement surgery, all made possible courtesy AI. And this is a game changer in Uttar Pradesh, as this AI-powered robo will now perform more ortho procedure in Lucknow's Apollo Medics.
This is a most advanced active robotic system. Active means कि हम इसमें सर्जिकल प्लानिंग करते हैं और वो सर्जिकल प्लानिंग सर्जन अपने एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से, पेशेंट की बॉडी के हिसाब से करता है, तब उस सॉफ्टवेयर को सेव करके और रोबोट में कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है.
So how does this work? All the information is fed into the robo and then it works on its own, performing the surgery directly.
0.1 मिलीमीटर तक एक्यूरेट होता है. और अगर आप मैनुअल सर्जरी और रोबोटिक सर्जरी की बात करें तो मैनुअल सर्जरी 70% एक्यूरेट, तो दिस इज 95% एक्यूरेट.
From revolutionizing industries to enhancing everyday life, AI has proven to be a catalyst for progress and innovation. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, you've been observing this sector very, very closely over a long period of time. I wanted to take your, take first on this 75 policies in a day kind of a target that this person was seen asking his employees to do or juniors to do. Is that a usual target that is given to a bank employee?
So these targets that are given are multiple targets are given to branch managers. And insurance is just one of them. They have targets for selling savings accounts, term deposits, and life insurance. A whole lot of multiple targets are given. And depending on urgency, a day they will keep shifting and emphasizing whichever targets they feel that there is a shortfall. And today, if you walk to any private bank branch, you will see that the branch staff are under enormous pressure to meet these multiple targets that are given to them by the top management.
And help our viewers understand why is exactly there so much pressure on bankers to sell these many insurance policies in such in a single day.
So, Sakshi, clearly banks are allowed to cross-sell products. They can cross-sell many products like PPF is there, mutual fund is there, insurance policies are there. But why banks are focusing on insurance policies? The one answer to it is high commission rates. When they sell PPF, the commission might be nothing. When they are selling mutual fund, it is around 0.5% that is paid to bankers. But when it is insurance policies, it is up to 50% of the premium that is paid as commission to banks. So clearly it adds to their profit, and their profit increases when they sell these third-party products.
What are the kinds of mis-selling products that is done here? What could a user really end up with in such cases if not properly educated like you've been talking about?
You see, I have known of instances, of course we don't know in this case what exactly has happened, where customers want to open a bank deposit and they are completely missold. Actually the bank staff do fraud. They deliberately put their money into an insurance product. The customer believes he has opened a savings account or he's opened a term deposit.
Okay.
So only when the premium comes in that they realize there's something wrong. And then when they approach the branch, they realize that they have not got a bank deposit. They have got an insurance policy where they have to pay premiums for about 15 years. In other cases, I've come across even students whom you cannot sell a policy to because they are not earning. Okay. The banks have forged their age, forged their income proofs. And this shows a total collapse in underwriting standards, even of the insurance companies, because there has to be a verification done. But the entire process is so corrupted to achieve your targets that you have such practices.
Powered by Bajaj Allianz Life Diabetic Term Plan. Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free. Extra Safe Polycab Green Wire.
It's Pakistan's worst kept secret. And now it's out in the open. Pakistan caught abducting youth in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Stunning abduction jihad for terror.
ये इसमें मेरे को जो काउंसलिंग था मेरे को एक प्री प्लान है, लोगों को उठाया जा रहा है. अगर इसको रोकने की कोशिश न की तो फिर ये काम रुकेगा नहीं.
Even minors are kidnapped for terrorism. India Today world exclusive from Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir is our top focus on India First. Hundreds of children and youth have been abducted from various towns and villages in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The parents are running from pillar to post to have
police investigations initiated, but the police refused to even register an FIR. Why? Because an explosive statement made by Maulana Khalil, and you will hear the president of Pakistan occupied J&K's Traders Association, he insists that these children have been taken away by a terrorist organization called the Jamaat-ud-Dawa. Here is somebody sitting in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir who says that their children are being abducted by Jamaat-ud-Dawa. What is Jamaat-ud-Dawa? It's a front for a UN designated terrorist organization called Lashkar-e-Taiba. And these children, after being abducted, are being brainwashed and then trained by the Pakistan army for jihad in Jammu and Kashmir, in India. India Today's Jitendra Bahadur Singh brings you a top story.
आपने पाकिस्तान के साथ लिहाज किया है तो कोई दस्तावेज दिखाएं हमें.
The terror training and the protests. Enough is enough, say these helpless people in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, now openly blaming the Pakistan army and the UN designated banned terrorist organization Jamaat-ud-Dawa for abduction of their children for terror training.
ये सुन के मुझे बहुत ही ताज्जुब हुआ कि एक खित्ते के एक बिस्कुट से 18 बच्चों की गुमशुदगी और मजीद हमारे 2 बच्चे 20 तालिब इल्मों की गुमशुदगी, ये एक संगीन तरीन मामला है. ये एक वो जो काउंसिल साहब ने फरमाया एक प्री प्लान है, लोगों को उठाया जा रहा है. अगर इसको रोकने की कोशिश न की गई तो फिर ये काम रुकेगा नहीं.
Maulana Khalil says there are witnesses who've seen the Jamaat-ud-Dawa and Pakistan army not just abduct but also brainwash and train youth for jihad in Jammu and Kashmir.
ये आज़ाद कश्मीर की जो हमारी जो रियासत है, रियासत पहले लोग रोते थे कि आटा नहीं मिल रहा, पहले लोग रो रहे थे कि हमारे माल की हमारी जायदादों का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ नहीं हो रहा. आज मेरी तरह का जिम्मेदार आदमी इस बात पे रो रहा है कि हमारे बच्चों की जिंदगियां खतरे में हैं.
At least 150 youth from Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir have been abducted by the ISI for training and radicalization. People of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir say it will be a teary-eyed Eid for them if their sons are not returned immediately. They insist they will protest not just in Muzaffarabad but also in Islamabad in front of the world media and expose UN designated global terrorist Hafiz Saeed's terror organization and General Asim Munir's Pakistan army.
अगर मामला इसी तरह बढ़ता रहा तो फिर हमारी मजबूरी होगी कि ईद के बाद इस्लामाबाद प्रेस क्लब के सामने इंटरनेशनल सहाफ़ियों को सामने रख के हम एहतजाजी धरना देने पे मजबूर हो गए.
Pakistan has used orphans and poor boys for terror even in the past. Ajmal Amir Kasab and the 9 other Pakistani terrorists who attacked Mumbai on 26/11/2008 were part of the same terror template in Pakistan.
Pakistan is exporting terror is known to whole world. This issue was raised during visit of Prime Minister Modi to US also. Now ISI has started new conspiracy. They are kidnapping youth from POK, training them to become terrorists, bring brainwash of youth to become terrorists and instigating against India.
Defense experts insist people in POJK will soon get fed up with the Pakistan government and want to join the Indian Union.
India does not have to immediately worry about it. We are already trained, equipped and ready to tackle terrorism. A time will come when people of POK will get fed up and will themselves want to join with India.
Recently, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh commented about people in POJK wanting to be a part of India.
ये देख रहे हैं कि पीओके में क्या हो रहा है. मैंने एक बार कहा था कि मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा हमको कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर के लोगों पर जो जुल्म ढाया जा रहा है, वहीं से यह डिमांड उठेगी कि हमको भारत में अपने को मर्ज करना है.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar also hit out at Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror.
We cannot allow terrorism to be normalized. We cannot allow that to become the basis for getting us into discussions with Pakistan. So until there is departure from, and I would say, an abrogation of this policy of cross-border terrorism, clearly it is not possible to have, the normal relationship.
The helpless people in POJK insist they will expose Pakistan if their children are not returned immediately. With Jitendra Bahadur Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Explosive disclosures by Maulana Khalil in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. What Pakistan did in Jammu and Kashmir in 1990s, ISI and Lashkar-e-Taiba are doing it in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir today. Let me get you more on this big story. Joining me on India First is Dr. Amjad Ayub Mirza, author and rights activist from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Abdul Samad Yaqub is the spokesperson and a leader of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Party. Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain is former Kashmir Corps commander, watches developments across the LC very closely. But my first question is to India Today's Jitendra Bahadur Singh, breaking this big story for us here. Jitendra, कितने बच्चों का अपहरण हुआ है पाक अधिकृत जम्मू और कश्मीर में, क्या-क्या जानकारी निकल कर आ पा रही है और किस तरह की ट्रेनिंग इन बच्चों को दी जा रही है, उनका ब्रेन वॉश कैसे किया जा रहा है?
देखिए गौरव, पिछले 2-3 महीनों से लगातार इस तरीके की चाल पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी ISI की तरफ से किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर में जिस तरीके से उसको मात खानी पड़ रही है, वहां पर किसी भी यूथ को ना तो रेडिकलाइज कर पा रहा है और ना ही किसी आतंकवादी को सीमा के उस पार से भेजने में सफल हो पा रहा है। जो भी आता है उसको सीमा पर ही ढेर कर दिया जा रहा है। इसी वजह से आपने देखा कि पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर में जिस तरीके से पिछले कुछ दिनों में करीब 150 के आसपास जो युवा हैं उनको अगवा किया गया, उनको एब्डक्ट किया गया और उसके बाद उनको पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर में मुजफ्फराबाद के नजदीक एक तेजिन कैंप पड़ता है, जो पुराना पाकिस्तान की आर्मी का कैंप था। उस कैंप को रिनोवेट करके यहाँ पर उन युवाओं को रखा गया। ऐसी इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज के सोर्सेस के थ्रू हमें जानकारी मिल रही है और इन युवाओं को हथियार चलाने की ट्रेनिंग के साथ साथ इनको रेडिकलाइज भी किया जा रहा है पूरी तरीके से। और जानकारी ये है कि ये युवा जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर भेजने का प्लान पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी ISI कर रही है।
डॉक्टर अमजद अयूब मिर्जा, how serious a problem is this for the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, sir?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's quite a serious problem because we suffer from the occupation of Pakistan army, and then the Pakistan army proxies that are getting trained in Pakistani occupied Jammu Kashmir, they have the backing of Pakistan army, and these goons, they walk in Muzaffarabad, Bagh, Bhimber, Rawalakot, especially in Poonch area, in the streets and collect extortion money in the name of donations. So आते हैं जैसे भाई हम ये जहाद कर रहे हैं इसके लिए आप चंदा दें, तो if you don't give it, if you say भाई मेरे तो आज बिक्री नहीं है तो मैं I can't give any, I haven't made any sales, they will go away, but then they will come back with a vengeance and they'll break your shop or they'll beat you up. So it's a kind of indirect way of extortion of money from traders and people, and openly they are doing this under the nose of Pakistani secret services, Pakistani army, the police in POJK. So it's quite frightening at the moment for us as well. Okay. Having said that,
let me bring in Abdul Samad Yaqub into this conversation. Abdul Samad Yaqub, Can Pakistan continue to say, and especially the Pakistan army, can Pakistan army continue to say that Kashmir is their jugular vein and then ill-treat people, abduct children in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir? This would indicate that Pakistan is ill-treating people in POJK, sir.
Well, first of all, Kashmir is born of contention between Pakistan and India, and it will remain born of contention between both countries until it is resolved. But your news, your story, which you have broken in your just which I have seen the interview of the Mullah Khalil or someone who was appearing on the media. I mean, this is a this is a rubbish. This is based on nonsense. If someone is gone missing from the madrasa, that doesn't mean that he has been the kid has been abducted and then he has been sent to some incubator or some training camps. I mean, those, even Ayub Mirza understands very clearly the ideology of jihad and the methodology of jihad.
But nobody in India is saying it. He's in POJK. Dr. Amjad Ayub Mirza, is this rubbish? Are people in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir lying?
Are people in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir what?
Are they telling a lie when they say that they are being abducted by Lashkar-e-Taiba?
No, they're not telling a lie. There is this imam of a madrasa made a press conference in Bagh, and he claimed that 2 of his students have gone missing, and in Dheerkot 20 students were missing from the madrasa. Now the photographs are coming out, and I can send them to you, where grown-up children who got lost from the madrasa have become jihadis and were shot dead by the Indian army during the attempted infiltration. So ये छोटे बच्चों को उठा के ले जा रहे हैं, पता नहीं कहाँ उनका ब्रेन वॉश कर रहे हैं, इतनी उनकी दाढ़ियां इतने बाहर रख के उनको ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं इसकी और जहाज की और बदतरूरों की, और फिर ये उनको जो है लॉन्चिंग पैड तक लाते हैं और फिर ये क्रॉस द बॉर्डर उनको भेजने की कोशिश करते हैं. लेकिन POJK के लोग इनके साथ नहीं है. द इंडिजिनस पीपल, कश्मीरी जमवाल, the Jat, the Chaudhry, the local people are not supporting these. These are people who have been trained by Pakistan intelligence services.
Okay. Let me bring in General Syed Atta Hasnain into this conversation. General Hasnain, is Pakistan army being exposed by the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir? You know, from stealing wood to atrocities against the people of POJK and now auctioning off a part of POJK to China. But sir, should India be escalating this? Should India raise this in a very big way? For example, leaders from Jammu and Kashmir, should Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah not speak up for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir?
Gaurav, thank you. Lots of questions that you put to me. Let me try and answer all of them. पहले तो let me be very clear, this is not something new. POJK के अंदर it is something new, yes. But within Pakistan, it's old wine.
Yes.
I have known this for the last over 20 years. And this is the methodology followed by the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jamaat-ul-Dawa now, and I've interviewed, spoken to many young Pakistanis in the United States, in UK, who have escaped from there and gone there and told me what were the methodologies used to actually try and recruit them. In many cases, their families had actually borrowed money to try and make sure that they were removed from Pakistan, sent abroad by any means at all. So this is nothing very new. But also I can tell you that these children going into camps, the Dora-e Khas, the Dora-e Aam, which I'm sure my friends from Pakistan would know. What is the Dora-e Aam and Dora-e Khas? The special camps which are there for training all these children. Now, as far as India is concerned, one thing that we need to do, we need to be aware of the fact that there's a convention on child soldiers, which is in the United Nations. We need to move the UN on this, or we need to get the people of POJK to convince everyone in Pakistan to move this, so that there can be a tremendous amount of pressure put on the Pakistan army on this. There is no other way that this should happen. And I would completely believe everything which is being said on this program today, for the simple reason Pakistan is finding different means of stoking the fires in Jammu and Kashmir. They have to do it.
Abdul Samad Yaqub, just look at what is happening. These parents are saying there is no Eid celebration. Tomorrow you will be celebrating Eid with your family. General Asim Munir will be celebrating Eid with his family. But these parents will not be celebrating Eid because their children have been abducted for some so-called jihad in Jammu and Kashmir. So to feed this terror factory, even Muslims are now not being spared by the Pakistan Mil Jihad complex.
See, 220 million, 22 million students are out of school in Pakistan. I mean, and these madrasas who are facilitating them, providing a free education to them, this is a sheer propaganda against them. See, if anyone who's gone missing from the madrasa, I strongly condemn it. The fair investigation should be held. I mean, maybe he has been gone missing for the forced labor, for the child labor.
Sir, वही तो investigation नहीं. आप सुनो तो मौलाना खलील को. He says पुलिस के पास गए बाग में. Pakistan police refuses to investigate. Then Jamaat Dawa representatives came to his house and said हमारे पास है, जिहाद के लिए है, पुलिस कंप्लेंट मत करो.
देखिए, समटाइम ऐसा होता है कि स्कूल में टीचर्स की या इन उस्तादों की सख्ती की वजह से बच्चे मदरसे छोड़ जाते हैं
और फिर जमात दावा को ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं, आतंकी बन जाते हैं.
अच्छा,
ये तो मजाक है.
जनरल साहब का ये कहना, जनरल साहब का लास्ट थिंग, जनरल साहब वो दौरा खासा जो है या दौरा आमा वाज 21 days training and दौरा खासा was 40 days training, 4 months training, and that was being conducted in the Afghanistan, not in the Azad Kashmir. वो पुरानी बातें जो हैं शायद.
I am aware of this. जनाब, I am aware of this. I am an ex-corps commander of Kashmir. मुझे मालूम है आपके यहाँ जिहाद किस तरह से.
One by one. Okay. जनरल हसनैन.
जो बनी है जिसने कहा कि हम G20 नहीं होने देंगे और जहादियों को पुंछ के दरख्तों के अंदर वहाँ जंगल में ट्रेनिंग दे रहे थे, जिसकी मैंने इंफॉर्मेशन लीक आउट की, जिसके हमारे लोगों ने जाके फोटोग्राफ्स वहाँ पे तहरीक इत्तेफाक राय के वर्कर्स ने खींची और वो शेयर की इंडियन मीडिया के साथ, दुनिया को हमने बताया. ये तो अभी G20 की बात है. जो गाजी शहजाद अहमद, जो पाकिस्तान एक्स आर्मी ऑफिसर, जिसने वहां पे ओपनली उसने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके तो ये ऐलान किया कि हम G20 नहीं होने देंगे और जातियों की ट्रेनिंग शुरू की. वो तो हमने इतना शोर मचाया कि पाकिस्तान आर्मी को खतरा पैदा हो गया कि कोई इसको आके मार ना दे, तो उसको उन्होंने ये बहाना बनाया कि हमने अरेस्ट कर लिया है, लेकिन उसको प्रोटेक्टिव कस्टडी में ले लिया, उसको बचा लिया उन्होंने.
यही तो पाकिस्तान करता है. जनरल हसनैन, यही तो पाकिस्तान करता है. हाफिज सईद को प्रोटेक्टिव कस्टडी में ले लो, मसूद अजहर को प्रोटेक्टिव कस्टडी में ले लो, दाऊद इब्राहिम को प्रोटेक्टिव कस्टडी में ले लो. मतलब दुनिया के सारे आतंकवादी, वो दैट प्रोफेसर ऑफ टेरर वाज विद देम, उसामा बिन लादेन को एबटाबाद में प्रोटेक्टिव कस्टडी में ले लो. ऑल टेररिस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड आर इन पाकिस्तान. जनरल हसनैन,
मुरीद के आप देख लीजिए, मुरीद को लुक एट मुरीद के, लुक एट बहावलपुर. आई मीन, अब आप मुझको कह रहे हैं कि मेरे पुरानी ख्यालात हैं, अफगानिस्तान में दौरा खास दौरा आयाम चल रहा था. अभी क्या मुरीदके में आप डिनाई करेंगे कि मुरीदके के अंदर लश्कर तौयबा जमात दावा के कैंप वहीं चल रहे हैं? आप डिनाई करेंगे कि जैश मोहम्मद का बहावलपुर में इतना बड़ा कैंप है? और मतलब ये तो सभी को मालूम है, दुनिया को मालूम है पूरा.
मैंने मुरीद के देखा है, मैंने मुरीद के लश्कर तैयबा का या जमात दावा का जो आप वो कह रहे हैं, वो देखिए वो मदरसा है, इस तरह की ट्रेनिंग्स नहीं होती. अगर आप मसूद अजहर के मदरसे की बात कर रहे हैं बहावलपुर के अंदर, आप मेरे साथ कोई अपना नुमाइंदा भेज दे, कोई जर्नलिस्ट भेज दे, मैं आपको लेके चलता हूँ, मुरीद के लेके चलता हूँ.
जनाब, मदरसे भारत में भी हैं, मदरसे भारत में भी हैं, मगर हमारे मदरसे दूसरे किस्म के हैं. आपके मदरसे तो वो हैं जो जिहादी तैयार करते हैं, ये मेरा कहना है.
जनरल साहब, आपकी बात से इत्तेफाक कर सकता हूं, मगर इस हद तक नहीं कि मदरसों में आप ये कह सकते हैं कि पाकिस्तान में ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स हो सकते हैं, वजीरिस्तान में हो सकते हैं, या किसी ऐसी जगह पे हो सकते हैं, जा सकती है.
डिबेट नहीं है, स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट है. स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट है. अब तो मतलब आप सोचे ना, आप तो खुद ही सफर कर रहे हैं, आप पाकिस्तान तहरीक इंसाफ के हैं, आप तो खुद ही सफर कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान आर्मी के हाथों. आप तो जानते हैं, अब तो सच बोलो.
ये पाकिस्तान आर्मी के हाथों सफर करना वो हमारा इंटरनल मसला है. वो जहां आप सपोर्ट लेते हैं वहां फिर कभी कभी सफर भी करना पड़ जाता है. तो ये तो हमारा इंटरनल रिफ्ट चलता रहेगा, आपको पता ही है कि
खैर वो तो एक अलग एक पॉलिटिकल इशू हो जाता है, लेकिन जहां पे जनरल साहब की बात है, टीटीपी जब हमारे अगेंस्ट लड़ रही है तो जाहिर है कहीं पे ट्रेनिंग ले रही है। अगर
नहीं तो ट्रेनिंग आप ही ने तो दी पहले आपके आर्मी ने, लेकिन उससे पहले टुडे आई विल स्टे ऑन पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड फॉर द मोमेंट आई आल्सो वांट डॉक्टर अमजद अयूब मिर्जा। डॉक्टर मिर्जा, क्या जो इंडिया में लीडर्स है जैसे महबूबा मुफ्ती हो गई या उमर अब्दुल्ला हो गए, इनको नहीं ये मुद्दे उठाने चाहिए? आफ्टर ऑल पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर भी तो हमारा है, ये अगर लीडर हैं तो पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर के होने चाहिए, इनको नहीं उठाना चाहिए बच्चों के अबडक्शन का मुद्दा? लश्कर तैयबा अगर बच्चे अबडक्ट कर रहे हैं पीओके में,
देखिए महबूबा मुफ्ती या इनकी तरह की जो पॉलिटिकल सो कॉल्ड पर्सनैलिटीज है ना, ये पॉलिटिकल कार्टेल्स फैमिलीज हैं, ये कार्टेल्स हैं, ये अंजुमन ताजरान हैं, ये ट्रेडर्स एसोसिएशन है। ये जो इलेक्शन में सीटें कितनी इधर करनी है कितनी उधर करनी है, इक़्तिदार में कैसे आना है, क्योंकि इनके नजदीक जो ये पॉलिटिक्स है ये कारोबार है, पॉलिटिक्स इबादत नहीं है, पॉलिटिक्स खिदमत अवाम नहीं है। पॉलिटिक्स इज फॉर दीज पीपल इज अ मीन्स टू एनहांस एंड इंक्रीज their political capital so that they can translate that into economic profit and economic big capital. तो मैं ना पहले कभी मुझे इनसे कोई उम्मीद थी, ना अब उम्मीद है, और ना मैं इनको इनके बारे में कोई बात करता हूँ। जिस दिन हम लोग इकट्ठे हो गए तो मैं आपको ये यकीन दिलाता हूँ कि जम्मू कश्मीर से इस किस्म की तमाम सियासी पार्टियों का हम सफाया करते हैं।
नहीं, क्योंकि अभी पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू एंड कश्मीर जनरल हसनैन जी, उस पर हम इत्मीनान से कभी और, क्योंकि आज का डिबेट तो मेरा ये है कि वो जो बेचारे बच्चे हैं, मतलब आप सोचिए कल आप सब ईद मना रहे होंगे और वो माँ बाप जिनके बच्चों का लश्कर तैयबा ने किडनैप कर लिया, पाकिस्तान आर्मी जिन्हें टेरर ट्रेनिंग कर रही है, वो बेचारे बच्चे और वो माँ बाप तो ईद बिल्कुल नहीं मना पाएंगे। बट जनरल हसनैन, Pakistan did this in 1990s where those mosque loudspeakers were used to chant Ralev Galev ya Chalev and remove Kashmiri Hindus from Kashmir. Now that Mill Jihad complex seems to be doing that in POJK. What do you make of Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's statement that very soon people of POJK would want to come to India? What do you make of that statement?
I entirely endorse what the Raksha Mantri has said. He has said it before also. ये पहली दफे नहीं कहा है उन्होंने, जो अब जम्मू में कहा, पर बात बिल्कुल सही है। आई मीन इट्स फैक्चुअल। अगर आप पाकिस्तान की इकोनॉमी देखिए, अगर मेनलैंड पाकिस्तान में ये हाल है तो पीओजेके जो एडजंक्ट है वर्चुअली, उसमें क्या हाल होगा? आई मीन दे मस्ट बी इन वर्चुअली इन पॉवर्टी आजकल। तो इसलिए धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे खबर अंदर ज्यादा जा रही है और देख रहे हैं कि भारत का क्या प्रोलिफरेशन हो रहा है, अगले 4-5 साल में हमारी $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी हो जाएगी। 2035 तक उम्मीद है कि $10 ट्रिलियन हो जाएगी। पाकिस्तान कहां होगा? मैं तो कहता हूं पीओजेके नहीं, मगर आधा पाकिस्तान देख रहा होगा भारत की तरफ कि भाई हम किस तरह से बोरी बिस्तरा बांध के और भारत के अंदर पहुंच जाएं। ये बड़ा खतरा बोला जाएगा हमारे लिए उस वक्त। मगर ये बात बिल्कुल सही है और जो रक्षा मंत्री ने कहा है बिल्कुल वही है। इकोनॉमिक तरीके से, by economic means you will find automatically the sentiment for integration with the rest of Kashmir will automatically enter into the minds of people of POJK.
We will continue to track developments on the story very closely. To all my guests for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast, many thanks. Abduction jihad in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Will Pakistan wake up? A quick break. Abha Bakaya comes up next with Business Today. Stay with us.
The best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
मैं
mega merger of HDFC and HDFC Bank will be effective from the 1st of July. According to Deepak Parekh, chairman of the Housing Finance Company, boards of both the companies will hold separate meetings on Friday after office hours to approve the effective date of the merger. He added that HDFC shares would be delisted from the exchanges on 13th of July. As per the share swap ratio, HDFC shareholders will get 42 shares of HDFC Bank for every 25 shares held.
And India is doing extremely well. It's the bright spot in the world. It's the brightest spot in the world. Our GDP growth rate is likely to be twice the global average. 7.2%, which will be twice the global average. So we are confident that our business, now that it goes to the bank, each and every branch of the bank will start selling mortgages, which were not doing prior to this, and so the reach to individuals across urban, semi-urban areas where the branches, HDFC Bank branches are, will start marketing and dispersing mortgage loans. So we expect the growth to increase as there is a huge demand.
That the bank has something like 70 million customers. And out of the 70 million customers, just about 2% of them have taken housing loans from HDFC. Just 2%. And about 5% have taken loans from other banks. So look at the ability in terms of being able to cross-sell housing loans to this massive customer base who have not taken housing loans. Also, the average age of a first-time home buyer in India is about 37, 38 years. And if you look at the demographic trend, 65% of India's population is below 35 years.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here in Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Indian stock markets rally 1% to hit record highs. Sensex breaches 64,000. Nifty crosses 19,000. 12 of the 13 major sectoral indices in the green. Rajiv Jain-owned GQG Partners raises its bets on the Adani Group, joins other investors in buying $1 billion worth of Adani stocks as part of its third round. Adani Enterprises jumps nearly 5% in trade. Huge Ghar Wapasi for SGS Nifty from next Monday to be rebranded as Gift Nifty. F&O contracts can be traded for 21 hours. You'll also be able to buy American blue chips in rupees. IPO market red hot with 2 issues currently open. Idea Forge retail portion subscribed nearly 65 times. Grey market expects listing gains of a massive 80%. Scient IPO not too far behind with a 42% listing gain premium. Tomato prices to cool off in the next week. Consumer Affairs Secretary tells BTTV in an exclusive chat. Also talks of how AI is being used to handle consumer complaints. The Nifty and Sensex broke through all ceilings today to touch new record highs. The Sensex crossed 64,000 for the first time and closed up just shy of 500 points. The Nifty breached 19,000 for the first time and touched 19,011, but retreated later to close up 155 points at 18,972. With indices rising for the third straight session, investors are richer by 3 lakh crore rupees. I'm joined by veteran market analyst Devan Choksi to discuss the future path for D Street. Devan, we were anticipating and really waiting for these levels to kick in. Markets have not disappointed. Where to from here?
Well, I think about this is right. Market has been expecting the newer highs, and this time around the rise has been fueled by the participation of HDFC Bank to the rally. Up till now, this heavyweight stock has remained absent in participating into the market. And now that I think the stock has moved up due to the merger confirmation news of HDFC with HDFC Bank, it has possibly resulted also in influencing the other banking stocks to participate simultaneously because the weight balancing had to be done. So obviously, along with HDFC Bank, we are seeing the participation elsewhere also in the banking space. Not completely surprised with this particular rally, largely because of the fact that the underlying fundamentals of the market have remained practically very strong. If the month of April, May and partly June has remained largely favorable to the mid caps where people have made a lot of money, I would think that I think this money is now being shifted to the large cap stocks who have remained on sidelines in the last 2 months. So to a greater extent, I think it's a rotation which has started happening, wherein people are booking profits from mid caps, putting money into large caps. Second point, as I mentioned, the larger amount of focus has started happening into the banking, where I think the HDFC Bank is leading the pack for obvious reasons. And third most important aspect, the government is spending money, which is now materializing into the larger projects. And this being the last year ahead of central election, in my viewpoint, I think maximum efforts and thrust would be on spending money in the economy and keep economy vibrant and buoyant. So all in all put together, it has also started attracting a lot of investment interest from overseas market. Today, Goldman Sachs CEO interviews suggest that I think he's wanting to bring a lot of money into the country through his banking activities. So all in all put together, I think the market is taking the wind out of all the positive news and where we are seeing the rally happening in the market.
Absolutely. Devan, there's been a huge surge also in sort of interest when it comes to metal, power, oil and gas, that entire pocket of the market. Is that, because valuations are looking attractive? Is it looking fundamentally attractive as well? What, according to you, is working for that particular segment of the market?
So the demand side scenario is unquestionably remaining very, very strong in the entire commodity space, metal space as well.
Yeah.
Fortunately, with the controlled prices on the energy side, I think the earlier cloud which were there pertaining to the margin and people were suspecting margin abilities, I think this particular situation is now under control. So along with the demand in the commodity metal, you are also going to see the margin maintained, and as a result of which profits also grow along with the revenue. So that's where probably I think the participation has started happening. And partly you are right that many of the public sector or oil marketing companies have been languishing as far as I think their valuations are concerned. So maybe at a newer high in the market, those companies are catching up on the valuation as well. So I would say that is nothing changing as far as the fundamental is concerned. maybe I think people are wanting to buy something which is not participated, and at the same time, by value, they are available comparatively cheap than otherwise.
All right. Devan, thanks so much for joining us. Great to get a perspective on how things stand, and exciting day for markets. Positive momentum expected to continue there. Rajiv Jain owned GQG Partners has made a third round of investments in Adani Enterprises. GQG, along with the IHC Group and other investors, bought around $1 billion worth of Adani Enterprises stocks this morning. A block deal of 18 million shares was reported in Adani Enterprises, while 35 million shares of Adani Green also changed hands this morning. GQG Partners had invested around $2.3 billion in the group in two earlier investment rounds. While Adani Enterprises also rose today, Adani Green was also very much reacting to the news. You'll soon be able to buy blue chip American stocks in rupees. Gift City NSE IFSC has received approval to trade receipts of 50 US stocks. Initially, the exchange will start trading in 8 counters: Alphabet, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, Netflix, Apple and Walmart. Eventually, other big companies like Berkshire Hathaway, MasterCard, JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, Nike, PayPal, PepsiCo and Pfizer, as well as Intel, will be joining the Gift City platform for trading. For more on this, we're joined by my colleague Sakshi Batra. Sakshi, how will this work? Explain the procedure in brief.
Well, that's right, Abha. Well, investing in international stocks has actually become a very popular way for Indian investors to now diversify their investment portfolios. Earlier, we had just about 2 options to invest in the US equities, and that's through a US registered broker or through international mutual funds that invest in these foreign companies. But now we will have a third option of investing in the top US stocks, and that is via the NSE IFSC, or the International Financial Service Center Exchange. At present, one can really buy 8 US stocks on the NSE IFSC exchange, and these are Alphabet, that's Google, Amazon, Meta Platforms, that's Facebook, Netflix, Apple, Walmart, Tesla and Microsoft. And this number is expected to increase to about 50 US stocks very soon that will be introduced on the exchange in a phased manner. Now, to trade or to buy these stocks, one will have to create a new demat account. The existing demat account for trading domestic shares will not be enough, and one will really have to open this special demat account with an IFSC registered broker, that is. And then one will have to link the bank accounts with this demat account, then transfer the funds from the Indian bank account to this account of the IFSC registered broker, who will then convert your funds into dollars to make the investments into these US stocks. Now, investors won't get direct US stocks of the company, but instead they will be issued depository receipts, which are financial instruments that actually represent an equity stock listed on the foreign exchange. That's how it will be processed.
Sakshi, the SGX Nifty is also being moved to Gift City from Monday. Do you have details on the changes?
Absolutely, Abha. The popular SGX Nifty will now cease operations at the Singapore Exchange after this Friday, and come July the 3rd, Indian investors will now track early market indicators from the NSE International Exchange at the Gift City of Gujarat, and SGX Nifty will now be rebranded as Gift Nifty, and all the SGX orders will now be completely transferred to the Gift City as well as the NSE IFSC Exchange. As for the timings, remember at present the trading hours of the SGX Nifty are up to about 16 hours. Now, on the Gift Nifty, the trading hours will be about 21 hours, which will be spread between 2 different sessions. The first session of 9 hours starting at 6:30 a.m. ending at 3:30 p.m. After a break, the second 12-hour-long session will begin at 3:45 p.m. IST and then will continue until 2 hours and 45 minutes IST the next day. And this will overlap with the trading hours of all the key global markets, say in Asia, in Europe and in the US as well. Now, while nothing changes for the international players here, earlier they were routing the orders through the Singapore Exchange. Matching used to happen in the Singapore Exchange. Now all of the matching is likely to shift to Gift Nifty. But effectively, we are actually looking at the broadening of liquidity, increasing volumes of transactions back home with us. While the Nifty futures in India have an open interest of close to about $2 billion, Singapore Exchange has an open interest of close to $10 billion. And that is something that we are basically bringing on shore with us. And that is likely to improve the volatility and the liquidity back home.
Thanks, Sakshi. The IPO market is red hot with 2 currently open and 1 set to open on Friday. The IPO of Idea Forge Technology has been subscribed more than 50 times at the end of day 3. The 567 crore rupee IPO is closing Friday. Its retail portion has been subscribed a whopping 64 times. According to reports, there's an 80% grey market premium on the share. The other IPO, which is currently open, is of Cyient DLM. The issue has been subscribed 7.6 times. The 592 crore rupee IPO also closes Friday. Its retail portion has been subscribed 24 times. And the grey market premium on this one is at around 42%. We take a quick break. When we return, billionaire Elon Musk preparing for a potential cage match with arch social media rival Mark Zuckerberg.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. As tomato prices spiral across the country, the government is keeping a watchful eye. Speaking exclusively with Business Today TV's Chetan Bhutani, Rohit Kumar Singh, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, said that the prices of the vegetable will cool off in the next 7 to 8 days. He also talked about how AI is being used by the ministry to tackle consumer complaints.
Tomato is a highly perishable commodity, and it has issues pertaining to storage, transportation, and especially if there is a sudden weather disturbance in terms of sudden rain or sudden spell of heat, the crop gets affected. So that is what happened. There's also an issue of seasonality. Every year at this time of the year, prices are generally higher than the remaining part of the year. So we are watchful of what is happening around the country. Delhi prices will cool down because supplies from 2 districts in Himachal Pradesh, Sirmaur and Solan, will start coming and prices will cool down. Similar things will happen in other smaller geographies. So this is just a temporary phenomenon, and hopefully in 7-8 days you will see a declining trend.
Could you give us an update on the status of pulses and edible oil? Are the prices being stable? In fact, in a recent announcement on tur dal was also done. Could you give us a highlight on that, sir?
So primarily there are 5 pulses which are eaten in the country. Chana prices are low. They are in the range of 70 rupees, and we also going to convert some chana that is available in the buffer to dal, so the prices will further come down. Masoor prices are also low because India saw good production, and also crops in Canada and Australia from where we import have been very good. So masoor, which is lentil, prices are also down. Moong, there was a temporary rise, but now it has, because the crops have been good, MP has been the big producer of moong. So moong prices are also stable. The only problem was in tuar and urad, but you'll be happy to know that 2-3 days back, the Burmese prices have also crashed because of the good rains here. Some people in Burma were speculating that if India doesn't have a good crop, they can hold on to it and speculate. But when they saw the pattern here, so it crashed by about $100 a ton day before yesterday. And government has also decided to release stocks from its buffer. So both these factors combined, we'll see a downward trend in tur prices.
Could you give us a sense on how AI is being used by the ministry to ensure consumer complaints are addressed faster and, of course, in a more credible manner?
So AI is being used at two places. One is the interface where the consumer is filing the complaint. So we are developing a bot where the process of filing a complaint becomes easier, faster, and intelligent. By giving appropriate prompt to the guy who's filing the complaint. That is number one. Number two is when you have a set of complaints and cases which are there in our database, we run analytics through it and try and pick up which sectors are there where consumers are filing more cases. And then we have a debate with the stakeholders of that sector as to how to reduce those pain points so that the case can be, this is more in the nature of preventive. For example, at the moment, India has about 5.5 lakh cases, consumer cases in all our about 700 courts across the country. So we ran an analytics and we found that 1/3 of these cases pertain to insurance.
Okay.
So we called all the stakeholders from insurance sector, including the Department of Financial Services representatives, and we sat for a day and identified as to why people, so many consumers are coming to consumer courts for insurance-related complaints, and then identified a few things. By addressing those, this number of complaints could itself be reduced.
And so when are we seeing an official launch for this particular bot from artificial intelligence from the ministry? Is it still at a trial phase or pilot phase, or do you have a timeline in mind, sir?
So it's at and we don't want to launch it in a premature stage because AI is a double-edged thing. I mean, you don't want it to go wrong. So as is true for all large language models and similar generative AI, we need to train it on a lot of data before you launch it formally. So it might take a couple of more months.
The influencers with respect to the health sector and the financial sector are all having a good time right now, especially on social media, giving advices as far as the financial benefits are concerned, financial gains are concerned through stock markets. SEBI has also multiple times issued various advisories. So are you what steps are you undertaking to ensure these two particular subjects are taken care of?
So you're right. Influencers is the new economy, especially with young people. So first of all, let me make it clear, we don't want to become an impediment in that sector of the economy. A lot of young people are making money there, and the size of this sector is about 2,500 crore already. So we don't want to get in the path of that. But however, since it affects the consumer, we want to caution them that they need to disclose. So if you're endorsing a product and you have 10 lakh followers, and you have taken money or a material benefit to endorse the product, then you need to disclose. See, on television and newspapers and other media, it is clear that this thing is an advertisement. But when somebody is doing a social media post, it is not clear whether it's their honest opinion or whether it's a paid endorsement. So our guidelines pertain to disclosure only, that you disclose what is your connect. If it's an honest opinion of a consumer, say that. But if you have taken money, please do disclose that, so that the consumers who are watching that reel should take it appropriately in that context.
Byju's in the news again, and for all the wrong reasons. Business